the 16th day of the 12th lunar month. There were 14 days left until the spring festival. In the Magic City, winter brought no snow, yet the damp cold was more unbearable than snow seeping straight into one's bones. At 9:40 p.m., on the 33rd floor of a CBD office tower, only Jiang Chen's workstation remained lit. He rubbed his sore neck and stared at the plan on the screen, now on its 8th revision. His monthly salary was just over 10,000 yuan. After rent, utilities, food, and commuting, he saved less than 3,000 a month. 5 years had passed. He and Liu Hong had been together since university. For 5 years, he had spent 80% of his salary on her. He ate 15 yuan boxed meals while buying her 300 yuan lipsticks. He wore 9 yuan t-shirts from Pindigo, yet bought her a cashmere coat paid for with 3 months of his savings. They had planned to get engaged this year. He had secretly been looking at rings for 3 months, waiting for his year-end bonus to buy one. His phone rang. The caller ID read, "Mom. Chino, when are you finally coming home?" His mother's voice carried an irrepressible expectation. "Your father has already told the relatives about you and Hong. They keep asking when you'll get engaged, and we don't even know how to answer." Jiang Chen's hand paused. "Soon, in the next couple of days. Will Hong be coming back with you?" Her mother called the day before yesterday asking about it. She said if you two settle things this year, the dowry and all, that will be easier to discuss. Jiang Chen opened his mouth, but no words came out. "Chenner, you and Hong, you didn't have a fight, did you?" No, we're fine," he replied. He forced a smile. "Mom, go to sleep first. I'll head back once I finish up." After hanging up, he sat at his workstation for a long time. At 10:20 p.m., the proposal was finally approved. He shut down the computer, grabbed his coat, and walked out. The elevator descended to the first floor. When he pushed open the main doors, a blast of cold wind slammed into him. And then he saw Liu Hong. She was standing under the street lamp at the building entrance. She wore that off-white cashmere coat, the very one he had bought with 3 months of savings. At this moment, she was nestled in another man's arms, her brows and eyes curved in laughter. Zhao Kai, the company's resident rich second generation, driving a BMW 525 in from work, never lunching for less than 500 per person. He was also the very one in the company who loved to say to his face, "Jiang Chen, what can you do with that little salary of yours?" Now Zhao Kai's hand rested on Liu Hong's waist as he lowered his head to whisper in her ear. Liu Hong playfully pushed him away, then leaned back into his embrace. Jiang Chen's feet felt nailed to the ground. Liu Hong saw him first. Her smile faded, yet she did not panic. She did not even step out of Zhao Kai's arms. She simply looked straight at Jiang Chen. "You saw everything." Jiang Chen said nothing. Liu Hong sighed, as if at last setting down a heavy burden. "Jiang Chen, let's break up. I don't want to waste any more time on you." Jiang Chen's throat tightened, his voice hoarse and unlike his own. "Our families, they're all waiting for us to go back and get engaged." "Engaged?" Liu Hong laughed. It was not a bitter laugh, as she genuinely found it amusing. "With what are you going to get engaged? That measly 10,000 yuan salary of yours. In the Magic City, a single apartment starts at 10 million. You won't even get close in your entire life. 5 years, Jiang Chen. 5 years I've spent crammed into rented rooms with you, eating 15 yuan box meals, not even daring to turn on the heater in winter. I've had enough." Zhao Kai took a step forward, placing himself in front of Liu Hong. Looking down at Jiang Chen, his gaze was that of someone staring at a stray dog by the roadside. "Brother, face reality," Zhao Kai said. "I casually play with a 2 million position in the market. A single trade equals your whole year of work. People like you at the bottom, you have no idea what capital even means." Liu Hong tightened her hold on Zhao Kai's arm and gave Jiang Chen one last look. There was no guilt in her eyes, only the lightness of someone finally freed. "We're from the same hometown. I originally wanted to leave you a little dignity, but you've really been such a disappointment. This new year I'm going back with Zhao Kai. You can forget about it completely." The taillights of the BMW 525 flared, then vanished into the night. Jiang Chen remained where he was. Cold wind poured down his collar, yet he no longer felt the chill. For what hurt more than the cold was the spot over his heart, as if a piece had been ripped out alive. 5 years all in exchange for one sentence with "What are you going to get engaged?" He tilted his head back, staring at the pitch-black sky. His eyes burned, but no tears fell. It was not that he did not want to cry, he simply felt it wasn't worth it. Just then, a mechanical voice exploded in his mind. Ding. Extreme humiliation type breakup detected. Host's mental state threshold has been breached. Daily 100 million cash flow system. Binding successful. Rule at 000. Every day 100 million in pure cash is automatically refreshed. Valid for that day, only cleared at day's end. No accumulation, no retention, no inheritance. Today's quota 100,000 yuan, fully credited. Jiang Chen's entire body trembled. The next second his phone began to vibrate wildly, his banking app popping up a notification. Account ending in 8877 had received a deposit of 100 million yuan, current balance over 32271. 41 yuan. 100 million. It had really arrived. But he did not know the rules. He did not know that if he failed to spend it, that day the money would vanish. Back in his rented room, he sat on the edge of the bed for an hour. In the end, he went downstairs and bought a portion of fried rice noodles and a bottle of beer. He spent 23 yuan, 99,999,977 yuan, and a few cents remained untouched. 00000. Yesterday's quota has been cleared. A fresh 100 million in cash has been credited for today. Jiang Chen shot up from the bed. Where was that 100 million from yesterday? Gone. All because he bought a plate of fried rice noodles. Spaced out for an hour. An entire 100 million. Because of his ignorance, his poor man's mindset had evaporated into thin air. In that moment, Jiang Chen felt as though his heart had been gripped and twisted hard. It wasn't the money he mourned, it was himself he hated. The greatest curse of the poor is not having no money. It is not knowing how to spend it even when they do. He closed his eyes and drew in a long breath. Today he would not waste a single cent again. On his phone screen, the system interface lay quietly. Upgrade progress total, spending 23,500 yuan. Once total spending reached the target, the system would upgrade automatically. The daily quota permanently increased with no carryover of remaining funds. LV1 beginner stage daily quota 100 million yuan upgrade requirement, total spending of 5 billion yuan. LV1 LV2 automatically upgrade upon reaching total spending of 5 billion. At 000 the next day reset to 100 million. Keep spending until cumulative expenses reach 5 billion. Then the system would automatically upgrade to the second stage. 23. Total spending 23. Which meant yesterday's 100 million had been wasted. He took out his phone, opened the workgroup chat, and typed a line. From today onward, I Jiang Chen resign for personal reasons effective immediately. 3 years. This is farewell once and for all. Then he cancelled all clock-in permissions. Goodbye 996. Goodbye Magic City. With a daily 100 million at his disposal, why should he keep living in a 280 yuan a month partitioned room? He booked a room in a 5-star hotel, the Bun W Hotel, an executive suite, at 388 yuan a night. In the past, he would never have dared to dream of such a thing. Now swipe. While packing his things, he called home. Mom, Liu Hong and I broke up. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the line. Then let it be, she said at last. When are you coming back? Tomorrow. I'll be back tomorrow. After hanging up on his mother, he dialed his younger sister Jiang Yu's number. Jiang Yu was in her 4th year of university, currently looking for an internship. Their family was poor, and these past years he had poured all his money into Liu Hong. Sometimes his sister even transferred him a few hundred yuan from the wages she earned doing part-time jobs. Brother, why are you calling so late? Yeah, your brother and Liu Hong have broken up. There was a brief silence on the other end. Then Jiang Yu said something that surprised him. Good. You don't think it's a pity? What's there to pity? Brother, I've seen exactly how you've lived these 5 years. You eat instant noodles while buying her bird's nest. You wear 9 yuan t-shirts while buying her 300 yuan lipsticks. She doesn't deserve you. Jiang Chen's nose stung, but he said nothing. Brother, come back early. Stop grinding yourself down in the Magic City. Jiang Yu paused. Oh right, I have a close friend in college named Yu Bing, a local from Xingqing. She's really a good person, and she's pretty too. I'll introduce you two sometime. Alright, go to sleep, he said. After hanging up, Jiang Chen sat in the darkness for a long time. Then he made it go home. Early the next morning, Jiang Chen checked out of the hotel and booked a flight to Feishing City. 1215 from Pudong Airport to Huanghua Airport, landing at 1425. Economy class. It was not that he could not afford first class, he was simply used to it. After being poor for more than 20 years, his instinct when spending money was still to save. After passing security, he was heading toward the economy class boarding gate when the announcement sounded. Attention passengers. There are still seats available in first class on this flight. Economy class passengers may pay to upgrade for an additional 2,800 yuan. Jiang Chen's footsteps paused. He recalled the words Liu Hong had thrown at him the previous day. What are you using to book a ticket? And the way Zhao Kai had looked at him, as if he were a stray dog. He turned and walked toward the first-class passage. He paid the additional 2,800 with a swipe of his card. Dragging his suitcase into the first-class cabin, his mood could not be called good, yet there was a hard-to-describe sense of fierce satisfaction. Then he saw two familiar faces. Liu Hong and Zhao Kai seated in the first 2 rows. Zhao Kai noticed him first, froze for a moment, then burst into laughter. Yo, Jiang Chen. You're in first class too? That can't be right with that pitiful salary of yours. He glanced at the boarding pass in Jiang Chen's hand, and his smile widened. Oh, you upgraded, huh? How much did you spend? 2,008. That's half a month's salary for you, isn't it? Liu Hong also turned her head, that familiar look of disdain in her eyes. Jiang Chen, is it really worth it? Who are you trying to impress by pretending to be what you're not? Jiang Chen ignored them. He found a window seat, sat down, fastened his seatbelt, and closed his eyes. Zhao Kai kept muttering in front, his voice not too loud, not too soft, just enough for the people around to hear. A poor man is still a poor man. Upgrading to first class, and he acts like it's New Year's. Jiang Chen still did not open his eyes. It was not worth getting angry with someone like that. His mind was occupied with one thing: how to spend that 100 million today. 95 million would be thrown into the stock market. The remaining 5 million would go to 2 apartments and a car in Feishing City. As he was thinking, a faint whiff of perfume drifted over from beside him. Jiang Chen opened his eyes and turned his head. A young woman was seated next to him. She was not the carefully crafted internet celebrity kind of beauty, but a cool, intellectual sort of attractiveness. Her features were not outrageously stunning, yet together they formed a face from which one could hardly look away. A foldable screen phone rested on her lap, the large display showing a stock position interface. Jiang Chen's gaze swept over it inadvertently. It was a small-cap stock on the Chinex board with a position of 2 million yuan. She watched the screen with a calm composure, neither anxious nor hurried, as if she were observing a game whose outcome she had already calculated. Something stirred in Jiang Chen's heart. If someone dared to stake 2 million, there had to be a reason. He was going to pour 95 million into the market today anyway, until he had a better idea. Someone else's choice could very well become his own. He let his eyes linger for a couple more seconds. Those 2 glances were enough for Zhao Kai in the front row to catch him. Yo! Jiang Chen sneaking a look at someone else's trades, are you? Zhao Kai turned around, his expression exaggerated, as if he had spotted some enormous joke. Brother, let me give you a piece of advice. Stop daydreaming. With that salary of yours, you can't even afford a single lot. He directly pulled out his phone and thrust his trade record in front of Jiang Chen. See this? I cleared out this Chinex stock this morning and made a bit over 2%. I mobilized a bit over 1 million and earned nearly 30,000. That's about 3 months of your salary if you stopped eating and drinking, isn't it? He shook his phone, his tone full of condescension. This stock has already started sliding today. Smart people have bailed out early. If you don't understand the market, don't mess around unless you want to lose even the pants off you. Liu Hong added, the gap between people is fate. A 2 million position is a ceiling you'll never touch in this lifetime. The 2 of them echoed one another, their voices loud enough for the entire row to hear. A few nearby passengers cast sympathetic glances his way. Jiang Chen did not respond at any point. It was not because he was forcing himself to endure. He simply could not be bothered. You're bearish. You think you've sold at the peak. Excellent. All those blood-stained chips you're panic dumping. I'll take every last one. The cool, aloof girl beside him heard Zhao Kai and Liu Hong's mockery and frowned slightly. She said nothing, simply locked her phone screen and closed her eyes to rest. Yet Jiang Chen noticed that just before she locked it, her fingertip paused for a heartbeat on that stock's interface, as if she were confirming something. 1425. The plane landed at Xinjiang's Huanghua Airport. Jiang Chen walked out of the cabin and drew in a deep breath. The air in Xinjiang was even warmer than in the Magic City. He pulled out his phone and opened his securities account. Balance 100,000,000 yuan. 100 million lying there in utter silence. He did not hesitate and operated directly. 95 million in Allen purchase into that very same small-cap Chinex stock held by the girl. The order was placed. At the exact second he closed the app, that stock moved. In the final half hour of trading, its price action had been sliding all the way down, a harsh wash of green across the screen. Moments earlier, Zhao Kai had still been posting to his social feed, perfectly selling at the top, this stock is done for today. But the instant Jiang Chen's 95 million order slammed in, it was like tossing a bomb into a tranquil lake. The first bid, level eaten. The second eaten. Third, fourth, fifth, all devoured. Follow-on buyers flooded in, the selling pressure was swallowed in one gulp, and the price began to rocket upward. At 250 p.m., the stock shot straight up and locked at the 20% limit. Zhao Kai had just taken his seat in the BMW 525 that had come to pick him up, and out of habit, he glanced at the market. Then his entire body froze. Limit up. A full 20% limit. The very stock he had cleared out that morning. The same one he had just mocked in his social feed. Zhao Kai did the math. If he had not sold with a 2 million position, he would have made nearly 400,000 today. But he had sold. He had cleared out his entire position. He had missed an entire 25% surge. Sitting in the car, Zhao Kai's expression looked as if he had just swallowed a fly. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen was already standing at the airport exit. He took out his phone and sent his younger sister a message on WeChat. Yeah, I've arrived in Xinjiang. I'll come pick you up later. Jiang Yu replied in seconds. Go wait for me. I'll ask for leave. I'm coming right away. Jiang Chen smiled, slipped the phone back into his pocket, and strode forward. The billion he had yesterday he had squandered. This billion. Not a single cent would be wasted again. At the airport exit, Jiang Chen hailed a taxi. To Hushi Auto City, he said. The driver glanced at him in the rearview mirror. Buying a car, brother. Driving home for the new year will look impressive. Jiang Chen did not respond, leaning back against the seat, lost in thought. This year he had no intention of taking the high-speed rail home again. Last year at the family table, his elder uncle had said in front of all the relatives, Yang, you've been working in the Magic City for so many years. How is it that you still don't even own a car? Look at your cousin, he bought a Passat just 2 years after graduating. His mother had been sitting beside him, then unable to keep the smile on her face. This year would be different. This year he would drive a car home and make those gossiping relatives shut their mouths. 40 minutes later, Hashi Auto City. Rows upon rows of 4S dealerships, Audi, BMW, Mercedes, polished display cars gleaming in the sunlight. Without hesitation, Jiang Chun walked straight into the Mercedes 4S store. It was not because he particularly liked Mercedes. It was because he felt that driving a Mercedes back to his hometown would command the most respect. There were not many people in the showroom. A few salespeople were chatting idly. Dressed in a padded jacket bought from Pinduoduo and wearing a pair of sneakers he had used for 2 years, Jiang Chun looked utterly out of place there. But he did not care. He was looking at the black GLS in the center of the showroom, silently estimating the price in his mind. Well, isn't this Jiang Chun? A voice sounded from behind him, laced with that grating sardonic tone. Jiang Chun turned his head. Ma Feng, a university classmate, 3 years out of school. Back in college, he had chased after Liu Hong for a full 2 years, only for Liu Hong to end up with Jiang Chun, her fellow townsman. Ma Feng had never let it go. At every class reunion, he would bring it up and make a few snide comments. Now Ma Feng was dressed head to toe in Armani, a Longines watch gleaming at his wrist, standing beside a Mercedes-Benz E-Class, his expression radiating superiority. Jiang Chun, what are you doing here? Ma Feng ran his eyes up and down him, then laughed. Brother, you came to the wrong place. If you want to buy a car, go next door. They've got Wuling and BYD over there. More your speed. A few salespeople nearby also looked over, their eyes carrying that familiar meaning of another one who only looks and never buys. Ma Feng stepped closer, lowered his voice, yet deliberately, let everyone around hear, I heard you, and Liu Hong broke up. Figures. With your 10,000 something monthly salary, she stuck with you for 5 years. That was already giving you a lot of face. He patted Jiang Chun's shoulder, his tone brimming with schadenfreude. Back then I chased Hong for 2 years, and you, just because you were from the same hometown, swooped in and stole her away. And look how it turned out. She chose a rich guy in the end. You 3 years after graduation still look this shabby, and you come to a Mercedes dealership. Can you even afford the badge on the hood? Jiang Chun gave him a glance and said nothing. It was not that he was holding back, he simply could not be bothered. He turned away and walked up to a sales consultant, pointing at the black GLS in the center of the showroom. This one, is it available now? This one, is it in stock? The sales consultant was taken aback. She glanced at Jiang Chun's clothes, then at Ma Feng, and hesitated, not moving. Off to the side, Ma Feng burst out laughing. Brother, don't make things difficult for the sales staff. This GLS comes out to around 1.3 or 1.4 million yuan on the road. Do you think your lifetime salary can even cover the down payment? Jiang Chun did not spare him a look. He simply pulled out a bank card and handed it to the salesperson. Full payment. Can I drive it out today? The sales consultant took the card. Her hands were trembling. The smile on Ma Feng's face froze. What did you say? Full payment. Swiping the card, signing the papers, completing the formalities. 45 minutes later. A brand new black Mercedes-Benz GLS with temporary plates attached stood steadily at the entrance of the 4S dealership. Jiang Chun pulled open the door, sat in the driver's seat, and started the engine. The V8's growl was low and powerful, like a slumbering beast awakening. He rolled down the window and glanced at Ma Feng, who was still standing at the door. Ma Feng's mouth hung open as if someone had gripped him by the throat. Jiang Chun did not utter a single word. With one press on the accelerator, the GLS glided smoothly out of the auto mall. After driving about 2 kilometers, Jiang Chun pulled over to the side of the road, took out his phone, and snapped a photo of the steering wheel. Then he opened his university classmates group chat and sent it. He added a line, got a car, heading home for New Year. The group chat exploded instantly. Damn it, GLS. Jiang Chun, did you win the lottery? This thing's got to be what, around 1.3 or 1.4 million on the road, right? 3 minutes later, Liu Hong replied in the group. Just 4 words, no way, right? Jiang Chun glanced at it, locked his screen, and did not respond. He checked the time, 4 in the afternoon. He started the car and entered a destination into the Navigation Provincial Government, Yunjing Bay Sales Center. His younger sister Jiang Yue was working there as an accounting intern. Calling it an internship was really just another way of saying she needed somewhere to park herself before graduation, then see if she could secure a full-time position. The job had been introduced by Jiang Yu's university classmate Yu Bing. Yu Bing worked at this sales office as a contracts administrator. She was very close to Jiang Yu, and knowing how difficult things were at home, had pulled some strings for her. The GLS rolled to a smooth stop at the entrance of the Yunjing Bay sales office. Jiang Chun sent Jiang Yu a WeChat message, I'm here. What time do you get off? Jiang Yu replied, 5:30. Wait for me, G. No rush, I'll look at some apartments first. Jiang Chun got out, straightened the budget-down jacket he had bought on Pinduoduo, and walked into the sales hall. The lobby was spacious, crystal chandeliers blazing overhead, a giant scale model taking up half the space, with several groups of clients speaking in low voices. Sales staff stood in small clusters chatting. When they saw Jiang Chun walk in, they gave his clothes a quick once-over, and none of them stepped forward. Jiang Chun paid it no mind. He walked up to the scale model and took a look around. "Hello," he called out to the nearest sales agent. She walked over, her smile professional but lukewarm. "Sir, are you here to look at apartments? We currently have 89 square meter 3-bed units, 108 square meter 3-bed units, 130 square meter 4-bed units. Do you have any larger 4-bedroom units?" Jiang Chun cut in directly. The sales agent was stunned. "For bedrooms? Larger ones? Yes. Around 150 square meters, 4 bedrooms fully fitted." Her attitude shifted at once. Large units meant higher total prices and higher commissions. "Yes, of course. Sir, please look over here." She led Jiang Chun to the other side of the scale model and pointed at 2 buildings in the center. "These 2 are our premium towers. We have 2 4-bedroom layouts at 152 square meters and 148 square meters, both with north-south ventilation, 2 units per floor, on a single elevator landing, delivered fully fitted with underfloor heating and fresh air systems." Jiang Chun gave the scale model a glance, then studied the floor plans. "The 152 square meter one. Take me to see the show flat." "Certainly, this way please." The show flat was on the 3rd floor. As they walked, the sales agent continued her introduction. "This 152 square meter unit has 4 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 2 bathrooms. The master bedroom comes with a walk-in closet. The living room spans 4.2 meters and faces south with double balconies, so the natural light is excellent." Jiang Chun took a circuit around the show flat, then stood on the balcony and glanced outside. The provincial government compound was just next door with lush greenery, and in the distance, he could see the Xiang River. "How much is this unit?" "Average price is 14,000 per square meter. At 152 square meters, the total comes to about 12 million. But if you're serious about buying, I can help you apply for the best possible discount." "What's the best price?" 11 million. That's already the rock-bottom price. We sell to internal staff at this price as well." Jiang Chun nodded lightly. He neither said he would buy nor that he would not. "What about the 148 square meter one?" "At 148 square meters, the internal price is 2.05 million, but its orientation isn't as good as the 152 square meter unit, and the living room span is only 3.9 meters. Jiang Chun thought for a moment. "I'll take another look at the 152 square meter one." Just as the sales agent was about to continue her pitch, laughter drifted in from the entrance of the sales office. Jiang Chun turned his head. Jiang Yu came running out of the nearby office, but she was not alone. 2 people followed behind her, Zhou Yin and her boyfriend. The moment Zhou Yin saw Jiang Chun standing at the door of the show flat, she froze, then broke into a smile. That smile was all too familiar to Jiang Chun. Throughout 4 years of university, Jiang Yu had been on the receiving end of that very smile more times than he could count. "Well, now, Jiang Yu, you're here to look at apartments too." Zhou Yin clung to her boyfriend's arm, letting her gaze travel up and down Jiang Chun before flicking toward the show flat behind him. "This is your G. He's apartment hunting too. What's he looking at? A 3-bed, 80 square meter unit. The down payment on that isn't too high. Your family should just about manage it." Her boyfriend chuckled along without saying a word, but his expression was identical to Zhou Yan's. Jiang Yu's face flushed bright red, her fists clenched tight. Jiang Chun gave Zhou Yan a single look and ignored her. He turned to the sales agent instead. "For the 152 square meter units, are there 2 available on the same floor? East and west units, that kind of setup?" The sales agent was stunned. Two units. "Yes. One on the east side and one on the west side of the landing." Her hands began to tremble. 2 units at 152 square meters each at an internal price of 2.11 million apiece. That was 4.22 million in total. It would be the largest deal she had ever closed since entering the industry. "Sir, are you sure?" "Confirmed. Full payment." Zhou Yan's smile froze on her face. "Full payment." Jiang Chun still did not spare her a glance. The sales agent was just about to lead Jiang Chun to handle the procedures when a voice came from the direction of the office. "Wait a moment." Jiang Chun turned his head. A young woman walked over quickly. Her long hair was tied in a low ponytail, her features were delicate, her skin was fair, and when she smiled, 2 dimples appeared. She wore a dark gray professional suit, the waistline tailored cleanly, so that her figure appeared slim and upright. It was not the kind of internet celebrity beauty. It was a cool, intellectual kind of beauty that made it hard to look away with just one glance. Her name was Yu Bing. She was Jiang Yu's university best friend. Bing, why did you come out?" Jiang Yu asked in surprise. Yu Bing did not answer Jiang Yu first. She walked up to Jiang Chun, gave him a brief look, then said to the sales agent, "Xiao Wang, let me handle these 2 units." The sales agent Xiao Wang immediately stepped aside. Yu Bing extended her hand. "Hello, I'm Yu Bing, Jiang Yu's classmate, and also the contract administrator for this project." Jiang Chun took her hand briefly. It was very soft, yet not lacking in strength. "Thank you for the trouble." "It's no trouble." Yu Bing smiled lightly. "Brother Jiang, I'll help you apply for a special approval on these 2 apartments," Yu Bing said crisply. "I just called my older brother. Each unit is 2.08 million, together that's 4.16 million. They're delivered fully furnished with 2 titled parking spaces included right by the stairwell on level -1 in the spots closest to the elevator. Jiang Chen lifted his brows slightly. Each unit was 300,000 cheaper. 2 units meant a total discount of 600,000. This Yu Bing clearly had deep connections within the company. Same floor. Yes, the 16th floor east and west units, 2 apartments, sharing 1 elevator landing. You siblings each take 1 door-facing door. It works out perfectly. Jiang Chen glanced over at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu's eyes were already red. Brother, sign it. Throughout the entire process, Yu Bing did not look at Zhou Yin even once. Zhou Yin stood to the side, her expression uglier than if she had swallowed a fly. Her own 100 square meter mortgage apartment had required only a little over 300,000 for the down payment. Yet Jiang Chen was paying in full for 2 units for 16 million without even blinking. Jiang Chen swiped 3.5 million on the card, and they agreed that the remaining 6,600 would arrive in the account the next morning. After signing the contracts and coming out, Jiang Chen's phone vibrated several times. Several unfamiliar numbers called in succession 3 times in a row. He glanced at them. None of them were numbers he recognized. Then cut the calls directly. The phone rang again. He hung up again. Jiang Yu asked, "Brother, who is it?" "No idea, just spam calls." He slid the phone back into his pocket. Inside the sales office, several agents had gathered together, whispering among themselves. "Did you see that growth enterprise market stock today? It went from limit down to limit up at the close." "I saw it. It was still down 5% in the afternoon, then surged to the daily limit right before close, locking at a full 20-centimeter move. That dealer is brutal. I wonder who's scooping up all those shares. I heard a big fund rushed in right at the close, sealing the limit in one go. Too monstrous." When Jiang Chen heard the words, "from limit down to limit up," the corner of his mouth moved slightly. That stock was the very one he had thrown 95 million into today. It had closed locked at the 20-centimeter upper limit. His unrealized profit for the day was close to 20 million. But that money would return to zero tomorrow. Because of the system's rule, same-day quota cleared at the end of the day. Still, it did not matter. He would have another 100 million tomorrow. Leaving the sales office, Jiang Chen said, "Let's go eat." Jiang Yu grabbed Yu Bing's hand. "Bing Bing, come with us." Yu Bing glanced at Jiang Chen and smiled. "Sure, I haven't eaten yet anyway." The 3 of them got into the GLS. Jiang Chen drove. Jiang Yu sat in the front passenger seat, and Yu Bing sat in the back. "Brother, did we really buy a place?" "We really bought it. 2 units. 2 units. Jiang Yu sniffed, then suddenly laughed, and cried at the same time. "Brother, you're insane." Jiang Chen did not answer. After parking, he got out, walked around to the back, and opened the rear door. Yu Bing was sitting quietly in the back seat. The setting sun slanted in through the window, falling across the side of her face. Her eyelashes were long, the bridge of her nose straight, her lips lightly pressed together. Jiang Chen glanced at her, then withdrew his gaze. She was indeed beautiful, more pleasing to the eye than that limit up stock. "Let's get out, time to eat." Yu Bing nodded, stepped out of the car. Only then did she see the black Mercedes GLS. She froze for a moment. "This car is yours, Picked it up today." Yu Bing said nothing, but her gaze clearly changed. Only now did Jiang Yu finally recover from the shock of buying the apartments. She turned and saw the GLS and was stunned all over again. "Brother, this car is yours too." A Mercedes GLS? It must cost around 1.3 or 1.4 million on the road, right? More or less. Jiang Yu's eyes widened. She grabbed Jiang Chen's arm in one swift motion. "Brother, did you win the lottery? Tell me the truth." Jiang Chen chuckled and patted her hand. "No lottery. Your brother made some investments before and earned a bit. This time I'm back, I'm not leaving again. From now on I'll build my life here at home. The car is bought, the apartments are bought, all here in Xingqing." Jiang Yu half believed, half doubted, but seeing the black and white numbers on the purchase contract, she had no choice but to believe. Standing beside them, Yu Bing quietly sized up Jiang Chen. He was 4 years older than the 2 of them, 26 this year. At 26, he had paid in full for 2 apartments and picked up a car worth over 1 million today, a combined total of more than 5 million. Among their peers, that was quite an achievement. And moreover, Yu Bing recalled what Jiang Yu had once said to her. "Bing Bing, my brother is really nice and handsome too. If you don't have a boyfriend, I'll introduce you to sometime." Back then she had only laughed and said Jiang Yu was worrying too much. But now, looking at Jiang Chen's profile in the sunset, broad shoulders, long legs, clean-cut brows and eyes, he was completely different from those greasy men she had seen before. Yu Bing's cheeks flushed without her realizing it. She quickly turned her head away, pretending to examine the car instead. Just then her phone rang. The caller ID read cousin. Yu Bing picked up. "Sis." An excited female voice came through the line. "Bing Bing, did you see that stock today? It went from limit down to limit up. I was fully loaded in it, positioned a couple of days ago, and today I took a full 20-centimeter slab of meat." Yu Bing's eyes lit up. "Really? Sis, you had your entire position in it. Yeah, all of it. Didn't you ask me to study the dealer's intentions? I don't think this is just hot money. How it feels like a planned accumulation. The buy orders at the limit were massive. If it gaps up more than 5% tomorrow, there's still room to run. Sis, you're amazing. Admiration filled Yu Bing's voice. I'll find time to learn from you. Sure, I'll treat you to a meal another day. Let me hang up first. I need to watch how the market opens tomorrow. After hanging up, Yu Bing noticed Jiang Chun and Jiang Yu both looking at her. My cousin trades stocks. Today she went all in on that crazy stock that went from limit down to limit up and made a killing. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth moved slightly. That stock was the very one he had thrown 95 million into today. He said nothing. Suji Seafood was an old established restaurant in Xingqing with a starting price of around 300 per person. When Jiang Chun had come to Xingqing on business before, he had eaten there once, thought it expensive, and never returned. Today was different. He glanced at Jiang Yu, slim and small, her down jacket hanging loosely on her wrist, as thin as a chopstick. For the past 5 years he had poured all his money into Liu Hong, and his younger sister living in Xingqing had hardly eaten a proper meal. Order whatever you want. Jiang Chun handed her the menu. Jiang Yu flipped through 2 pages, her hand pausing on an Australian lobster, then withdrawing. Brother, this is too expensive. Brother, this is too expensive. Order it. It's really too expensive. I said order it. Jiang Yu bit her lip lightly and whispered, then, let's have one. Yu Bing laughed beside them. Jiang Yu, your brother already said you can order whatever you want. Why are you still trying to save money for him? Jiang Yu smiled, a little embarrassed. Jiang Chun added another king crab, a portion of steamed scallops with garlic vermicelli, a plate of salt and pepper mantis shrimp, and a pot of hot tea. When all the dishes were served, Jiang Yu looked at the table overflowing with seafood, and her eyes turned red again. Brother, is it good? It's delicious, Jiang Yu said as she ate. It's so delicious, brother. Yu Bing ate quietly beside them, occasionally placing food into Jiang Yu's bowl. Her voice was very soft and gentle. Eat slowly, no one is fighting you for it. As Jiang Yu ate, she suddenly put down her chopsticks, looked at Jiang Chun, then at Yu Bing. Brother Bing is really a very good person. What do you think? Jiang Chun's chopsticks paused in midair. Yu Bing's face flushed instantly. She lowered her head to sip her soup, pretending she had not heard. Jiang Chun glanced at Yu Bing. She was indeed beautiful, but he had just crawled out of a 5-year relationship. His heart was still sealed shut. Eat your food. Jiang Yu refused to give up. Brother Bing told me she's still single. Jiang Yu. Jiang Chen's tone grew noticeably heavier. Jiang Yu shrank her neck and fell silent. But Yu Bing secretly lifted her eyes to glance at Jiang Chun. This man was unlike anyone she had ever met. There was something intriguing about him. After the meal, Jiang Chun said he would go book a room. Yu Bing immediately took out her phone. I'll book for you. My uncle's group owns a 5-star hotel. I can get an internal rate. Only a bit over 600 a night. 10 minutes later, the 3 of them were standing at the entrance of Wyndham International Hotel. Jiang Chun requested 2 rooms with king-size beds. The moment Jiang Yu heard there would be 2 rooms, she immediately shook her head. Brother, 1 room is enough. I'll go back to the dorm at school. No. Jiang Chen's tone was firm. You've been living at school for 4 years. For these few days, don't go back. Stay at the hotel with your brother. It's too expensive, brother, over 600 a night. What's expensive about 600? You stay with me, and we'll talk about how to do the soft furnishing for the apartment. Aren't you studying finance? Help your brother calculate the renovation budget. Jiang Yu wanted to say more, but when she saw the look in Jiang Chen's eyes, she stopped insisting. Then all right. After they finished checking in, Jiang Yu took Yu Bing's hand and whispered, Bing, your home is in Xingqing, right? Let my brother drive you home. Yu Bing was stunned for a moment. That's not necessary, I can just take a taxi. Let my brother drive you. Jiang Yu's tone was very firm, then she shot Jiang Chun a meaningful look. Jiang Chun did not look at her, but he still picked up the car keys. Let's go, I'll drive you. Yu Bing glanced at Jiang Chun and did not refuse. As the 2 of them walked out of the hotel doors, Jiang Chen's phone vibrated again. It was that same unfamiliar number. He glanced at it and declined the call. It rang again. He declined it once more. Yu Bing saw it from the side, but did not ask. The GLS started up and merged into the night of Xingqing. The car interior was very quiet. Yu Bing gazed out the window while Jiang Chun focused on the road ahead. Neither of them spoke, yet the silence did not feel awkward. After dropping Yu Bing off, the GLS drove on into the night of Changsha. Jiang Chun parked the car at the entrance of Wyndham International Hotel. As he got out, he glanced at the rearview mirror. The residential compound where Yu Bing lived was already out of sight, but when she had stepped out of the car, she had turned back to look at him once. Under the street lamp, her face had been pale and bright, her eyes luminous. He withdrew his gaze and went upstairs. Jiang Yu's room was on the 16th floor. When Jiang Chun knocked and entered, Jiang Yu was sitting cross-legged on the bed, still clutching the purchase contract, turning it over and over, as if she were reading a book she could hardly believe was real. Brother, do we really have an apartment now? We really do. 2 of them. 2 of them. Jiang Yu placed the contract beside her pillow, her eyes sparkling. Brother, how are you planning to handle the soft furnishing? I've already decided. I want a Nordic style for mine, mainly white, clean, and simple. You can decide for your own place. Jiang Chen sat down opposite her. For your apartment, we'll do it your way. By the way, after the new year, we'll bring mom and dad over, so we can all live together. Jiang Yu froze for a moment, then nodded vigorously. Okay, I've wanted to say that for a long time. The house back home is too old, and the winters are freezing. We'll bring them over so the whole family can be together. But for now, don't tell mom and dad yet. Jiang Yu was taken aback. Why, oi? Jiang Chen's tone was very calm. Don't you know what our relatives are like? Our family has been poor for so many years. Now we suddenly buy a car and a home, won't they wag their tongues in front of mom and dad? They'll say our money came from some shady source, that we broke the law. Wouldn't that scare mom and dad to death? We'll wait until New Year and tell them in person. Jiang Yu thought it over and nodded. You're right, brother. Then we'll keep it to ourselves for now. Call mom and dad. When the call connected, their mother's voice came filled with a smile. Chen'er, when are you two coming home? Jiang Chen glanced at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu took the phone. Mom, I still have to work. The company hasn't set our holiday schedule yet. I'm just an intern, I don't dare take leave casually. Once the company decides, I'll come back. Their mother sounded a little disappointed. What about Chen'er? Brother still needs to stay in the provincial capital for a few more days to keep me company and buy some things. Mom, don't rush us. We'll definitely be home for New Year. Their mother sighed. All right then. Take good care of your brother and don't let him waste money. Jiang Chen took the phone. Mom, don't worry. I'll take good care of ya. You and Dad take care of yourselves at home. I'll bring you to Changsha for New Year. All right. You two be safe out there. After hanging up, Jiang Yu's eyes reddened. Brother, mom, and dad have had such a hard life. That's why we have to make sure they live well now. Jiang Chun returned to his own room and closed the door. He sat on the edge of the bed, took out his phone, and scrolled through the photos he had taken that day, the purchase contracts, the inked fingerprints, the sandable model at the sales office, and the steering wheel of the black GLS. He selected a few and composed a new moments post. Text: a new beginning. 2 apartments paid in full, settled in Xingqing. From now on, this is home. Attached images: contract, GLS, steering wheel, sales office. Before sending, he tapped on, who can see this? Parents, hidden. He did not want them to worry. He would wait to tell them in person when they came home for New Year. Relatives, hidden as well. Those people gossiped too much, who knew what they would say if they saw it. Then he saw Liu Hong's name. His finger paused. He held it there. No restrictions. He let her see it. Send. Hunan Province, a certain county town. At Liu Hong's home. Liu Hong curled up on the sofa, scrolling through her phone, while Zhao Kai played games beside her. They had flown back on the same plane as Jiang Chun. Zhao Kai had said they would spend New Year back in the county, and that he would take the chance to meet her parents. Liu Hong had not refused. She had just seen in the classmates group chat that Jiang Chun had bought a Mercedes GLS, and she was already feeling unsettled. A car worth over 1.3 or 4 million. Where had he gotten the money? At that moment, her moments feed refreshed. Jiang Chen's profile picture appeared. She tapped it open, and her entire body froze. 2 apartments in Xingqing paid in full. Property in Xingqing was not as expensive as in Shanghai, but 2 apartments still cost over 4 million. Together with that car, it was over 5 million. All paid in cash. It felt as if someone had gripped Liu Hong's heart in a cruel fist. She had been with Jiang Chun for 5 years, and now, not even a day after their breakup, he had bought a home and a car in full, without so much as blinking. She picked up her phone, wanting to call him. She picked up her phone, wanting to make a call. Her fingertip hovered above Jiang Chen's number, frozen there for a long time. Yesterday, she had been the one to propose the breakup. She had been the one to say, what do you have to pledge? Call him now. And say what? Liu Hong bit her lip and set the phone down. Yet the doubt in her heart only grew heavier. No one understood Jiang Chen's family circumstances better than she did. His parents did odd jobs in the county town, his younger sister studied in Changsha, and he himself earned just over 10,000 yuan a month in Shanghai. More than 5 million paid in full. Where had that money come from? Baby, what are you looking at? Zhao Kai leaned over and glanced at her phone. Jiang Chun just posted a moment. He bought a house. Zhao Kai took one look and laughed. Stop staring at it. Who knows where he scraped that money from? Once it's spent, baby, let me tell you something. Tomorrow, if that Chinex stock opens more than 5% higher, it proves the main players are still inside. I've already consulted a market guru. Everyone is unanimously bullish and suggests we follow in. Liu Hong returned to herself. She glanced at Zhao Kai, then back at Jiang Chen's post in her WeChat moments. The origin of Jiang Chen's money was murky, but Zhao Kai claimed to have inside information, and following him into the market could make her money. All right, I'll follow you tomorrow. Changsha Wyndham International Hotel. After posting to his moments, Jiang Chun took a shower and lay down on the bed. His phone lay quietly by his side. That unfamiliar number called twice more. He ignored both times. He closed his eyes and waited for midnight. 000. Yesterday's quota has been cleared. Today's fresh 100 million in cash has been credited. Jiang Chen's eyes snapped open. He opened his banking app. Balance 100,000,000 yuan. Upgrade progress cumulative spending 97522. 005,000,000 yuan. Once cumulative spending meets the requirement, upgrade will occur automatically. The daily quota permanently increases, and any remainder does not carry over. LV1 beginner tier daily quota 100 million yuan. Upgrade condition cumulative spending of 5 billion yuan. LV1 LV2 when total spending reaches 5 billion, the account automatically upgrades. 100 million. Another 100 million. He stared at the screen, his heart clenching hard. Yet this time it was not pain, but wild delight. On the first day he had squandered that 100 million and had been heartsick over it. But now he understood. From now on, as long as he spent the entire 100 million each day, the system would grant him another 100 million at midnight the next day. This was not a one-off stroke of luck. This was a hidden card he could play every single day. And with cumulative spending reaching 50 billion, the system would automatically upgrade. Jiang Chen drew a deep breath, the corners of his lips slowly lifting. Beijing, China Securities Regulatory Commission, Hunan Supervision Bureau. 112 M. In the duty room, Zhou Shen sat before a desk. The ashtray in front of him had already been filled 3 times. His colleague beside him was already asleep on the entire floor, only he remained awake. He stared at the trading data of that particular stock on the computer screen. On December 14th, the account ending in 8877 had bought 95 million yuan worth in a single day. After the purchase, the share price was pulled from 5 up to 6. 3. In the final 30 minutes of the session, heavy buying pushed it up again, and the stock was ultimately locked at a 20-centimeter limit up. In 12 years of regulatory work, Zhou Shen had never seen such an operation. It was not that he had never seen large trades. He had simply never seen this kind of Allen, no probing, no splitting of orders, no intraday trading. Just slamming the entire position in and dragging the price straight to limit up. This was no retail investor. Retail investors don't operate like this. It was a main force. Yet main forces do not use personal accounts. It was hot money. Yet hot money traders do not ignore phone calls. So who was he really? Zhou Shen picked up the phone and dialed once more. The subscriber you are calling is temporarily unavailable. He set the phone down and sat in silence for a long time. Then he opened the internal system and began to draft a report. 240 M. Report on the abnormal trading of securities account ending in 8877. Single-day purchases of 95 million yuan have already triggered abnormal fluctuations in the stock price. After multiple attempts to contact the investor by phone, all calls have gone unanswered. It is recommended that an announcement on abnormal trading volatility be published to alert the market to potential risks. Zhou Shen clicked submit. 317 M. The Shenzhen Stock Exchange approved the filing. 342 M. Risk warning announcement on abnormal trading in Xinguang Technology stock. In recent days, our bureau has monitored that on December 14th, the securities account ending in 8877 purchased 95 million yuan worth of Xinguang Technology shares in a single day, representing a relatively large proportion of the stock's free float, and has already caused abnormal fluctuations in the share price. The stock was locked at a 20-centimeter limit up at the close. Our bureau has, in accordance with the law, attempted to contact the investor by phone, but has thus far failed to reach him. We hereby remind the broad base of investors to be mindful of trading risks, invest rationally, and avoid blindly chasing momentum. This announcement is hereby issued. China Securities Regulatory Commission, Hunan Supervision Bureau. December 15th, 2025, 342 M. Once the announcement was released, the entire circle of stock traders exploded. An announcement posted at 3 in the morning, and even the CSRC could not find the man behind it. In a certain hot money trading studio, old Zhang stared at Xinguang Technology's Dragon Tiger list on the screen, chain smoking one cigarette after another. Top buyer account ending 8,877, 95 million. Buyers ranked 2nd through 5th were all momentum followers totaling less than 30 million combined. In other words, today's limit up had 70% of its buying contributed by a single person. In 15 years of playing hot money, old Zhang had never seen anything like this. He sent a few messages to his friends. Are you watching Xinguang Technology tomorrow? The replies came quickly. Watching. If even the CSRC can't hold this stock down, we have to watch it. If it opens higher today, I'm hitting the limit up directly. If this one strings together multiple limit ups, it'll be the monster stock of the new year. Old Zhang set his phone aside and lit another cigarette. He was waiting for the market to open tomorrow. Star City, Su Qing's apartment. Su Qing was awake as well. She had not bought Xinguang Technology today, but she was still hesitating. A single buy order of 95 million, one person sealing the limit up. Funds of that magnitude had to belong either to a madman or to someone with inside knowledge. Yet the CSRC's announcement proved that the regulators were watching as well. Zhao Kai set his phone down and closed his eyes. He was thinking. This was no retail player. It was a main force, one that did not fear the CSRC. If the stock continued to surge, Zhao Kai dialed Liu Hong. Did you see that CSRC announcement? Liu Hong's voice came through the line. I saw it. What about it? Xinguang Technology hit a 20-centimeter limit up yesterday. One person bought 95 million. One person? Yes. Account ending 8,877. The CSRC spent the whole night trying to reach him and never got through. Silence lingered on the other end of the line for a few seconds. So do you think it can still rise tomorrow? Zhao Kai did not answer. His mind was on something else. If the stock kept climbing, should he follow? If he did, he had just over 2 million at his disposal. If he stayed out, and the stock hit another limit up, he would miss the move yet again. We'll see the opening, Zhao Kai said. If it opens more than 3% higher, I'm going all in. Are you crazy? The CSRC has already issued an announcement. The CSRC issued that announcement because they couldn't reach this man. If they can't reach him, it means he simply doesn't fear them. Have you ever seen a market maker who's afraid of the CSRC? Liu Hong fell silent. Zhao Kai hung up, then stood on a street in Qingchuan County staring at the long bullish candlestick on his phone screen. 730 M. Wyndham International Hotel Restaurant. Jiang Chun and Jiang Yu sat face to face, a buffet breakfast spread out before them. Jiang Yu had taken 2 steamed buns and a bowl of porridge, while Jiang Chun carried a plate piled high with fried eggs, bacon, milk, and fruit stacked like a small hill. Brother, can you really finish all that? I can. Jiang Yu said nothing more and lowered her head to bite into a bun. At 8:20, Jiang Chun drove Jiang Yu to the office next to the sales center. Brother, what are you up to today? Paying the final installment, collecting the house, and then buying soft furnishings. He'll find you after work then. No need, you focus on your work, I'll handle it myself. Jiang Yu got out of the car, took a few steps, and turned back. Brother, don't spend recklessly. Jiang Chun smiled, but didn't answer. At 8:30, he parked the GLS at the entrance of the sales center and went in to pay the final installment. 660,000 paid by card. Signing, collecting the house, and getting the keys. 2 units of 152 square meters, one on the 16th floor east and west units, 2 units per elevator. One for him, one for Jiang Yu. The parking space is at the stairwell on the first basement level with ownership included. After finishing all this, he glanced at the time. 9:58. Almost 10. Jiang Chun didn't leave. He sat in the discussion area of the sales center connected to the Wi-Fi and opened the stock trading app. He hadn't checked the performance of the small cap stock on the Chinex board from yesterday. Upon opening it, it opened flat. No gap up. The market was in a wait-and-see mode. Jiang Chun calculated in his mind. He had invested 95 million yesterday, and the stock had hit the upper limit with a 20-cent rise at the close. Opening flat today meant a floating profit of 20%. 20% of 95 million is nearly 19 million. He made 19 million while lying down. And today he still had 100 million in hand. If he invested more and it hit the limit again, Jiang Chun didn't hesitate. He placed a direct order. 100 million, buying it all. Buying as much as possible. 10 o'clock sharp. Half an hour after the market opened, the stock began to show weakness. After opening flat, there was little fluctuation, but selling pressure began to appear. Gradually pressing down as if someone was testing the waters. In the distance in Xiang Province, Qingchuan County, Zhao Kai stared at his phone screen, his brow furrowed. He had agreed with Liu Hong last night that if it opened more than 5% higher today, he would invest his entire position. The expert had said that the main force was active and there was a consensus on a bullish outlook. But now, there was no gap up. It opened flat, and it was still going down. Zhao Kai's finger hovered over the buy button, but he didn't press it. Let's wait a bit longer, he said to Liu Hong. Liu Hong, watching beside him, said nothing. In the sales center, Jiang Chun looked at the screen. The stock had dropped from flat to the red zone, falling by 1%. His floating profit from yesterday shrank from 20% to 19%. Almost $1 million less. Jiang Chun didn't understand technical analysis or the movements of the main force. He only knew one thing. He made money buying yesterday, and he would continue today. The 100 million buy order had already been placed. At 10:03, the stock suddenly moved. Not down. It was as if someone had thrown a bomb under the water. Buy 1 consumed. Buy 2 consumed. Buy 3, 4, 5 all consumed. The sell orders were instantly swallowed clean, and the stock price began to surge. At 10:08, it hit the upper limit, 20 centimeters. The entire process took less than 5 minutes. When Zhao Kai noticed the movement, the stock had already jumped 7%. He rapidly clicked buy. Cancel order. Not executed. Click again. Cancel order. Still not executed. The speed was too fast. Gritting his teeth, he directly placed an order at the upper limit price, fully committing. Transaction executed. Over 2 million, all invested. Liu Hong's 20-some thousand also went in. Zhao Kai looked at the transaction interface and punched the air with his fist. We're in. The same scene was playing out simultaneously in countless corners across the nation. Retail investors, hot money institutions, everyone was scrambling. And the instigator at this moment was sitting in the discussion area of the sales center slowly, sipping a cup of coffee brewed by the service staff. Before he finished his coffee, a voice came from beside him. Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun turned his head. Yu Bing stood beside him dressed in a cream-colored professional outfit, her hair tied in a low ponytail, holding a stack of documents. What are you doing here? Yu Bing walked over and sat down opposite him. Paying the final installment and collecting the house, Jiang Chun raised the keys in his hand, and also checking the stocks. Yu Bing glanced at the stock on his phone screen that had hit the upper limit. Her expression changed slightly. Is this the one that hit the ceiling yesterday? Yes. Yu Bing didn't ask further, but her expression was clearly different. The two chatted briefly and Jiang Chun said he was going to buy soft furnishings and stood up to leave. Yu Bing politely escorted him to the door. Just then Jiang Chun's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID. It was still that unknown number. Since yesterday this number had called no less than 10 times. He hadn't answered once. But today he hesitated. After so many calls, it might be an acquaintance who changed their number. He pressed the answer button. Hello, is this Mr. Jiang Chun? The other party's voice was very formal, carrying an undeniable seriousness. I am a staff member of the Hunan Regulatory Bureau of the China Securities Regulatory Commission, employee ID XXXX. Due to unusual large transactions in your securities account over the past 2 trading days suspected of market manipulation, we are now conducting a telephonic inquiry. Please cooperate. Jiang Chen's hand paused. Please go ahead. Please confirm, is the securities account ending in 8877 owned by you? Yes. Did you personally execute the buying operations in the past 2 trading days? Yes. Was there any guidance, suggestion, or operation by others? No. Is the source of funds legal and compliant? Is there any borrowing of others' accounts or leverage situations? No. The funds are mine personally. Mr. Jiang Chun, on December 24th, you bought this stock for 95 million, and on December 25th, you bought 99 million, totaling 194 billion in 2 days. Such large transactions have caused abnormal fluctuations in the stock price. Our bureau is currently assessing whether to issue a warning letter to you. Please keep your phone available in the near future. If you need to come in for an investigation, we will notify you separately. Understood, I will cooperate. The record has been recorded and archived. Thank you for your cooperation. Goodbye. The call ended. Jiang Chun stood at the entrance of the sales center, his expression calm. But his underwear was already soaked. In the winter of Changsha, his back was covered in sweat. He hadn't expected that spending less than 2 billion in 2 days would draw the attention of the Securities Regulatory Commission. Yu Bing stood beside him. She had heard the entire content of the phone call clearly. She looked at Jiang Chun, her eyes filled with shock. The stock that hit the ceiling yesterday, today it surged to the upper limit again. It was this person in front of her who had spent nearly 2 billion in 2 days. She recalled what Jiang Yu had said. My brother is really nice and he's handsome. If you don't have a boyfriend, I can At that time she thought Jiang Yu was joking. Now she didn't think so anymore. In Qingchuan County, Zhao Kai watched the buy orders tightly sealed on the upper limit board, his fist waving. This is a monster stock. It's going to hit the limit tomorrow. We're in. Liu Hong looked at the floating profit in her account, but was thinking of something else. Where did Jiang Chun get so much money? In Xingqing, in a certain apartment. The sunlight slanted in through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm glow on Su Qing's profile. Very beautiful, but she had no mind to admire the scenery. Her eyes were fixed on her phone screen. Xinguang Technology. Holding 2 million. Floating profit 43.7. 86,000. In 2 days, 86,000. 2 days, 860,000. She holds a master's degree in finance and has worked in investment banking for 3 years, having seen all kinds of volatile stocks. But this stock is different. There were no washouts, no fluctuations, and no technical preparations whatsoever. It is purely a massive influx of capital pushing the stock price up like a nail hammered into a limit-up board. It's unreasonable. Su Qing's fingertips grazed the screen as a single question turned over in her mind. Should she sell or should she hold? Unrealized gains are not profits. Only realized profits count as money. This rule was etched into her bones on her first day in the industry. But this stock? She was hesitating when suddenly the market moved. The intraday curve seemed to be cut vertically, shooting straight up. Limit up. The order volume skyrocketed from tens of thousands to 300,000 in an instant, and it was still climbing. Speculative funds surged in like a frenzy. The entire market was scrambling. A glint of greed flashed in Su Qing's eyes. She suppressed the thought of taking profits and quickly opened WeChat to send a message to Yu Bing. Bing Bing, if this stock opens limit up tomorrow, I won't sell. I'll continue to hold. What do you think? After sending, she stared at the screen, waiting for a reply. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 5 minutes. No response. What Su Qing didn't know was that at that moment Yu Bing was too busy to reply. Just now Yu Bing had received a phone call. It wasn't eavesdropping, as she happened to see Jiang Chun and went over to greet him. Yes, it was me who bought it. 95 million, all of it was bought by me. I didn't expect it to cause any unusual movement. I truly had no idea. The man's voice was deep, clearly anxious. Then came another voice, very formal, very cold. Mr. Jiang Chun, you purchased 95 million yuan on December 14th and 99 million yuan on December 15th, totaling 194 billion yuan over 2 days. Our bureau is conducting a phone inquiry in accordance with the law. Please keep your phone available. Yu Bing stood in the corridor, nearly dropping the documents in her hand. Jiang Chun. The last 4 digits are 8,877. It's Jiang Chun. The person who spent nearly 200 million in 2 days to drive a small cap stock to 2 consecutive limit ups. He is Jiang Yu's brother. She covered her mouth, her heart racing as if it would leap out. Jiang Yu said her brother was really nice and handsome. At that time she thought it was just a compliment. Now she knows. It wasn't flattery. It was the truth. Yu Bing took a deep breath and sent Jiang Yu a message. Yu Yue is your brother, into stock trading. Jiang Yu replied immediately, huh? I don't know, my brother never talks to me about money matters. What's up? Yu Bing hesitated for a moment and didn't mention the Securities Regulatory Commission. She replied, nothing, just think your brother is quite impressive. By the way, I'm free today, as should we have dinner together tonight? Jiang Yu sent a series of exclamation marks. Sure, sure, sure. My brother will be there too, let's all go together. Yu Bing looked at the series of exclamation marks, a smile tugging at her lips. Then she thought of another person, Su Qing. Her cousin Su Qing holds a master's in finance, comes from an investment banking background, and has heavily invested 2 million in Xinguang technology. And Jiang Chun. He is the one who initiated 2 consecutive limit ups for this stock. Yu Bing doesn't understand the rules of the Securities Regulatory Commission, but she knows one thing. Anyone who dares to throw in $1 billion after the commission has made an announcement is either insane or truly capable. Regardless of which, it's worth getting to know him. She sent Su Qing a message. Sister, someone invited me to dinner tonight. Do you want to join? Su Qing replied, who? Yu Bing thought for a moment, typed a few characters, deleted them, and finally sent, a mysterious person. You'll know when you come. By the way, regarding your Xinguang technology stock, if you want to know how it will perform tomorrow, this person is more reliable than any analyst. Su Qing looked at this message and paused for 3 seconds. Then she replied with a single word, I'll come. At 6:20 in the evening, Jiang Chun parked the GLS in front of the sales office of Yunjing Bay. He had been running around all day, Jia Rinji Jia IKEA and Red Star Macaline, finalizing all the soft furnishings for 2 apartments. 147,000. Hey. On the system interface, upgrade progress, total expenditure, 199946283, 0 yuan, only 48053717 yuan left to reach LV2. Jiang Chun glanced at the number and turned off his phone. Jiang Yu opened the car door and got in, followed by someone else. Yu Bing. Yu Bing smiled. Brother Jiang Chun, we meet again. Jiang Chun glanced at her in the rearview mirror and nodded. Yes, we meet again. Jiang Yu chuckled in the back seat. Then her phone rang and she answered. Sister. Are you here? Good, we're on Xingsha Avenue. Take a taxi over, and I'll send you the location. After hanging up, Jiang Yu said, my cousin is coming too. She said she wants to join for dinner. Jiang Chun didn't pay much attention. For people, 1 car, enough seats. At 6:40, in front of the farmhouse, Jiang Chun walked in front with Jiang Yu and Yu Bing side by side, followed by a woman in high heels who walked with confidence. Jiang Chun looked back. Then he froze. It was her. The girl from the plane yesterday. Wearing a beige coat with long hair cascading down her features, exquisite like a magazine cover. She was the one he had casually glanced at on the plane yesterday. At that time she sat in front of him, and he inadvertently caught a glimpse of the stock interface on her phone. Xinguang Technology invested 2 million. He thought at that moment, this girl is quite attractive and her stock picking skills are not bad. So he followed suit and invested 95 million all in. Now, she is Yu Bing's cousin. She is the one who invested 2 million. She is the finance master. Jiang Chen's face turned red from the base of his neck to the tips of his ears. He recalled the moment he had sneaked a look at her phone on the plane. Suddenly Jiang Chun felt at a loss as to where to place his feet. Standing at the entrance of the farmhouse, his face was as red as a high school student caught peeking at a girl. Su Qing also spotted Jiang Chun. Her expression shifted. It's him, the young man who had been mocked by a couple on the plane yesterday. At that time she was sitting in the front row and felt someone in the back staring at her phone screen. She turned to look, only to see a fairly good-looking boy dressed ordinarily with a somewhat dazed expression. She hadn't paid it any mind then. Now the mysterious person Yu Bing mentioned is him. Su Qing scrutinized Jiang Chun from head to toe. He is indeed handsome. Around 180, broad shoulders and narrow waist with well-defined features. Not the greasy kind of handsome, but clean and slightly youthful. But apart from being handsome, Yu Bing said he is the key person behind Xinguang Technology's 2 consecutive limit ups. Su Qing, a young man who was mocked on the plane, someone who looks like a regular guy just a few years out of school. Could he really be the kind of person who would spend 2 billion without batting an eye? But she didn't voice her doubts. She is a finance master. She knows one principle: never draw conclusions without clear evidence. Hello. Su Qing extended her hand, smiling. I am Su Qing, Yu Bing's cousin. Jiang Chen shook her hand. Her touch was quite cool. Hello, Jiang Chen. His voice was a bit hoarse. It wasn't from nervousness, but from feeling guilty. Because he had peeked at her phone. The four of them entered the private room. Jiang Yu ordered the dishes, Yu Bing poured the tea, and Su Qing sat opposite Jiang Chen, sizing him up. Jiang Chen dared not meet her gaze. He lowered his head to drink tea, yet the tips of his ears still glowed red. Watching from the side, Jiang Yu's heart danced with glee. Her brother was blushing. Her brother could actually blush. For the past 5 years, her brother had always been humble, fawning, and cautious in front of Liu Hong. She had never seen him reveal such an expression toward any girl. There was hope. The dishes arrived. Jiang Yu deliberately seated Su Qing next to Jiang Chen, then moved herself over to Yu Bing's side. Yu Bing didn't notice Jiang Yu's little scheme. She was preoccupied with another matter. She glanced at Jiang Chen, then at Su Qing. Jiang Chen was placing food onto Su Qing's plate. This fish is good, try some. Su Qing froze for a moment, then looked down at the piece of fish in her bowl. Thank you. Yu Bing's chopsticks. She couldn't quite articulate the feeling. It wasn't jealousy. It wasn't anger. It was just a subtle sinking sensation in some corner of her heart. Like a pebble dropped into still water, the ripples were tiny but undeniably present. She lowered her head and shoveled a mouthful of rice, saying nothing. Jiang Yue across the table saw it all with perfect clarity. She put down her chopsticks and placed a spare rib onto Yu Bing's plate. Bing Bing, you eat too. Yu Bing looked up and smiled. Thank you, Yu Yu. Silence hung in the private room for a few seconds. Yu Bing lowered her head and shoveled a mouthful of rice, saying nothing. Jiang Yue across the table saw it all with perfect clarity. She put down her chopsticks and placed a spare rib onto Yu Bing's plate. Bing Bing, you eat too. Yu Bing looked up and smiled. Thank you, Yu Yu. That smile was normal. But Jiang Yu felt that smile was somehow lacking something. As the meal progressed, the atmosphere gradually relaxed. Jiang Yu took charge of livening things up, introducing each person one by one. Brother, this is Sister Su Qing, a finance master's graduate who worked in investment banking for 3 years. She's amazing. Jiang Chen's chopsticks paused as he looked up at Su Qing. Finance master's degree. Investment banking. Those 3 words exploded in his mind. What did he need most right now? It wasn't money. It was the know-how. He had 100 million, but he could barely read a candlestick chart. Had opened a brokerage account a few years ago and made a few trades. Never made a profit, but never lost anything either. He was a complete novice. But things were different now. Now he had 100 million every day that he had to spend. Spend it where? Stocks were the only place where money wouldn't simply vanish into thin air. Buying property. The system's money didn't accumulate. If he didn't spend it today, it reset to zero tomorrow. Spending on consumption. It would be gone once spent. Only stocks. Once bought, if they rose, they became real tangible wealth. And he knew nothing about it. At this moment, a finance master's graduate and former investment banking analyst sat right across from him. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Su Qing, when you were in investment banking, what area did you mainly focus on? Su Qing was reaching for a dish and paused, startled by the question. Secondary markets, mainly covering TMT and new energy. So how do you usually pick stocks? Jiang Chen leaned forward. Are there any fixed criteria? Like looking at PE ratios, capital flows, or policy direction? Su Qing put down her chopsticks, looking at him with slight surprise. You are interested in stocks? Extremely interested. Jiang Chen was so earnest it didn't seem like a joke. I opened an account a few years ago, but I rarely traded. Basically broke even. Now I want to seriously learn. Can you teach me? His tone was too sincere. It wasn't the polite pleasantry of social occasions. He was genuinely seeking guidance. Su Qing glanced at him, then at Yu Bing. Yu Bing discreetly touched her hand under the table. Then Yu Bing leaned close to her ear and whispered a sentence only the two of them could hear. Sis, the CSRC took an online statement from him today. That stock, he was the one who bought it. 2 days, nearly 200 million. Su Qing's pupils contracted sharply. She turned her head to look at Jiang Chen. This person before her, wearing a simple dark hoodie, hair a bit messy, ears still red, speaking with the earnest tone of a fresh market entrant, was the one who had dumped 200 million into a small cap stock, pulling off 2 consecutive daily limit ups and alarming the CSRC. Su Qing took a deep breath. She appraised Jiang Chen anew. This time the look in her eyes changed. You want to learn stock picking? Su Qing spoke, her tone 3 shades more serious than before. Yes, I really do. Jiang Chen nodded. I don't know anything, but I have capital. I need someone who knows the ropes to tell me how to use it. The words were too blunt. So blunt that Su Qing almost thought he was flaunting his wealth. But she looked into his eyes. It wasn't showing off. He genuinely didn't understand. A pure stock novice wielding a massive fortune who had stumbled into triggering 2 limit up days. Su Qing suddenly found this situation quite intriguing. All right, let me tell you something. She picked up her teacup, cleared her throat, and began. The first rule of stock picking isn't technical analysis, it's logic. Before you bought Xinguang Technology, did you ever think about why it would rise? Jiang Chen shook his head honestly. No, I just saw someone next to me on the plane looking at that stock, so I followed along and bought it. The private room fell silent for a second. The chopsticks in Jiang Yu's hand froze. Yu Bing was stunned too. Su Qing's expression was even more dramatic. She glanced at Yu Bing, who gave her a slight nod. It was her. The girl on the plane was Su Qing. So the reason Jiang Chen bought that stock was because he had peeked at Su Qing's phone. The corner of Su Qing's mouth twitched. So you bought in with 95 million purely because you peeked at my phone. Jiang Chen's face reddened again. I suppose so. Su Qing didn't know whether to laugh or be but inside her mind was a whirlwind. Someone who knew nothing, relying solely on peeking at another person's phone and blindly following suit, had managed to score 2 daily limit-ups in 2 days. This luck, or perhaps this destiny, was simply absurd. So what do you want to learn now, eh? Su Qing collected herself and shifted into professional mode. How to trade. When to buy, when to sell. Jiang Chen said. Also, what do you mean by market making and following the market maker? Su Qing looked at him. The question was very amateurish, but very sincere. Market making means large capital actively drives a stock up, controlling the rhythm to attract follow-on buying. Following the market maker means retail investors go along with the market maker's rhythm, picking up the scraps that fall when the market maker feasts. She paused, meeting Jiang Chen's eyes. What you're doing right now is market making. You're just doing it unintentionally. Jiang Chen's heart jolted. Unintentional market making. He had never thought of it that way. What if I keep buying, he asked. If I keep buying, what will happen? Su Qing smiled. Keep buying, and you'll become a shareholder. When your capital reaches a certain level, you're not trading stocks. You're acquiring companies. Hearing the word acquiring, Jiang Yu nearly dropped the spare rib in her hand. Her brother was acquiring a publicly listed company. She didn't interrupt. She studied finance, but she didn't trade stocks much and couldn't fully understand these terms. But she understood one thing. Her brother's capital scale was huge. Very huge. She silently lowered her head to eat, digesting this information in her mind. Yu Bing was also listening. She studied engineering cost, and due to family reasons, she was quite familiar with stocks as well. Yet she was paying close attention. Such opportunities are rare. A finance master's degree holder teaching stock trading face-to-face is a chance that won't come again if missed. So tell me, how do you determine if a stock is worth following? Jiang Chen pressed on. Su Qing pondered for a moment and explained in the simplest terms. Look at 3 things. First, the funds. Is there significant capital entering the market? Second, the logic. Does this stock have a story to tell? Third, the sentiment. Is the market willing to buy it? She glanced at Jiang Chen. Xinguang Technology checks all 3 boxes. The funds are what you've invested. The logic is the favorable policies for new energy combined with AI, and the sentiment is that after the announcement from the Securities Regulatory Commission, you're still willing to buy, making it seem like you know something. Jiang Chen listened attentively, jotting down every word. What if I continue to buy tomorrow? Su Qing's expression shifted slightly. You're still going to buy tomorrow? Yes. Jiang Chen replied. I must buy. He didn't elaborate on the reason. He couldn't say, because the money from the system would zero out if not spent. But Su Qing interpreted it differently. This person intended to continue investing. At that moment, the door to the private room opened. A waiter entered carrying a plate of braised pork. She was about to set down the dish and leave, but upon hearing terms like market making, following the market, and 100 million, her steps slowed. She didn't leave. She stood at the door listening intently. Jiang Chen was oblivious to her presence as he pressed Su Qing with another question. Should I place a buy order at the limit price or just at the market price? Su Qing replied, if you want to secure the limit up, then place a buy order at the limit price. But with your capital volume so large, buying at the limit price means you are the limit up yourself. But the question is, can you maintain it? I can maintain it. Jiang Chen said. I still have money. The waiter's hand trembled slightly. She quietly exited and closed the door. Then she hurried to the kitchen. Inside, 3 waiters were gathered looking at their phones. Hey, have you seen? Xinguang Technology 2 limit ups in 2 days, and the Securities Regulatory Commission has already issued a notice. Yes, I saw it. This stock will definitely rise tomorrow. I invested 2,000 and am already up over 400. The waiter carrying the dishes entered and whispered, did you know? The table in the private room was discussing Xinguang Technology. All 3 looked up at once. What's going on? There was a guy saying he plans to buy more tomorrow. 100 million. I heard it with my own ears. He said he still has money and wants to secure the limit up. The 3 waiters exchanged glances. One picked up their phone. I need to tell my husband. The news reached the boss. The owner of the farm, surnamed Liu, was in his 40s, usually not into stock trading, but last year, he made some investments with a friend and made a few tens of thousands, which got him hooked. He was drinking tea in his office when he heard the waiter mention 100 million continuing to invest tomorrow in Xinguang Technology, almost dropping his teacup. Are you sure? 100 million. Sure. I heard it myself. Boss Liu stood up and paced around it. Then he picked up his phone and dialed a number. Laozhou, haven't you been looking for a stock that will soar over the new year? I have some news for you. Yes, Xinguang Technology. Another 100 million is coming in tomorrow. Believe it or not. After hanging up, he dialed another number. Laozhou, are you awake? If not, listen to me. Within 10 minutes, Boss Liu made 5 calls. Each call conveyed the same message. Xinguang Technology, the market maker, will continue to invest 100 million tomorrow, pushing up the price. The New Year's stock is about to make waves. Back in the private room, Jiang Chun was still asking, so should I buy over several days or invest everything in one day? Su Qing looked at him, her eyes filled with complexity. This person was genuinely seeking advice. Not showing off, not testing the waters, truly not understanding anything, but sincerely wanting to learn. She suddenly found this young man somewhat intriguing. If your goal is to drive up the price, invest everything in one day. If you spread your purchases over several days, it gives the market time to react, and the speculative funds will dilute your shares. What if my goal is long-term holding? Su Qing thought for a moment and said something that made Jiang Chen's heart race. If you invest 100 million every day for a week, you will become the largest shareholder. By then, you won't just be trading stocks, you will be restructuring the board of directors. Jiang Chun lightly tapped his fingers on the table. Restructuring the board of directors. He didn't speak, but was already calculating in his mind. Although the system's funds do not accumulate if he bought stocks, the stocks would accumulate. In other words, as long as he doesn't sell, those stocks will remain. And with him investing 100 million every day, after a week, he could hold over 5 of Xinguang Technology's total shares. Then he would be able to call for a shareholders meeting. He could join the board. Jiang Yu was also listening. She studied finance and understood some, but not much. But she grasped one thing. Her brother was not trading stocks. Her brother was using money to carve out a path. As the conversation drew to a close, Su Qing finally asked the question she had been most eager to ask. Jiang Chun, tell me the truth. How much more capital will come in later? She asked cleverly. Instead of asking how much money do you have, she asked how much more capital will come in. Jiang Chun thought for a moment. He needed Su Qing to teach him stock trading. To get someone to teach him, he had to show sincerity. 100 million every day? He said at least for the next 7 days. The private room fell silent. Su Qing's eyes widened slightly. Yu Bing's recording pen almost dropped. Jiang Yu's chopsticks hung in midair. 100 million every day? For at least 7 days. That amounts to 700 million. Adding to the nearly 200 million already invested. The total capital approaches 900 million. Su Qing took a deep breath. She finally understood. The young man who seemed ordinary was not just a lucky retail investor. He was a giant beast yet to reveal its fangs. And Xinguang Technology was merely his first meal. Outside, the waiter pressed their ear against the door crack, listening intently. 100 million every day? For at least 7 days. She turned and ran. 20 minutes later, all the waiters in the farm knew. 10 minutes later, 5 of Boss Liu's stock trading friends were informed. 5 minutes later, several stock groups in the provincial city began circulating a message. Xinguang Technology, the market maker's capital, is at least 1 billion, and tomorrow they will continue to invest 100 million to lock in the price. The New Year stock has been confirmed. At 9:40 in the evening, the GLS cruised along Xingsha Avenue. Jiang Chun was driving, Jiang Yu sat in the passenger seat, and Su Qing and Yu Bing were in the back. The car was very quiet, but everyone's mind was far from calm. Su Qing leaned back in her seat, gazing out at the night scenery, her mind filled with Jiang Chen's words, 100 million every day. Having worked in investment banking for 3 years, she had seen big capital market makers and various so-called big shots. But those people were either over 40 wore luxury brands or boasted about their connections with certain leaders. Jiang Chun was different. He wore a hoodie worth a few hundred, drove a newly acquired car, blushed easily, spoke nervously, and asked questions like a good student. Yet the cards he held were bigger than anyone she had ever seen. Jiang Chun is different. He wears a hoodie worth hundreds, drives a brand new car, his ears turn red, he speaks with nervousness and asks questions like a good student. Yet the cards he holds are larger than anyone she has seen. In his 20s, he spends 100 million a day investing in stocks without a flicker of his eyes. This isn't merely wealth, it's a matter of life. Su Qing glanced at Yu Bing, who was staring at her phone, lost in thought. She then looked at the back of Jiang Chen's head. This isn't merely wealth, it's a matter of life. Su Qing glanced at Yu Bing, who was staring at her phone, lost in thought. She then looked at the back of Jiang Chen's head. This fish is quite good, you should try it. His tone was natural and casual, as if addressing a longtime friend, but he had never served her food. Yu Bing turned her face toward the window, her reflection revealing her expression, slightly sour, but not too much. She told herself that it was normal. Jiang Chun got along well with Su Qing because they shared common topics. She and Jiang Chun had no common ground as she didn't understand stocks. But she could learn. She was already recording. Jiang Yu sat in the passenger seat silent, digesting all the information she had heard today. Her brother is rich. Extremely rich. The kind of rich that spends 100 million daily. But she didn't care about money. She was concerned about something else. She glanced at Yu Bing in the back seat, then at her brother's head. Yu Bing was observing her brother. Although Yu Bing was looking out the window, Jiang Yu knew she was watching Jiang Chun. Because Yu Bing's phone screen was dark. If someone were truly looking out the window, they wouldn't have their phone face down on their lap. That position was only taken when secretly observing the person in front. Jiang Yu smirked slightly. This is interesting. The car arrived at the foot of Yu Bing's building first. Yu Bing got out and said, "Thank you, brother Jiang Chun. I had a great time today." She turned to walk a few steps, then looked back. The GLS was still parked by the roadside and Jiang Chun was talking to Su Qing. Yu Bing averted her gaze and quickened her pace. The car drove for another 10 minutes, arriving at the entrance of Su Qing's residential area. It was 10:30 at night. Wyndham Hotel. Jiang Yu followed Jiang Chun into the room. As soon as the door closed, Jiang Yu dropped the act. "Brother, where did you get so much money from?" Jiang Chun sat on the sofa rubbing his forehead. "I've made some investments in the Magic City over the past few years and accidentally struck it rich." Jiang Yu stared at him. "Accidentally? Yeah. Struck it rich? Yeah. Brother, how much is a little?" Jiang Chun thought for a moment. "A few 100 million, I guess." The room fell silent for 5 seconds. Jiang Yu's heart skipped a beat. A few 100 million. Accidentally. Her brother had worked in the Magic City for 5 years, earning just over 10,000 a month, saving every penny to spend on Liu Hong. Then suddenly one day, he said he had a few 100 million. Jiang Yu opened her mouth, but couldn't find the words. However, she quickly processed it. Because she thought of another thing. Yu Bing. Her brother had a few 100 million. Yu Bing was her college best friend, beautiful, kind-hearted, and although she didn't study finance, she was smart and eager to learn. She used to worry that her brother was unworthy of Yu Bing. But now, her brother spends 100 million on stocks daily. Who is he unworthy of? Jiang Yu looked at Jiang Chun, her gaze shifting. "Brother, what do you think of Sister Su Qing?" Jiang Chun paused, surprised. "What do you mean?" "I mean, what do you think of her as a person?" Jiang Chun thought about how Su Qing had been lively during the meal and replied with 2 words, "Pretty good." Jiang Yu asked again, "And Yu Bing?" Jiang Chun reflected on Yu Bing's quiet demeanor at the dinner table and also said 2 words, "Also pretty good." Jiang Yu rolled her eyes. "Brother, can I ask you something?" Jiang Yu suddenly straightened up. "Go ahead. This matter. Are you planning to tell Mom and Dad?" Jiang Chun's hand paused on the steering wheel. "Not telling. Why not?" Jiang Chun remained silent for a few seconds. "Mom and Dad have been poor their whole lives. You know our family situation. If I suddenly tell them I have a few billion, their first reaction wouldn't be happiness, but fear." Jiang Yu was stunned. Jiang Chun continued, "They wouldn't sleep well. They'd wonder if the money was clean. They'd think if I had done something wrong." He paused. For those accustomed to poverty, suddenly having money isn't a blessing. It's a burden. Jiang Yu said nothing. She knew her brother was right. "Then, when will you tell them?" Jiang Yu asked softly. "He'll tell them when I'm stable." Jiang Chun replied, "Not now. Saying it now wouldn't be good for our parents." Jiang Yu nodded. "All right, I won't say anything. I won't tell anyone." Jiang Yu returned to her room. Jiang Chun sat alone on the sofa, opening the system interface. Upgrade progress. Total expenditure 199946283 yuan 4,53717 yuan to reach LV2. He stared at the number for a long time. Tomorrow there would be another 100 million. The Securities Regulatory Commission had already called today and conducted an online record. If he continued buying tomorrow, that would be openly defying regulations. But did he have a choice? Not buying would mean losing 100 million. Buying would lead to an interview. He had no choice but to buy. Besides, Su Qing mentioned, as he kept buying he would become a shareholder. If he insisted on spending 100 million daily for a week, he would become the largest shareholder of Xinguang Technology. As the largest shareholder, he could propose to reorganize the board of directors. He could become the chairman himself. Jiang Chun leaned back on the sofa and closed his eyes. Tomorrow, 100 million. Continue investing. At the same time in Qingchuan County, at Liu Hong's home, Zhao Kai sat on the edge of the bed, the light from his phone illuminating his face. He had just seen the news. Xinguang Technology's operator has at least 1 billion. Tomorrow, another 100 million will be invested. The New Year's Eve hot stock has been locked in. The source of the news was a stock trading group from the provincial capital, said to have come from a farm in Xingsha. Zhao Kai's hands trembled. It wasn't fear. It was excitement. He calculated the numbers. If Xinguang Technology continued to hit the limit tomorrow, with his 200,000 plus Liu Hong's 20,000, that would total 230,000. 1 limit increase would mean 230,000. 2 limit increases would mean 500,000. 3 limit increases. Zhao Kai couldn't dare to think further. But he knew that if the operator really invested 100 million every day, Xinguang Technology would not just stop at 3 limit increases. It could be 5. It could be 10. It could be the New Year's Eve hot stock. Zhao Kai took a deep breath and made a decision. He opened his phone and scrolled to a contact. It was a friend of his in the provincial capital doing business with some spare cash. Brother, can you lend me 500,000? I'll pay you back next month and you can decide the interest. The other party replied instantly, what for? For stock trading. There's a stock tomorrow that's guaranteed to rise. How much? At least 3 limits. The other party fell silent for 10 seconds. All right, I'll transfer it to you tomorrow. Zhao Kai hung up, then dialed another number. Sister, can you lend me 200,000? This time it's different. There's a dealer for sure. How much? 500,000. Are you crazy? Sister, trust me just this once. If I lose this time, I'll sell my car to pay you back. The other party fell silent for 10 seconds. Transfer it tomorrow. Zhao Kai hung up the phone, his palms sweaty. He borrowed 700,000, adding his own 230,000, a total of 3 million, all invested in Xinguang Technology. Liu Hong came out of the bathroom and saw Zhao Kai on the phone, his expression off. What are you doing? Borrowing money. Zhao Kai didn't look up. I borrowed 700,000. Liu Hong was stunned. 700,000. Why borrow so much? To invest in stocks. Xinguang Technology. It will continue to limit up tomorrow. Are you crazy? The Securities Regulatory Commission has issued a notice. Zhao Kai raised his head and looked at Liu Hong. Hong, listen to me. The announcement from the Securities Regulatory Commission is because they can't contact that dealer. If they can't contact him, it means that dealer isn't afraid of them at all. Do you think someone who isn't afraid of the Securities Regulatory Commission will lose? Liu Hong opened her mouth, but couldn't find the words. Zhao Kai continued, moreover, I just got the news that the dealer is investing 100 million every day at least for the next 7 days. 700 million into a small cap stock with a market value of 30 billion. Do you know what that means? Liu Hong shook her head. It means this stock will turn into a monster stock by the end of the year. It means tomorrow won't just be a limit up, it will be consecutive limit ups. It means if we enter now, we are riding in the dealer's chariot. Liu Hong's eyes lit up. She thought of Jiang Chun, the Jiang Chun who earned 10,000 a month, the one she had discarded. If Xinguang Technology really becomes a monster stock by the end of the year, then what she missed out on wasn't just a man, but an entire wave of market movement. I want to buy too, Liu Hong said. Do you have money? I can borrow. How much can you borrow? Liu Hong thought for a moment. She still had some face back home. Her mother owned a small shop in the county and knew a few wealthy aunties. He'll give it a try. I can borrow 300,000. All right. You borrow 300,000. I'll put in 700,000 plus our own 230,000. A total of 330,000. All in Xinguang Technology. Liu Hong nodded. She picked up her phone and started making calls. At 12:30 in the morning, Zhao Kai and Liu Hong each managed to borrow the money. Zhao Kai borrowed 700,000. Liu Hong borrowed 300,000, adding their own capital of 230,000. A total of 330,000 all in Xinguang Technology. Zhao Kai lay on his bed and turned off the lights. In the darkness, he stared at the ceiling. Tomorrow, as long as it opens high, as long as it limits up, he will follow. To the death. Even Jesus would not stop him. At 7:01 in the morning, Jiang Chun opened his eyes. On the screen, the system interface quietly lit up. 00000. Yesterday's quota has been cleared. Today's fresh cash of 100 yuan has been credited. Upgrade progress. Total consumption 199946283 500 yuan. 100 million. Another 100 million. Jiang Chun stared at the number for 3 seconds before rolling out of bed. He couldn't waste any more time today. At 7:40 in the morning, Wyndham Hotel Restaurant. Jiang Chun and Jiang Yu sat face to face with a buffet breakfast in front of them. At 8:20 in the morning, Provincial Government Yinxing Bay. The GLS stopped at the entrance of the community. Jiang Yu got out of the car, waved her bag at Jiang Chun. Brother, I'm off to work. Call me if you need anything. Go ahead. Jiang Yu took a couple of steps, then turned back. Brother, be careful with stocks today. Jiang Chun smiled. Don't worry. Jiang Yu looked at his smile, always feeling something was off, but she couldn't put her finger on it. She turned and left. At 8:35 in the morning, Yinxing Bay, Jiang Chun's new apartment. 2 units on the 16th floor, east and west units with 2 units per elevator. Jiang Chun first entered the east unit, the one he lived in. The furniture ordered yesterday all arrived today. Sofa, coffee table, TV cabinet, dining table, and chairs, a total of 12 pieces filling the living room. The curtains were measured yesterday, and today the samples were delivered for confirmation of color before customization. The delivery worker was a middle-aged man in his 40s, surnamed Zhou, who spoke little and worked quickly. Boss Jiang, where do you want this sofa? Over by the window. What about the bed frame? In the master bedroom against the left wall. Should the mattress be placed on the bed frame or separately? Together. The mattress goes on top the bed frame below. Master Zhou nodded and signaled his crew to start moving. Jiang Qin stood in the living room looking at the house full of furniture, feeling much more at ease. This is real. Stocks are virtual. These sofas, mattresses, dining tables are real. But he doesn't have time to enjoy it right now. He took out his phone and opened the securities app. At 9:15, pre-market trading. Xinguang Technology. Open 15 higher. Jiang Qin's pupils shrank. Open 15 higher. What does that mean? It means the market is crazy. It means everyone is scrambling. It means if it continues to limit up today, then it's a 3 consecutive limit up. A stock with 3 consecutive limit ups will attract the attention of the entire market. Jiang Qin's finger hovered over the sell button. He had planned last night, sell as soon as the market opened. No matter how much it rises, clear all positions. But now that it opened 15 higher, he hesitated for a second. What if it continues to rise? Just that 1 second of hesitation. At 9:30, the market opened. Xinguang Technology's stock price shot up as if kicked by someone. 931.18, 932.19, 933.19, 5, 934. Lock limit up. 20 centimeters. 3 consecutive limit ups. The whole process took less than 4 minutes. Jiang Qin looked at the locked limit price on the screen, his fingers trembling. Not in excitement, but in fear. He couldn't even buy in now. The sell orders on the limit up exceeded 800,000 hands. His 95 million holdings couldn't even make a splash. Moreover, he remembered yesterday. 5 phone calls. The online record from the Securities Regulatory Commission. If he continued to hold and buy today, that would be openly defying regulation. No way. Must sell. Jiang Qin gritted his teeth and pressed sell all. Order submitted. At the limit up price. All orders placed. He didn't know if it would be executed. There were too many sell orders on the limit up, he might not even get in line. But he placed the order anyway. At 9:35. It was executed. Not in bits and pieces, but instantly. Because someone at the limit up took his orders. 95 million holdings cleared in a second. Jiang Qin looked at the numbers that had increased in his account, not yet having time to calculate. At 9:36. The limit up exploded. Without any warning. The sell orders dropped from 80,000 hands to 50,000 hands in an instant. Then 40,000, 30,000, 20,000. The stock price started to fall from the limit up price. Like a waterfall. Like a cliff. Like someone pouring water down from a rooftop. At 9:38. Xinguang Technology hit the limit down. At 9:40. Xinguang Technology broke through the limit down and continued to plunge. At 9:45. Xinguang Technology, down 12. A complete collapse. From limit up to down 12, it only took 10 minutes. Jiang Qin stared at the screen, his back drenched in cold sweat. So close. If he had sold 1 minute later, he wouldn't have sold at the limit up. He would have been buried at the limit. At the same moment, Qingchuan County. Zhao Kai stared at the screen, his hands trembling. It wasn't cold. It was hot. At 9:15, the collective bidding opened high by 15 points. He knew. Today he must enter the market. He placed a buy order at the position where it opened high by 15 points using the 700,000 he borrowed along with the 300,000 lent by Liu Hong. All of it was executed. Not a single cent left. He looked at the holdings of Xinguang Technology in his account, his heart racing as if it would explode. He had made a profit. He had already earned. Buying in at a 15-point high, the market opened and hit the ceiling. He was nearly 500,000 in profit. Zhao Kai turned to glance at Liu Hong, who was also watching him. The eyes of both were filled with greed. Then, at 9:36, the ceiling broke. Zhao Kai's smile froze on his face. He watched the stock price drop from the ceiling price, thinking it was a normal correction. A normal correction. It would pull back soon. He did not move. At 9:38, it hit the limit down. Zhao Kai's hands began to tremble. He wanted to sell, but the limit down was filled with sell orders, and he couldn't get in line. No one was taking the orders. At 9:45, the market was down 20. Zhao Kai's account profit dropped from 400 to 68000, a loss of 680,000. The 700,000 he borrowed had already lost half. Liu Hong had also lost 180,000. Beside him, Liu Hong screamed, "Sell! Sell quickly!" Zhao Kai frantically clicked sell. The order was submitted. In line. There were still 1.47 million hands of sell orders ahead. He couldn't sell. He couldn't sell at all. A massive panic sell was lying on the floor with no one willing to take it. Zhao Kai's phone fell onto the bed. He felt as if his bones had been pulled out, slumped at the head of the bed. 330 million. All gone. At the same moment. Star City, Su Qing's apartment. Su Qing sat in front of the computer, her eyes glued to the screen. At 9:35, she saw a massive sell order appear on the ceiling of Xinguang Technology. 95 million. She recognized that number. It was Jiang Qin. Last night Jiang Qin had said to her, "I might sell tomorrow." At that time she hadn't paid attention. Now she understood. This person, when he said sell, he sold. One shot. If he didn't sell, he would just hold. Su Qing didn't hesitate. At 9:36 the moment the ceiling broke, she pressed sell all. 200,000 per share, none left. Executed. A profit of 53.7. 1,070,000. Su Qing leaned back in her chair, exhaling deeply. Then she picked up her phone and sent a message to Yu Bing. Sold. Sold everything. Yu Bing replied instantly, I heard it hit the limit down. Sis, are you okay? Su Qing replied with 2 words, I'm fine. She was fine, but she knew that many others were not fine. Very much not fine. At 10 o'clock. Yinjing Bei Jiang Qin's new house. Master Zhou had set up the bed frame and was laying the mattress. Jiang Qin stood nearby holding his phone, but not looking at the stocks. He was reading the message from Su Qing. Did you sell? Jiang Qin replied with 1 word, sold. Su Qing sent another message, sold everything. Sold everything. Orders on the ceiling executed in 1 second. Su Qing stared at this message for 10 seconds, then she calculated a sum. Jiang Qin had made at least 120 million. Su Qing's hands began to tremble. Not from fear, but from excitement. She picked up her phone and dialed Jiang Qin's number. Jiang Qin, where are you now? At the new house receiving furniture. What's up? I need to talk to you. Are you free? I'm free. I'll come find you for lunch, just tell me a place. I'll come to you. Where are you? There's a fast food restaurant at the entrance of Yinjing Bay. I'll wait for you there. Alright. They'll be there in 20 minutes. After hanging up, Su Qing dialed another number. Second uncle, it's a weary middle-aged man's voice came from the other end. Ching Ching, what's the matter? Second uncle, I have something to tell you. I know someone with funds who might be able to help you. Silence fell on the other end for a few seconds. Who is it? A young man. Very wealthy. Extremely wealthy. How wealthy? Su Qing thought for a moment and said at least 300 million. Possibly more. There was silence again on the other end. Then the voice changed, trembling slightly. Ching Ching, you. You're not lying. Second uncle, when have I ever lied to you? Where are you now? I'll bring him to find you. I'm at the I haven't slept well for 6 months about the building guarantee. Su Qing felt a pang in her heart. Second uncle, don't worry. We can talk today. I'll arrive at Yinjing Bay in 20 minutes. Can you come over? I can. I'll drive over right now. After hanging up, Su Qing changed her clothes, took the car keys and left. At 12:10, at the entrance of Yinjing Bay, a fast food restaurant, Jiang Chun sat at a window seat. In front of him was a serving of braised chicken rice. While he ate, he opened his phone to check his stock account. Xinguang Technology had already dropped to a 20 loss. A limit down. The whole market was discussing this stock. But he wasn't looking at Xinguang Technology. He was looking at his total account assets. Available funds, 3223134436. 00 yuan. Positions, none. 322 million. A profit of 127 million. Jiang Qin stared at that number, his chopsticks frozen in midair. 3 days. He had made 127 million in 3 days. He used to earn less than 40,000 in a year. He opened a stock selection software and began filtering stocks to buy in the afternoon using the method Su Qing taught. Diversified. He couldn't go in all at once like yesterday. The result of going in all at once was being targeted by the Securities Regulatory Commission. Buying in a diversified manner in small amounts was subtle. He filtered for 10 minutes and selected 3 stocks. All were small-cap stocks from the Chinex board with policy benefits, moderate capital inflow, and wouldn't cause immediate fluctuations. This way, even if they were investigated, it wouldn't be too eye-catching. Jiang Chun added the 3 stocks to his watch list and turned off his phone. Half of the braised chicken was left. He continued to eat. At the same moment, Star City, in an office building, Yu Bing sat at her workstation surrounded by her colleagues' wails. It's over, limit down. I buried 60,000. Me too. I chased in at the open and now I'm down over 20,000. Who the hell said that Xinguang Technology was a magical stock for the new year? Come out. I'll kill you. I borrowed 300,000 to invest and now it's all gone. How do I explain this to my husband? Yu Bing listened to these voices, unable to type on the keyboard. She thought of Jiang Chun. In the morning, Jiang Yu called Jiang Chun and she was right there. Jiang Yu asked, brother, is your... Jiang Chun said, it's fine. I sold everything at the market open this morning. Jiang Yu said, everything. Sold at the ceiling. Jiang Chun replied, yes. Orders on the ceiling executed in 1 second. Jiang Yu was silent for 2 seconds, then said, brother, are you a god? Yu Bing heard this clearly. Her heart skipped a beat. Selling out at the ceiling. Executed in 1 second. Limit down. The entire market was losing money. And he had made over 100 million. Yu Bing lowered her head, pretending to look at the documents. But her hands clenched tightly under the table. The one who crashed the market was him. The one who caused blood to flow throughout the market was Jiang Chun. She didn't know whether to be afraid or to admire him, or perhaps a bit of both. At the same moment in Qingchuan County, Zhao Kai was still lying on the bed. Liu Hong was crying beside him. 3,300,000. All buried under the limit down. Not a single share could be sold. There were over 400,000 sell orders lying on the floor, and no one was willing to take them. Zhao Kai's phone kept vibrating. It was from the few friends he had borrowed money from. He didn't dare to answer. He placed his phone face down on the bed, staring at the ceiling. Last night, he was still dreaming of the New Year's Eve stocks. This morning he had rushed in with all his funds when the market opened up by 15 points. Now he had lost everything. 70,000 borrowed. 300,000 borrowed from Liu Hong. 2,300,000 of his own and Liu Hong's money. All gone. Zhao Kai closed his eyes. He recalled the words he had said to Liu Hong last night. Do you think someone who isn't afraid of the Securities Regulatory Commission would lose money? Now he knew. The one who wasn't afraid of the Securities Regulatory Commission wasn't saving him. He was killing him. At 12:35 in a fast food restaurant, Su Qing pushed the door open and entered. Today she wore a cream-colored coat, her hair tied in a low ponytail, looking both capable and attractive. Jiang Qin glanced at her and stood up. Sit down. Su Qing sat down and looked at the yellow braised chicken rice in front of him. Is this what you're eating? It's quite delicious. Su Qing said nothing and ordered an Americano. She looked at Jiang Qin, her eyes filled with complexity. Do you know how much money the whole market lost today because of Xinguang Technology's limit down? Jiang Qin shook his head. I don't know. I didn't check. You didn't check. Su Qing's voice rose. You crashed the market and you didn't check. Jiang Qin was taken aback. What do you mean by me crashing the market? Su Qing stared at him. That sell order of 95 million on the limit up, was it yours? Jiang Qin was silent for 2 seconds. Yes. Do you know what happened after you sold? The limit down. Do you know how many people were buried in that? Jiang Qin remained silent. Su Qing took a deep breath. She wanted to curse. You didn't even say goodbye. At least you could have said something. Do you know my heart almost stopped when I saw that sell order, but she couldn't bring herself to curse him. Because she also cleared her position in that instant. She also made a profit. She didn't have the right to scold him. How much did you earn? Su Qing asked. Jiang Qin thought for a moment. Over 120 million. I haven't calculated the exact amount. Su Qing's hand trembled slightly. Over 120 million. But she couldn't bring herself to curse him. Because she also cleared her position in that instant. She also made a profit. She didn't have the right to scold him. How much did you earn? She had worked in investment banking for 3 years, seen big funds, seen manipulators, and various so-called big shots. But those people who among them hadn't spent 10 or 8 years struggling in the market. And Jiang Qin. 5 days. Trading stocks for 5 days, he earned over 120 million. Su Qing opened her eyes looking at Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin, I'm not here to talk to you about stocks today. Then what are we discussing? My second uncle. He's in real estate, and lately he's been facing issues with project financing. He wants to sell a batch of assets to raise funds. Jiang Qin frowned. What assets does he want to sell? Su Qing looked at him, speaking slowly. The hotel you were staying in. Jiang Qin's chopsticks paused. What? Wyndham International Hotel. The one in Xingqing. It's my second uncle's. He urgently needs funds to ensure project completion and wants to sell his shares in the hotel. Jiang Qin put down his chopsticks. He hadn't expected it to be this way. The hotel he was staying at was Su Qing's second uncle's. How much does he want to sell? All of it. Based on the current valuation, around 400 million. 400 million. Jiang Qin considered the 320 million in his account and the 100 million arriving from the system. Are you hoping for me to buy? Su Qing nodded. My second uncle is a good man, but these past 2 years the project financing issues have crushed him. He is not a malicious developer. He is genuinely trying to ensure project completion, pouring all his money into it, yet it still isn't enough. She paused. If you can help him, he will remember your kindness for a lifetime. Moreover, shares in a hotel are not inferior to stocks. If you buy it, it becomes a long-term asset. Long-term returns. Jiang Qin's heart stirred. Long-term returns. Those 4 words were too enticing. The money from the system wouldn't vanish if he bought stocks. But buying a hotel, that would be an asset that truly belonged to him. Where is your second uncle now? Jiang Qin asked. He's on his way. Should arrive in 20 minutes. All right, then let's talk. Su Qing looked at him, her lips curving slightly. At 12:50, a black Mercedes pulled up in front of the fast food restaurant. A middle-aged man in his 50s walked in, his hair graying, deep bags under his eyes, clearly someone who hasn't slept well in a long time. Su Qing stood up. Second uncle. The man nodded and turned to Jiang Qin. Is this the young man you mentioned? Jiang Qin. The man extended his hand. My name is Yu Jiangwo. Qingqing's second uncle. Jiang Qin stood up and shook his hand. Hello, Mr. Yu. Yu Jiangwo sat down looking at Jiang Qin. His gaze was tired but shrewd. Qingqing said you were interested in the hotel. Sort of. How old are you? 26. Yu Jiangwo was silent for a few seconds. Qingqing, Jiang Qin, Su Qing, and Yu Jiangwo sat in a private room. The tea room was small but very quiet. Outside the window was the community's greenery, the winter leaves all fallen, leaving bare branches. Jiang Qin, Su Qing, and Yu Jiangwo sat in a private room. The tea room was small but very quiet. Outside the window was the community's greenery, the winter leaves all fallen, leaving bare branches. particularly special. If Su Qing hadn't told him in advance, he would never have believed. This young man before him held at least 300 million. Xiao Zhang, let me first explain the situation of the hotel. Yu Jiangwo began, his voice steady, tinged with evident fatigue, but still full of confidence. Please go ahead. Wyndham International Hotel, the one in Xingqing. I am the major shareholder holding 95.0 and my wife holds the remaining 5. He paused. When I invested back, then the total cost was 630 million. That was in 2019. Land prices were high, labor costs were high, everything was expensive. Jiang Chun remained silent, listening. A few years ago when the market was good, the hotel made over 30 million in profits annually. I relied on this hotel to provide funds to the group supporting several projects. He set down his teacup, looking at Jiang Chun. But it has not been going well these past 2 years. Yu Jiangwo's voice lowered. The real estate market is declining, consumer spending is weak, and the overall environment is poor. The hotel occupancy rate dropped from 85 to 60. The bank reassessed and slashed the valuation from 600 million to 410 million. His fingers tapped twice on the table. 410 million. Do you know what that means? Jiang Chun pondered. It means the bank believes it is worth only this much now. Correct, Yu Jiangwo nodded. But what's even worse is that I mortgaged the hotel to the bank for a loan of 300 million from the start. When it was valued at 600 million, the mortgage ratio was less than 50 and the bank felt secure. Now with the valuation dropping to 410 million, the mortgage ratio exceeds 70 and the bank is demanding additional collateral. His hand came to a halt. I still have several real estate projects that are ensuring delivery. Hundreds of owners are waiting to receive their homes. I cannot let them be without homes. So I can only sell the hotel first to free up cash flow. Yu Jiangwo's tone was very calm, but Jiang Chun could sense the immense weight beneath that calmness. I have been in real estate for 20 years, and I am somewhat well known across the province. At my peak, the group's assets were in the tens of billions. But now with the market downturn, I can only rely on selling assets to ensure a smooth transition for the company. He looked at Jiang Chun. This hotel is currently my fastest liquid asset. It can still generate at least 30 million in profit each year. But distant water does not quench present thirst. The bank does not wait. Ensuring delivery does not wait. Yu Jiangwo took a deep breath. Xiao Zhang, I do not intend to deceive you. This hotel is worth this price. You will know once you conduct due diligence. 30 million in profit each year with a valuation of 410 million. This deal is not a loss. Jiang Chun looked into Yu Jiangwo's eyes. This man in his 50s had graying hair, yet his posture remained straight. There was weariness in his gaze, but no despair. He did not resemble a broken man, but rather someone engaged in a fierce battle. Jiang Chun trusted him. Not because of Su Qing's connection, but because he had been staying at that hotel for the past 2 days and knew about its service occupancy rate and location. Su Qing said the annual profit was 30 million. Yu Jiangwo said the annual profit was 30 million. Both of them said the same thing. It is most likely true. Conducting due diligence will confirm it. The key issue is, does he want to take this on? Jiang Chun calculated in his heart. 410 million. He has 100 million each day, and 4 days would be enough. However, he does not plan to touch the 320 million already liquidated in the stock market. That is his safety cushion. But he still has 100 million for tomorrow, 100 million for the day after, and 100 million for the day after that. That is sufficient. Moreover, this is hotel equity. It is not stock. Stocks once purchased lose value if not sold today. But hotel equity, that is his asset. It will not be wiped out. It will not evaporate. Money from the system spent here. This is truly his possession. More critically, Jiang Chun glanced at Yu Jiangwo. This man was once a well-known entrepreneur in Xiang province, recognized nationwide. He still holds real estate projects, mines, and several hotels. If he sells everything, he will have no further connection with Yu Jiangwo. But if he keeps Yu Jiangwo, then he retains a valuable network. Jiang Chun has no strong foundation in Xiang province. His sister Jiang Yue works in the provincial capital, and her best friend Yu Bing is Yu Jiangwo's niece. Keeping Yu Jiangwo means retaining a web of connections. This is not charity. This is an investment. Jiang Chun put down his teacup and looked at Yu Jiangwo. Mister, I want to buy. Yu Jiangwo's eyes brightened slightly. But I have a few conditions. You speak. Jiang Chun's tone was calm, yet each word bore weight. First, please ask the law firm to draft the contract. You can recommend a law firm. Oh, I have no objections. But I want to review the contract clauses one by one. Yu Jiangwo nodded. No problem. I recommend the Changsha branch of Kingwood Mallisons. They are very professional in real estate mergers and acquisitions. That is acceptable, Jiang Chun said. Second, find a third party for the evaluation. Do not use the bank's evaluation. I'll conduct a new one. I want an independent figure. All right. I recommend Zhonglian evaluation. They have a good reputation in Hunan. Third, please have a professional team conduct due diligence. Financial, legal, and operational. Check everything thoroughly. Yu Jiangwo thought for a moment. Good. No problem, I will coordinate it. Fourth, Jiang Qin's voice grew serious. The original private debt contract must clearly state, handled by you. It has nothing to do with me. I am buying clean equity, not a mess burdened with debts. Yu Jiangwo's expression shifted slightly. He understood what Jiang Qin was referring to. Besides the bank loan, he also had some private lending. Some of that money was documented while some was a bit unclear. I can write it down, Yu Jiangwo said, but some debts may not be included in the contract. Therefore, I need a fifth clause. Jiang Qin said, reserve a fund package. 50 million. Place it in a joint account. In case any hidden debts arise, use this fund package to settle them. Settle until it is exhausted. After that, I will have no further connection. Yu Jiangwo fell silent for a few seconds. Then he nodded. All right. Jiang Qin continued. Sixth, the method of share transfer. I will acquire 80 of the equity. You hold 95 and I want 80. But I do not want 100. Yu Jiangwo was taken aback. You do not want it all. No. Yu Jiangwo clenched his hand under the table. 20. Yes. 20. Based on the valuation of 410 million, 80 is 328 million. I will pay 328 million. You retain 20 of valued at 82 million. Yu Jiangwo opened his mouth wanting to say something, but held back. He originally wanted to sell for more. If he sold all 95, he could get 390 million. Plus the 50 million fund package, that would be 440 million. But he knew in his heart, if he sold everything, he would have no connection to this hotel. And this hotel was, Jiang Qin noticed. Mr. Yu, I know you want to sell everything, but I suggest you keep 20. It's not out of kindness, but because, if you retain 20, you will still be a shareholder. You will still have a voice in the hotel. If you sell everything, you will have nothing. Yu Jiangwo looked at Jiang Qin and his expression changed. This young man was not negotiating. He was providing him with an escape route. Jiang Qin continued, and to be honest, I have no strong foundation in Xiang province. My sister works in the provincial capital, and her best friend Yu Bing is your niece. If I buy your hotel, I will inevitably need to engage with you. Keeping your 20 means we are in the same boat. Your connections and your experience are worth more to me than that 82 million. Yu Jiangwo's hand relaxed under the table. He had been in business for 20 years and had seen too many people. Some took advantage of others' misfortunes, some kicked a person when they were down, and some claimed to help, but turned and ran. But this 26-year-old young man was asking him to retain 20, and then telling him that keeping him would be beneficial. It was not charity. It was not sympathy. It was sheer honesty. Yu Jiangwo appreciated this honesty. All right, Yu Jiangwo said, 20 I will keep. But I have one more condition. You speak. This 20 can be pledged to me. I will lend you money at the bank's base interest rate for 3 years. If after 3 years your money is still insufficient, the hotel will belong to me completely. Yu Jiangwo's hand tightened under the table. 3 years. The bank's benchmark interest rate. This is not usury. This is leaving him a way out. Yu Jiangwo's voice was a bit hoarse. Xiaojiang, why are you doing this? Jiang Qin looked at him and said one sentence. Because I also come from a poor family. I know what it feels like to be pushed to a dead end. And I need someone like you. The tea room was quiet for 5 seconds. Yu Jiangwo lowered his head. His hand was trembling. Not because he was sad, but because he was shaken. He had done business for 20 years with assets in the billions. Oh, what scenes had he not seen? But a 26-year-old young man sitting in front of him, clearly outlining a way out, giving him time, giving him interest rates, and honestly telling him, I need you. Such a person is either a fool or a born boss. Yu Jiangwo felt that Jiang Qin was not a fool. This young man made him view him with new eyes. Su Qing sat beside and watched this scene. She turned her head and glanced at Jiang Qin. This glance was different from the previous ones. Previously, it was curiosity. It was scrutiny. It was evaluation. She thought this person was mocked on the plane, that stock trading was just foolishness. But now, she began to be convinced. In the business world, one must advance and retreat in an orderly manner, be ruthless when necessary, and be generous when needed. This person was not just lucky. He truly had something. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon in the tea room's private room, the negotiation lasted for an hour. All terms were agreed upon. Jiang Qin took out his phone and opened the banking app. Yu Jiangwo and Su Qing both looked at him. Jiang Qin entered the amount, 100,000 yuan, 100 million. He pressed the transfer button. Done. Yu Jiangwo's phone vibrated. He looked down, transaction reminder, 100 million. His hand was shaking. Su Qing also saw it. 100 million. Without even blinking. Just transferred. Su Qing had worked in investment banking for 3 years and had seen large funds. But those large funds which one wasn't hesitant and transferred in batches. Jiang Qin, 100 million transferred in a second. Su Qing looked at Jiang Qin's profile. This person's cash flow was stronger than any boss she had ever seen. Stronger than any. She couldn't help but glance at him again. This glance was longer than any before. Jiang Chun signed the agreement and put down the pen. Yu Jiangwo glanced at him. Xiao Jiang, how will the payment be made next? In 3 installments, Jiang Chun said, 1 payment each day, paid off in 3 days. Yu Jiangwo was taken aback. He had done business for 20 years and had seen full payments, seen installments, but never payments this fast. You don't wait for an installment. Jiang Chun thought for a moment and said a truth. I trust you as long as the due diligence findings align with what you said in these few days. I have no worries. Yu Jiangwo nodded and mentally gave Jiang Chun another point. Such a person, either a fool or a bull. Yu Jiangwo felt Jiang Chun was not a fool. The agreement was signed, and next was the joint management of the data. The main data of the hotel, financial statements, asset lists, contract files, property certificates, were all concentrated at Yu Jiangwo's group headquarters. Let's change places to talk. Yu Jiangwo stood up. Let's go to my company. The data is all there. Jiang Chun nodded. Okay. Su Qing also stood up. Then I'll head back first. I have things later, and he'll come back. Jiang Chun glanced at her. Okay. Take care on the road. Su Qing picked up her bag, took a few steps, then turned back. Jiang Chun. My. You today? Made me see you in a new light. She didn't wait for Jiang Chun's reply and turned to leave. Jiang Chun watched her back, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. Then he picked up his phone and called Jiang Yu. Yeah, where are you now? At Yes Company headquarters. I'm here with Bing Bing going through the data. What's up, bro? Don't move. Just wait there for me. He'll be right over. You're coming to our company headquarters. Bro, you. Are you looking for a job? Jiang Chun smiled slightly. No? Just wait. He hung up the phone. Yu Jiangwo was already waiting at the door. 3 people, 3 cars. Yu Jiangwo drove a black Maybach. Su Qing's car was parked at the tea room entrance. She drove away herself. Jiang Chun drove the GLS. 3 cars, 1 in front, 1 behind, headed towards the city center. Next to the most prosperous business district in the provincial capital, there stood a 28-story office building. The entire building belonged to Yu Jiangwo. From the 1st to the 28th floor, several hundred employees were at work. Jiang Chun parked the GLS in the underground garage and took the elevator to the 18th floor. The receptionist was a young girl. Upon seeing Yu Jiangwo, she immediately stood up. Hello, Mr. Yu. Yu Jiangwo nodded. Is the conference room ready? It's ready. 18th floor, large conference room. All right. Take Mr. Jiang there. The receptionist glanced at Jiang Chun and paused for a moment. Mr. Jiang. This young man in an ordinary hoodie is Mr. Jiang. But she didn't ask further. Her professional ethics made her slightly bow. Mr. Jiang, please follow me. 28th floor. Large conference room. When Jiang Chun pushed the door in, he saw Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu was sitting in a chair beside the conference table, a pile of documents spread out before her, her brow furrowed. She heard the door sound and looked up. Brother. Jiang Chun walked over and sat down beside her. Why are you here? Jiang Yu whispered. What are you doing at our company? Looking for a job. Jiang Chun glanced at her, not explaining. You'll find out soon. Jiang Yu had a face full of questions. Didn't her brother say he was coming to find her? How did he end up at Mr. Yes Company headquarters? Could it be that after leaving Modu he came to Mr. Yes Company to look for a job? It's not impossible. Her brother used to work. Now that he's back looking for a job is quite normal. But didn't he have so much money? He bought a house and a car. Jiang Yu couldn't figure it out, but she didn't ask further. Her brother said she'd know soon. So she waited. She continued to look down at the documents. Meanwhile, on the 28th floor corridor, Zhou Yan was carrying a box of mineral water, moving it towards the conference room. She was this year's fresh graduate, getting an internship at Yu Jiangwo's group through her boyfriend's connections. She studied finance, but was assigned to the group office doing the most basic tasks, serving tea, arranging the conference room, printing documents. Today she received a last-minute notice that there was an urgent meeting at 3 o'clock, and she had to quickly arrange the conference room, prepare tea and fruit, and adjust the projection equipment. She was so busy that she couldn't stop. When she was carrying the mineral water past the conference room door, she saw Jiang Yu. Zhou Yan's footsteps halted. Her eyes narrowed. Jiang Yu. That Jiang Yue who had embarrassed her at the sales office 2 days ago. The one who bought a house at Yunjing Bay, making her unable to hold her head up in front of everyone. Zhou Yan gritted her teeth. She was already fuming. After being slapped in the face by buying a house 2 days ago, she had hidden at the company for 2 days, and now just came out to work only to run into Jiang Yu. Moreover, Jiang Yu was sitting in the conference room like a leader. Zhou Yan's anger surged instantaneously. She walked into the conference room, dropped the box on the floor with a loud thud. Oh, isn't this Jiang Yu? What are you doing here? Jiang Yu glanced at her. I am waiting for my brother. Waiting for your brother. Zhou Yan sneered. Isn't your brother the one with a monthly salary of 10,000? Jiang Chun? What is he doing at our company? Looking for a job. Jiang Yu ignored her. Zhou Yan became more animated. I say, Jiang Yu, how did you get in here for an internship through Yu Bing's connections? I've heard that you're just an intern at the branch office and your chances of getting a full-time position are slim. Jiang Yu still ignored her. Zhou Yan's anger grew stronger. Stop pretending. Our company is laying off employees everywhere. Interns like you will have to leave once the internship period is over. What are you still doing here? Hurry up and help me move some things. She pointed to the box of bottled water on the floor. Take this box of water to the pantry. Jiang Yu glanced at her. I am waiting for someone. Waiting for whom? Your brother with a monthly salary of 10,000. Zhou Yan's voice grew louder. This is the headquarters, not your living room. There will be an important meeting soon. You idle people should leave. Jiang Yu remained unmoved. Zhou Yan's face turned red with anger. She turned and left to find her superior, a team leader in the group office named Li. Brotherly. There are two outsiders in the conference room sitting there doing nothing. They will be a nuisance when President Yu comes for the meeting. Team leader Li frowned. Who are they? One is an intern from the branch office named Jiang Yu. The other is her brother who is just sitting there doing nothing. Team leader Li thought for a moment. During this emergency meeting they are shorthanded, so having an extra person to help would be beneficial. Have them assist in setting up the conference room. Move some chairs, pour some water. Don't let them sit idly. Zhou Yan's eyes lit up. All right. They'll go do it now. She ran back to the conference room looking at Jiang Yu and tilting her chin. Team leader Li said to have you help set up the conference room. Get up and get to work. Jiang Yu frowned slightly. She glanced at her brother. Jiang Chun leaned against the back of his chair looking at his phone, seemingly unaware. Jiang Yu gritted her teeth and stood up. She couldn't refuse the tasks assigned by the group leadership. At 2:55 in the afternoon, Yu Bing walked down the corridor with a set of tea utensils and a notebook in hand. She had also received the notice. There would be an emergency meeting shortly, and she was to serve and listen in. She pushed open the door to the conference room and immediately saw Jiang Chun and Jiang Yu. Jiang Chun was looking at his phone. Jiang Yu was moving chairs. Yu Bing's footsteps paused. She looked at Jiang Chun, then at Jiang Yu. Then she lowered her head to glance at the tea utensils in her hand, and then at the documents spread out on the conference table. Hotel financial statements, asset evaluation lists, equity transfer agreements. Her mind buzzed. These documents. Are they from the hotel? Yu Bing's heart began to race. She placed the tea utensils at the main seat and walked over to Jiang Yu, lowering her voice. Jiang Yu, what are these documents about? Jiang Yu glanced at her, then at her brother. Jiang Qin did not look up. You will know soon enough. At 2:55 in the afternoon, the door to the conference room was pushed open again. A young man in a dark gray suit walked in holding a cup of coffee. As soon as he entered, he spotted Jiang Chun. His footsteps halted. Ma Feng, Jiang Qin's university classmate. The one he ran into at the 4S store 2 days ago. Ma Feng's eyes widened. He didn't expect to see Jiang Chun again. 2 days ago at the 4S store, he had mocked Jiang Chun for not being able to afford a car, only for Jiang Chun to turn around and buy a Mercedes GLS. He still felt disgusted, as if he had swallowed a fly. Now, Jiang Chun was sitting in the conference room of Yu Zhangwo's headquarters. He must be looking for a job. Ma Feng immediately put the pieces together. He had learned from their class group that Jiang Chun had left Mobile City. Now in the provincial capital buying a house and a car, he must have spent all his savings and come here looking for work. He had come to Yu Zhangwo's company looking for a job. The corners of Ma Feng's mouth curled up. He walked over and stood in front of Jiang Chun, looking down at him. Oh, Jiang Chun, you came here looking for a job too. Jiang Chun did not look up. Ma Feng grew more animated. I say, Jiang Chun, weren't you quite the show-off at the 4S store 2 days ago? Buying a GLS was such a big deal, and yet here you are looking for a job. He took a sip of coffee and said leisurely, let me tell you, jobs are hard to find these days. I work as the IT low-voltage supervisor at the Wyndham Hotel within this group, earning over 8,000 a month. What about you? A salary of 10,000. Or were you laid off? Nearby Zhou Yan immediately chimed in upon hearing this. What Brother Ma said is right. Some people think it's impressive to buy a house and a car, but in reality, they are just workers. Aren't they still out there looking for jobs? The two of them sang in harmony, and the others in the conference room turned to look. Some were laughing. Some were whispering. Who is this? Looking for a job. Doesn't look like it. Who cares? It has nothing to do with it. Jiang Chun still did not look up. He was looking at his phone. On the screen was his stock account. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Market close. The stock he sold in the morning, Xinguang Technology, was now quietly resting on the limit down. Down 20, with a limit order of 470,000 shares. But that no longer concerned him. He exited the stock page and placed his phone face down on the table. Then he leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. At 3:05 in the afternoon, more people began to enter the conference room. First, the hotel management team walked in. General Manager Lao Chan, in his 50s with neatly combed hair and a sharp suit, entered and first surveyed the room before quietly sitting in the first row on the left. There were 2 deputy general managers, one in charge of operations and the other of sales, both around 40 years old. They also looked around before quietly sitting down. The resident manager, financial director, human resources director, marketing director, room director, food and beverage director. One after another they filed in. Department head supervisors. Over 30 people gradually filled the conference room. Jiang Chen opened his eyes and looked at these people. Quiet, orderly, controlled. No one whispered. No one played with their phones. After everyone sat down, they opened their notebooks, arranged their pens, and sat up straight. This was a well-trained team. Jiang Chen mentally graded them 9 points. Out of a perfect score of 10, the 1 point deducted was not because they were inadequate. It was because he hadn't seen their capabilities yet. But just this level of quality already surpassed the vast majority of teams he had seen. Yu Jiangwo was right. This management team had been with him for 8 years, and the 30 million in profits each year was their doing. It wasn't just talk. At 3:10 in the afternoon, Zhou Yin, seeing so many people enter, became even more anxious. She rushed to Jiang Chen, her voice low but sharp. Hey, why are you still sitting here? President Yu is coming for the meeting soon. This is not where you belong. Hurry up and leave. Ma Feng also chimed in. Exactly. Some people just have no self-awareness. This is a high-level corporate meeting, and you who are here looking for a job, what are you even doing sitting here? Other members of the management team, who did not know Jiang Chen, began to speak. Who are these two? Why are they sitting next to the host? I don't know, they seem to be from outside. Hurry up and get them out of here. It won't look good when Manager Yu arrives. Hearing support from others, Zhou Yin became even more energetic. She walked over to a middle-aged man in a shirt. Her supervisor, team leaderly. Brotherly look. These two people are lingering in the meeting room. What will we do when Manager Yu arrives? Team leaderly glanced at Jiang Chen and frowned. He also felt that these two should not be sitting there. You two please leave. An important meeting is about to start here. Jiang Chen did not move. Jiang Yu did not move either. Team leader Li's expression changed. I said you two, don't you understand human language? At that moment, there were a few people in the meeting room who had not spoken. Old Chen, the hotel general manager, glanced at Jiang Chen, then at the empty seat of Yu Jiangwo, and said nothing. Finance director Lao Zhou also remained silent, just sitting quietly. 2 or 3 members of the management team exchanged glances, but did not speak up to chase them away. They were all seasoned veterans. The empty seat of Manager Yu was still there. Since these two were sitting next to the host, and Manager Yu did not ask them to leave, then they were not people who could be chased away. At 3:15 p.m. the door to the meeting room was pushed open again. Everyone stood up. Yu Jiangwo walked in. He wore a dark gray cashmere coat, his hair graying, but his spirit high, with steady steps scanning the room. He saw Jiang Chen and Jiang Yu sitting next to the host. He smiled slightly. Then he walked to the host's seat and sat down. The room fell silent. Yu Jiangwo looked around and spoke. His voice was not loud, but every word was clear. Everyone, I have called you here today to announce something. The Wyndham International Hotel is as of today officially transferred to Mr. Jiang Chen. The meeting room was silent for a second. Then, like a bomb thrown into water, all eyes turned to Jiang Chen. The young man in ordinary sweatshirt sitting next to the host, who was mocked by Zhou Yin and Ma Feng as someone looking for a job, was the new owner of the Wyndham International Hotel. Zhou Yan's face turned pale instantly. Ma Feng's coffee cup froze in midair. Team leader Li's mouth hung open, unable to close. Yu Jiangwo did not give them time to react. He continued, Mr. Jiang Chen holds 80 of the hotel's shares and is the actual controller of the hotel. From today on, all development plans, personnel arrangements, and operational decisions of the hotel will be entirely decided by Mr. Jiang Chen. He looked at Jiang Chen. Xiao Jiang, I deliberately arrived a few minutes late to let you see this team. He pointed to the 30 or so people in the meeting room. What do you think of them? Jiang Chen stood up. He looked around the meeting room. Old Chen was watching him, his gaze steady. Old Zhou was looking at him, his expression calm. The few members of the management team who had not spoken up to drive people away were looking at him with kindness. And those who had followed Zhou Yin to make a fuss were now lowering their heads, not daring to look at him. Jiang Chen spoke. The management team has excellent overall quality. I would rate them a 9 out of 10. Yu Jiangwo's lips curled slightly. What about the other point? Jiang Chen glanced at Zhou Yin, then at Ma Feng. I deducted it for a few individuals. Yu Jiangwo nodded. He turned to look at Team Leader Li. Li Ming. Team Leader Li, the one who had just asked Jiang Yu to fetch water, trembled all over. You? Manager Yu. Your subordinate drove away my guests in my meeting room. Yu Jiangwo's voice was calm, but each word was like a knife. How do you lead your team? Team Leader Li's face turned the color of pig liver. Manager Yu, I didn't know they were. You do not need to know who they are, Yu Jiangwo said. You just need to know that in my company those who are rude to guests do not deserve to stay here. He paused. You are fired. Team Leader Li's legs weakened, nearly unable to stand. Zhou Yan's tears suddenly fell. Manager Yu. I didn't mean to. I didn't know he was. Yu Jiangwo did not even look at her. You are also fired. Zhou Yan slumped in her chair. Then, Yu Jiangwo's gaze turned to Ma Feng. Ma Feng had already put down his coffee cup. His hands were trembling. You? Manager Yu, I am the IT supervisor of the Wyndham Hotel. I Ma Feng, Yu Jiangwo said, you mocked my partner in front of everyone in my company. Do you think you can still stay here? Ma Feng's lips were trembling. I didn't know he was your. You do not need to know. Yu Jiangwo said, you just need to manage your mouth well. He glanced at the HR director next to him. Fire him. Do it today. Ma Feng's coffee cup fell to the ground with a bang. Coffee spilled everywhere. No one went to pick it up. The meeting room was so quiet that one could hear the sound of breathing. More than 30 hotel executives did not say a word. They looked at Jiang Chun, their expressions changed. This 26-year-old young man had just signed a contract worth $320 million an hour ago. Without batting an eye, he turned things around. Now sitting in front of them, without saying a word, he had Yu Jiangwo fire 3 people. Old Chun, the hotel general manager, was the first to start clapping. Then Lao Zhou. Then the vice president director's managers. The applause was not loud, but it was very orderly. Jiang Chun sat there with no expression. He did not need applause. He was just thinking, this team is worth that 9 points. At 3:30 p.m., Yu Jiangwo cleared his throat. All right, now let's get down to business. He looked at Jiang Chun. Xiao Jiang, you can announce it. Jiang Chun stood up. The room fell silent. Jiang Chun looked around then at Jiang Yu. From today on, Jiang Yu will serve as the deputy financial director of the Wyndham International Hotel. She will be fully responsible for all financial data, fund flows, and cost accounting of the hotel. Jiang Yu's hand trembled. Deputy financial director. Her. She looked at her brother, then at the room full of executives. Those executives, the general manager, vice president, finance director, were all looking at her. There was no doubt in their eyes. Only obedience. Because they knew this person was the new boss sister. And the new boss had just spent $320 million to buy this hotel an hour ago. Jiang Yu took a deep breath and stood up. Thank you, brother. I will do my best. Yu Bing, sitting in the corner, nearly dropped her notebook. Deputy financial director. Ye is now the deputy financial director. Her brother bought a hotel worth $400 million and then made her best friend the deputy financial director. Yu Bing's eyes became a little hot. Not because of the money, but because her best friend starting today was. Yu Bing's eyes felt a bit warm. Not because of money, but because her best friend starting today would be different, and she would be different too. Jiang Chun continued. Next, the hotel information will be jointly managed. All financial statements, contract documents, and asset lists. Both sides will assign personnel to coordinate. Yeah, you organize it. Jiang Yu nodded, understood. She turned to Yu Bing. Bing, you come help me. You're familiar with the project assets. Yu Bing immediately stood up. All right, he'll do it. Jiang Chun looked at Yu Bing and nodded. Thank you. Yu Bing's face flushed. Thank you for what? I'm best friends with Ye. It's nothing. Yu Bing's mind was filled with one thought. Who exactly was this person? At 4 in the afternoon, the meeting ended. Yu Jiangwo kept Jiang Chun behind, and the two discussed details in the meeting room. The legal team would join tomorrow. The third-party evaluation report would be out the day after tomorrow. The due diligence team was already organizing materials. Yu Jiangwo looked at Jiang Chun and asked a question. Xiao Jiang, do you want to do a debt acquisition? That means taking on the hotel's debts as well. This would significantly ease your cash flow pressure. Jiang Chun shook his head. No need. He'll use my own funds. It's enough. Yu Jiangwo was taken aback. Your own funds. $328 million, all from your own funds. Yes. Yu Jiangwo fell silent for a few seconds. After 20 years in business, his assets totaled several billion. But $328 million in pure self-funds. No loans, no borrowing, no collateral. He still needed to weigh it carefully. This 26-year-old young man didn't even blink. Yu Jiangwo took a deep breath. All right, I'll arrange for the bank to handle the release of collateral. Once your funds arrive, we'll proceed with the transfer. Jiang Chun nodded. Yu Bing was listening closely from the side. On funds. $328 million. No loans. No borrowing. He said it was enough. It was that simple. Yu Bing's heart was in turmoil. She recalled the day before yesterday at the sales office watching Jiang Chun use his card to buy a house. She remembered yesterday when Jiang Chun drove the GLS to take them. She recalled today, Jiang Chun sitting in the meeting room being mocked by Zhou Yin and Ma Feng, saying nothing. Then President Yu entered, announced the hotel was his, and dismissed 3 people. He never lost his temper throughout. He never said a harsh word. Yet everyone was afraid of him. Yu Bing felt a wave of panic in her heart. She didn't know how to describe this feeling. It wasn't fear. It was, this person was too strong. So strong that she couldn't comprehend. She secretly glanced at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu was focused on taking notes, her expression serious, a slight smile at the corner of her mouth. That was a kind of trust. A trust with no reservations. Yu Bing looked at Jiang Chun again. Jiang Chun was discussing the details of the collateral release with Yu Jiangwo, his tone calm and clear. At 5 in the afternoon, Yu Jiangwo Group Headquarters, 28th floor. The meeting had concluded. People began to disperse one by one. Old Chen nodded slightly to Jiang Chun before leaving. Old Zhou also nodded before he left. The management team that had not spoken harshly all smiled at Jiang Chun before departing. A score of 9. It wasn't for nothing. Jiang Chun stood by the floor-to-ceiling window looking out at the city. The sunset bathed the entire building in gold. Jiang Yu walked over and stood beside him. Brother, you really bought a hotel. 400 million. 400 and Jiang Yu was silent for a few seconds. Then she said one thing. Brother, you are the most impressive person I have ever met. Jiang Chun said nothing. He simply reached out and ruffled her hair. All right, go back to work. You coordinate well with them on the shared information. Got it. Jiang Yu turned and left. After taking a couple of steps, she turned back. Brother, I won't let you down. Jiang Chun looked at her and smiled. I know. In the meeting room, Yu Jiangwo leaned back in his chair looking at Jiang Chun and smiled. Xiao Zhang, I should have treated you to a meal tonight to celebrate. Transferring the hotel to you is a big deal. Jiang Chun shook his head. President, no need for courtesy. Business is business. It's not courtesy. Yu Jiangwo waved his hand. I genuinely want to treat you. But tonight won't work. I have a dinner appointment I can't cancel. He paused looking at Jiang Chun. However, you can go tonight. Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow. Yu Jiangwo said, tonight the deputy county chief of Qingchuan is hosting a dinner for business owners from Qingchuan in the provincial city. It's an investment dinner. The purpose is simple, to encourage successful people from Qingchuan to invest back in their hometown. He looked at Jiang Chun. You are from Qingchuan, right? Jiang Chun nodded. Then you should go. Yu Jiangwo said, this kind of dinner happens once every year at the end of the year. The county specially organizes people to come to the provincial city to meet with fellow townspeople who have successful careers outside. He lowered his voice. But not everyone can attend. Ordinary people don't have this qualification. Those who can sit at the table are all individuals with a bit of reputation and industry in the provincial city. Jiang Chun said nothing. He understood. This wasn't just a dinner. It was a ticket. Yu Jiangwo was giving him access to his network in advance. Today's successful transfer of the hotel was Yu Jiangwo's benefit to him. You bought my hotel, I'll share a part of my circle with you. Jiang Chun knew very well that even without today's deal with the daily expenditure of 100 million, as long as he established himself in the provincial city, these connections would eventually find him through other means. The funds provided by the system would eventually get him into this circle. But Yu Jiangwo had opened the door for him ahead of time. This was a favor. Jiang Chun looked at Yu Jiangwo and nodded. All right, I'll go. Yu Jiangwo smiled. By the way, the dinner is at the Wyndham Hotel. Jiang Chun was taken aback. Yu Jiangwo said, this hotel is the best hotel for Qingchuan people in the provincial city. Whenever there are activities from the Qingchuan County Committee or government in the provincial city, they are usually held here. This is the face of us Qingchuan people. He glanced at Jiang Chun. Every year this aspect of business can earn the hotel quite a bit. It's not that the hotel is particularly good, but that the hometown people give it face. Jiang Chun then realized Yu Jiangwo was also from Qingchuan. A fellow townsman. He remembered Jiang Yu mentioning that her good friend Yu Bing was a fellow townsman she met in college. That Yu Bing was also from Qingchuan. Jiang Chun mentally connected the dots. Yu Jiangwo, a Qingchuan native, a well-known entrepreneur in Hunan province. Yu Bing, a Qingchuan native, Jiang Yu's friend. Jiang Yue, a Qingchuan native. He himself was also from Qingchuan. All fellow townsmen. Yu Jiangwo added, the hotel has the support of the Qingchuan County Committee and government, which is one reason it can stand firm in the provincial city. You are now the new owner of the hotel. You must show up at tonight's dinner. Jiang Chun nodded, understood. He picked up his phone and called Jiang Yu. Yeah, there's a dinner tonight. Come with me. What dinner? It's the investment dinner for Qingchuan County. It's being held at our hotel. The investment banquet in Qingchuan County is held at our hotel. The phone on the other end fell silent for 2 seconds. Brother, are you talking about the Wyndham Hotel? Yes. You are now the deputy general manager of the hotel's finance department, so you must be there. All right. We'll call Bingbing too. She is also from Qingchuan. Call her. The more people, the livelier it will be. After hanging up, Jiang Chun looked at Yu Jiangwo. My sister will go too. She is bringing a friend, also from Qingchuan. Yu Jiangwo's eyes lit up. Bing Bing. Yes, Yu Bing. Yu Jiangwo smiled. That girl is also from I didn't know that. He thought for a moment and said, all right, let's all go. Let's get to know each other tonight. At 6 o'clock in the evening at the Wyndham International Hotel. On the 3rd floor banquet hall. When Jiang Chun arrived, the banquet hall had already been set up. 6 round tables covered with red tablecloths, each seating 10 people. The entire banquet hall was brightly lit with a banner that read, Qingchuan County's Entrepreneur Investment Appreciation Banquet. Jiang Chun wore a dark coat, his hair neatly styled, looking much more spirited than during the day. Jiang Yu followed beside him, dressed in a black dress, with her hair up, looking like a professional woman. Yu Bing followed Jiang Yue, wearing a white sweater, her face flushed from the warmth. As the three entered the banquet hall, many people had already arrived. Yu Jiangwo was already seated at the main table. He saw Jiang Chun and waved at him. Xiao Jiang, come over. Sit at this table. At the main table. Jiang Chun did not hesitate and walked over to sit down. Jiang Yu and Yu Bing were arranged at the table next to them. After sitting down, Jiang Chun scanned the people at the main table. There were those in real estate, mining, building materials, and logistics. All of them were from Qingchuan. All were prominent figures in the provincial city. Yu Jiangwo introduced them one by one. This is Old Zhou in building materials, the largest building material dealer in Qingchuan. This is General Manager Li in logistics with over 30 warehouses across the province. This is General Manager Zhang in mining with 2 mines in hand. Jiang Chen shook hands one by one, remembering each person. He knew these people would be his resources in the future, not because he bought the hotel, but because he was from Qingchuan. When fellow townsfolk meet, there's an emotional connection. But in business, when fellow townsfolk meet, they help each other. Yu Jiangwo watched from the side, a smile on his lips. This young man didn't need his guidance. He already knew what to do. At 6:40, the door to the banquet hall was pushed open. All eyes turned towards the entrance. A woman walked in. She wore a navy blue fitted suit paired with a white shirt, her long hair cascading down, her makeup exquisite yet not overly done. Her features were well defined and her eyes exuded a capable aura, yet the slight upward curve of her lips conveyed a touch of approachability. She looked very young. Young enough not to seem like a deputy county head. 29 years old. Deputy county head of Qingchuan, Xunyao. The room fell silent for a second. Then applause erupted. Xunyao nodded slightly, walking in with steady steps. Her gaze swept across the main table, finally landing on Yu Jiangwo. General Yu, long time no see. Yu Jiangwo stood up, smiled. County head Shen, you personally came. Xunyao smiled, walked to the main table, and sat beside Yu Jiangwo. Then her gaze fell on Jiang Chun. Who is this? Yu Jiangwo said. County head Shen, let me introduce you. This is Jiang Chun. He just acquired 80 of the Wyndham Hotel today. He is also from Qingchuan. Xinyao's eyes brightened. From Qingchuan. So young. 26, Yu Jiangwo said. Xinyao looked Jiang Chun up and down, then extended her hand. General Jiang, welcome back to invest in your hometown. I am Shun Yao, the deputy county head of Qingchuan. Jiang Chun stood up and shook her hand. Hello, county head Shun. Xinyao's hand was cold, but firm. She looked at Jiang Chun and smiled. General, you told me that you acquired the hotel in just an hour. 328 million without batting an eye. Jiang Chun didn't respond. Shen Yao didn't mind. She sat down, picked up her teacup, and looked at Jiang Chun. General Jiang, you are from Qingchuan, so you should know that our Qingchuan has developed rapidly in the past 2 years. The county has several key projects, and I have been wanting to invite capable entrepreneurs to invest. She took out a document from her bag and handed it to Jiang Chun. These are this year's key investment projects. One is a commercial complex in Qingchuan New District, another is an agricultural deep processing industrial park, and the last one is a cultural tourism wellness project. Jiang Chun took it and flipped through a few pages. Shen Yao continued, for the commercial complex, the government has already approved the land. We just need the funds to come in. The agricultural industrial park has policy subsidies and tax exemptions for 3 years. The cultural tourism project is in cooperation with the Provincial Tourism Investment Company, and the prospects are good. She looked at Jiang Chun, her tone sincere. General Jiang, you have just stabilized your footing in the provincial city, and the hotel is also in hand. But your roots are in Qingchuan. If you have a chance in the future, come back and take a look. I will reserve these projects for you. Jiang Chun glanced at her. This female deputy county head spoke very directly, not beating around the bush. Unlike some officials who talk in circles without saying anything. She was genuinely here to attract investment. County head Shen, thank you. I will consider any suitable projects. Shen Yao smiled. Then it settled. Make sure to contact me when you return to Qingchuan. She took out a business card from her bag and handed it to Jiang Chun. This is my personal number, not my work number. If you need anything, feel free to call me. Jiang Chun took the business card and glanced at it. Shen Yao, deputy county head of Qingchuan. Below was a series of phone numbers. He put the business card away. All right, I will remember that. Shen Yao nodded, picked up her teacup, and started chatting with Yu Jiangwo. Jiang Chun sat there listening quietly. At 7:30, the banquet was in progress. The deputy county head stepped off the stage and began to toast at each table. When she reached Jiang Chun's table, she paused for a few seconds. General Jiang, now that the hotel matters are settled, if you need any assistance, let me know. Okay, thank you, county head Shun. Shen Yao smiled and left. After she left, old Zhou at the main table leaned over and whispered, General Jiang, county head Shen doesn't just hand out business cards to anyone. You are the first. Jiang Chun didn't say anything, just smiled. Meanwhile, at the main table, Yu Jiangwo held his teacup, his gaze inadvertently sweeping across the table opposite. Jiang Yu and Yu Bing were sitting together, chatting and laughing. Yu Bing occasionally glanced at the main table, looking at Jiang Chun. Yu Jiangwo's hand paused. He looked at Yu Bing was smiling, but her gaze was not on Jiang Yu. It was on Jiang Chun. Yu Jiangwo's brows furrowed slightly. He put down his teacup and glanced at Jiang Chun. Then he looked at Yu Bing. But Yu Jiangwo's brows furrowed. He thought of his brother, Yu Bing's father. Yu Jiangwo's elder brother, Yu Jianjun. Yu Jiangwo never mentions him outside, but he knows well that his brother's status is beyond his reach. Yu Bing is Yu Jianjun's only daughter. Raised in luxury since childhood, yet well-educated. Yu Jianjun has his own standards for his daughter's marriage. Yu Jiangwo sighed and put down his teacup. But this young man is truly impressive. Throughout the day's interactions, conducting business with order, treating his team with both kindness and authority, being attentive to his sister, being honest with himself. At 26, he has seen very few who can achieve this level. Yu Jiangwo glanced at Yu Bing again, just as she looked up, and their eyes met. Her face instantly flushed. Heir. Second uncle, why are you looking at me? Yu Jiangwo chuckled. I'm not looking at you. Just observing the food. Yu Bing lowered her head, her ears turning even redder. Yu Jiangwo shook his head inwardly. It's over. This girl has fallen for him. He picked up his teacup and took a sip. The tea had gone a bit cold, but his heart was warm. If his brother could see Jiang Chen's performance today, perhaps he would change his mind. But now it is not the right time. He needs to wait and see. At 8 in the evening, as the banquet neared its end, Deputy County Head Shun Yao returned to the main table to shake Jiang Chen's hand. Mr. Jiang, it was a pleasure meeting you today. Be sure to find me when you return to Qingchuan. Definitely. Shen Yao smiled and turned to leave. After she left, Yu Jiangwo looked at Jiang Chun and remarked, Xiao Jiang, Deputy County Head Shun, is the youngest deputy county head in our Qingchuan. At 28, she is already at the department level. Do you know what it means that she took the initiative to give you her business card? Jiang Chun thought for a moment. It means she sees potential in me. Yu Jiangwo shook his head. It's not just seeing potential. She believes you are worth investing in. He paused. Not in terms of money. It's about connections. It's about relationships. She sees a return on her investment in you. Jiang Chun remained silent. He understood. Shen Yao was not just seeking business. She was looking for allies. A person from Qingchuan with hotels, funds, and capabilities in the provincial capital. Such a person, investing back in Qingchuan would benefit her political achievements. She is making arrangements in advance. And Jiang Chun just happens to be the person she needs. Yu Jiangwo looked at Jiang Chun and smiled. You lucky boy. Jiang Chun smiled back. It's not luck. It's Yu Zong who brought me here. Yu Jiangwo waved his hand. I just opened a door. The path is yours to walk. At 9 in the evening, the banquet ended and people began to disperse. Jiang Chun stood at the entrance of the banquet hall, seeing off the last batch of guests. Jiang Yu and Yu Bing stood beside him. Jiang Yu's face was a bit flushed from drinking 2 cups of wine. Yu Bing also had a slight blush. Brother, I've met so many people today. Jiang Yu said. Yes. That Mr. Zhang said I could contact him for future mining matters. That Mr. Li said he could help with logistics. And that Deputy County Head Shun gave you her business card. Yes. Note it down. Jiang Yu nodded. Yu Bing watched Jiang Chun from the side. But her lips were curved into a smile. Yu Jiangwo walked over and patted Jiang Chen's shoulder. Xiao Jiang, you worked hard today. Make sure to rest well when you get back. Yu Zong, you should also rest early. Yu Jiangwo nodded, then glanced at Yu Bing, who was looking down and twisting the hem of her clothes. Yu Jiangwo's gaze softened. Bing Bing, wait to head back. Be careful on the way. Yu Bing looked up and replied, Okay, second uncle. Yu Jiangwo looked at Jiang Chun once more. Jiang Chun was also looking at him. The two exchanged glances for a second. Yu Jiangwo smiled. Jiang Chun also smiled. He said nothing, but everything was said. At 9:30 in the evening, outside the Wyndham Hotel, the night wind was cold. The 3 of them stood at the hotel entrance, none of them moving first. Jiang Chun leaned against the car door looking at his phone. Jiang Yu stood beside him, while Yu Bing stood on the other side. It had been a while since the banquet ended. Logically, Yu Bing should have gone home. But she didn't leave. She stood there with her hands in the pockets of her white down jacket, looking down as if waiting for something. Jiang Yu glanced at her, then at her brother. Her brother was focused on his phone and completely oblivious. Jiang Yu sighed inwardly. Brother, you really are dense. She decided to give him a nudge. Brother, it's still early. Let's go shopping. Jiang Chun looked up. Shopping? Yes. Wuyi Road, pedestrian street. It's just ahead, a 10-minute drive. Jiang Yu said, I haven't shopped in a long time. Today, I want to take a stroll. When she said today, her tone was a bit heavy. Jiang Chun glanced at her. He knew what Jiang Yu was thinking. So much had happened today. 200 million for a floor in 10 minutes. 328 million hotel signed in an hour. In one afternoon, 3 people were fired. In one evening, sitting at the main table of the Qingchuan investment banquet. And his sister had gone from intern to vice general manager of finance. Jiang Yu was still in a daze. She needed to shop to digest it all. All right, let's go shopping. Jiang Chun said, glancing at Yu Bing. What about you? Coming with us? Yu Bing looked up, her eyes brightening. Sure. The 3 of them got into the car. Jiang Chun drove. Jiang Yu sat in the passenger seat, and Yu Bing sat in the back. The Mercedes GLS drove out of the hotel parking lot, merging into the flow of traffic in the night. At 10 in the evening, they arrived at Wui Road pedestrian street. The winter pedestrian street wasn't too crowded, but not empty either. Shops on both sides were lit up, and neon lights painted the entire street in vibrant colors. The aroma of roasted sweet potatoes, the sweetness of candied chestnuts, and the milky scent of milk tea mingled together. Jiang Yu took a deep breath. It smells so good. Yu Bing laughed as well. Indeed. It's been a while since I've walked on a pedestrian street. The three of them first bought some snacks. Jiang Yu chose roasted sweet potatoes and hot milk tea. Yu Bing opted for candied chestnuts and yogurt, while Jiang Chun went for stinky tofu and mineral water. They walked while eating. Yu Bing bit into a chestnut and suddenly spoke up. Jiang Chun, what are your plans next? Jiang Chun thought for a moment. With the new year approaching, once the furniture for the new house arrives and everything is settled, I will head home the day after tomorrow. Home? Yes. Back to Qingchuan. To spend the new year with my parents. He said this in a calm tone, but Jiang Yu could tell her brother truly missed home. Yu Bing nodded and asked, when will you return to the hotel? Jiang Chun replied, the hotel has a professional team managing it. Old Chun and the others have been with Yuzong for 8 years, very professional. As an outsider, there's no need for me to interfere. Let the professionals handle the professional matters. Our involvement in management right now may not necessarily be a good thing. He glanced at Jiang Yu. Yeah, just needs to manage the finances well. Jiang Yu nodded seriously. Brother, don't worry. I will handle it well. I know. Jiang Chun said, so, you'll come back with me. Jiang Yu was taken aback. I'm going back too. Yes. We'll leave together the day after tomorrow. Going home for the new year. Jiang Yu's eyes brightened instantly. All right. Yu Bing listened to the conversation between the siblings from the side. She didn't say much, but her eyes were fixed on Jiang Chun. This person, who spent over 300 million to buy a hotel, wasn't in a hurry to get involved in its management. Let professionals handle professional matters. She would go home to spend the new year with her parents. At 26, she understood things clearer than many. A place in her heart stirred slightly. Jiang Yu observed everything quietly from the side. Her brother was dense, but Yu Bing was not. The girl's gaze couldn't hide her feelings. Jiang Yu smiled inwardly. She had been trying to play matchmaker, but how things would develop depended on them. The three continued walking. After about 200 meters, Jiang Yu suddenly tugged at Jiang Chen's sleeve. Brother, look ahead. Jiang Chen looked up. 20 meters ahead, two people were approaching them. A man in a black down jacket was carrying 2 shopping bags. Beside him was a woman in a red coat linking arms with the man. It was his cousin Jiang Hao. Next to him was his girlfriend Jolie. Jiang Hao also spotted them. Hey, Jiang Chun. Yu. He waved from a distance and walked over. As he approached, he looked the three of them up and down. Then his gaze fell on their empty hands. No shopping bags. A smirk appeared at the corner of Jiang Hao's mouth. That smile was not friendly. Jiang Chun, you guys are out shopping too. Yeah. What did you buy? Jiang Chun remained silent. Jiang Hao looked at their empty hands and laughed. The laughter was not loud, but just enough for those nearby to hear. What's this? Didn't make any money again this year. Jiang Yu's expression changed. Jiang Hao ignored her and continued, well, you earn a little working every year, and that all goes to Liu Hong, right? How can you afford New Year goods? He paused and lowered his voice, but it was still loud enough. Let me tell you, the news about you breaking up with Liu Hong has spread throughout the hometown. Now everyone in the surrounding villages is saying, Jiang Chun, that kid has been working in the Magic City for years, and his girlfriend ran off with a rich guy? Jiang Chun remained silent. Jiang Hao grew more excited. Also, I heard from my mom that your parents are trying to set you up with someone in the hometown. Jiang Chen's eyes slightly moved. Set up for marriage. He didn't know about this. Seeing his expression, Jiang Hao laughed even more. Yes, a blind date. And the person is a divorced woman with a child. In her 30s with a 5-year-old son. Your parents said better to have someone than no one. He patted Jiang Chun on the shoulder, his tone feigning concern. You've been out there for so many years, and this is what you've become. You might as well come back and find someone stable. I'm not laughing at you, I'm worried about you. Jiang Chun said nothing. However, he clenched his hand in his pocket. His parents were arranging a blind date for him, and it was with a divorced woman with a child. He didn't know about this. He remembered talking to his mother on the phone yesterday, but she only told him to come back early and didn't mention the blind date. She must have been trying to spare him. Jiang Chen's heart felt a tightness. It wasn't because of being ridiculed. It was because his parents worried about him back in the hometown. He hadn't saved much money after working in the Magic City for years. His girlfriend had left, and he had quit his job. His parents didn't know how much money he had now. In their eyes, he was still that worker earning $10,000 a month. That's why they would arrange a blind date for him. That's why they would look for a divorced woman with a child, because they felt their son's situation was just like that. Jiang Chen's nose felt a bit sour, but he didn't show it. He simply nodded. Got it. Yu Bing stood beside him, absorbing every word. Her expression changed. A blind date. Jiang Qin's parents were arranging a blind date for him, and it was with a divorced woman with a child. Yu Bing suddenly felt a void in her heart. Not out of pity, but a kind of indescribable melancholy. A billionaire, young, handsome, and capable. His parents were looking for a divorced woman with a child for him. Yu Bing lowered her head, biting her lip. But she quickly reacted. Wait a minute. Does someone with several hundred million need a blind date? Do they need to find a divorced woman with a child? The corners of Yu Bing's mouth involuntarily lifted. Then her face flushed. What was she laughing at? What was she thinking? Yu Bing hurriedly lowered her head, pretending to look at her phone. But her ears were Jiang Yu observed everything from the side. Yu Bing heard about the blind date, felt melancholy at first, and then laughed, even blushing, when she thought about Jiang Chun being a billionaire needing a blind date. This girl was truly moved. Jiang Yu smiled inwardly. There was potential, but it couldn't be rushed. After Jiang Hao finished speaking, his gaze turned and landed on Yu Bing. His eyes widened. This woman was too beautiful, right? In a white sweater, long hair, cascading delicate features, and tall stature. Standing next to Jiang Chun, she looked like she walked out of a magazine. Jiang Hao nearly drooled. His gaze lingered on Yu Bing for 3 seconds. 5 seconds. 8 seconds. Then he glanced back at his girlfriend Jolie. Jolie was focused on her phone, completely unaware. Nothing at all. Jiang Hao pulled his gaze back, clearing his throat to give Yu Bing a kind reminder. Beauty, let me give you a piece of advice. Jiang Qin's family is very poor. In Qingchuan, they are an ordinary family. His dad runs a small shop in town, while his mom farms at home. Being with him has no future. He puffed out his chest. When looking for a boyfriend, choose someone like me. I can earn 200,000 to 300,000 a year with a car, a house, and savings. This car. He pulled out the car key from his pocket and waved it around. A BMW 3 Series. Worth over 300,000. Don't you see? That car Jiang Chun drives is probably rented, right? He looked at Yu Bing, his eyes full of superiority. Beauty, I genuinely mean well for you. Don't be fooled by a poor kid. Yu Bing glanced at him from top to bottom. Then she looked at the car key. A BMW 3 Series. Over 300,000. The corners of Yu Bing's mouth slightly lifted. Not in a smile, but in disdain. Yu Bing looked at Jiang Hao, her voice very calm. More capable than him. Jiang Hao was stunned, thinking she was complimenting him, and smiled. Of course. I earn 200,000 to 300,000 a year with a car and a house. Let me ask you 2 questions. Yu Bing interrupted him. Her voice was soft, but each word was clear. You just opened your mouth to belittle your cousin, showing absolutely no family affection. In front of others, you said his girlfriend ran away and his parents are trying to set him up with a divorced woman with a child. She paused. Is this your capability? Jiang Hao's smile froze on his face. Yu Bing didn't give him time to react. Holding your girlfriend's hand while flirting with another girl in front of her. She glanced at Jolie. Jolie was still absorbed in her phone, completely oblivious. Yu Bing turned her head and looked at Jiang Hao. Is this your skill as well? The entire venue fell silent. A few bystanders had already stopped to watch. Jiang Hao's face flushed immediately. Who are you? I'm talking to my cousin, or what does it have to do with you? Yu Bing ignored him. She paused for a moment. Then, she raised her hand gently. She intertwined her arm with Jiang Chen's. The movement was very natural, as if she had done it countless times. Jiang Chen's body slightly stiffened, but he did not move. Yu Bing's hand steadily held onto his arm. Her face tilted slightly, resting beside Jiang Chen's shoulder as she looked at Jiang Hao. That posture was not acting. It was a declaration. Jolie finally lifted her head. She saw her boyfriend fawning over a beautiful woman. And that woman was clinging to another man's arm. Her boyfriend's cousin. Jolie's expression changed instantly. Jiang Hao. Her voice was very cold. Jiang Hao had yet to react. Huh? What were you doing just now? I was just kindly reminding her. Kindly. Jolie forcefully shook off Jiang Hao's hand. The force was great. Jiang Hao's hand was flung back, almost hitting a bystander nearby. You were flirting with another woman in front of me. What do you mean by that? Jiang Hao panicked. Lily, let me explain who I was just. What were you? You think she's prettier than me, right? Jolie's voice grew louder. The bystanders were all looking. Some took out their phones to record. Some people were laughing. Others were shaking their heads. Jiang Hao's face turned from red to white, then from white to purple. Lily, it's not what you think. Then what is it? You need to explain yourself. Jolie pointed at Yu Bing and then at Jiang Hao. You said in front of me that her boyfriend is poor, that she can't find a partner. Then you flaunted your broken BMW. What do you mean by that? Do you want to switch partners? Jiang Hao opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything. He wanted to explain, but he couldn't because the facts were right there. He had flirted with another woman in front of his girlfriend. After being retorted by her, his girlfriend turned against him on the spot. Everyone was watching. Some were recording. Jiang Hao's face burned like fire. Just earlier, he had been flaunting his car keys in front of her. Now the car keys were still in hand, but no one was watching. Everyone was savoring his embarrassment. Yu Bing held on to Jiang Chen's arm, watching this scene unfold. Her expression was calm. No gloating. No mockery. Just peace. It was like watching a farce that had nothing to do with her. Jiang Yu was beside her, her lips curving upward. Her brother said nothing, but she saw. Her brother's lips also curled slightly. Just a tiny curl. But it was indeed there. Jolie was still scolding. Jiang, how you need to clarify this for me today? What do you mean by this? Lily, I really didn't. You didn't? Then what's that car key in your hand? Are you planning to drive that broken car to flirt with other women? No. That's my car. Your car? Can your car attract anyone? Jiang Hao was rendered speechless by the scolding. He wanted to refute, but he didn't dare. Because everyone around was watching. Because his girlfriend was publicly furious. Because he had indeed flirted with another woman in front of his girlfriend. This was a fact. No matter how he explained it remained a fact. Yu Bing released Jiang Chen's arm. She took a step back and stood next to Jiang Yu. The movement was very natural, as if nothing had happened. She glanced at Jiang Hao, her voice soft. Let's go. There's no need to waste time here. Jiang Yu immediately chimed in, right? Brother, let's go. Jiang Chen nodded. The three turned and walked deeper into the pedestrian street. Behind them, Jolie was still scolding. Jiang Hao was still explaining. The onlookers were still watching. Some were laughing. Others were shaking their heads. Someone posted the video to their friend circle. Jiang Hao's face under the streetlight turned a dark shade of purple. The three walked 20 meters. Jiang Yu finally couldn't hold back. Ha ha. She laughed so hard she bent over. Brother, did you see Jiang Hao's expression just now? His face turned green. Ha ha. Yu Bing was also laughing, but her laughter was more reserved. Her lips curled up, her eyes crescent-shaped. He deserves it. At 10:30 in the evening on Wui Road pedestrian street. The three of them shook off Jiang Hao and continued to stroll. Jiang Yu was in an exceptionally good mood. Brother, did you see Jiang Hao's expression just now? His face turned green. Jiang Chen smiled a little. I saw it. Bing Bing was so cool just now. Jiang Yu glanced at Yu Bing. Yu Bing's face was a little red. The three went to eat snacks first. Jiang Yu ordered fried chicken cutlet and grilled cold noodles. Yu Bing ordered milk tea and takoyaki. Jiang Chun ordered a pot pie and hot soy milk. The three sat on a long bench in the pedestrian street eating and chatting. Jiang Yu took a bite of the fried chicken cutlet and suddenly said, Brother, I still feel it's unreal. Over 300 million. A hotel company. And the vice president of finance. As she spoke, she laughed. If my roommate knew, she'd probably go crazy. Yu Bing also said, I feel it's unreal too. Yu Yue, your brother is really too impressive. Jiang Chun didn't respond, just smiled. After finishing the snacks, the three began to browse clothing stores. At a certain brand clothing store, Jiang Yu pulled Yu Bing to pick clothes for their parents. This down jacket should look good on my mom. This scarf is for my dad. These cotton shoes are nice too. The two were very serious in their selection. Jiang Chun waited nearby holding shopping bags. After picking for their parents, Jiang Yu said, Brother, you should pick a few pieces too. You've been wearing that outfit for several days now. Jiang Chun looked at his hoodie. It indeed needed a change. All right, you all help me pick. Yu Bing's eyes lit up. He'll do it. Yu Bing took Jiang Chun and walked around the store. Her eyes were very... Every piece of clothing was taken up, checked for fabric, felt the texture, then compared with Jiang Chen's shoulder width, and then either set it aside or kept it. The movements were quick but precise. Jiang Yu watched from the side, secretly admiring. This girl really had a good eye for picking clothes. Yu Bing first picked a black turtleneck sweater. This one, for layering. Your neck is long, a turtleneck looks classy. Then she picked a dark gray fitted suit. This coat. Your shoulders are broad, this style fits perfectly. Not too loose, not too tight. This degree is just right. Then she picked a pair of dark gray dress pants. The pants go with this suit. Same color scheme, makes you look tall and slim. Then she thought for a moment, took a camel long coat from the rack. This one goes on the outside. Warm and stylish for winter outings. Camel color paired with dark gray looks classy. She folded the 4 pieces of clothing neatly and handed them to Jiang Chun. Go try them on. Jiang Chun took them and entered the fitting room. 5 minutes later, the fitting room door opened. Jiang Chun came out. The black turtleneck sweater accentuated a long neck and a sharp jawline. The deep gray fitted suit perfectly tailored at the shoulders and waist made him stand tall like a pine tree. The deep gray suit pants were straight and elongated, maximizing the legs' proportions. A camel-colored long coat draped over his shoulders, making him look as if he had stepped out of a magazine. Yu Bing's hand paused midair. She had been organizing the clothes on the rack, but her hand stopped. Her mouth stopped as well. This person, after changing clothes, was completely different. Not in an overly deliberate way, but rather a refined aura that had settled over time. Like a raw stone that once polished revealed the light within. Yu Bing's heart skipped a beat. It was not a matter of beating faster. It was a skip. Like her heart had suddenly gone empty for a second. Her face flushed immediately. Jiang Yu beside her was also stunned. Brother, you look too handsome. Jiang Chun glanced at his reflection in the mirror. Not bad. Not bad. Is that what you call it? Jiang Yu excitedly nudged Yu Bing. Bing Bing, what do you think? Is he handsome or not? Yu Bing opened her mouth. She wanted to say it's okay, but the words wouldn't come out. Because he was genuinely handsome. She lowered her head, her voice very small. Handsome. Jiang Yu watched Yu Bing's reaction, her smile reaching the heavens. There's potential. Let's go with this outfit, Yu Bing said, her voice a little hoarse. No need to change. Jiang Chen glanced at her. Are you sure? Sure, Yu Bing said, then quickly turned her head, pretending to look at other clothes. Her ears were burning red. Next, Yu Bing and Jiang Yu also changed their outfits. The white sweater Yu Bing had worn was already a good fit, but after changing into a beige knitted top paired with a skirt, she appeared gentle yet exquisite. Jiang Yu changed into a red short down jacket paired with black skinny pants, her hair down, looking like a fashion blogger. The three stood in front of the mirror. One was strikingly handsome. One was gentle and exquisite. One was lively and bright. The shop assistant watched them wide-eyed. Ladies, would you like to take a group photo? We can take a photo for free at our store. Just as Jiang Yu was about to agree, Jiang Chen said, no need. Let's settle the bill. The three of them carried shopping bags and left the store. The old clothes, sweatshirts, old jackets, old pants, were all thrown into the recycling bin at the store's entrance by Jiang Chen. They were no longer needed. A brand new beginning. Everything in their hands was newly purchased. For their parents. For themselves. For Yu Bing. Something Jiang Yu had forcefully given her. Bing Bing, this is for you. You accompanied us shopping all evening, so it's a gift. Yu Bing was taken aback. No, I can't accept. Just take it. Jiang Chen said, it's from Yu Yu's heart. Yu Bing glanced at Jiang Chen. It was Jiang Chen who insisted she take it. Her face flushed again. Thank you. She accepted the bag and hugged it tightly, as if holding something precious. It was 11:30 at night. On Wuyi Road pedestrian street. The three continued shopping. They bought quite a few items. For their parents. Down jackets, scarves, cotton shoes, thermal underwear, all from reputable brands. For themselves. Jiang Chen's outfit, Jiang Yu's red down jacket, Yu Bing's beige knitted top. For the new year, nut gift boxes, liquor, tea, candy, all high-end. Jiang Yu was generous in her purchases, only choosing the best. Brother, now that you have money, buy good things for our parents. Jiang Chen smiled slightly. All right. You choose. Yu Bing also helped pick out quite a bit. Her eye for selecting items was as precise as her eye for clothes. Every item she picked up, she could tell if it was good or not. This nut gift box is nice. It looks good for gifting. This tea is Pre-Ching Ming Longjing. Perfect for your dad. This liquor, Woyanya, looks good on the New Year's table. Jiang Yu watched from the side and thought, this girl not only had an eye for clothes, but also for selecting items. People from wealthy families were indeed different. The three walked down the pedestrian street. The rate of heads turning was off the charts. It wasn't an exaggeration. Every 10 steps someone turned to look. The handsome man alongside two women, one gentle and one lively, both breathtakingly beautiful. This combination walking down the pedestrian street was the center of attention. A young man was so mesmerized he bumped into a utility pole. A lady too entranced spilled her milk tea all over herself. An older gentleman glanced at Jiang Chen, then at his old companion beside him sighed. Jiang Yu whispered, brother, I feel like we're walking like celebrities. Jiang Chen replied, don't make a fuss. Yu Bing beside them kept smiling. She stole a glance at Jiang Chen. He was really different after changing clothes. Yu Bing's heart raced again. She quickly lowered her head, not daring to look further. At midnight at the end of the pedestrian street, the three were about to part ways. Jiang Chen drove, first dropping Yu Bing off at home. In the car, Yu Bing sat in the back seat, hugging the shopping bag, stealing glances at Jiang Chen now and then. Jiang Chen leaned against the passenger seat, eyes closed. Jiang Yu sat on the other side, looking out the window. They arrived at Yu Bing's building. Yu Bing got out of the car and stood by the window. Jiang Chen, my, you really look very handsome today. After saying that, she ran away. Jiang Chen watched her back, the corners of his mouth lifting. Jiang Yu beside him was already laughing uncontrollably. Brother, it's over. She's fallen for you. Don't talk nonsense. I'm not talking nonsense. Look at her expression just now. Jiang Chen didn't respond. At 12:30, Wyndham International Hotel. Jiang Chen and Jiang Yu returned to the hotel. The lobby was still lit. The young lady at the front desk saw them and immediately stood up, bowing. Hello, Mr. Jiang. Good evening, Mr. Jiang. Jiang Chen nodded. Still working? Not yet. I'm on duty. The young lady smiled. Mr. Jiang, your room card has been upgraded. You now have access to the presidential suite. Do you need me to take you up? No need. I'll go myself. All right. Good night, Mr. Jiang. Jiang Yu watched this scene and felt emotional. 2 days ago, she came to this hotel as an intern. The front desk didn't even glance at her. Today, the front desk called her brother Mr. Jiang. They entered the elevator. In the elevator, they encountered the night manager of the hotel. The manager saw Jiang Chen and immediately nodded. Mr. Jiang, you're back so late. Just went out for a stroll. Do you need me to arrange a car? No need. Thank you. All right. Mr. Jiang, rest early. The elevator doors closed. Jiang Yu looked at her brother and said, "Brother, this feeling really is different." Jiang Chun smiled slightly. It's different now. The elevator reached the top floor. Jiang Chun swiped the card and pushed open the door to the presidential suite. The floor-to-ceiling window offered a breathtaking view of the city's nightscape. In the living room, the crystal chandelier emitted a warm glow. The sofa was imported from Italy. The coffee table held fruits and red wine. In the bedroom, the bed was 2 meters wide. The sheets were made of Egyptian, long staple cotton. In the bathroom, the bathtub was a massage tub. This wasn't a hotel. It was a palace. Jiang Yu stood in the middle of the living room, turning around. "Brother, this is too extravagant, isn't it?" Jiang Chun smiled slightly. "It's a complimentary upgrade from the hotel. The presidential suite, brother. How much does it cost for a night?" "I don't know. We don't have to pay for it." Jiang Yu sat on the sofa, feeling the leather upholstery. "It's genuine leather." Brother, I finally understand what a rich person's life is like now." Jiang Chun stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the night view outside. His phone vibrated. The system interface lit up. Today's new cash deposit of 100 yuan has been received. Upgrade progress, total expenditure 299946283, 500 yuan. Another 100 million. The next day, morning. Sunlight filtered through the sheer curtains of the floor-to-ceiling window, casting light on the large bed of the presidential suite. Jiang Chun opened his eyes. The crystal chandelier on the ceiling was off, leaving only the warm yellow morning light. He lay there for 2 seconds, trying to recall what dream he had last night. He couldn't remember. Only some fragments lingered. Lights from the pedestrian street, the sensation of Yu Bing linking her arm with his Jiang, Hao's darkened face, and Bai Shutong. No, Bai Shutong was just thought of now. She wasn't in the dream. Jiang Chun rubbed his eyes and sat up. The 2-meter bed, the Egyptian long staple cotton sheets, the pillows soft as clouds. Presidential suites are indeed different. He picked up his phone. Several unread messages appeared on the screen. The first one, Yu Jiangwo, sent at 6:30 in the morning. President Jiang, last night, the county committee and government prepared a New Year's gift for all attending entrepreneurs consisting of several local specialties from Qingchuan. I also prepared a separate New Year's gift for you, which has already been delivered to the hotel. Please check if you need anything else and I will replenish it. Jiang Qin glanced at it and smiled slightly. Yu Jiangwo is thoughtful. As one of the top 10 entrepreneurs in Qingchuan County, it takes more than just wealth to reach this position. Knowing how to treat people is the real skill. The second message, Jiang Yu, sent at 7 in the morning. Brother, I have ordered breakfast to be delivered to the room. You can come down after you finish eating. Also, I reviewed the hotel's financial reports from the past 5 years last night. Starting today, I will be doing asset liquidation and Yu Bing is helping me. You don't need to worry, just focus on your work. Jiang Chen looked at this message and smiled. This girl, did she not sleep all night? He could imagine the scene. Jiang Yu sitting in the living room of the presidential suite, surrounded by a pile of financial reports with Yu Bing sitting next to her. 2 young girls, one carefully reviewing data, the other assisting in verification. Their serious working expressions must be quite beautiful. Jiang Chen's lips curled up again. Jiang Chun was dressed in the outfit that Yu Bing had helped him pick out yesterday. A black turtleneck sweater, a deep gray fitted suit, and a camel-colored long coat. As he walked into the dining area, 2 waitstaff glanced at him simultaneously. Then they quickly lowered their heads. Their ears turned red. Jiang Chun paid no mind. He took his meal and found a seat by the window. As soon as he sat down, a staff member walked briskly over. President Jiang. The New Year's gifts from President Yu have arrived at the back door of the hotel. When would be convenient for you to move them? Jiang Chun was taken aback. How much? The staff member's expression was somewhat subtle. You might want to see for yourself. At the hotel's back door, as Jiang Chun walked out, his footsteps paused. A Jinbei vehicle packed to the brim. No, it wasn't just one Jinbei vehicle. It was a Jinbei vehicle with several boxes piled up beside it on the ground. Jiang Chun approached, inspecting each one. Feitian Matai, 6 boxes. Wuliangya, 4 boxes. Hingshengxia, 50 bottles. Hongshuangxi, 50 bottles. Imported cherries, 3 boxes. Imported durians, 2 boxes. Nut gift boxes, 8 boxes. Pastry gift boxes, 6 boxes. And various imported fruits that he couldn't name piled up, half a Jinbei vehicle. Jiang Chun stood there silent for 3 seconds. Is this a New Year's gift? This is moving house, isn't it? He spent over 300 million buying the hotel yesterday, and today Yu Jiangwo sent him all this. 6 boxes of Feitian Matai. Each box has 6 bottles. 36 bottles. Based on the market price, just the liquor alone is worth nearly 200,000. Jiang Chun took a deep breath. Yu Jiangwo is thoughtful. Too thoughtful. But hey, race the problem. How am I supposed to get it back? He is returning to his hometown in Qingchuan the day after tomorrow. His hometown is in the countryside and it takes 40 minutes to drive to the town. He bought a new house in the provincial capital, but he doesn't plan to spend this year's New Year there. No matter how shabby his old home is, it's still home. No matter how nice the new house is, he won't stay there this year. With so much stuff, his Mercedes GLS's trunk won't fit. Moreover, those fruits, cherries and durians, can't last long. If he waits until after the new year to come back, they'll all spoil. Jiang Chen stood there slightly furrowing his brows. President Jiang. The hotel manager had come over at some point. Are you wondering how to transport it back? Jiang Chen glanced at him. Did you notice? The manager smiled. The hotel has a Jinbei vehicle for regular deliveries, usually used for transporting ingredients. If you don't mind, the driver can help you take it back to your hometown and return after delivering it. Jiang Chen thought for a moment. All right, that would be troublesome. Not at all. The driver Xiao Lu has been with us for 8 years. He's steady on the road. Then tomorrow morning, he'll go with me. Sure, he'll arrange it. Jiang Chen looked again at the pile of items. Feitian Mitai, Wulianya Hengshengxia Hongshuangxi, imported fruits, nut gift boxes. Plus the several specialty products from Qingchuan sent by county committees, Shenyao, cured meat, dried bamboo shoots, tea, leaves, all must-buys for the new year. With all these items, he won't need to buy anything this year. It's all here. Jiang Chen turned around and walked toward the dining area, pondering one thing in his heart. What expression would his parents have upon seeing all this? Their son is no longer the poor kid working his fingers to the bone for a meager salary. Their son can afford to buy a hotel worth over 300 million and receive over 100,000 worth of New Year's gifts. But in their eyes, he is still their son. The son returning home for the new year. Jiang Chen's nose felt a bit sour again, but he didn't let it show. At 8:30 in the morning. Hotel buffet restaurant. Jiang Chen held a tray, finding a window seat to sit down. The restaurant was very quiet. Outside the floor-to-ceiling glass windows, the provincial capital's morning was gray and hazy, but sunlight peeked through the clouds. He glanced around. There was no Jiang Yu, nor any of the staff who came from the county committee last night. As expected, Jiang Yu was definitely in her room, reviewing financial reports with Yu Bing helping her. The two of them were so busy that they didn't even have time to come to the restaurant for breakfast. Their serious working expressions must be quite beautiful. Jiang Chen thought of this again. He lowered his head and took a bite of porridge. Then his gaze froze. In the corner of the restaurant at the window seat, there was someone. A girl. Sitting alone. Her makeup was very light, almost barefaced. Her hair was tied in a low ponytail, and she wore a cream-colored sweater with a dark down jacket on top. Her plate was nearly untouched. A glass of water half drunk. She lowered her head, seemingly lost in thought. Jiang Chen's hand froze in midair. Bai Shutong. The campus belle from Qingchuan No. 1 high school. His classmate from high school. The girl he secretly admired for 3 years, but never dared to confess to. Memories surged up all of a sudden. It was the first day of high school. Bai Shutong sat 2 rows in front of him and turned around to borrow an eraser. The sun was shining beautifully that day, illuminating her face, and she smiled slightly. Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. From that moment on, he began to pay attention to her. The way she twirled her pen in class. The way she tilted her head back to drink water during breaks. The way her ponytail swayed when she ran. 3 years. A full 3 years. He never spoke a word to her. Later in college, he met Liu Hong at a hometown gathering. She was from Qingchuan County's 5th high school, a year below him. In their 3rd year of college, the two of them got together. After that, he never thought of Bai Shutong again. It wasn't that he forgot, it was that he dared not think about her. With a girlfriend, one shouldn't think of others. Then Liu Hong ran off with a rich second generation. Then he was dumped. Then he bought this hotel. And now, at this moment, he saw Bai Shutong in the hotel restaurant in the provincial capital. Jiang Chen put down his chopsticks. He looked at her for a few seconds. Bai Shutong's condition was not good. There were faint dark circles under her eyes, as if she hadn't slept well in a long time. Though the corners of her mouth didn't droop, she wasn't smiling. She seemed as if something was weighing her down, making it hard to breathe. But she still looked good. Not in a heavily, it was a kind of beauty that could withstand being barefaced. Jiang Chen stood up holding his tray and walked over. Bai Shutong. His tone was very calm, not abrupt like he was encountering an old friend. I didn't expect to run into you here. Bai Shutong suddenly looked up. In her eyes there was first surprise. Then, recognition. Jiang Chen. Her voice was a bit hoarse. Then she smiled. That smile was very shallow, very thin, as if she had exhausted all her strength to force it out. Long time no see. She stood up and then sat back down, her movements a bit flustered. Jiang Chen pulled over a chair beside her and glanced at her. Can I sit here? Bai Shutong nodded slightly. Go ahead. Jiang Chen sat down. Are you staying at this hotel too? Are you here for work? Bai Shutong's fingers unconsciously rubbed the glass of her cup. Her gaze flickered. I'm just here for a few days temporarily. What about you? Me. I quit my job in the Magic City and am going home for the new year tomorrow. Going back to Qingchuan. Back to my hometown. Bai Shutong's eyes brightened slightly. I'm also from Qingchuan. I know. From the 1st high school, right? Bai Shutong smiled a bit. This smile was a little more genuine than the last. But still only a little. Jiang Chen looked at her. Her complexion was off. It wasn't the kind of off that came from lack of rest. It was something troubling her. You don't seem to be feeling well. Haven't rested properly. Bai Shutong's hand paused for a moment. Then she smiled again. That thin smile appeared once more. I'm fine. Just not used to sleeping in a different place. She was hiding something. Jiang Chen saw through it. But he didn't press further. Some things if others don't want to talk about you shouldn't ask. During their 3 years in high school, he never spoke a word to Bai Shutong because he was too afraid to ask. Now he had learned not to push. The two of them chatted for a few moments. About trivial matters. High school stories, college experiences, their respective jobs. Jiang Chen didn't ask too much. He simply said, if you need any help in the provincial capital you can find me. Bai Shutong was taken aback. You? In the provincial capital? I've been around here recently. What work do you do? Jiang Chen thought for a moment. It's more like, I'm doing my own thing. Bai Shutong didn't ask any further. She nodded, okay, thank you. As their meal neared its end, Bai Shutong glanced at her phone and her expression suddenly changed. She looked hurried, as if something were waiting for her. Jiang Chen, I have to go. I have something to attend to. Okay, you take care. Bai Shutong stood up and grabbed her bag. After taking a couple of steps, she turned back. Let's add each other on WeChat. It's been a while since we contacted each other. Sure. The two of them scanned each other's codes. Bai Shutong's WeChat profile picture was a scenic photo. Her moments, visible for 3 days with nothing there. Someone who hides themselves away. Well, I'm off. Jiang Chen, goodbye. Goodbye. Bai Shutong turned around and quickly left the restaurant. Her figure was very slender. The down jacket she wore looked empty on her. Jiang Chen sat in his original seat, watching her disappear at the door. He looked down at his phone. Bai Shutong's WeChat name, Shutong. No emoji. No special symbols. Clean and simple. Just like her. Jiang Chen put down his phone, picked up his glass, and took a sip. Bai Shutong. Her complexion was poor. She had something she was hiding. Her moments were visible for 3 days. During their 3 years in high school, he secretly loved her, but dared not confess. The hidden worry in her eyes. Jiang Chen frowned slightly. Jiang Chen finished the last bite of his omelet and put down his chopsticks. He took out his phone and opened the banking app. Account balance 322,000,000 yuan. The 320 million he made from the stock market yesterday was untouched, quietly lying there. Jiang Chen glanced at the system interface. Today's limit 1,000,000 yuan has been credited. Another 100 million. He pondered for a moment, opened another interface, and found the business account sent by Yu Jiangwo yesterday. Transfer. 100 million. Confirm. Credited. Jiang Chen put down his phone, leaned back in his chair, and calculated. Yesterday, he transferred 100 million to Yu Jiangwo. Today, he transferred another 100 million. Total paid 200 million. Account balance 320 million. He looked again at the system's upgrade progress bar. Upgrade progress, total consumption 399946283 yuan, almost 400 million. Jiang Chen stared at this number for a few seconds. Then he realized something. The 320 million he made from the stock market yesterday was not reclaimed by the system. What does this mean? It means that the money returned from the stock market doesn't count against the system's limit, it counts as his own. From now on, the system gives him 100 million every day, and he spends it. Then through the stock market investments or other means, he can earn the money back. What he earns back is all his. The system doesn't take it. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. This system seems quite humane. He then thought of the first day. On the first day, the system gave him 100 million, which he didn't spend, leaving it in the account overnight. What a waste. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen felt a bit pained. 100 million. Just lying there for a night, and just like that it was gone. But then he thought, there are still many days ahead. 100 million every day? In a year, that's 365 billion. Wasting 100 million on the first day, how much is that? A drop in the bucket. Jiang Chen's pain faded instantly. But then he thought of another question. Spending 100 million every day isn't that easy. Buying the hotel cost over 300 million, which was a one-time expense. Buying a car, clothes, and New Year's goods would only add up to a few million. How to spend 100 million? Jiang Chen frowned. He still had to think of ways in the stock market. But the stock market is risky. He was lucky yesterday to escape at the highest point. What about next time? Next time he might not have such good luck. I need to find a professional. Jiang Chen thought of someone. Su Qing. If she were to handle my stock market investments, then I wouldn't have to face inquiries anymore. She would definitely be able to avoid those risks. Jiang Chen picked up his phone and scrolled to Su Qing's WeChat. He sent a message, where are you? Do you have time? Su Qing replied quickly, at Provincial First Hospital. Visiting an elder. What's up? Jiang Chen, it's about stocks, I want to consult you. Su Qing, let's meet in the afternoon. I can't get away this morning. Jiang Chen, fine. Let's meet in the afternoon to talk. Just as he finished typing, Su Qing sent another message, are you still talking about stocks? You should take a look at the stock you crashed yesterday. It's still lying on the floor today, hitting the limit down. Jiang Chen sniffed. He exited WeChat and opened the stock app. Xinguang Technology. Limit down. It hit the limit down as soon as the market opened. The sell orders were in the hundreds of thousands, like a wall firmly sealed on the floor. Jiang Chen stared at that green number with only one thought in his mind. Thank goodness he sold quickly yesterday. Otherwise, he would have faced severe losses. He closed the app and put down his phone. The stock market is risky, investments require caution. How true that statement is. He was just lucky. But luck won't always be on his side. He needed to find Su Qing. He had to. Jiang Chen stood up and walked out of the restaurant. He first went to his new house. The sofas, curtains, and lighting fixtures he ordered had arrived again today. By the time Jiang Chen got there, the property management had already helped him sign for them. He went up to take a quick look. The sofas had arrived. The curtains had arrived. The lighting fixtures had arrived. A few boxes of decorations were set to arrive tomorrow. Jiang Chen handed the keys to the property manager. There are still items to be delivered. Please help me open the door and receive them. I won't be back until after the new year. The manager took the keys and nodded with a smile. Understood, Mr. Jiang. Rest assured. Jiang Chen went downstairs and got into his car. He drove aimlessly. He didn't even know where he was going. He just wanted to drive and think things through. How to spend 100 million. How to play the stock market. When will Su Qing be free? Why does Bai Shutong have a worried look in her eyes? Why did Yu Bing break his pen? Had Jiang Yu finished reading the financial report? Lost in thought, his car stopped. Jiang Chen glanced outside. Provincial First People's Hospital. He was momentarily stunned. How did he end up here? Then he remembered. Su Qing said she was at Provincial First Hospital. Unknowingly, he had driven over. Jiang Chen sat in the car looking at the hospital's main entrance and smiled slightly. Since I'm here, I might as well go in. He parked the car, got out, and walked into the hospital lobby. Meanwhile, 300 kilometers away in Qingchuan County, at Liu Hong's home, in the bedroom, the curtains were drawn. The lights were off. Only the glow from the phone screen illuminated the faces of two people. Liu Hong and Zhao Kai sat side by side on the bed. Neither of them spoke. On the phone screen was the Klein chart for Xinguang Technology. A large green candlestick plummeted straight down from the limit up to the limit down. A total collapse. Those who bought in at the limit up yesterday couldn't escape today. Zhao Kai's account was filled with hundreds of thousands of shares. Unable to sell. On the limit down, there were hundreds of thousands of sell orders. No one was taking them. Zhao Kai's face was pale. Liu Hong's face was also pale. They had chased high yesterday thinking they would sell at the limit up today. The result? As soon as the market opened today, it went straight to limit down. The sealed orders on the floor were like a coffin lid firmly shut. Zhao Kai's hand trembled. It's over. His voice was hoarse. Liu Hong said nothing. Her eyes fixated on the phone screen. Besides the Klein chart, there was also a message. Pinned post on the financial forum. Breaking. The culprit behind the total collapse has been found. The last four digits are 8,877. It was the person who crashed Xinguang Technology yesterday. Last four digits 8,877. When Liu Hong saw these 5 words, her finger paused for a moment. Then, her pupils constricted. 8,877. This number. She recognized it. Too well. She had been with Jiang Chen for 5 years. During those 5 years, she had checked his securities account no less than 100 times. That last 4 digits. 8,877. She could recite it with her eyes closed. Liu Hong's hands began to tremble. Not from the cold, but from fear. No, not fear. It was disbelief. Jiang Chen. Last 4 digits 8,877. The person who caused the total collapse was Jiang Chen. Liu Hong shook her head. She placed her phone down on the bed. Impossible. Zhao Kai glanced at her. What's nothing? Liu Hong's voice was tense. Impossible. It must be a coincidence. There are at least tens of thousands of securities accounts in China, ending with 8,877. It can't be him. Jiang Chen's monthly salary is 10,000. He eats 15 yuan box lunches. He wears 9 yuan and 90 cents t-shirts from Pinduoduo. Where would he get the money to crash the total collapse? Where would he get the money to buy over 100 million in 2 days? Impossible. Liu Hong repeatedly told herself. But her heart was racing. So fast that she could hear her own heartbeat. Unable to resist, she picked up her phone again. The message was still there. She clicked on it, reading word for word. Last 4 digits 8,877. Bought 1.94 billion within 2 days, crashing the New Year's monster stock Xinguang Technology. All sold at the limit up today, cleared out in 1 second, causing a total collapse. It is estimated that this account netted over 80 million in 2 days. 2 days. 1.94 billion. Net profit of 80 million. Liu Hong's lips turned pale. If it's Jiang Chen, then what she missed out on was not just a man, but several hundred million. She threw her phone aside, laid back on the bed, stared at the ceiling. Impossible. It's not him. It must not be him. She repeated to herself. But that last 4 digits, 8,877, felt like a thorn stuck in her mind. Unable to pull it out, Zhao Kai was still next to her checking the account. Hong, what should we do about these hundreds of thousands of shares? Liu Hong didn't respond. Her eyes were fixated on the crack in the ceiling. Her mind was filled with that number. 8,877. 8,877. 8,877. Provincial First Hospital. Outpatient lobby. At 10 in the morning. A sea of people. Long lines at the registration window, long lines at the pharmacy window, long lines at the elevator entrance. The air was mixed with the scent of disinfectant sweat and various unidentifiable medicinal smells. As Jiang Chen walked into the lobby, he nearly got pushed out by the crowd. Today he was wearing the outfit Yu Bing had helped him pick, a black turtleneck-fitted dark gray suit and a camel-colored long coat. In this crowded and noisy outpatient lobby, he felt as if he had stepped in from another world. But he didn't pay attention to that. He was looking for Su Qing. Su Qing said she was in the neurology department on the 12th floor. He decided to go up and check the situation first. Jiang Chen navigated through the crowd and headed towards the elevator. Then, on the east side of the lobby, the accessible waiting area. That section was originally designated for patients with limited mobility. There were dedicated wheelchair access, reclining chairs, and oxygen connections. But at this moment, that area was occupied. A luxury folding baby stroller was blocking the middle of the accessible passage. Inside the stroller was not a baby. It was a golden retriever. A fluffy bow-tied yawning golden retriever. Next to it stood a mother and son. The mother, over 40 with big waves in her hair, wearing a mink coat and sporting a thick gold chain around her neck. She carried a Hermes bag and wore RV shoes. The son, in his early 20s, wearing a Supreme sweatshirt with AirPods in his ears, holding a phone and scrolling through short videos. This mother and son used the accessible passage as their dog's VIP lounge. And just 3 meters away from them, by Shatong, she was pushing an old wheelchair. An emaciated elderly man sat in the wheelchair. Half of the old man's body was crooked with a feeding tube in his mouth and an old blanket covering him. Beside him was a thermal container for liquid food filled with mashed rice. Bai Shutun was sweating profusely. Her large bag, stuffed with medications, absorbent pads, baby food, and spare clothes, hung heavily on the wheelchair's handles, tilting the chair to one side. She had just been speaking to that mother and son. Her voice was very soft. "Excuse me, could you please move a little? My father has sequelae from a stroke and has difficulty moving. He needs to wait for oxygen over here." The wealthy woman glanced down at her, taking in her appearance from head to toe. Bai Shutun was wearing a faded off-white down jacket, jeans, and sneakers. There were no logos. The wheelchair was the most ordinary manual type with a frame that was slightly rusty. The corners of the wealthy woman's mouth twitched. That smile was not friendly. "Do you understand the concept of first come, first served?" Bai Shutun was momentarily taken aback. The wealthy woman continued, her voice not loud, but each word clear. "People like you who always bring family along for medical visits love to take up space. Couldn't you come earlier? My dog is precious and can't be exposed to the sun. I'll find somewhere else to go." Bai Shutun's face paled. Before she could respond, the 20-something son beside her spoke up. "What an unfortunate situation. You smell of medicine. Don't come too close to us. What if you infect us with something?" He pinched his nose and took a step back. "If you can't afford a caregiver, don't crowd the expert consultation. You're wasting others' time." Bai Shutun's hands tightened into fists, her knuckles turning white. But she didn't lose her temper as her father behind her had heard the argument. The old man began to tremble. Half of his uncontrolled body was convulsing, and he made indistinct whimpering sounds as if he were crying. It was also as if he were shouting. Bai Shutun immediately turned around, steadying the wheelchair with one hand while pressing down on her father's shoulder with the other. Dad, it's okay, it's okay." Her voice trembled, but she dared not raise it. Raising her voice would stress her father. She could only bite her lip and swallow all her grievances. Bai Shutun pushed the wheelchair, turning to find the triage desk. Behind the desk sat an outsourced woman over 40, snacking on seeds and looking at her phone. "Hello, I would like to ask if the barrier-free passage is occupied. Could you help me coordinate?" The woman lifted. She glanced at Bai Shutun before lowering her head again. "They are also family members of patients. Let's understand each other." Bai Shutun grew anxious. "But my father really needs to wait for oxygen over there. He has sequelae from a stroke and could choke or lack oxygen at any moment." The woman impatiently waved her hand. "Why don't you push the wheelchair to the corner of the hallway to make do? That spot is poorly ventilated but can accommodate standing." Bai Shutun's eyes reddened. "My father cannot be confined in a closed corner. He could lack oxygen at any moment. The barrier-free area is meant for patients with mobility impairments." The woman tossed aside the seed shell. "Rules are for the dead. People are alive. I can't manage the family over there. You'll have to negotiate yourself. The next group of patients is about to be consulted, so please don't block my window." Bai Shutun stood there gripping the wheelchair handle. Her eyes were red, but she didn't cry. She couldn't cry. If she cried, her father would be even more frightened. She turned around, preparing to push the wheelchair back, going back to find that wealthy woman to plead once more. Even if humiliated, she had to ask, because her father needed that spot. Just then, there was a commotion behind her. Her father's convulsions intensified. Half of his body shook violently, and the whimpering in his mouth turned into sharp screams. The thermal container for his liquid food wobbled. It almost tipped over. Bai Shutan was in a flurry. One hand steadied the wheelchair, while the other reached to support the thermal container. But she only had two hands. She could tend to one thing, but not the other. Her tears finally fell. Silently, one by one, they landed on her father's blanket. A hand reached out. Steadily, it supported the swaying wheelchair. Another hand offered her a bottle of warm water. Let your dad drink some water first. Don't worry. I'm here. Bai Shutan looked up. Jiang Chun. He was squatting beside the wheelchair, one hand steadying it while the other handed her the warm water. His expression was calm, but his eyes were steady, like a wall. Bai Shutan took the water, her hand trembling. Jiang Chun. Yes, it's me. Jiang Chun glanced at the old man's condition. The convulsions continued, but did not worsen. His breathing was rapid, but relatively stable. There was no acute danger for the moment. He stood up and patted Bai Shutan's shoulder. You take care of your dad here. I'll go handle it. Bai Shutan opened her mouth, wanting to say something. But Jiang Chun had already turned around. He walked towards the triage window. The outsourced woman was still snacking. Jiang Chun knocked on the window. The woman raised her head, saw him, and was momentarily stunned. This person was dressed too well, wasn't he? Hello, may I ask? Jiang Chun didn't let her finish. His tone was calm, but each word was clear. The hospital's barrier-free waiting area has clear management regulations. According to Article 27 of the Barrier-Free Environment Construction Law, it is exclusively for the use of disabled and severely mobility-impaired patients. The request of the lady earlier was entirely reasonable. The staff has an obligation to coordinate with those occupying the passage to make way. The woman's seeds fell. Jiang Chun continued. If it cannot be handled on-site, please immediately contact the head nurse of the department or the security supervisor to come. Do you need me to call the hospital's patient service supervision hotline right now to confirm the procedure? Patient service supervision. Those four words were like a knife. The woman's face turned pale. What do outsourced workers fear the most? Complaints. They fear the patient service supervision. The woman immediately stood up. I will go call the head nurse. No need for you to go, Jiang Chun said. Just come with me. Jiang Chun led the woman to stand in front of the wealthy woman and her son. The wealthy woman was grooming her golden retriever. Seeing Jiang Chun approach, she lifted her eyelids. Who are you? Mind your own business. She took her car keys out of her bag and waved them in her hand. The Porsche logo flashed under the light. We still have to go to the VIP health check center later. Can we afford? Jiang Chun glanced at the car keys. Then he looked at the wealthy woman. His tone was very casual. I know the management rules of the newly built VIP examination building in this hospital better than you do. My hotel has a share in the associated partners. However, this does not mean you can occupy public barrier-free medical resources. The wealthy woman's hand paused momentarily. Jiang Chun continued, the management rules for the VIP area are clear. The wealthy woman's son was disgruntled. He took off his AirPods and looked Jiang Chun up and down. Even if you have connections, is it necessary to protect them? Running around with a seriously ill old man every day is purely a nuisance. If you have the money, you'd be better off hiring a caregiver instead of taking up public resources. Jiang Chun's gaze turned to him. It was calm, but in that calmness there was something that made it hard for others to meet his gaze. Caring for a severely disabled stroke patient alone for a long time. Turning them catheterizing, feeding, and staying up all night for care. Giving up opportunities for urban development to care for family. This responsibility is one you may not be able to bear. The young man's mouth opened slightly. Jiang Chun did not give him a chance to speak. Occupying the accessible area and insulting the family of the patient. This is both a display of poor upbringing and a violation of hospital regulations. The young man's face turned red. The noblewoman's face also changed, but she still held her ground. You? Don't scare me. I paid 200,000 for a VIP checkup at this hospital. What can you do to me? Jiang Chun did not reply, because footsteps were heard behind him. Mr. Jiang Chun turned around. It was Yu Jiangwo. Su Qing stood beside him. The two walked out of the hospital and happened to witness this scene. Yu Jiangwo approached quickly. Mr. Jiang, what are you doing here? Jiang Chun nodded slightly. I came to find Su Qing. I just happened to run into something. He briefly explained the situation. Yu Jiangwo's expression turned serious. Su Qing glanced at the old wheelchair being pushed by Shutan, and then at the elderly man convulsing. Her eyes darkened. This is too excessive. Just then, a woman in a nurse's uniform hurried over from the end of the corridor. It was the head nurse. She had come after hearing the commotion. Upon reaching them, she first saw Yu Jiangwo. She paused for a moment, then immediately stepped forward and bowed politely. Mr. You. What brings you here? Are you visiting old Joe? Yu Jiangwo nodded. Yes. Just happened to run into something. He glanced at the noblewoman and her son. He said nothing. But that glance was enough. Who was the head nurse? Having worked at this hospital for 15 years, what kind of people hadn't she seen? Upon seeing Yu Jiangwo's expression, she immediately understood. Turning to the security personnel, she said, "Clear the accessible passage. Right now." 2 security personnel immediately stepped forward. The noblewoman panicked. What are you doing? I paid 200,000. The head nurse turned her head to look at her. Her tone was calm yet firm. Madam, private occupation of public areas is prohibited in the hospital. The accessible passage is a legally designated area, not a VIP lounge. If you refuse to cooperate, we will document it according to hospital regulations. This will affect all your future VIP service appointments. The noblewoman's face turned pale instantly. A 200,000 VIP card. If it gets documented, she wouldn't be able to use it again. Her hands began to tremble. She glanced at Yu Jiangwo. Yu Jiangwo did not look at her. She then glanced at Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun also did not look at her. He was watching Bai Shutong. The noblewoman gritted her teeth. She leaned down, pushing the baby stroller containing a golden retriever to the side. Her son wanted to say something. Mom, shut up. The noblewoman quickly pulled her son away. As she passed by Jiang Chun, her steps hesitated for a moment. But she dared not speak. She did not dare to say a word. The two disappeared into the crowd, like 2 mice driven out of their nest. The head nurse arranged for security to clear the passage and had someone bring over a reclining chair. This lady, your father, can wait here for oxygen. If you need anything, just call me. Bai Shutong stood there still holding that bottle of warm water. She looked at Jiang Chun. Tears fell again. But this time, it was not from feeling wronged. It was because someone had helped her. In her moment of helplessness, someone stood up for her. Jiang Chun walked over, pushing the wheelchair next to the reclining chair. Sit here. I'll help you connect the oxygen tube. He squatted down, helping Bai Shutong connect the elderly man's oxygen tube to the nearby oxygen outlet. His movements were very practiced, as if he had done it many times before. Bai Shutong looked at him. Jiang Chun. Thank you. Jiang Chun stood up and brushed off the dust from his hands. What's there to thank? We were high school classmates. Bai Shutong's lips trembled. She wanted to say a lot, but she only managed to say one sentence. You've changed a lot. Jiang Chun smiled slightly. People change. Yu Jiangwo was beside them watching this scene. He did not speak, but he thought to himself, this young man has wealth, yet he is not arrogant. He has status, but does not flaunt it. Helping others is not for show. He is genuinely helping. Such a person is worth befriending. Su Qing stood beside Yu Jiangwo, also watching. Her gaze fell on Bai Shutong. That girl was very thin, very tired, but her eyes were bright. Su Qing's brow furrowed slightly. After Jiang Chun helped Bai Shutong settle everything, he turned to Yu Jiangwo and Su Qing. Let's go. Find a place to discuss stocks. Yu Jiangwo nodded. Su Qing followed. The 3 walked towards the elevator. Bai Shutong sat in the reclining chair, watching Jiang Chun's back. A camel-colored coat. A dark gray suit. A black turtleneck sweater. That silhouette was completely different from the boy he was in high school. But it also seemed like nothing had changed. Bai Shutong lowered her head, looking at her father's calm face. The elderly man's breathing had stabilized. The oxygen tube made a gentle sound. She placed her hand on her father's hand. It was very cold, but her hand was warm. She took out her phone and sent Jiang Chun a WeChat message. Thank you for today. I'll treat you to a meal another day. 3 seconds later, Jiang Chun replied, no need to treat. Take good care of your dad. If you need anything, just find me. Bai Shutong looked at this message. She bit her lip. Yu Jiangwo stood there glancing at Bai Shutong. Then he looked at the elderly man in the wheelchair. Then he turned to the head nurse. This young lady is Mr. Jiang's high school classmate, and also a fellow villager from Qingchuan. Upon hearing Mr. Jiang, the head nurse immediately looked at Yu Jiangwo. Yu Jiangwo continued, her father has severe sequelae from a stroke and needs to come to the provincial city for follow-up treatment regularly. Could you arrange a green channel? The head nurse showed no hesitation. Mr. You, since you asked, I will take care of it. She turned around and picked up the intercom. Director Wong from the neurology department. This is the head nurse from the 12th floor. A patient needs to use the green channel due to severe sequelae from a stroke requiring long-term follow-up. Yes, I'll arrange it right away. In the future, this patient will use the green channel for all visits, no need to queue, and will be directly connected to Director Wong's team. She said to Bai Shudong, your father's green channel has been opened. In the future, when coming to the provincial first hospital, no need to register, no need to queue, just go to the neurology department on the 12th floor and find Director Wong. All examinations and follow-ups will go through the green channel. Bai Shutong stood there still holding that bottle of warm water. Her mouth opened slightly. No sound came out. The green channel. From now on, every visit will be through the green channel. She recalled these past few years. Every time coming to the provincial city for treatment, waking up at 4 in the morning, taking the earliest bus, queuing for registration, at the hospital for 3 hours, seeing the doctor for 5 minutes, then queuing for 2 hours to get medicine. Her father waiting in the wheelchair while she squeezed in the queue. Suffering from heat stroke in summer, shivering in the cold during winter. Once her father suddenly convulsed in the waiting area, and she could not hold him alone. It was a stranger nearby who helped her. Those days of carrying everything alone. Now, a green channel. From now on. Bai Shutong's tears fell again. But this time, she did not wipe them away. She bit her lip, turned her head to the side, and stubbornly held back her tears. She mustn't cry. Her father was watching her. If she cried, he would be even more afraid. She took a deep breath and forced the tears back. Then she turned to Yu Jiangwo and bowed. Thank you, mister. Yu Jiangwo waved his hand. Don't thank me. Thank Jiang Zhong. It was his suggestion. Bai Shutong looked at Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun was speaking with Yu Jiangwo and didn't look at her. But Bai Shutong knew everything was because of him. She tightened her grip on the bottle of warm water. She bore it with great difficulty. Not a single tear fell. Yu Jiangwo glanced at his watch. Mr. Jiang, I have something to attend to, so he'll take my leave first. He'll leave Su Qing in your care. Jiang Chen nodded. All right. Take care, mister. Yu Jiangwo took a couple of steps and then turned back. By the way, the second payment has already been received. Jiang Chun replied, Mem. The share transfer will be processed accordingly today. The law firm third-party evaluation and due diligence are all being expedited. The final draft will be out by next week. Great. Thank you for your hard work, mister. Yu Jiangwo waved his hand. It's my duty. He glanced at Su Qing and then at Jiang Chun. The corners of his mouth moved slightly as if he wanted to say something, but didn't. Then he left. In the hall, only Jiang Chun and Su Qing remained. Su Qing looked at Yu Jiangwo's back, then at Jiang Chun. Let's find a place to talk. All right. A small private tea house. A private room. Bamboo curtains. A purple clay teapot. Outside the window, one could see the hospital building. Jiang Chun and Su Qing sat opposite each other. The tea was ordered by Su Qing. Zhongshan Xiaozhong. Jiang Chun didn't know much about tea, but after taking a sip, he thought it was decent. He set the cup down and got straight to the point. Su Qing, I want to ask for your help managing stocks. Su Qing's hand paused. Managing stocks. Yes. I have some extra money every day now and want to invest in the stock market. But I don't want to be called in for questioning again. If it weren't for you last time, I would have been caught. Su Qing looked at him. She had seen too many clients. But Jiang Chun was the strangest one she had ever encountered. Extra money. How much? Jiang Chun thought for a moment and extended his palm. He waved it in the air. 50 billion within half a year. The tea house fell silent for 2 seconds. Su Qing's eyes widened. 50 billion. She knew this person had at least 3 to 4 billion in cash. The money from the stock market yesterday, plus the money used to buy the hotel, plus the 2 payments mentioned by Yu Jiangwo. 3 to 4 billion, she believed. But 50 billion within half a year. All in cash. Su Qing's fingers started to feel cold. Not because of the temperature, but because, if it were true, that would be terrifying. She had worked at a top investment advisory company for 3 years. The largest client she had seen managed only 20 billion. 50 billion. That was the scale of a leading private equity firm. That was the kind of deal she had dreamed of taking on. But she didn't feel excited. Her first reaction was suspicion. This man earned 10,000 a month. Ate 15 yuan lunchboxes. Wore 9 yuan t-shirts. Just got dumped by his girlfriend. And now he was telling her, 50 billion in 6 months. He had no concept of the capital scale in the market. He was bragging. But Su Qing didn't contradict him on the spot. Her brows tightened. Her speech slowed down. She was not someone who would be dazzled by numbers. She steadied her emotions first. Not showing any longing immediately. She decided to pose questions first. Mr. Jiang, I need to clarify a few key issues first. Jiang Chen looked at her. First, the 50 billion you mentioned, is it liquid funds available for investment? Can you provide proof of fund ownership and complete source of funds? Jiang Chen nodded yes. Second, is there a corresponding implementation path for the timeline of half a year? Jiang Chen, yes. Third, Su Qing paused. Her tone became very serious. As I was once a securities advisor, directly handling large private asset management is a serious violation of regulations. If you really want to operate this scale of funds, you must establish a formal investment company and build a complete team for compliance, risk control, and trading. Have you considered this plan? Jiang Chen looked at her. He hadn't expected Su Qing to ask these questions, but he wasn't surprised. This was Su Qing. She wouldn't be dazzled by numbers. She would first look at compliance, then at the path, then at whether it could be implemented. Su Qing looked at him. She stared for a long time. Then she said, Jiang Chun, I believe you have a few billion now. I believe you have money on hand. Jiang Chen nodded. But about the 50 billion, I need time to think about it. How long? A few days. Within a few days, regardless of my answer, I will give you a response. Jiang Chen looked at her. All right, no rush. After the two finished their business, Su Qing thought it was time to leave. But Jiang Chen didn't move. Su Qing, can you tell me more about stocks? I've been operating in the stock market lately and feel like I'm missing something. Su Qing was taken aback. You've already made over 100 million and you feel like something's missing. I was lucky. I might not have this luck next time. Teach me. Su Qing glanced at him. This person had just discussed a 50 billion deal and then turned around to ask for basic stock knowledge. Did he really not understand? Or was he pretending not to understand? Su Qing couldn't figure it out, but she still spoke up. All right, what do you want to know? Klein. Moving averages. Volume-price relationship. Su Qing picked up the teapot and poured him a cup. Then he'll start from the basics. Listen carefully. It was noon. In the tea house. The two of them didn't leave. Su Qing ordered takeout. 2 simple meals. They ate while chatting. Jiang Chen asked and Su Qing answered. When Su Qing spoke about the divergence of volume and price, Jiang Chen listened very attentively. Not the kind of attentive that was perfunctory. He was genuinely memorizing it. Su Qing noticed. This person didn't seem to be pretending. He really wanted to learn. In her heart, that suspicion loosened a bit. In the afternoon, in the tea house, sunlight streamed in through the gaps in the bamboo curtains, landing on the table. Su Qing spoke about the operational logic of the main funds. Suddenly Jiang Chen asked, if I had 50 billion, how would I allocate it? Su Qing thought for a moment. If you really had 50 billion in cash, 1/3 for stable allocations, bonds, money market funds, large time deposits. 1/3 for equity investments, and I'll manage it. The remaining 1/3 as flexible funds to respond to unexpected opportunities. Jiang Chen, I won't interfere with short-term trades. Su Qing looked at him. What did you say? I said you manage it, and I won't interfere. No designated stocks. No frequent trades. You say buy then buy, you say sell then sell. Su Qing's hand paused. This was the thing she wanted to hear the most after 3 years as an advisor. No interference. No designations. Complete trust. She had seen too many clients. Today they tell you to buy this, tomorrow to sell that, the day after they change their minds. Treating the advisory as an ATM. Jiang Chen said, no interference. Su Qing looked at him. She stared for a long time. Then she said, do you know what this means, eh? It means you can proceed at your own pace. It means, if there's a loss, the responsibility is entirely on you. Jiang Chen smiled slightly. If there's a loss, it's on me. If there's a profit, you get a share. The corners of Su Qing's mouth twitched slightly. She didn't smile, but it was close. In the evening, the city lights outside the window began to glow, casting the night scene of the provincial capital through the gaps in the bamboo curtain. Neon lights, flowing traffic, distant skyscrapers. Inside the tea house, 2 people continued their conversation, moving from stocks to bonds, and then to macroeconomics. As the conversation shifted to the Federal Reserve's interest rate hikes, Su Qing realized that although this person did not understand technical analysis, his intuition was remarkably accurate. The questions he asked were all critical points, not random inquiries. He was genuinely thinking. She also noticed, this person was quite handsome. Not in a delicate way, but in a clean and tidy manner. A black turtleneck sweater paired with a dark gray. His camel coat was draped over the back of the chair. His jawline was sharp with steady brows and eyes. When he smiled, only one corner of his mouth lifted. It was very restrained yet quite attractive. Su Qing immediately shifted her gaze away, pondering what she was thinking. She was 3 years older than him, a former investment advisor at a brokerage. She was his candidate for an investment advisor, nothing more. But that thought, like a very thin thread, had already been tied without her noticing. She didn't even realize it. Jiang Chen glanced at his phone. It was 7:30 in the evening. It's time for dinner. Su Qing replied "Mm." The two of them went downstairs. Next to the Tangyu Tea House was a small Hunan restaurant known for its good reputation. Jiang Chen pushed the door open and entered. The restaurant wasn't crowded. Warm yellow lights, wooden tables and chairs, and a few landscape paintings of Xiangxi hung on the walls. The air was filled with the aroma of chopped chili and garlic. They found a window seat. Jiang Chen ordered chopped chili fish head, stir-fried beef, a plate of stir-fried meat with white chili, and a dish of mixed cured meats. Su Qing ordered a plate of smashed cucumber, a plate of stir-fried seasonal vegetables, and a bowl of seaweed egg drop soup. You're only eating this little. I eat less at night. You're too thin. Su Qing's chopsticks paused. Those 3 words came from a man 3 years younger than. His tone was very calm, as if he were commenting on the pleasant weather. But Su Qing's ears turned warm. She remained silent, lowering her head to eat. Halfway through the meal, Su Qing suddenly spoke up. Jiang Chen. About the 5 billion you mentioned. If it's true. It is true. Then I'll take it. Jiang Chen's chopsticks paused. Have you thought it through? I have thought it through. Su Qing set down her chopsticks and looked at him. But there's one condition. You say it. You can't lie to me. Jiang Chen looked at her. When have I ever lied to you? Su Qing thought for a moment. It seemed she really couldn't recall. All right. Su Qing picked up the seaweed egg drop soup and took a sip. Then from now on I belong to you. Jiang Chun smiled slightly. Don't say it so ambiguously. Su Qing shot him a glare. I meant in a professional capacity. I know. You don't know? I know. Su Qing fell silent. She lowered her head to drink the soup, her ears still warm. After finishing their meal, they exited the Hunan restaurant. The night breeze was a bit chilly. Su Qing tucked her hair behind her ear. I'm heading back. Okay. Can you give me a reply in a few days? I've already given it. Jiang Chun looked at her, but Su Qing did not meet his gaze. Tomorrow I will start the process of registering the company. Prepare the materials. All right. Su Qing turned around and walked a few steps. Then she turned back. Jiang Chun. You're too thin. Eat more. After saying that, she walked away, her high heels clicking on the floor, gradually fading away. Jiang Chun stood there watching her figure. A white coat, a ponytail, and walking briskly. But that moment when she turned back was very slow. Jiang Chun smiled slightly. He took out his phone and sent a message to Su Qing. Let me know when you get home. 3 seconds later, Su Qing replied, you really are meddlesome. 2 seconds later, another message came him home. Jiang Chun looked at those 2 words. Home. He put away his phone and got into the car, starting the engine. Meanwhile, Su Qing was standing downstairs. She didn't head up immediately. Leaning against the wall, she stared at her phone screen. Home. When she typed those 2 words, her fingers felt warm. Su Qing pressed her phone against her chest and looked up at the night sky. The provincial capital's sky did not show any stars. But she felt tonight's night breeze seemed less cold. She stood for 10 seconds before turning around and heading upstairs. 9 o'clock in the evening. At the hotel, Jiang Chun pushed open the door to the conference room, which was brightly lit. Jiang Yu was seated at the main position, a pile of financial reports spread out before her. Next to her sat Yu Bing with a laptop in front of her displaying Excel spreadsheets. Opposite them were 2 members of the original hotel team, a lawyer from a law firm and a representative from a third-party evaluation company, who were still busy. The hotel had arranged for Jiang Yu to have an office right next to the conference room. However, she did not go to the office. Instead, she used the conference room as her command center. Upon seeing Jiang Chun enter, Jiang Yu immediately stood up. Brother. How's it going? Jiang Yu handed over a summary report. The data is basically consistent with what Yu Jiangwo provided. The financial reports match up. Revenues, costs, profits, fixed assets, and current assets have all been verified. Jiang Chun took a glance at the report. What about hidden debts? We're still checking. The due diligence report will be finalized in 2 days. But based on the current situation, Yu Jiangwo seems quite honest, so there should be no concealment of private debts. Jiang Chun nodded. Even if there are, they can be hedged through the funding package and the final 20. Jiang Yu glanced. Brother, you thought of this too. Yu Jiangwo mentioned the final 10 funding package. If there are hidden debts, they will be deducted from the final payment. Jiang Yu smiled slightly. Then it settled. Yu Bing, who was sitting nearby, remained silent, but cast a quick glance at Jiang Chun. It was so quick that Jiang Chun didn't notice. At that moment, Jiang Chun's phone rang. Dad. He answered. Chenzi, Jiang, you said you guys are coming back tomorrow. Yeah, we're coming back tomorrow. Really? Are you just trying to tease me and your mom? No, it's true. The matters in the provincial capital are done. We'll set off early tomorrow and arrive in the afternoon. There was silence on the other end for 2 seconds, then his mother's voice burst in. Chenzi, are you really coming back tomorrow? Your dad has been asking since this afternoon. He's asked 8 times already. Mom, really? We're coming back tomorrow. What do you want to eat? They'll make it for you. Your uncle's family is slaughtering the New Year pig tomorrow. Anything. Just don't tire yourselves out too much. Not at all. When you come back, I won't be tired. Jiang Chun smiled slightly. All right. See you tomorrow. Okay. See you tomorrow. Drive safely. The call ended. Jiang Chun put down his phone. Jiang Yu was smiling beside him. Mom and Dad are overjoyed. Yeah. Yu Bing paused with her pen in hand. At that moment, Jiang Chun's phone vibrated again. A WeChat message. By Shatong. Jiang Chun, I really appreciate what you did today. My dad has finished his checkup and just returned to the hotel. We are preparing to take a bus back to Qingchuan tomorrow morning. Jiang Chun glanced at the message. Reply, are you all going back too? How are you going back? Bai Shatong replied, taking the bus from the provincial city to the county. The bus leaves at 6 in the morning. Jiang Chun thought for a moment. They'll be going back tomorrow as well. He'll drive. We can go together. Bai Shatong replied, there's no need. It would be too much trouble for you. Jiang Chun said, you would have to take your dad on the bus alone. It would be a hassle. And going back anyway, it's on the way. Your dad shouldn't have to suffer that. Bai Shatong didn't reply. After 30 seconds, she finally responded. All right then. Thank you. Is it all right if we leave at 8 tomorrow morning? Jiang Chun replied, sure. 8 o'clock. See you at the hotel lobby. Bai Shatong replied, okay. Good night. Jiang Chun said good night. He put down his phone. Jiang Yu had been watching him. Bro, who are you messaging? A classmate. What classmate? A girl. A high school classmate. A girl. Jiang Yu's eyes lit up. Bai Shatong. From Yizhong. You don't know her. By Shutong. Jiang Yu thought for a moment, the school beauty from Yizhong. How do you know? Is she the one you had a crush on in high school for 3 years, but never confessed to? Jiang Chun. Jiang Yu, are you really my sister? Yu Bing, who was nearby, heard this. The pen in her hand paused. A crush for 3 years in high school. The school beauty. By Shutong. She said nothing, lowered her head, and continued to look at the document. Bro, can you take Yu Bing back? It's too late. Jiang Yu's voice pulled Jiang Chen back. Sure. Jiang Chen looked at Yu Bing. Let's go. I'll take you back. Yu Bing closed her laptop and stood up. No need, I'll take a taxi myself. It's quite late. Yu Bing didn't say anything more. She grabbed her bag and walked out with Jiang Chen. In the car, neither of them spoke. The car was very quiet. The night scenery of the provincial city slid past the window, neon lights, flowing traffic, tall buildings. Jiang Chen drove looking straight ahead. Yu Bing sat in the passenger seat looking out the window. After 2 minutes, Jiang Chen spoke first. Yu Bing, thank you for your hard work these past few days. Yu Bing turned her head and glanced at him. What hard work? It's not like I did it for free. Regardless, thank you. Yu Bing smiled slightly. So you're just saying thank you? What about something practical? What practical thing? Next time you find a good stock, take me along. Yu Bing's tone was casual, as if she were joking, so I can make money like my cousin did this time. Jiang Chen, how much did Su Qing earn? Over 2 million in principal, and she made over $1 million in profit. She said she would take a good rest for the next few months and won't touch stocks anymore. Jiang Chen smiled slightly. Su Qing said she would rest. But she didn't know. Su Qing had already agreed to help him. It wasn't a break. It was a different way to help him make money. The car stopped. Yu Bing's building was downstairs. Yu Bing pushed the door and got out, taking a few steps. Then she turned back. Jiang Chen. Moi. Happy New Year. Yeah, you too. Yu Bing smiled slightly. She turned and went upstairs. The sound of her high heels clicked on the stairs. It was 7:40 in the morning. At the hotel lobby entrance. On a winter morning, the sky wasn't fully bright yet. The air was cold, and the breath they exhaled was white. Jiang Chun and Jiang Yu had already finished breakfast and were standing by the car waiting. A black Mercedes GLS was parked in the hotel's reserved spot. Behind it was another Jinbei vehicle arranged by the hotel, loaded with New Year's goods for Jiang Chun from Yuzhangwo. Flying Matai Wulianya Hengshengxia Hongshwengxi, imported fruits, nut gift boxes. Piled high. Jiang Yu glanced at the Jinbei vehicle. Bro, is this car coming too? Yeah. I had the driver follow us. Hell, unload the goods in Qingchuan and then drive back. Where's the driver? He fell asleep in the car. He waited until midnight last night to finish loading the goods. Jiang Yu didn't say anything more. It was 7:45. The hotel revolving door opened. Bai Shutong pushed the wheelchair out. Her father sat in the wheelchair wrapped in a thick blanket, wearing an oxygen mask, his body leaning to one side, but he seemed to be in decent spirits. Beside her hung a thermos for liquid food, and on the wheelchair's handle was a large bag containing urine pads, pureed food, clothing changes, and medications. Bai Shutong wore the beige down jacket from yesterday, jeans and sneakers. Her hair was tied in a low ponytail, and she wore no makeup, but her natural beauty held up quite well. She pushed the wheelchair over, saw the Mercedes GLS, and paused her steps. Then she saw Jiang Chun. Good morning. Good morning. Bai Shutong walked to the side of the car, feeling a little embarrassed. Jiang Chun. I'm really sorry to trouble you so much. We could just take the bus. Jiang Chun didn't respond. He walked directly over and opened the rear door. Come on. Let me help you. Bai Shutong was taken aback for a moment. Jiang Chun had already crouched down. He steadied the wheelchair with one hand and supported the old man's shoulder with the other. His movements were steady and gentle. Uncle, please take it slow. He'll help you up. The old man mumbled a response. Jiang Chun carefully assisted the old man in the wheelchair into the back seat. Fortunately, the rear space of the Mercedes GLS was spacious. After placing the wheelchair inside, there was still room for another person. The old man's oxygen tube was connected to the car's oxygen supply, and the thermos was placed in the footwell storage compartment. Everything was secure. Bai Shutong stood nearby watching this scene. Her lips moved slightly, but no words came out. She hadn't expected Jiang Chun to be driving a Mercedes. And a GLS at that. The top configuration cost no less than $1.5 million. When she saw him at the hotel restaurant yesterday, she only thought he dressed well. A black turtleneck sweater, dark gray suit, and camel coat. But she hadn't expected his car was better than any of her classmates' cars she had seen. Bai Shutong's expression changed. Shocked. Then she sighed. Among the classmates from Yizhong back then, some had bought houses in the provincial city, some worked as small clerks in the system, and some barely made ends meet working outside. And Jiang Chun, driving a Mercedes worth over $1 million, staying in a 5-star hotel, and casually giving away New Year's goods worth tens of thousands. What had he experienced? Bai Shutong didn't ask. She simply said thank you. Jiang Chun closed the car door and turned to look at her. You should get in too. Sit in the passenger seat. Huh. He'll sit in the back with my dad. There's enough space in the back. Your dad needs someone to watch over him. You sit in the passenger seat and help me navigate. Bai Shetong thought for a moment. That made sense. Her dad was in the back and she indeed had to keep an eye on him. Sitting in the passenger seat would allow her to look at the road and turn back to check on him. All right then. She got into the passenger seat. Jiang Yu was already seated in the back next to Bai Shutong's father. She was helping the old man adjust the blanket. Uncle, are you cold? Do you want another blanket? The old man shook his head vaguely. Jiang Yu smiled. Uncle, I'm Jiang Chen's sister. Don't worry, we will reach Qingchuan in 2.5 hours. Uncle, I am Jiang Chen's sister. Don't worry, we will reach Qingchuan in 2.5 hours. The old man glanced at her, and the corner of his mouth seemed to move slightly. It seemed like a smile. Bai Shetong saw this scene in the rearview mirror. Her eyes became warm again. She held back, not letting a tear fall. Jiang Chun started the engine. The Jinbei car followed. The two vehicles drove out of the hotel underground parking lot onto the main road. It was 8 in the morning. The morning rush hour in the provincial capital had just begun. Outside the car window, tall buildings, glass curtain walls, office building clusters the skyline of the CBD. Each building seemed to be piled up with money. Clean, modern, imposing. Jiang Yu looked out the window and sighed. The provincial capital is indeed the provincial capital. It's completely different from Qingchuan. Bai Shetong was also watching. Yes. Every time I come to the provincial capital, I feel the gap. The last time was 3 months ago when I brought my dad for a follow-up visit. Jiang Chun remained silent. He was watching the road, but he was also looking outside. The buildings of the provincial capital, starting from 30 stories. The exterior was all glass curtain walls. Commercial complexes one after another. 3 layers of underground parking. This is a living city. There is wealth, there are people, and there is flow. At 8:20, the car entered the highway. Just out of the toll station, both sides were still the extension of the provincial capital. Newly built residential complexes, just open subway lines, and a wide 8-lane road. But after 20 minutes, changes came. The buildings began to get shorter. From 30 stories to 20 stories. From 20 stories to 10 stories. From 10 stories to 6 stories. The exterior also changed. The glass curtain walls disappeared. It changed to white tiles, then to gray cement. Then it became no exterior at all, just raw concrete. Exposed red bricks with cement joints not even smoothed out. Jiang Yu pointed out the window. Brother, look over there. Jiang Chen glanced. A cluster of self-built houses 3 or 4 stories high with tin roofs. The exterior walls were covered in white tiles, but they had already turned yellow. In the yard parked a tricycle. Such houses can't be seen in the provincial capital, Jiang Yu said. Not only are they not seen in the provincial capital, but they are also increasingly rare even in the county. Young people have all gone out and the houses are left empty. Jiang Chun remained silent. But he was thinking, this is China. A provincial capital and the world within a 200-kilometer radius are 2 different Chinas. Liangzhou City. Liangzhou City, the prefecture-level city administered by Qingchuan. The car exited the highway and entered the urban area of Liangzhou. Compared to the provincial capital, it was not only 1 level lower. The CBD of the provincial capital has glass curtain walls. The CBD of Liangzhou has 6-story commercial and residential buildings with a row of shops below their signs crooked. The office buildings in the provincial capital are grade A5A. The office buildings in Liangzhou, some even have only 1 elevator. The roads in the provincial capital are 8 lanes. The roads in Liangzhou, 4 lanes with potholes. But compared to the further county towns, Liangzhou is already considered good. Jiang Yu said, Liangzhou is still much stronger than Qingchuan. At least there's KFC and Wanda. Bai Shetong said, Qingchuan doesn't even have Wanda. The biggest mall is just a Bubu Gao built 10 years ago. Jiang Chen glanced outside. The skyscrapers in Liangzhou, the tallest only about 20 stories. The exterior was deep blue glass, but some had already faded. The city planning can't be described as good, but at least there is planning. Compared to the county towns below, it is much better. It was 9:10. We were about to exit the highway. There are still 70 or 80 kilometers of national road ahead. Jiang Chen glanced at the rearview mirror. The Jinbei car was still following behind. He thought for a moment and turned on the turn signal. Do you want to use the restroom? There are still 70 or 80 kilometers of national road and the service station might not have one. Jiang Yu immediately said yes. I drank 2 bowls of porridge this morning. I really need to go. Bai Shetong also said me too. I need to go a little bit. Jiang Chen smiled. Okay, let's go to the service station. He turned the steering wheel and entered the highway service station. The Jinbei car. Bai Shetong just noticed. Since leaving the hotel, a Jinbei car had been following them. This car has been following us. Jiang Chen replied yes. The hotel has some goods to be delivered to Qingchuan, so it's on the way. Bai Shetong glanced at him. Jiang Chen got out of the car and headed to the men's restroom. Jiang Yu and Bai Shetong went to the women's restroom. The driver of the Jinbei car also got out, stretched, and went to the restroom on the other side. Jiang Chun came out of the restroom. He was washing his hands. A person walked in beside him. Jiang Hao, his cousin, and beside him was Zhou Li, his girlfriend. The two were holding hands, chatting and laughing. It seemed that the issue from the night before had been resolved between them. Jiang Hao looked up and saw Jiang Chun. He paused for a moment, then smiled. That kind of smile, it wasn't a happy smile. It was that kind of I am better than you smile. Oh, Jiang Chun. Yes. He pulled out a car key from his pocket. The BMW emblem. He waved it in his hand. Did you see? New car. BMW 3 Series. Just picked it up last week. Zhou Li leaned in beside him. Jiang Chun, taking the bus is such a waste of money. Just ride in my brother Hao's car. We're brothers, just charge you 100 for gas and tolls. Jiang Hao chimed in right. Riding in a brother's car is better than that bus. We can chat on the way. Jiang Chun glanced at him. No, I have someone else with me. Just then, Jiang Yu came out of the women's restroom. Yeah. Yes. Jiang Hao's eyes lit up. 2. That's perfect. My car's back seat can fit 2 more. Just right for you two. 100 each, I'll charge you 200. Jiang Chun said, that's not convenient. There are 4 of us, so we can't fit. Jiang Hao wanted to say something more, but then he saw Bai Shutong coming out of the women's restroom behind Jiang Yu. Jiang Hao's eyes widened. Bai Shutong was wearing a white down jacket, blue jeans, and white sneakers today. Her hair was tied in a ponytail, and she wore no makeup, but her skin glowed. Beautiful. Jiang Hao's mouth opened slightly. But this time, he learned his lesson. After being shot down by Yu Bang on the pedestrian street, he had learned to be cautious. But this time, he really didn't say anything. Because Zhou Li was beside him. Zhou Li's gaze was already like a knife aimed at him. Jiang Hao shrank his neck. Well, then you all go. Drive safely on the way. Jiang Chun nodded. We're leaving. He led Jiang Yu and Bai Shutong towards the parking lot. Jiang Hao stood there watching the 3 figures. 2 women, both stunning. Jiang Hao's mind was full of question. What's going on? Jiang Chun used to have not even a shadow of a woman beside him. After being dumped by Liu Hong, he was even more alone. Now how come? He's surrounded by beauties. And all of them at this level. He couldn't figure it out. Zhou Li was beside him, staring at him. What are you looking at? I'm not looking at anything. Your eyes are about to fall out. I didn't. I was just glancing around. Zhou Li snorted coldly. Let's get in the car. Jiang Hao shrank his neck and walked with Zhou Li. In the parking lot, Zhou Li walked to the BMW and looked back. She saw it. Jiang Chun, Jiang Yue, and Bai Shutong got into a black Mercedes-Benz GLS. Then the Jinbei car also started following the Mercedes-Benz as it drove out of the service station. Zhou Li was stunned. How? Look, it's a Mercedes-Benz. Jiang Hao was opening the car door. He glanced back, but only saw the tail of the Jinbei car. What Mercedes-Benz? You must be seeing things. That's a Jinbei car. A black Jinbei car. They're riding in a Jinbei. No, I saw a Mercedes-Benz. A really big one. GLS. You must be seeing things. Jiang Hao opened the door and got in. Do they even have the money to ride in a Mercedes-Benz? And a GLS. That car costs over $1 million. Do you not know their family conditions? Zhou Li stood there still, insisting. I really saw it. All right. Get in the car. Didn't you have enough to eat this morning? You're seeing things. Zhou Li opened her mouth, but said nothing more. She got in the car. But in her heart, did she really see? She indeed hadn't eaten enough this morning. A bit of low blood sugar. Maybe she really was seeing things. It should be that way. Jiang Chun had no time to care about their argument. The Mercedes-Benz GLS drove onto the national highway. The Jinbei car followed behind. Exiting the expressway, they entered the national highway. The world changed again. On both sides of the expressway, though there were some rural areas, at least there were street lights, guardrails, and green. On both sides of the national highway, there was nothing. The road was good. A paved road. But on both sides were residential houses. Old residential houses. Some were 2-story buildings built in the 1990s, with white ceramic tiles on the outer walls, but had already turned black. The iron gates were rusty, and the yard was overgrown with weeds. Some were even older, houses from the 1980s. Red brick walls, wooden windows, tiled roofs. The walls still bore the faded slogan, family planning is good. Further ahead, earth wall houses. Real earth wall houses. Yellow mud walls, black tile roofs. Some had collapsed halfway, leaving only a frame. The yard was overgrown with grass. No one lived there. Completely uninhabited. Jiang Yu looked out the window in silence. Bai Shutong was also watching. Her expression was calm. But within that calmness there was a sense of familiarity. Because this was her hometown. This was Qingchuan. Jiang Chun looked out the window. He was pondering. Provincial city. Liangzhou. County town. Rural areas. 4 worlds. For China's. People in the provincial city earn 20,000 a month sipping 30 yuan coffee, discussing stocks and music. People in Liangzhou earn 5,000 to 6,000 a month riding electric bikes to work, eating 15 yuan lunchboxes at noon. People in the county town earn 3,000 to 4,000 a month, some even only 2,000. Renting a 500 yuan room, eating 10 yuan noodles. Rural areas, there's no one left. All the young people have left. Only the elderly and children remain. Jiang Yu spoke first. Brother, look at those houses. No one lives there anymore. Now the hometown really can't keep people. Jiang Yu's tone was a bit sentimental. My classmates went out to work right after graduating from middle school. Some went to Guangdong, some to Zhejiang, earning 4,000 to 5,000 a month, sending 3,000 home, keeping over 1,000 for themselves, renting a place to eat, saving the rest. After a few years, they still can't afford a house outside. Bai Shutong added, it's not just that they can't afford a house. Without education or skills outside, it's just factory work, food delivery, or cleaning. Some places say points can be used for residency, but without a house, they are still looked down upon. Public schools can't be accessed, and children can only attend private ones. Either they're outrageously expensive, costing several tens of thousands a year, or they're poor-quality private schools where teachers change frequently, sometimes even during class. The quality of teaching can't keep up. Jiang Yu glanced at her. How do you know all this? Bai Shutong smiled slightly. That smile was very bitter, because I've experienced it. The car was quiet for a few seconds. Bai Shutong looked at the old houses outside the window and slowly began to speak. When I had just graduated from university, I worked in administration in a first-tier city. The salary was decent, over 8,000. After a few years, I saved some money. Later, my dad fell ill. A stroke. Severe sequelae. My mom had already passed away then. It was just my dad at home. I hired a nurse, but she couldn't take care of him. Severe stroke sequelae, not just an ordinary elderly person, but one needing round-the-clock care. I quit my job and came back to take care of him full-time. The money I saved from working these past 2 years has been almost spent. I came back to look for a job. Do you know how much the salary is in Qingchuan County? She glanced at Jiang Chun and Jiang Yu. 3,000 to 4,000. Quite normal. Many are even just 2,000. Jiang Yu's hand clenched slightly on her knee. I'm currently doing headhunting on the side, relying on the connections I built from my previous administrative job, taking on some human resources work. Just barely managing to get by. She spoke very flatly, as if she were talking about someone else's matter. But Jiang Yu could tell that it wasn't someone else's matter. That was her own fate. Jiang Yu's eyes turned red. She thought of herself. A few days ago, she had said similar things to Bai Shutong. If it weren't for my brother coming back, I wouldn't even know where I'd work after my internship at the real estate company. Now I'm the deputy financial manager of a 5-star hotel, earning 20,000 a month, and I haven't even graduated yet. If I go back to Qingchuan to find a job, I'd be lucky to find one for 3,000. She looked at Bai Shutong. One person quit her job, came back to take care of her sick father. From an 8,000 salary dropped to 2,000 to 3,000 inside headhunting work. No complaints, no tears, just bearing it. A strong feeling surged in Jiang Yu's heart. Not sympathy. It was empathy. It was admiration. She began to feel good about Bai Shutong. Not that kind of romantic feeling between men and women, but acknowledgement from one girl to another. You are amazing. You've borne so much on your own. You really are amazing. Jiang Chun had been driving the car, but he was listening. He heard Bai Shutong say, originally working in administration, now doing headhunting. He thought for a moment. Shudong, do you know any good lawyers in Qingchuan? Bai Shutong was taken aback for a moment. Lawyers? What kind do you need? Nothing too complicated. Just need a few contracts checked. Bai Shutong thought for a moment. Yes. She's also returned from a first-tier city. Now she has her own law firm in Qingchuan. Graduated from a double first-class university with a strong professional background. She is a senior sister from our Qingchuan No. 1 high school who scored highly to get into a 985 university, later pursued a master's degree. After working outside for a few years, she returned due to her parents' illness. I met her when I often took my dad to the provincial city for medical treatment. I stayed at the Wyndham Hotel, which she recommended, with a special price channel. Jiang Chen nodded. Give me her contact information. Bai Shutong took out her phone, scrolled for a bit, and sent the number and WeChat to Jiang Chun. Her name is Shun Yan. Just add her and say I referred you. Jiang Chun forwarded the number to Jiang Yu. Yeah, you contact her. In less than 5 minutes, the other party replied. Very professional. Several opinions, each point hitting the mark. One was about a flaw in the equity ratio, which had not been mentioned by Yu Jiangwo earlier, but it indeed posed a risk. Another point was regarding the payment method for the final installment, suggesting the addition of a bet clause. Jiang Chen glanced over. Not bad. There were indeed some things he had overlooked before. This person is capable, Jiang Chen said. He asked Bai Shudong what background does she have. Bai Shutong answered. She graduated from a double first-class university. With a master's degree from a 985 institution, she worked at a law firm in the provincial city for 5 years and is very competent. Later, when her parents fell ill, she resigned and returned to open her own law firm. She is in a situation similar to mine. We both returned because of our families. Jiang Chen nodded slightly. Those who come back all have their stories. Just as they were speaking, Bai Shutong's phone vibrated. She glanced down. It was a WeChat message from Shun Yan. Shudong, who is that deity you introduced? Bai Shutong was taken aback. She replied, what's wrong? Shun Yan, I just checked. He is the owner who acquired the Wyndham Hotel. 3 billion. Paid in full within 4 days. He even lent money to Yu Jiangwo. You know what kind of person Yu Jiangwo is, right? A big boss who has emerged from Qingchuan. Even Yu Jiangwo needs to ask him for money. What exactly is your classmate's background? Bai Shutong stared at this message. Her hand froze. She slowly raised her head, looking at Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun was focused on driving his expression calm, as if nothing had happened. Bai Shutong's mouth opened slightly. 3 billion. Paid in full in 4 days. Acquired the Wyndham Hotel. Lent money to Yu Jiangwo. She had just heard Jiang Yu say, if Jiang Chun hadn't returned, she wouldn't know where she would be after her internship at the real estate company. Now her high school classmate was a person worth billions. Bai Shutong's mind buzzed. She looked at Jiang Chen's profile, his jawline, his eyebrows and eyes were steady. Exactly like that boy who sat 2 rows in front of her in high school. Yet completely different now. Jiang Chun sensed her gaze. He turned to look at her. What's wrong? Bai Shutong covered her phone screen with, nothing. Nothing at all. She paused. Jiang Chun. You are the big boss of the Wyndham Hotel. Jiang Chun glanced at her. Just luck. Are you so low-key? Not a hint of showiness at all. Jiang Chun smiled slightly. I have always been low-key. That's good. Bai Shutong took a deep breath. I won't say anything. They'll keep it a secret. Jiang Chun nodded. Thanks. Bai Shutong looked at him. This person has money but doesn't flaunt it. Has ability, but is not ostentatious. Helped her, but didn't mention it. Saved her father, but didn't say a word. Gave her green passage, but didn't bring it up. Let her ride back in a Mercedes, but never mentioned it. He didn't bring anything up, yet did everything. Bai Shutong felt a string in her heart, once again plucked. Very lightly, yet very resonantly. The car continued to drive forward. After a while, Bai Shutong spoke. Jiang Chun. Do you think people like you who are wealthy should come back to build up your hometown? Jiang Chun glanced at her. What do you mean? Bai Shutong looked out the window. Those old houses. Those earthen walls. Those courtyards with no one living in them. Hometown is not without its merits. The ancient city of Qingchuan is very beautiful. The architecture from the Ming and Qing dynasties is well preserved. There are tea mountains. Big tea mountains. The mountains are perpetually shrouded in mist with a particularly high concentration of negative oxygen ions. Photographing there is like entering a fairyland. Many tourists from outside come specifically to visit. But the transportation is inconvenient. The original T-Horse Ancient Road was a major traffic route. Over 100 years ago, Qingchuan was the center for several surrounding counties. Everyone had to come to Qingchuan to purchase goods. Now, there's only one national road left. It takes 2 to 3 hours to get to the provincial city. If there were a high-speed rail, it would take less than half an hour. But there isn't. It has been abandoned by the railway. Abandoned by the high-speed rail. Abandoned by the highways. Her voice was very calm, but within that calmness, there was something. It was unwillingness. It was heartache. It was love for the hometown. Jiang Chun said nothing, but he was thinking about the ancient city of his hometown. He had been there. Cobblestone roads. Wooden stilted buildings. Ancient city walls. The stone roads of the T-Horse Ancient Road. Very beautiful. Really beautiful. An ancient city that once flourished for over 1,000 years. A major traffic route for several surrounding counties. Now, abandoned by modern transportation. Just like those old houses. Abandoned by the times. Jiang Chun's hand tightened on the steering wheel. Transportation changes a city. This saying, he had only seen in books before. Now he saw it with his own eyes. Provincial city. Liangzhou. Qingchuan. Rural areas. 4 worlds. A highway. Just like that they were separated. The Mercedes GLS drove smoothly along the national road. The heating inside turned up high. Jiang Chun held the steering wheel with one hand, glancing at the rearview mirror. That Jinbei car was steadily following behind, not falling behind. 2.5 hours. From the provincial city to Liangzhou, then all the way south, they had already entered the territory of Qingchuan. Just turn in ahead, and we'll be there, Jiang Chun said. Bai Shutong sat in the passenger seat, holding her father's coat, and glanced out the window upon hearing this. The mountains beside the national road were getting closer. The road was narrowing, but she felt inexplicably at ease. In the back seat, Jiang Yu was dozing against the window. Bai Shutong's father, wrapped in a blanket, was breathing steadily, having endured none of the hardships during the journey. Jiang Chun. Bai Shutong suddenly spoke. Tomorrow night. High school class reunion, are you going? Jiang Chun's hand on the steering wheel paused slightly. Before he could respond, Bai Shutong continued, I am one of the organizers. We hold it every year. I just didn't have your contact information to notify you. Jiang Chun said nothing. He certainly knew about the class reunion. It wasn't that he didn't know, it was that he was afraid to go. Back in high school, he was not particularly outstanding in class. He was tall. This was the only thing he could boast about. His grades were average. He got into an ordinary university, and after graduating, he joined a company in the magical city. His salary seemed decent to people back home, but in the magical city, after deducting rent and living expenses and buying this and that for his ex-girlfriend Liu Hong, by the end of the year, not much was left. His family's house had not even been renovated. A class reunion. What would he say? That he earns $8,000 a month in the magical city, that his girlfriend ran off with someone, and that his house still looks like it did 20 years ago. So he had been avoiding it. You should go and take a look. Bai Shutong's tone was very light. They're all old classmates, no one will laugh at you. Jiang Chun remained silent for a few seconds. Okay. Bai Shutong's mouth curled slightly, and she said nothing more. Jiang Yu in the back seat was actually not asleep, her ears perked up and listening to the entire conversation. She glanced at Bai Shutong in the passenger seat, then at her brother, who was focused on driving, and thought, brother, do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know? Sister Yu Bing has feelings for you, can't you tell? Can't you see the way Bai Shutong has been looking at you all this way? Forget it, your matters, you handle them yourself. 1040. The Mercedes turned off the national road, entering a cement village road. Jiang Chen's home was not far from the road. Jiang Chen's home was not far from the roadside. The red brick house had no exterior decoration, with the red bricks bare, as if untouched for decades. The interior was painted white, the floor was cement, and the wires looked temporary, clearly a makeshift setup. The courtyard was small but tidy. Jiang Chen slowly drove the car into the yard. Almost at the same time, a Jinbei car followed in. The door to the main room creaked open. Jiang Shoshan and Li Xiufan hurried out, followed by several villagers. Then, both of them froze. Two cars. One was a Benz, the other a Jinbei. They entered their own yard one after another. The cigarette in Jiang Shaoshan's hand almost fell to the ground. Li Xiufan tugged at her husband's sleeve and whispered, what happened, dear? How would I know? Several villagers nearby also came out to look, and neighbors peeked out of their doors. Did a car come to Jiang Lair's house? Two cars. That one in front. That logo, the trident. That's a Benz, right? A Benz. Their family. No way. Look how new that car is. It must cost at least several $100,000. The curious neighbors all gathered outside the courtyard to watch. At this moment, Jiang Chun, Jiang Yue, and Bai Shudong, along with the driver, had already gotten out of the car and were standing in the courtyard. Jiang Shoshan and Li Xiufan looked over. Chainer. Where? The elderly couple broke into smiles, rushing over in a few quick strides. Then their gaze fell on Bai Shutong beside them. Beautiful. Truly beautiful. Even more stunning than the stars on television. Li Xiufan's eyes brightened, instinctively tidying her clothes, and warmly called out, come in, come in. It's cold outside, come in for tea and snacks. Rural folks are hospitable, it's in their nature. But Bai Shutong didn't move. She looked troubled, glancing at her father still lying in the car. Annie, my dad is still in the car. He isn't well and can't move. Li Xiufan was taken aback and quickly replied, oh dear, then hurry and take care of your dad. We'll have tea inside, there's no rush. Jiang Chun glanced at his parents, then at the growing crowd of villagers outside, and spoke up, Dad, Mom, he'll take them back first and come back later. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Xiufan's face fell. Come back. What for? Everyone is waiting inside. Waiting. Jiang Chun was taken aback. Li Xiufan pointed towards the main room, lowering her voice, but unable to suppress her anger. Your blind date. They've been here since early morning. They've been waiting for you all morning. A matchmaker beside them immediately chimed in, her voice loud. That's right, Jiang Chun, the girl has been waiting for you all morning, and her conditions aren't bad. How old are you? If she's willing to come meet you, that's a favor to you. Jiang Chun and Jiang Yu were both stunned. A blind date. A real blind date. Jiang Yu's mouth twitched as she glanced at her brother, and then at Bai Shutong beside them. Brother, you're worth over 100 million now, and you still need a blind date. Yu Bing is interested in you, don't you know? Didn't you notice how Bai Shutong looked at you the whole way here? She wanted to say something, but seeing the crowd around, she held back. As for Bai Shutong, when she heard the words blind date, her face flushed. A high school classmate who owned a 5-star hotel and drove a Benz. Reduced to needing a blind date. She stole a glance at Jiang Chun. His expression was calm, as if he were already used to it. Bai Shutong felt a sudden pang of bitterness and an indescribable emotion. She wanted to go inside to see what kind of celestial beauty was waiting for the blind date. But her father was still in the car. Jiang Chen noticed Bai Shutong's awkwardness and turned to his mother. Mom, there's a patient in the car. We must take him back first. But we can't just leave the person I brought here. The matchmaker protested. That girl came early in the morning, and you're leaving with another woman. What kind of talk is that? When she said another woman, she deliberately shot a glance at Bai Shutong. Bai Shutong's face turned even redder, and she lowered her head, not daring to respond. The atmosphere became tense. Just then the driver stepped forward. Mr. John, how about I drive them? If you trust me, I'll take them to the destination and bring the car back. All eyes turned to the driver. Jiang Shoshan and Li Xiufan exchanged glances. It was fine to offend anyone, but not the matchmaker. The matchmaker had a significant reputation in the villages. If this match didn't work out, there would be another. But if the matchmaker was offended, who else would introduce a partner for their son in the future? The elderly couple looked at Jiang Chun with pleading eyes. Jiang Chun glanced at the villagers outside the courtyard and heard his mother quietly say, "Your uncle's family is slaughtering pigs today. You might have to help out." "Fine, let the driver take them." The driver took the car keys and walked towards the Benz. Bai Shutong stepped in front of Jiang Chun and said earnestly, "Thank you. Drive carefully," Jiang Chun said. Bai Shutong nodded and turned to get in the car. The Benz slowly drove out of the courtyard, and the Jinbei followed suit. The villagers outside the courtyard craned their necks to look inside, but they didn't see the scene of Jiang Chun and the others getting out of the car. They only saw the Benz driving away. "I told you." A villager slapped his thigh with their poor look. How could they afford a Benz? "Look, there's someone in the car. It'll drive away soon." "That's their car." "Exactly. If Jiang Lanner's family could afford a Benz, I'll write my name backwards." Ha ha ha. The villagers burst into laughter, feeling relieved, and scattered in twos and threes. Jiang Yu clenched her fists in anger, about to speak. "Stop talking." Jiang Chun pressed down on her shoulder. Jiang Yu gritted her teeth and swallowed her words. Jiang Chun stood in the courtyard looking at the empty village road, silent for 2 seconds. Then he turned and walked towards the main room. The blind date was still waiting inside. He steeled himself and pushed open the door. The door swung open. Jiang Chun walked in first, followed by his parents and the matchmaker, 3 pairs of eyes, all looking towards the room. A woman stood there. In her 30s, wearing a red wool coat, a black turtleneck, her makeup was exquisite with long and fine eyeliner and bright red lipstick. She looked like she had dressed up with care. Jiang Chun took a glance. Above average looks. In the village she was considered exceptional, but in the magical city, she couldn't even compare to Yu Bing's silhouette, let alone the likes of Bai Shutong or Su Qing. But when Liu Yuanmei saw Jiang Chun, her eyes lit up. With a height of over 1.8 meters and distinct features, he stood there like he had walked out of a television screen. Her heart raced. This was the one. No need for any others, it just him. Jiang Yu followed behind into the room, glanced once, and internally judged. Not good enough for my brother. She tossed her head back and turned to leave. "You all chat first. Go ahead." Li Xiofan smiled broadly, pushing the matchmaker out. Yes, it's a matter for the young people. We won't interfere." The matchmaker also smiled as she exited, shutting the door behind her. Once the door was closed, only 2 people remained in the room. As the door closed, only 2 people remained in the room. In the yard, the real show had just begun. Jiang Yu had already started unloading goods from the Jinbei van. Li Xiofan and Jiang Shoshan came out to take a look, dumbfounded. 6 boxes of Maodai. 4 boxes of Wuliangya. Cases of cherries, durians, and mangosteens, all imported. Various gift boxes of snacks and pastries were neatly stacked. Dried meat, dried fish, and sausages were being moved down 1 bag at a time. There were also several pairs of spring couplets, gold embossed, clearly not cheap street market goods. What is all this?" Li Zufan's voice cracked. "New Year goods," Jiang Yu replied without looking up. "When did our family buy so many things?" "Brother prepared them." She didn't mention that they were gifts from others. Jiang Shoshan picked up a bottle of Maodai, turning it over in his hands trembling. The matchmaker stood by, her eyes wide open. Who was she? The most discerning matchmaker in the 10-mile radius. Just those 6 boxes of Maodai alone were worth at least several tens of thousands. 4 boxes of Wuliangya, that's also several tens of thousands. Imported fruits, gift boxes, dried meats. She swallowed hard, already recalculating in her mind. The Jiang family's second son. Struck it rich. Inside the house, Liu Yuanmei got straight to the point. "I'm Liu Yuanmei from Liu Hong's village." Jiang Chun paused slightly. "Liu Hong? His ex-girlfriend? What a small world." "I know you." Liu Yuanmei looked directly at him. "What do you—" Jiang Chun glanced at her. "Pretty good." Liu Yuanmei smiled. "Then let me be straightforward. I'm on my 2nd marriage, and you've had a girlfriend before. It's evened out, so no one should look down on anyone else." Jiang Chun chuckled, but didn't respond. Liu Yuanmei continued. "The matchmaker told me about your family situation. I also know you cared a lot for Liu Hong before. But Liu Hong, she returned to the village with a new partner a few days ago. So don't keep thinking about her." Jiang Chun nodded. "I'm quite satisfied with you." Liu Yuanmei spoke with a steady tone. "If you think I'm fine, I have no objections either. After the new year, we can get married in the 1st month." Jiang Chun nodded again. Liu Yuanmei was extremely pleased. This man may not say much, but every word hits the mark. Easy to handle. She started calculating. "The matchmaker said your family doesn't have much money. I also saw today 2 floors of brick and tile houses, no renovations." She paused. "Then don't bother with renovations, it's a waste. I heard you've saved over 200. Jiang Chun was aware. This was what his parents had boasted to the matchmaker. Before the system, he indeed hadn't saved that much. But now he had several hundred million in his account and hadn't had the chance to transfer money to Yu Zhengwo today. His parents were afraid that if they reported too little, the girl would look down on him, so they deliberately inflated the number. "Maybe around 200 to 300, Jiang Chun said. Liu Yuamei's eyes lit up like a hunter spotting prey. Then we need to plan. She counted on her fingers, listing them one by one. I don't have many requirements. Previously your mom said she could offer over 1,000 as a betrothal gift, so since you have 2,000 to 3,000, ID like 1,800, not too much, right? Not too much, Jiangchen replied. For someone like you, asking for a bit more is reasonable. You're beautiful. Liu Yuamei couldn't hide her smile. You're speaking the truth, she leaned back. Then I won't ask for much more, just an additional 2,000. 208,000. That's not too much, and it gives both sides face. The betrothal gift is all about face. It shows your family has money and that I am worth something. No problem, right? No problem. I love your straightforwardness. Liu Yuamei clapped her thigh. Also, the betrothal gift, your parents said they would cover it. Jiang Chun felt a pang in his heart. His parents had at most 1,000, which was saved for renovating the house. Now taking that for the betrothal gift meant they would need to borrow money for renovations, and the betrothal gift wouldn't be enough. But he didn't say anything. Liu Yuamei didn't notice and continued. You should save your money for buying a house. House prices have dropped significantly. It used to be 6,000 to 7,000, now it's below 4,000. We should have our own house in the future, right? Right. Then let's buy in the county, preferably in Liangzhou. 120 to 130 square meters under 5,000. Bigger is better. Let's get it right the first time instead of buying a small one and then upgrading later. It's another expense. I've already thought this through for you. I should be considered good at managing money, right? Indeed. And a car? Liu Yuamei glanced out the window. That car outside is yours, right? Jiangchen thought she was referring to the Benz GLS and nodded yes. Since you already have a car, that's acceptable. But you need to work hard. You'll need to buy a better one in the future. Jiangchen thought, isn't the Benz GLS good enough? Then Liu Yuamei added, everyone drives small cars. You buy a Jinbei. Are you planning to haul goods? Running a side business while working, trying to be your own boss? Jiangchen realized. She saw the Jinbei van. She thought it was his. But it wasn't entirely wrong. Wyndham Hotel was all his, so the car counted as well. He didn't explain and just nodded. Liu Yuamei continued, your parents should have told you I have a child, you know, right? Jiangchen truly didn't know. He wasn't aware that someone was waiting for him at home for a blind date today. Not right. Jiang Hao had mentioned it in the provincial cities, saying his parents had found him a 30-year-old with a child, a 5-year-old boy. At that time, he didn't believe Jiang Hao. Now he did. It's not about believing, either person is sitting right in front of him. If it weren't for the system in everyone's eyes, being able to marry this woman in front of him would be considered quite the catch. Liu Yuamei continued, this way you got a bargain. You got a child this big without having to invest years of effort. You should thank me. He will call you dad. You would treat him as your own, right? Jiangchen thought for a moment. If we can be together, I would definitely treat him as my own. He said, if that's good. Liu Yuamei immediately followed up. When buying a house, write his name directly. He will call you dad. You would treat him as your own, right? Jiangchen thought for a moment. If we can be together, I would definitely treat him as my own property. But he just replied, no problem. I like your straightforwardness. Liu Yuamei smiled even more happily. And there's more. Jiangchen felt a heaviness in his heart. What else do you have? Liu Yuamei completely ignored his thoughts. As for my betrothal gift, I want to keep it for future use. A woman without money is not safe. Additionally, my mother wants another 1,000, which you must give separately. Consider it honoring my parents. Is that reasonable? Jiangchen reasonable. Liu Yuamei saw he was very agreeable and became bolder. Also my younger brother. I only have one brother, and he wants a car. Not expensive, over 1,000 is fine, but preferably a 2,001. Is that too much? Not too much. Liu Yuamei looked at him seriously. Jiangchen, what do you think of me? Pretty good. Then that's basically it. Liu Yuamei crossed her arms. But can you meet these conditions I mentioned? Jiangchen calculated seriously. My parents have over 1,000, I have 2,000 to 3,000, and my sister has a few tens of thousands. Together it's almost 5,000. If I borrow from relatives, I can make it work. Liu Yuamei's eyes sparkled. I can't say that the blind date was successful today. Liu Yuamei stood up, adjusting her clothes. But it can be considered a success. We both have an interest in each other. If you gather enough money, we will be completely successful. She walked to the door and turned back. We're not having dinner means I agree. However, I need to put some pressure on you. If you manage to gather the money in these few days, we will get married after the new year. Jiangchen nodded. But, Liu Yuamei raised a finger. You think I'm great, so you need to pay the matchmaker. You also need to cover my travel expenses. It's not much, just 3,000 for me and 600 for the matchmaker. The rules cannot be broken. She looked at Jiangchen and smiled. This represents your agreement. If I don't eat, it means I haven't agreed yet. But if I accept your money, it means I have some interest. Not having dinner means we still need to wait for your family to agree to my conditions. Is that acceptable? We can still develop our relationship, and we can also backtrack if needed. She opened the door and turned back to throw down the last sentence. Just be clear, if you backtrack you won't get your money back. The door opened. Liu Wenmei walked ahead, while Jiang Chen followed behind, both stepping out one after the other. Liu Wenmei had no expression on her face. She neither smiled nor fumed, nodded at Jiang Chen's mother, and walked out of the courtyard. Li Zufen's heart sank. It's over. Not chosen. The smile on her face froze, and she didn't know where to put her hands and feet. Not even interested in a divorced person with a child. What else can be done? Her son was almost 30, working in the Magic City, saving hardly any money in a year with no renovated house, no car, and his ex-girlfriend ran off with someone else. In the village with these conditions. If someone was willing to meet a divorced person with a child, it would be a blessing. Now not even that worked out. Li Xiufen was so anxious that her eyes turned red, and she turned to find the matchmaker. The matchmaker was standing in the corner of the courtyard. She was holding a bag of items, a gift that Jiang Chen's mother had just picked out from the New Year goods. Liu Wenmei had also given her a share before leaving. The matchmaker's trip today was not in vain. She received the matchmaker's fee and took the New Year goods. Jiang Chen's mother was so flattering earlier, it was as if she wanted to worship her as an ancestor. When Liu Wenmei came out, she had secretly told her. It went pretty well, half an hour, and there was no arguing. He didn't haggle over the money either. The matchmaker understood clearly. In her over 20 years of experience in this line of work, if the man did not haggle, it meant he had agreed to nearly 80%. Li Xiufen rushed over, grabbed the matchmaker's arm, her voice trembling. Aunt, how was it? Tell me the truth. The matchmaker glanced at her and smiled. Sister-in-law, why are you so anxious? Look at her face, not a smile in sight. That's called modesty. The matchmaker tucked the New Year goods behind her and lowered her voice. With your eldest son's conditions, how could she not be satisfied? Rest assured, today your uncle is slaughtering the New Year pig, right? With the pig feast, I won't delay you. We'll talk another day. Li Xiufen heard this. There is still hope. The wrinkles on her face instantly smoothed out, and she hurriedly caught up with Liu Wenmei, grabbing her hand. Sister, you should have dinner before leaving. The pig feast at your uncle's house is delicious. It's very fresh. No thank you, Aunt. Liu Wenmei pulled her hand back, smiled. Today is not settled. Oh, let's wait until he gathers the money to talk again. After saying that, she turned around and got into the Golden Cup car. Li Xiufen stood at the door, smiling and waving, watching until the car disappeared at the end of the village road. Then, the smile on her face slowly faded away, like a candle extinguished by the wind. She turned around, quickly walked back inside, and closed the door. Chainer, come here. Jiang Chen was sitting in the living room drinking water. Li Xiufen grabbed his arm, closing the door tightly, her voice low, but unable to suppress her anxiety. What should we do? The dowry she wants. 280,000, give her mother 100,000, buy her brother a car for 200,000, buy a house for 500,000. Adding up to 8 or 90,000. Where are we going to get that much money? Jiang Shoshan was sitting nearby, smoking one after another cigarette, but littering the ground, remaining silent. 8 or 90,000. For Jiang's family, that wasn't just astronomical, it was a life-threatening number. Their entire fortune added up to just over 100,000. That was meant for renovating the house. Now the house isn't renovated, the money is gone, and they still need 70 or 80,000. At this moment, Jiang Yu walked in from inside. Everything had been completely moved and tidied up, and their father had also been settled. She leaned against the door frame, listening for a moment. 8 or 90,000. She didn't even frown. Her brother had several hundred million in his account. This amount of money was nothing at all. She was just about to speak. Brother, this money you. But the words were left unsaid. Jiang Chen's hand rested firmly on her shoulder. The pressure wasn't heavy, but it was stable. Jiang Yu was stunned for a moment and looked up into her brother's eyes. Jiang Chen did not look at her. He looked at their parents and spoke calmly. Then let's borrow from relatives. Borrow as much as you can, or if you really can't borrow, then there's nothing we can do. Li Xiufen and Jiang Shoshan exchanged glances. Borrow. They could only borrow. Jiang Yu didn't speak again, but she understood. Her brother wasn't out of money. Her brother was looking to borrow money to see people's hearts. Jiang Shoshan stepped out. Li Xiufen stood at the door, watching his back. Her lips moved, but couldn't say anything. The Jiang Manjin family was at the east end of the village, separated by 3 alleys. Before reaching, the smell of meat wafted through the air. The pig feast. The whole village knew that the Jiang Manjin family was slaughtering the New Year pig today and had invited 2 tables of guests. Basically, everyone with a bit of reputation in the village had arrived. The village head came. The village accountant came. Several shop owners from the town also came. 2 large round tables were set up in the yard with dishes of pig slaughter, twice cooked pork, and spicy hot pot steaming hot. Only Jiang Leonia's family had no place. Jiang Shoshan stood outside the courtyard, took a glance inside. He knew he wasn't invited, but he still walked in. Elder brother. Jiang Shoshan found Jiang Manjin in the crowd, grabbing his arm and pulling him aside. Jiang Manjin in his 50s wearing a new cotton coat, with a rosy face holding a wine glass. When his younger brother pulled him to the corner, the smile on his face faded away. What's up, second brother? Elder brother, I want to borrow some money from you. Jiang Shaoxin's voice was very low enough for only the two of them to hear. Jiang Manjin's expression changed. Borrow money. Yes, Chainer is getting married, and the bride's family is asking for a lot of dowry. We can't gather enough at home, so we want to borrow from relatives. Jiang Manjin was silent for 2 seconds. Then he sighed and patted his younger brother's shoulder. Second brother, it's not that I don't want to help you. You know, in this family, I don't have the final say. Your sister-in-law is in charge, I can't make the decision. Jiang Shaoxin's heart sank. He knew his elder brother too well. What does it mean to not have the final say? It simply means he doesn't want to lend. At that moment, Ma Zhaodi walked out from the house. The elder aunt, in her 50s with curly hair, wearing a dark red down jacket and gold bracelets on her arms. As soon as she saw Jiang Shaoxin, the smile on her face faded. Oh, the second brother is here. You must be here to borrow money, right? Jiang Shaoxin was about to speak when Ma Zhaodi interjected. It's not that sister-in-law doesn't want to help you. You know that your nephew just bought a BMW 3 Series costing over 300,000 yuan, which has emptied our family's finances. We really have no extra money left. Her voice was not small when she said this. Several people dining nearby heard her and turned to look. Jiang Shaoxin's face flushed with embarrassment. What he didn't know was that the Ma family was not short on money at all. They still had over 500,000 yuan, planning to buy a large house in Liangzhou after the new year. A house of around 140 to 50 square meters, planning to pay in full. However, Jiang Laoda's family wants to borrow money. No, they don't. Ma Zhaodi looked at Jiang Shaoxin's awkward face and added, Laodi, it's not that sister-in-law speaks harshly. Our family's money didn't come from the wind. If you say borrow, then anyone can come to borrow. How can our family live? The words struck like a knife. In front of so many people, it pierced Jiang Shaoxin's face. He opened his mouth, but said nothing. In the courtyard, the village chief glanced over with a wine glass in hand, but said nothing. The village accountant lowered his head to eat meat, pretending not to see. The businessmen laughed, some didn't even lift their heads. No one helped Jiang Shaoxin say a word. He stood there like a wooden post nailed to the corner of the wall. In the end, he turned around and left. No one invited him to stay for dinner. 2 tables filled with a pig-killing feast had no place for him. At home, Li Xiaofan originally wanted to call her family. Her hand was already on the phone, but then she put it down. Matters like borrowing money couldn't be explained over the phone. It's better to ask in person. She looked at the time. It was almost noon. Forget it, let's cook first. She tied on an apron and began to busy herself at the stove. At that moment, Jiang Yu returned from outside. She had just gone out for a stroll. As soon as she entered the courtyard, her face darkened. Where's Dad? He went to your uncle's house to borrow money, Li Xiaofan replied without looking up. Jiang Yu scoffed coldly. Borrow money? Uncle's house is having a pig-killing feast today, inviting the village chief, the accountant, and those businessmen from town. 2 tables full. Yet they didn't invite our family. The more she spoke, the angrier she got, her voice trembling. Dad is his own brother. His own brother. They invited a whole table of outsiders, but not their own brother. This morning, Mom even went to his house to buy 10 jin of pork. 10 jin. The meat from their house was bought with our family's money. Li Xiaofan paused with the spatula in her hand. Lower your voice. Why should I lower my voice? Jiang Yu's eyes were red. They just looked down on our family. What use do we have for relatives like that? She took a deep breath and looked at Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun was sitting on a chair in the main room, silent. Jiang Yu turned and said to the heir, I bet Dad definitely didn't borrow any money. As soon as she finished speaking, footsteps came from the gate. Jiang Shaoxin returned, head down, shoulders slumped, as if his spine had been pulled out. He didn't manage to borrow any money. Not a cent. Moreover, at Uncle's gate, he was stopped by his 4th uncle. The 4th uncle, who was sitting at the pig-killing feast drinking, saw Jiang Shaoxin and put down his chopsticks. Shaoxin, it's not that I'm saying anything against you. How old is your son, Jiang Chun? He can't even compare to Jiang Hao, who is in the provincial city, making tens of thousands a month. What about your Jiang Chun? Working in Modu, he can't even save a few coins a year, not even enough for his own wedding. He took a sip of wine and said with squinty eyes, I think it would be better for him to stay single for life rather than causing trouble for some girl. Jiang Shaoxin said nothing and walked away with his head down. Jiang Yu trembled with anger after hearing this. She glanced at the direction of Uncle's house, then at Jiang Chun. Brother. From now on, if Uncle's family has any matters, we won't help at all. Not even a hair. Jiang Chun glanced at her, but said nothing. But his gaze conveyed everything. Li Xiaofan and Jiang Shaoxin sat on the chairs in the main room, one smoking, the other wiping tears. Seeing the 2 children like this, Li Xiaofan sighed. Why are you 2 so upset? It's fine if you can't borrow it, there are other ways to think about it. Jiang Shaoxin also said, exactly, we're family, let's not hurt our feelings. Jiang Yu turned to look at her parents, wanting to say something, but swallowed her words when she saw her father's face, which was bent by life. She wasn't angry at her parents. She felt heartache. Heartache for these two elderly people who had toiled in the soil their whole lives, now at this age, still needing to lower their heads to ask others for money. And those people, eating the pork you bought, drinking wine, and saying in front of you that your son is useless, then not leaving you even a bite to eat. The sound of an engine came from outside the courtyard. A Mercedes GLS slowly drove into the yard. Oh, that car is back again. Outside the courtyard a crowd had already gathered. The driver, old Joe, got out of the car holding a car cleaning cloth. He had already sent Bai Shutong and her daughter home and then returned. But he did one more thing. On the way back after dropping them off, he specifically found a car wash to wash the Mercedes GLS from top to bottom. It wasn't a request from Jiang Chun. He felt that the boss car shouldn't be dirty when returned. Auntie, old Joe called out to Li Xiufan. Li Xiufan was tidying up the barely touched dishes in the main room. Hearing him call, she looked up at him. Oh, you're back. Have you eaten? Not yet, Auntie. Then just sit down and eat together. Li Xiufan had spent quite a bit today. Early in the morning, she went to Uncle's house, buying several jeans of fresh pork, pig liver, and ribs. She had even slaughtered a chicken raised at home. The cured meat was taken down from the rafters, and the cured fish was pickled last year. Steamed grass carp. The table was filled to the brim. Originally prepared for Liu Yuan, she thought Liu Yuan would stay for dinner. When matchmaking, staying for dinner signifies consent. But in the end she left. The food remained. Old Joe didn't stand on ceremony, sitting down to eat. Auntie, this cured meat is incredible. You can't find this flavor in the city. Li Xiufan smiled and added him a piece of chicken leg. Eat more, you've worked hard. Jiang Yu also served him a full bowl of rice. After finishing the meal, old Joe took a rest for a while and stood up saying, Jiang boss, I'll be heading back to the provincial city in the afternoon. If you need anything, just call me. Jiang Chen nodded. Drive safely. Sure thing. Old Joe walked out while Jiang Chen stood up. Dad, I'll go to the county with you where, and take you to Fifth Uncle's store. Jiang Shoshan nodded. All right. Li Xiufan also stood up. Then I'll see if I can borrow from my family. She brought out the old electric scooter. The two vehicles drove out of the courtyard simultaneously. The Jinbei in front and the Mercedes behind. Old Joe drove the Jinbei while Jiang Chun drove the Mercedes GLS, with Jiang Shoshan and Jiang Yu in the back seat. Villagers stood by the roadside watching. Oh, the two cars are leaving at the same time. The Jinbei in front, the Mercedes behind, one in front of the other. Whose Mercedes do you think that is? It definitely isn't from Jiang Laoda's family. Exactly. Did you see that woman just now? She looked like a fairy. Only someone like her deserves to drive a Mercedes. No one saw who was in which car. The cars drove directly out of Jiang Chen's yard, one after the other, disappearing at the end of the village road. In their eyes, Jiang Heir's son could never have anything to do with a Mercedes-Benz. The Mercedes-Benz drove into the old town of Qingxuan. Jiang Chen looked out through the car window, slightly furrowing his brow. Qingxi Old Street. A long lane of bluestone, a 300-year-old stone arch bridge spanning the river. Old sycamore trees, their crowns shading the sun, their trunks covered in moss. Blue bricks and dark tiles with waterways crisscrossing. If it rained next, this place would be as beautiful as an ink wash painting. But now it's winter with no rain, only gray. The road surface is uneven, with some places holding puddles frozen over. Power lines are tangled overhead like a spider's web, and aging wires could break at any time. The houses are old, with peeling walls and leaking roofs covered in plastic sheets and oilcloth. The shops by the street are scattered. A small noodle shop, a grocery store, an old tea house. The people walking on the street are either elderly or old folks with children. Left behind children. Their parents work in factories thousands of miles away, returning once a year. Struggling across thousands of miles just to spend those few days during the new year. Hurrying. Jiang Chun saw a middle-aged man carrying a large woven bag, holding the hand of a 5- or 6-year-old girl briskly walking on the bluestone road. The little girl wore an ill-fitting cotton jacket, her face red from the cold, but she held a candied hawthorn stick, laughing happily. The man glanced down at her and smiled as well. In that smile there was weariness, guilt. But more than that, worth it. The Jiangkou Wharf has been abandoned for many years, with weeds growing over a person's height. Such a good riverside resource completely wasted. A millennia-old academy, Qingxi Academy, an important component of Hunan culture. One of the branches of Yuelu Academy. From here, several dozen generals from the Kuomintang and Communist Party emerged. Jiang Chun parked the car beneath the millennia-old sycamore tree and got out for a walk. His eyes were observing, his mind was thinking. What drives the economy of the county town? Civil servants. Public institutions. Those who earn 3,000 to 4,000 yuan a month, eating, buying clothes, and paying tuition for their children in the county. Just this little money circulating in the county. It can't produce anything. The young people have left. To the provincial city, to the coast, to any place with factories, companies, and opportunities. What remains are the elderly, the children, and those who cannot leave. Population hollowing. Economic decline. Environmental degradation. A vicious cycle. The car stopped at the Old Town Market. Jiang Shoshan got out. You all go browse, I'll head to the shop. Jiang Chen nodded. Dad, we'll be back later. Jiang Shoshan did not go directly back to his shop. He went to Wumai's husband's daily necessities store. Behind the market, a small storefront selling everyday goods. Business is average. But Jiang Shoshan knew that Wuge's husband had money. A few days ago, while chatting, Wuge's husband had boasted, saying he had brought in a lot of goods this year with 500,000 to 600,000 on hand. Jiang Shoshan walked into the store and first took a cigarette out of his pocket. Heng Shengxia. This was brought back by Jiang Chun. When Wuge's husband saw that cigarette, his eyes lit up. Heng Shengxia, 1,000 yuan apiece. He usually wouldn't even spare to smoke. Second brother, what is this? Wugu, I need to borrow some money for Chainer's marriage. The bride's side agreed, but the betrothal gift is still a bit short. I want to borrow a bit from you. Wuge's husband took the cigarette, but his smile remained while his eyes changed. Second brother, it's not that I don't want to help you. You know, with the year-end approaching, I just took in a batch of goods, and all the money is tied up. I'm really tight on cash. Jiang Shoshan still wanted to negotiate. If this time I can't get married, Jiang Chun might end up single. Wugu, I won't borrow much. You have at least 500,000 to 600,000. I just need to borrow 100,000. Wuge's husband's smile stiffened. Second brother, I really don't have it. Even if I have money, my sister manages it. You should go ask her. Jiang Shoshan left the store. Wuge's husband immediately took out his phone and dialed his wife's number. Dear Jiang, heir came to borrow money, and he brought a Heng Shengxia cigarette. On the other end, Wuge's voice was sharp and quick. Heng Shengxia. Then don't lend him. His family is a bottomless pit. Who knows when he can pay it back? Money thrown into the water can still make a sound, but lending it to his family is like a meat bun hitting a dog. Just give him 2,000 to get rid of him. Wuge's husband hung up the phone. 2,000. Fine, just 2,000. Jiang Shoshan was not disheartened and called his biological sister. Wugu answered. Brother, it's not that I don't want to help you. The family really has no money. But you and Wugu have 500,000 to 600,000. Don't listen to him, he's just bragging. If he had that much money, I would have bought a house long ago. Wuge's tone was very firm. Brother, for Jiang Chen's wedding, I can only give 2,000. Consider it my intention as an aunt. The call ended. Jiang Shoshan stood at the entrance of the market. The cigarette burned down to his fingers before he realized. At the same time, in the neighboring village, Li Xiaofan rode her electric bike with several bottles of Feitian Mutai strapped to the back. This was brought back by Jiang Chun, and she specifically chose the best. Heavenly thunder, above, uncle below. Jiang Chen's good gifts could honor both uncles. At the second uncle's house, the Mutai was placed on the table. The second uncle and second aunt exchanged glances. They had already heard today, elder sister's son Jiang Chun had returned, and even brought a woman back for matchmaking. Seeing Jijia walk in with gifts, they knew money was to be borrowed. They initially wanted to refuse directly, but those 2 bottles of Feitian Mutai were just too tempting. One bottle costs several thousand. Together the 2 bottles are nearly 10,000. They usually wouldn't dare to buy it. Having a drink like that was a luxury, even during the new year. As a couple for many years, a single glance was enough. They couldn't refuse directly. If they did, the wine would be hard to take back. The second aunt quickly put the wine away in the cupboard, as if afraid someone would snatch it. Then she smiled and said, Elder sister, it's not that we don't want to help you. You also know that all our family's money is managed by our daughter. How about this? When my daughter comes back from work, you'll ask her and call you back tonight. Li Xiaofan heard this and felt hopeful. Okay, then I'll wait for your call. She left happily. What she didn't know was, once the second aunt saw her leave, she immediately took out the wine to look at it again and said to the second uncle, this wine is real. But as for money, not a single cent can be lent. The second uncle nodded. I know. That son of hers works in the Magic City, and he hardly saves any money in a year. If we lend it out, will it ever come back? The younger uncle's house. The same 2 bottles of Feitian Mutai. This is especially for the 2 uncles from Chainer. Li Xiaofan said with a smile. The younger aunt could not take her eyes off those 2 bottles of Mutai on the table. She grabbed the younger uncle's sleeve and whispered, if you dare lend money to your sister, I will divorce you. The younger uncle turned pale. He wanted to say something, but after glancing at his wife, he swallowed his words. Li Xiaofan was still talking about Jiang Chen's matchmaking, saying that the girl agreed, but the bride price was a bit Sister, congratulations to Chainer, it's good that he found someone. The grandfather sat in the rattan chair beside them, unable to hear anything clearly. What did you say? Speak louder. The little uncle took the opportunity to hide beside the grandfather to take care of the old man. Auntie began to cry. Poor sister, it's not that I don't want to help you. You saw the conditions of our family. We really have no savings. To be honest with you, I don't want to live with him anymore. This life is unbearable. She spoke while wiping her tears. The tears were real, but the poverty was not. However, not lending money was true. Li Xiaofan opened her mouth, but couldn't say anything. She could only stand up and pick up her bag. Well, then he'll leave first. She went out and rode her electric bike. The wind was very cold. She didn't cry, but her eyes were red. At Jiang Manjin's home, Ma Zhaodi was cleaning up after the pig slaughter feast. A neighbor ran over and said Sister Manjin Jiang Lanner's Benz has come back. It's parked in their yard. Ma Zhaodi almost dropped the bowl in her hands. Benz. Which Benz? The big Benz. The Trident logo. It was taken away before, and now it's back. Ma Zhaodi put down the bowl, untied her apron, and went outside to take a look. Whose car could it be? If it was Jiang Chen's, then the words she said today. She didn't dare to think. She arrived at Jiang Chen's door. The yard gate was open, but inside the yard, empty. The Benz was gone. The Jinbei was also gone. Nothing was left. Ma Zhaodi stood at the door stunned for a few seconds. Then she laughed. I said so. It definitely wasn't Jiang Lanner's. It might be one of their friends returning from the provincial city, giving them a ride. Otherwise, if they had a car, they would have shown it off long ago. Now looking, there was not a single car. She turned around and walked back, pondering another matter. Could Jiang Chun and his sister know wealthy people who drive Benz? She needed them to introduce her. Those kinds of rich people should know Jiang Hao from their family. Jiang Chun. Not worthy. She decided to come back later to inquire. At that moment in the old city of Qingchuan on Qingxi Ancient Street, Jiang Chun stood on a 300-year-old stone arch bridge looking at the river below. Qingchuan County. Not too big, not too small. Jiang Chun drove the Benz GLS going around from the old city to the new city, taking less than 20 minutes. He could cross the entire county with just a press on the gas pedal. This is the reality of most counties in China. No industry, no population, no future. The young people left, and the elderly stayed behind. Civil servants and people from state-owned enterprises upheld the last dignity of this city. As Jiang Chen's car reached the boundary between the new city and the old city, he suddenly slammed the brakes. Brother, what happened? Jiang Yue, sitting in the passenger seat, followed his gaze. On the roadside, there was an 8-story office building. It occupied a decent area and had a yard in front. The yard was overgrown with grass, but one could tell it was originally well planned. A piece of paper was posted on the door, rental cell phone number. Stop the car. Jiang Chun pulled over, got out, and walked around the building. The interior was decently decorated. There were some desks and chairs scattered around, not many, likely what was left from a move. The door wasn't locked. He pushed the door open, and the yard was much larger than he imagined. It was several thousand square meters. Jiang Yu followed behind, looking around. Brother, this place was originally well decorated. Why has it been empty for so long? Jiang Chun didn't answer. He took out his phone and called the number on the door. Hello, I saw your office building's rental and sale information and wanted to learn more. On the other end was a man's voice. Oh, that building. Please wait a few minutes. I just got home and am on my way back. I'll be at work by 1:30. Take a look first. I'll be there shortly. Jiang Chun hung up the phone. Let's go in and take a look. A few minutes. A man of medium height approached, wearing a down jacket from the provincial city, and called out from a distance. Are you the ones looking to rent? Jiang Chun stood in the middle of the yard and glanced back at him. Not renting, we want to buy. The man was taken aback. Jiang Yu was also surprised. But she didn't ask. She wouldn't doubt her brother. What her brother chose must have his reasons. The man came back to his senses and said, if you're buying, we only handle rentals. For sales, I need to ask for approval. He walked to the side to make a phone call. 2 minutes later, he returned. Rentals are managed by our city investment department, but sales require negotiation with the Land Resources Bureau. This building has been empty for over 3 years, and no one has rented it. When you say you want to buy, we really didn't expect that. After waiting a few more minutes, the phone responded. This building is just over 10,000 square meters, and if you're buying, it's 40 million. Jiang Chun nodded. 40 million is no problem. He paused. The question is how to buy it. 3 minutes later, a black car sped over. The car door opened, and a middle-aged man quickly walked up and extended his hand. Hello, Mr. Jiang. I am the manager responsible for investment at the City Investment Department. My surname is Liu. He handed over his business card. The medium-height man quickly introduced, Manager Liu. This is the big boss investing in his hometown, Mr. Jiang. Manager Liu's eyes lit up. Mr. Jiang, if you want to buy this building, you need to go to the Land Resources Bureau. Rentals are handled by our City Investment Department, but for sales, the property rights are still with the Land Bureau. Although we posted rental and sale notices, we really didn't expect anyone would come to buy. Camille personally lead the way. 5 minutes later, 2 cars drove into the Qingchuan County Land Resources Bureau. Deputy Director Wang Jiangwo was already waiting at the door. In his 40s, his hair meticulously combed. Upon seeing Jiang Chun get out of the Benz, the smile on his face never faded. Mr. Jiang, welcome. The two sides sat down. Director Wang first introduced the origins of the building. This building was constructed a few years ago by the government to attract investment specifically for an outsider businessman. The deposit had been paid, but later the economic situation worsened, and that person lost money in business, having to give up. Our county government also spent a lot of money and had to reclaim it all, continuing the renovations, hoping to rent it out. It was rented for 3 years, but never successfully rented out. He looked at Jiang Chun, changing his tone. This kind of office building is only suitable for a capable boss like Mr. Jiang, who is returning to develop in his hometown. Jiang Chun didn't accept this flattery. He directly asked, "How much is this building for sale?" Director Wang cleared his throat. The government has spent nearly 40 million in total. The land fee originally belonged to a policy exempting land fees for attracting investment, so Jiang Chun sneered inwardly. 40 million. You say whatever you want. Although he currently had several hundred million in his account, if he could save he would save, that was his instinct. Moreover, if the government said it was this amount, wouldn't that make him a fool? Director Wang. Jiang Chun leaned back in his chair, his tone flat. How many years has this building been built? It has been abandoned for several years, right? No one has rented it. With such a large volume, continuing to waste it will just turn it into waste. Jiang Chun continued, 36 million, can it be sold? You know the current real estate market better than I do. 36 million can be put on the market. Wang just expression changed. Mr. Jiang, it indeed cost that much to build originally. The decoration is not bad. Can you offer a bit more? You just cut 4 million off. Jiang Chun looked at him. 36 million can be sold, pay up now. Wang Ju was stunned. Pay now. 36 million, not 360. He didn't dare make a decision and immediately called for instructions. The phone rang one after another. From the land bureau to the county government, then to the municipal party committee and government. Fortunately, the speed was quick. Approved. 36 million. But there was one condition. It must guarantee an investment of 50 million in Qingchuan County within 3 years. Wang Ju finished speaking and lowered his voice, leaning towards Jiang Chun. Mr. Jiang, this is just a verbal agreement. If you don't invest in 3 years, what can I do to you? But it still has to be on record. Jiang Chun chuckled. No problem. 50 million investment within 3 years. The contract was quickly drafted. Wang Ju pushed the contract in front of Jiang Chun. Mr. Jiang, take a look. Do you want to find a lawyer to review it? Jiang Yu suddenly remembered someone. Brother, how about asking the lawyer introduced by Shudong Shenyan? Jiang Chun thought for a moment, took out his phone, and first called by Shutong. Shudong, am buying a building and the negotiations are nearly done. I need a lawyer to look over the contract. Can you ask Shenyan to come? You come too? I happen to have something to discuss with you. Bai Shutong immediately replied, I'll call her right away. I'll come too. 15 minutes later, the conference room door was pushed open. Bai Shutong walked in first, followed by a woman around 30 years old. Shenyan, standing at 1.7 meters with short hair and wearing a black coat. Her features were delicate and her demeanor competent. Shenyan walked to the table, picked up the contract, and did not rush to read it. She first asked, is the property ownership of this building held directly by the Land Bureau or through the State-Owned Assets Company? Wang Ju was taken aback. National State-Owned Assets Company. Shenyan nodded. Then where are the approval documents from the state-owned assets? I need to see the originals. Wang Ju looked at the staff beside him. The staff immediately went to get them. 2 minutes later, a stack of documents was placed on the table. Shenyan opened them, reviewing them one by one. Then she spoke. First, the water and electricity for this building must have separate meters independent from the surrounding properties. Second, since the government requires a 50 million investment within 3 years, the relevant investment incentives must be written into the contract, specifying which exemptions and which supports in black and white. Third, business registration requires a green channel. She flipped to the back and frowned. These few points are unreasonable. Wang Ju began to sweat. Some of the incentive policies he couldn't even remember and could only ask someone to consult with colleagues responsible for investment promotion. Soon a female colleague rushed in. Upon entering, she was momentarily stunned upon seeing Jiang Chun and his sister. Then she immediately recognized them. Mr. Jiang Yu. She introduced herself. I'm from the investment promotion office. Oh, I met you at the Wyndham Hotel that day along with County Mayor Shen Yao. Jiang Chun remembered. He seemed to have an impression. But Jiang Yu recognized her first from our table. The female colleague immediately took out her phone. I'll notify County Mayor Shan right away. 36 million investment. This is a significant project in Qingchuan County. Shen Yao arrived quickly. Dressed in a gray coat, she entered and complained, Jiang Chun. You returned to Qingchuan without contacting me. Aren't we being distant? Jiang Chun stood up smiling as he shook hands with her. County Mayor Shen, I've been busy, didn't have the chance. Shen Yao playfully hit him. What do you mean, County Mayor Shen? I'm a few years older than you, just call me sister. Sister Yao. What's with Sister Yao? Call me Yao Jia. Yao Jia. This interaction was so friendly that Bai Shutong began to doubt whether they were long-lost siblings. Shen Yao sat down and looked at Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun, can you write a memo to complete the 50 million investment within 3 years? We have tasks in investment promotion and I need to account for performance. Jiang Chun thought for a moment. Yao Jia, it's not just 50 million. Shen Yao was taken aback. Jiang Chun continued. Next, the investment should be at least 100 million. This can be included in the contract. Shen Yao dropped the pen in her hand. 100 million. At least. She knew Jiang Chun held an 80 stake at the Wyndham Hotel in the provincial capital, which was more than 300 million. Recommended personally by Yu Jiangwo. She believed him. Jiang Chun continued, after signing the contract, payment will be made immediately. He picked up the pen and signed the contract. Then he took out his phone. 36 million. Transferring to the Government Finance Bureau's account provided by Wang Ju. The room fell silent for 3 seconds. Then everyone was stunned. Just like that, it was paid. Not 360 but 36 million. It hadn't even been an hour. Soon a call from the Finance Bureau reached Wang Ju's phone. Wang Ju, the funds are in place. Wang Ju's hands were trembling. Xin Yao was also taken aback, then took a deep breath. Her heart finally settled. Jiang Chun turned and found Bai Shutong. Shudong, I want to ask you to be the administrative head of my company. Bai Shutong was momentarily stunned. The company just started and there's nothing yet. Your tasks. First, arrange the office, purchase office equipment, and recruit staff. Second, oversee the administrative supervision of the Wyndham in the provincial capital moving forward. Third, as the company grows you. He paused. Salary tentatively set at 20,000. Salary based on position and adjusted with the company's development. Bai Shutong's hands tightened slightly. 20,000. In Qingchuan County, this figure is the ceiling. She did not agree immediately. She looked at Jiang Chun and said seriously, Jiang Chun, you are serious? Jiang Chun nodded. Bai Shutong took a deep breath. Okay, I will do it. She thought of her father. With a salary of 20,000, she could work in Qingchuan and go home every day to take care of her father. No more back and forth between the provincial capital and Qingchuan. Thank you, Jiang Chun. No need to thank me. You are worth this price. Jiang Chun looked at her and continued, in the future, all positions in the company will have salaries set at 50 above local standards. A company that cannot retain talent cannot survive. Bai Shudong's eyes lit up. Local salary plus 50. So the receptionist could be paid 6 or 7,000. Ordinary clerks could get 7 or 8,000. Wouldn't everyone be eager to come work here? Okay. She nodded immediately, her tone changing. I'll start arranging right away. Jiang Chun turned to Shen Yan. Shen Yan, I also want to ask you to be the legal advisor for my company. Shen Yan leaned against the wall, arms crossed. Hiring me? That might be a bit pricey. Jiang Chun also smiled. Pricey is not a problem. It needs to be expensive. Expensive means talent. Shen Yan stared at him for 2 seconds. All right, but I have a condition. Say it. In the future, all contracts of the company must be reviewed. Deal. Xin Yao, sitting beside, had been listening all along. She realized Jiang Chun was not only wealthy, but also intelligent. 100 million company fully paid. 36 million paid on the spot. Administrative head monthly salary of 20,000 plus 50 local salary. Legal advisor covering all fields, not only understanding the law, but also the rules of officialdom. Such a person is not here to play. They are here to get things done. Jiang Chun turned to Jiang Yu. You better go handle the business license now. Jiang Yu nodded, just about to leave when Shun Yao stood up. Wait a moment. Shun Yao picked up the phone on the table and dialed the number. Is this old Zhang from the Industry and Commerce Bureau? I am Shun Yao. There is a company that needs to get a license, an investment company with a registered capital of 100 million fully paid. Yes, proceed with it now. I will arrange for someone to go over, and you can open a green channel. The person on the other end said something. Shun Yao replied, in 1 hour, I want to see the license. After hanging up the phone, she looked at Jiang Yu and smiled. Go ahead, I have already made arrangements with the Industry and Commerce Bureau. The staff from the Land Bureau had already placed 2 certificates on the table. Real Estate Ownership Certificate. Land Use Rights Certificate. 2 red-covered documents stamped with bright red seals. From signing the contract to receiving the certificates, it took less than 20 minutes. Jiang Yu picked up the 2 certificates and took the ID card that Jiang Chun handed over. Brother, I'm off. Go ahead. Jiang Yu turned and left, her steps quick and steady. Xin Yao watched Jiang Yu's back and then looked at Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun, your sister is efficient in her work. Jiang Chun smiled. She has always been like this. Xin Yao was not idle. She had someone bring over the investment project materials, a thick stack. Jiang Chun, these are the most promising projects in our county right now. She introduced them one by one. First, the Qingchuan New District Commercial Complex. Covering 80 acres, it is planned to build a large commercial center integrating shopping, dining, and entertainment. The government has already approved the land, just waiting for the investor. Second, an agricultural product, deep processing, industrial park. Our county is an agricultural powerhouse with fruits, teas, and medicinal herbs, but all are primary products with no deep processing. If this project is successful, it can drive the agricultural upgrade of the entire county. Third, cultural tourism and healthcare project. Our county has a 1,000-year-old ancient city, hot springs, and beautiful landscapes. Now people from the city are flocking to the countryside. If this project takes off, it will be the next popular check-in spot. Jiang Chun did not respond. Sister Yao, take me to see the land. 2 cars set off from the county government. First to see the commercial land. The core of the new urban area, 80 acres level ground roads accessible. This land was originally reserved for Wanda, but Wanda did not come. Jiang Chun got out of the car and took a look around without saying a word. Then he looked at the residential land. Next to the new city, 200 acres. The housing price is only over 3,000 with room for increase. Jiang Chun still did not speak. Finally, the car stopped at the junction of the new and old cities. Xin Yao pointed to a piece of land by the roadside. Industrial land 100 acres adjacent to the national highway. Jiang Chun got out of the car. Standing on that piece of industrial land, Jiang Chun's lips curled up and a smile was evident. Xin Yao saw this and walked over. Are you interested in this piece of industrial land? Do you want to build a factory? I'm not building a factory. Then what do you want the land for? Jiang Chun did not answer. He turned around. Sister Yao, I have plans for this piece of land. Xin Yao was stunned. If you're not building a factory, what do you want industrial land for? Who said industrial land can only be used for factories? Xin Yao opened her mouth. A thought flashed through her mind, and she said, Jiang Chun, changing industrial land to commercial land requires regulatory adjustments and changes in land use nature, which must go to the county committee's standing committee. I don't have the final say. I need to consult. Xin Yao walked aside and first called the county party secretary. After hanging up, it's negotiable, but with conditions. Regulatory adjustments and changes in land use nature must go to the county committee's standing committee. Taxes and registered enterprises must be located in Qingchuan County. Jiang Chun nodded. No problem. Xin Yao looked at Jiang Chun and cautiously asked, Are you really going to do business on that piece of industrial land? Jiang Chun stood on that piece of land looking around. Sister Yao, the commercial complex you recommended, 80 acres, is in the core of the new urban area. The location is indeed good, but the land is too small, and the traffic is already quite congested. Xin Yao nodded. But this piece of industrial land, 100 acres, although it is currently remote, look. He pointed around. The surrounding area is all vacant land. There are several undeveloped plots nearby. The national highway is right next to it. This piece of land could be the gateway to the new city. Xin Yao looked in the direction he pointed. Indeed, to the east, south, and west of that industrial land, it can expand in the future. It's incomparable to an 80-acre commercial complex. Jiang Chun continued. I'm not building a shopping mall. I want to create a commercial complex. Shopping, dining, entertainment, supermarkets, all concentrated together. Qingchuan has a population of 800,000, and the surrounding area can cover several counties with an overall population scale affecting 4 to 5 million. Xin Yao fell silent. She had to admit, Jiang Chun was right. At 4 in the afternoon, the sunset illuminated the glass of the office building, reflecting a golden light. A Mercedes-Benz stopped at the entrance. Jiang Chun got out of the car. In the courtyard, cleaning ladies were still working, for security guards stood at the entrance. Boxes of office furniture were piled up in the first-floor lobby, still not unpacked. Bai Shutong came out from inside. The furniture will arrive in half an hour. The 3 candidates for the front desk have completed their interviews this afternoon. I selected one. Here's the resume. Do you want to take a look? Jiang Chun said, You can just decide. Bai Shutong nodded. Okay. She turned and went back to her work. Jiang Chun entered the building. The first-floor lobby had already been cleaned out, the floor shiny. The front desk was set up. The image wall's position was empty, waiting for installation tomorrow. He went up to the second floor. Employee office area, 20 workstations, all neat and tidy. Finance room with a lock. The elevator went up to the 8th floor. Large office with floor-to-ceiling windows offering a panoramic view of the new and old towns. Small meeting room fully equipped with desks and chairs. The terrace had been cleared with weeds pulled out, and it was spacious enough to stand on. Jiang Chun stood on the 8th floor terrace. Jiang, you came up. Brother, everything has been taken care of. The real estate ownership certificate, land use rights certificate, business license, and official seal are all here. Qingchuan Investment Development Co. Ltd. Did you name it? Not bad. The company will be called Qingchuan from now on. Bai Shutong also came up, holding a notebook full of notes. General Jiang, the list of building issues has come out. Fire safety, water and electricity renovations, 3 rounds of rectifications. The construction team has been contacted and will start work tomorrow. Jiang Chun took a look at it. Each item was clearly listed. He looked up at Bai Shutong. Shutong, you spent 3 years in administration in the provincial capital. It's a waste of talent here. Jiang Chun stood on the 8th floor terrace. The sun had already dipped behind the buildings of the new city, leaving only a dark red glow reflecting on the crown of the ancient phoenix tree. The wind was cold. He put his hands in his pockets just as he was about to head downstairs. His phone rang. An unfamiliar number. Jiang Chun answered the call. Hello. On the other end, a man's voice was warm and rapid like a machine gun. Jiang Zong. You are back to develop. I am Liu Hong from the first high school. Do you remember? I heard you returned to invest. I can help you. I have some resources at hand and can connect you anytime. Do you have time? Let's have dinner together tonight. If you need anything in the future, just let my brother know. I have many brothers. When you come back, I can arrange for them to have dinner or go fishing with you. These brothers can help you with many things. Jiang Chen frowned. Yuan Hong. From the first high school. He didn't remember. But the tone of the other party suggested they grew up wearing the same pair of pants. Before Jiang Chen could speak, the other side continued. I heard you are interested in a piece of land. Let me tell you, I know a lot of land. I have ways to help you acquire it. The piece of land you are interested in today, I have something even better. If you want, I can help you contact the secretary. Even lower than the base price. I tell you, the building you bought today was genuinely sold to you at a loss by the government. They haven't paid salaries for months, didn't you know? As soon as your money arrives, the finance bureau will immediately pay salaries to all the county officials. Crackling sounds echoed. Jiang Chen's head started to ache. Wait, he hurriedly shouted. Who are you? You've been talking for a long time. I didn't catch who you are. There was a pause on the other end. Then it got faster. I am Yuan Hong. Yuan Hong. From the first high school. Don't you remember? We played basketball together before. Oh, you must have forgotten. That's fine. Just remember now. Jiang Zong, if you have anything in Qingchuan, just find me. Stop. Jiang Chun was about to explode. Let's put it this way. If you have anything, we can talk later. I'm busy now. Oh, don't. Jiang Zong, let me finish. Let's talk later. Then you have my number. How did you get it? I'm telling you, I know people in the government. I'm hanging up. If you need anything, just say it. I will help you take care of it. Don't worry. Hung up. Jiang Chun pressed. The world grew quiet. He stood on the terrace looking at the phone screen. Yuan Hong. Just remember these 3 words. Everything else, not a single word was remembered. After saying so much, the only name left in his mind was Yuan Hong. Who? No idea. Jiang Chun put away his phone, leaned against the railing, and squinted his eyes. He was thinking about something. This call came too coincidentally. He had just parted ways with Shen Yao, and it had been less than 10 minutes. 10 minutes. This Yuan Hong knew he bought the building, looked at the land, and even knew he was with Shen Yao. How did he know? Was it Shen Yao who said it? Unlikely. Shen Yao didn't give any hints or groundwork. She followed a normal investment process from start to finish, signing memorandum agreements, arranging green channels, introducing projects without a single extra word. So who said it? Director Wang from the Land Bureau. Manager Liu from the Urban Investment. That girl from the Investment Promotion Office. Or did everyone say it? Jiang Chen thought of what Shen Yin had just said. Control regulations adjustment. Change in land use nature. Payment of land transfer fees. Fire safety and environmental assessment planning permits. Each item was a hard injury. Each required government cooperation. And this Yuan Hong opened his mouth with, I can help you contact the secretary, and lower than the base price, and I know people in the government. He wasn't helping. He was probing. Probing what Jiang Chun really wanted, probing Jiang Chen's bottom line, probing whether Jiang Chun was willing to let him intervene. Jiang Chun smiled a little. Quite interesting. He had just bought a building and looked at several plots of land, and someone immediately figured out all his bottom lines. The waters of Qingchuan County are deeper than he thought. His phone vibrated again. A WeChat friend request. Yuan Hong. Verification message. Jiang Zong, I am Yuan Hong. Please approve. From now on we are brothers. If you need anything, just say it. Jiang Chen glanced at it. Not approved. Also not rejected. Just let it hang there. He put away his phone and went downstairs. Before 5 o'clock it was already dark. In winter the sunlight in Qingchuan County is pitifully short. The office building was lit, and the cleaning ladies were still working. Bai Shutong stood in the lobby on the first floor, holding a stack of documents, checking the renovation list for tomorrow. Seeing Jiang Chun come down, she approached him. Jiang Zong, the construction team, will enter the site tomorrow with fire safety and water and electricity as priorities. The office furniture will arrive in the morning, and we can arrange it in the afternoon. The front desk has already been booked and will come in tomorrow. Jiang Chen nodded. Thank you for your hard work. Bai Shutong smiled. It's no trouble. It's to be expected. She paused. Jiang Zong, you haven't eaten yet, right? Let me treat you. Jiang Chen glanced at her. No thanks. You have someone to take care of. Go back early, your dad is waiting. Bai Shutong opened her mouth as if to say something. She nodded. Okay, then I'll leave first. Go ahead. Bai Shutong turned and walked away. When she reached the door, she looked back one more time. Jiang Chen was already on the phone. Where did dad get it? Good, I'm coming over now. Bai Shutong withdrew her gaze, rode her electric bike, and disappeared into the night. At the same time, in Qingchuan County on the other side, at Liu Hong's house, the living room was dark. Only the light from the computer screen illuminated 2 pale faces. Zhao Kai and Liu Hong sat side by side on the sofa staring at the Klein chart. Today that stock didn't hit the limit down again, but it didn't rise either. It opened lower by 7 points, fluctuating between 7 and 10 throughout the day. The two had watched all day, hoping for a rebound before selling. They held on until the end. At 2:30 in the afternoon, there was suddenly a dive. 8, 9, 10. Both of them trembled slightly. Then, they sold. Sold everything. Zhao Kai's account. On the first day, 2 million went in. On the second day, it hit the limit down. On the third day, 700 was chased in at the highest point. After several days, 7 million remained with less than 5 million left. A loss of 2 million. Among them of the previous 2 million, 1 million was borrowed. The latter 700 was also borrowed. All their own money was lost. Still 05000. Liu Hong's account. On the first day, 3000. On the second day, another 3000. A total of 6000. Now only 3200 is left. A loss of 28000. But that 3000 was borrowed. After repaying the loan, only 2000 remains. The two of them slumped on the sofa, not saying a word. The living room was so quiet that one could hear the sound of the computer fan. Her mother came upstairs and asked, Hong Hong, I heard you lost money in the stock market. How much did you lose? Liu Hong remained silent. Her mother's voice became sharp. How much did you lose? Tell me. That 3000 is borrowed. Do you know that? Liu Hong still didn't speak. Her mother started to scold. After her mother finished scolding, her father also chimed in. Are you stupid? Borrowing money to invest in stocks. What were you thinking? Liu Hong covered her face. Tears fell down. Zhao Kai sat beside her looking even more miserable. Liu Hong turned to look at him. What should we do? That money was borrowed. How can you pay it back? Zhao Kai fell silent. Liu Hong grew even angrier. I borrowed 302. And now it's all lost. What do you suggest we do? Zhao Kai was irritated. You asked me what to do. I want to ask you. If you hadn't said this stock would rise, would I have chased after it? Did I say it would rise? You were just greedy wanting to earn more, and now you're blaming me. Am I greedy? Aren't you? The next day you added another 3000. Wasn't that your own choice? That was you who assured me it was a sure win. You pressured me to borrow money and leverage. If I didn't invest, you accused me of not trusting you, saying I wasn't worthy to be with you. Then you shouldn't have put all your assets in. I advised you not to invest everything. The argument grew fiercer. Liu Hong stood up, grabbing the fire tongs by the door. What did you say? What did you say again? Zhao Kai also stood up. What did I say? Isn't what I said the truth? Liu Hong swung the fire tongs at him. Bang! Right on his forehead. Zhao Kai covered his head, blood oozing from his fingers. He glanced at the blood on his hand, his eyes reddened. Are you insane? He kicked Liu Hong in the stomach. Liu Hong fell backward onto the ground. Liu Hong's mother heard the commotion and rushed in, seeing her daughter on the floor and Zhao Kai covered in blood. You dare hit my daughter? Her mother grabbed a broom and started to hit. Liu Hong's father also came in and grabbed Zhao Kai by the collar. 3 against 1, they beat Zhao Kai badly. He pushed Liu Hong's father away bloodied and stormed out. The sound of an engine roared outside, then faded away. Liu Hong sat on the ground, unable to cry any longer. News traveled faster than 5G in the village. Before she could get up, the neighbor aunt downstairs called up to her. Hong Hong, did you hear? Jiang Qin's family had a match today with Liu Yuan. They liked each other. Liu Hong remained silent. The neighbor aunt continued. Jiang Qin's mother gave a 30 yuan red envelope. She also gifted 2 bottles of Feitian Matai. That liquor is expensive. And he Tianxia cigarettes. 1100 per carton. Given to Liu Yumai's father. I heard the betrothal gift is prepared for 800 to 900. They'll marry after the new year. Liu Hong's hands started to tremble. 800 to 900. Exactly. The whole village knows. Jiang Qin's mother borrowed money from everywhere just to gather the betrothal gift. With both Matai and he Tianxiao, that's a huge investment. Liu Hong hung up the phone. Sitting on the ground, her mind was filled with that number. 800 to 900. Then she remembered another number. 8,877. That stock account. Liu Hong got up from the ground. She washed her face and looked at herself in the mirror. Her eyes were swollen, her hair messy, and her complexion pale. She thought of Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun was steady, honest. He listened to her about everything. From college to work, 5 years. 5 years of feelings. Could it be less than just a meeting with Liu Yuan? Impossible. Liu Hong gritted her teeth. She couldn't let Liu Yuan take him away. Jiang Chun must still love her. He listened to her. Whatever she said was what it was. Last time they broke up, didn't he come to find her? This time would be the same. As long as she went to find him, he would come back. She started to calculate. The betrothal gift was 800 to 900. And Feitian Matai, he Tianxia. Those things were supposed to be given to her parents. Why should they go to Liu Yuan? The more Liu Hong thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed. Tomorrow she would go find Jiang Chun. She didn't believe that 5 years of feelings couldn't compare to Liu Yumai's meeting today. At that moment, Jiang Chun had no idea about Liu Hong's situation. He also didn't know that she would come to find him tomorrow. He was driving a Mercedes GLS parked in front of his father's shop. Jiang Shoshan was already waiting. Beside him stood Fifth Uncle. Fifth Uncle's eyes widened when he saw Jiang Chun get out of the Mercedes. He had just said Jiang Chun borrowed money, and now he returned in a Mercedes. Jiang Chun walked over greeting Dad. Jiang Shoshan nodded. Let's go. Jiang Chun said nothing more. He helped his father into the car. Jiang Yu sat in the passenger seat. The Mercedes drove out of the old city market heading back along the new city's road. The sky was completely dark. Jiang Shoshan sat in the back seat, staring out at the pitch-black window. He didn't ask Jiang Chun what he did today. He simply said, Shana, your mother went to your two uncles' house. She couldn't borrow anything. Jiang Chun remained silent. Jiang Yu beside him had red eyes. Jiang Chun looked ahead at the road. The streetlight's glow hit the windshield in segments. His phone vibrated in his pocket. He didn't take it out to check, but he knew it was Liu Hong. Messaging again. He ignored it. Let it vibrate. Jiang Shoshan sat in the back, his hands continuously rubbing the seams of his pants. It was his habit when he was nervous. They remained silent for a long time. He suddenly spoke up. Chainer, my, this car. You should return it to that miss by right. Jiang Chun glanced at his father in the rearview mirror. Jiang Shaoshan's expression was serious. It wasn't a test. He was genuinely worried. In his understanding, this Mercedes belonged to that beautiful girl. He was stunned when they moved things from the Jinbei car today. He had no idea how much all that stuff was worth. But he recognized the cigarettes. He Tianxia, 1100 per carton. He smoked 10 yuan packs. He had seen the packaging of He Tianxia in the glass cabinet of the town's small shop. He knew those cigarettes were 100 yuan a pack. That's why he gifted a pack to fifth uncle. Good cigarettes are for good people, they can get things done. As a result, the cigarettes were given away. The money wasn't borrowed. 2,000 yuan was just a token. Jiang Chun didn't respond. Jiang Yu spoke first. Dad, this car belongs to my brother. Jiang Shoshan was taken aback. What? This car was bought by my brother himself. Not borrowed, not rented, it's my brother's. Jiang Shoshan opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything. He shifted in his seat, as if suddenly unsure how to sit. Borrowing someone else's things, how could one not return them? This was his lifelong principle. Chainer, this car. If it's borrowed, shouldn't you return it? Things borrowed must be returned. Jiang Yu smiled. Dad, return it to whom? This car is my brother's. Just sit back and relax. Jiang Shoshan was still in a daze. He looked at the back of Jiang Chen's head, then at the emblem on the steering wheel. The three-pointed star emblem. He had seen it in the town, but he never imagined he would one day sit inside. Sitting in his son's car. The car arrived home. Jiang Shoshan got out. He didn't walk into the house. He walked around the car taking a lap. Then another. And another. 3 laps. He bent down examining the tires, the car body, the windows. As if looking at something that didn't belong to him. Li Xiaofan had already prepared dinner waiting at the door. Seeing Jiang Shoshan circling the car, she shouted, Jiang Lao, have you lost your mind? Jiang Shoshan did not look back. Just wait. You'll know whose car this is later, and you'll be amazed. Li Xiaofan walked out. Whose is it? Isn't it that Miss Bay's? Jiang Yu said from the side. Mom, this car is my brother's. It's ours. Li Xiaofan did not believe it. Your brother's? Where did he get the money to buy this car? Jiang Chun took out the car keys and handed them over. Mom, it's mine. Li Xiaofan received the keys. She began to circle around the car. 1 lap. 2 laps. 3 laps. Even more than Jiang Shoshan. Jiang Yu watched from the side, laughing so hard her stomach hurt. All right, have you circled enough? It's time to eat. She pulled each of her parents inside the house. At the family sat down. Li Xiaofan still felt uneasy and asked again, Chainer, is this car really yours? It is. Then how much did this car cost? Not much. Just for commuting. How much? Jiang Chen thought for a moment. About over $1 million. 2 pairs of chopsticks fell. Jiang Shaoshan's. Li Zufan's. There was silence for 5 seconds. Then Li Xiaofan asked a question that all parents would ask. How much money do you really have? Jiang Chen set down his chopsticks. Previously in Modu, while working, I made some investments. I earned some money. I didn't tell you before because I was afraid you would worry. He paused. This time I resigned from Modu and brought all my investments back. In the future, I'll just do some work here at home. You don't have to work so hard anymore. Just enjoy life at home. Jiang Shoshan and Li Xiaofan exchanged glances. Neither of them spoke. It's not that they didn't want to speak. It's that they couldn't believe it. Li Xiaofan suddenly reacted. She reached out as if to knock Jiang Chun and Jiang Yu on the head. You have money now? And you still let us borrow money? Jiang Yu covered her head. Mom, if you don't borrow money, how would you know what these relatives are like? Li Xiaofan opened her mouth. Your uncle is not that kind of person. But she said it with little confidence. No sooner had the words left her mouth. The phone rang. Li Xiaofan answered. It was her second uncle. Sister Xiaoyu borrowed money to buy stocks, and now she's stuck. She can't take it out for now. If she does, she'll lose money. Please give her some more time. Li Xiaofan held the phone and glanced at Jiang Chun. Jiang Chen's expression was blank. Jiang Yu stuck out her tongue. So just don't lend it. Li Xiaofan hung up the phone. Jiang Yu said, from now on, whoever asks us for money, we won't lend it. And whoever asks my brother for help, we won't help either. Jiang Shoshan kept his head down, eating quietly, but he nodded slightly. Jiang Chen set down his chopsticks, looking at his parents. Dad, Mom, take out your bank cards. Jiang Shoshan was taken aback. For what? To transfer you some money. To ease your worries. Jiang Shoshan and Li Xiufan exchanged glances. Hesitantly, they took out their bank cards. One from the Agricultural Credit Cooperative, one from the Postal Savings. Both were old cards they had used for over 10 years. The card's surfaces were worn. Jiang Chun took out his phone. After a few taps, ding, ding, 2 notification sounds. Jiang Shoshan picked up his phone to look. Amount received 100,000,000 yuan. Amount received 100,000,000 yuan. 2 million. Jiang Shaoshan's hand started to tremble. Li Zufan's hand also began to shake. Both of them looked up at Jiang Chun at the same time. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Jiang Chen's tone was very calm. During the new year, buy whatever you want to eat. Get some clothes you like. Don't hold back. Then an unexpected scene happened. Jiang Shoshan and Li Xiufan, both of them, at the same time, stuffed their bank cards into their clothing. Jiang Yu almost spat out the soup she just drank. Dad? Mom? What are you doing? Li Xiufan clutched her chest. With a wary expression, no one is allowed to take it. Jiang Shoshan also clutched his chest. This is for me and your mom. No one can have it. The two of them acted like hoarders. In front of their 2 children, they hid their bank cards securely. Then they exchanged glances, confirming that the other had also hidden theirs before they sighed with relief. Jiang Yu laughed so hard, she leaned on the table. Jiang Chun couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. But Jiang Chun quickly stopped smiling. He looked at his parents, his tone becoming serious. Dad, Mom, you can keep this money, but you must know which relatives can borrow and which cannot. Jiang Shoshan nodded. You tell us. Jiang Chun hadn't spoken yet. Jiang Yu spoke first. Money from uncle's side shouldn't be lent out. Jiang Shoshan and Li Xiufan nodded at the same time. Money from your uncle's side can't be lent either. Jiang Shoshan and Li Xiufan nodded again. But after nodding, the expressions on their faces changed. The 1 million in their hands suddenly felt hot. Jiang Shoshan glanced at Li Xiufan. Li Xiufan looked at Jiang Shoshan. Then both of them turned to Jiang Yu. Where? Can you hold this money? Jiang Yu was taken aback. Huh. No matter who comes to borrow, don't lend it. You take care of it. Jiang Yu took the 2 cards. She slapped them on the table. No one borrows anything. Not a single cent. Jiang Chun watched this scene, feeling a pang in his heart. But he didn't show it. Dad, Mom, don't open the shop anymore. Jiang Shoshan was taken aback. Not opening. Then, with this 1 million you can relax and not work anymore. Jiang Yu and I can support you both in your old age. Just close the shop. Jiang Shoshan said nothing. Li Xiufan said nothing. After a long while, Jiang Shoshan nodded slightly. All right, tomorrow take a day off. Clean up at home. Prepare for the new year. After the new year, we'll close it. Li Xiufan nodded as well. Close it. No more work. After dinner, the family gathered around the fire pit to warm up. Jiang Chen spoke up. Dad, Mom, would you like to live in the provincial city? Jiang Shoshan immediately shook his head. No. Why run to the provincial city? We don't know anyone, and we can't understand the language. Our hometown is better. Li Xiufan also shook her head. I've lived here my whole life, though I wouldn't even dare to step outside in the provincial city. Jiang Chen thought for a moment. What about buying you a house in Qingchuan County? Jiang Shoshan and Li Xiufan exchanged glances. This time they did not refuse. Is the house in the county expensive? Not expensive. Over 3,000 per square meter. Then, how about buying a bigger one? All right, you can choose. The family began discussing buying a house. Just as they were talking, there was a knock on the door. Jiang Yu and Li Xiufan went out to open it. 3 people stood outside the door, carrying snakeskin bags, holding woven bags with bundles of various sizes. Third Uncle Jiang Zhenqiang's family. Jiang Zhenxiang in his 40s, lean and dark with calloused hands. Aunt Zhang Chuiying about the same age as him, wrapped in an old scarf. Cousin Jiang Xiaojuan, 23 years old, 6 feet tall, with muscles all over, tan skin sturdier than a fitness trainer. They had just rushed back from out of town. They hadn't eaten yet. As soon as Li Xiufan saw them, she quickly said, "Come in quickly. There's still food. They'll heat it up for you." The dishes were ready. Cured meat, cured fish, along with leftover chicken soup from the day. They added stir-fried pig liver, spicy stir-fried meat, and a sautéed dish of shantan white vegetable. 5 dishes and 1 soup. Soon the 3 of them finished eating. After the meal, Zhang Chuiying took out a plastic bag from the snakeskin bag. Opening it, several pounds of dried bamboo shoots. Bright yellow, very dry from the sun. Next to it were a few pounds of wet ones wrapped in cling film. These are winter bamboo shoots we dug near the factory, dried. The dried ones are easier to preserve, brought back for you to try. Jiang Chun looked at the several pounds of bamboo shoots. He said nothing. Zhang Chuiying sat down and sighed. I worked for a year. A family of 3. At the end of the year when it was time to settle the wages, the boss went bankrupt and applied for bankruptcy protection. Jiang Xinxiang chimed in. I estimate there's no money left. The factory is rented. After bankruptcy, there's hardly anything that can be liquidated. The administrator takes a cut, and there won't be any money left. Jiang Shoshan patted his younger brother's shoulder. As long as people come back, that's good. Money matters can be resolved slowly. Jiang Xiaojuan, sitting nearby, had been silent. He looked at Jiang Chen, his eyes bright. Brother Chen, I heard you went on a blind date today. Jiang Chen nodded. Then why didn't it go well with Liu Hong? Jiang Chen's tone was calm. We broke up. She thought I was poor. Jiang Xiaojun clenched his fist. Zhang Chuiying asked again. I heard you hit it off on your blind date today. She wants an 80,000 dowry. Li Xiaofan nodded yes. Jiang Xinxiang glanced at Jiang Chen. When did your family have so much money? Zhang Chuiying suddenly stood up. My family has 200,000. How about I lend it to you first? My Xiaojun can wait. He's only 23, no rush. Jiang Xinxiang nodded as well. Right? Use it first. Jiang Xiaojun said. I don't even have a girlfriend yet, so there's no rush. Jiang Chen's family quickly said it was unnecessary. Jiang Chen mentioned the matter of borrowing money today. He didn't manage to borrow any. Then I won't marry Liu Yuan. The third uncle's family became anxious. That won't do. Zhang Chuiying immediately pulled out her bank card and slammed it on the table. Take it. Jiang Chen pressed down her hand. Ain't really no need. I actually didn't like Liu Yuan. I'll borrow from you when I find someone I like. The third uncle and aunt tried to persuade him for a long time. Jiang Chen just wouldn't accept it. They slowly took the bank card back. Jiang Chen looked at the third uncle's family. They had been like this every year. They had always treated him well since he was young. These several pounds of dried bamboo shoots were brought back from thousands of miles away. Wet ones are heavy while dry ones are light. But the sentiment is never measured by weight. Jiang Chen remembered this kindness. Third uncle, what do you plan to do next? Jiang Xinxiang sighed. After the new year, I still have to go out. It's harder to earn money at home. It's not that there aren't jobs, but the pay is too low. Being out can save a bit in a year. Zhang Chuiying suddenly noticed the car in the yard. Whose car is that? Li Xiaofan asked. It's Chen's. The third uncle's family stood up simultaneously. Jiang Xiaojun was the first to rush out. Let me take a look. Everyone went out to the yard and circled the car. Jiang Xiaojun reached out to touch the car's body. Zhang Chuiying hurriedly pulled him back. Don't touch it. If you break it, we can't afford to pay. Jiang Chen smiled. It's fine. Go ahead and touch it. He took out the key and pressed it. The car door opened. Get in and sit for a while. Jiang Xiaojun was the first to jump inside. Zhang Chuiying also got into the car, gently touching the genuine leather seats, afraid to press too hard. Li Xiaofan also went in to sit for a while. She had always thought this car belonged to Bai Shatong. Such a beautiful woman deserves such a nice car. She didn't expect it to be her son's. Everyone surrounded the car, touching it one by one. No one noticed when the third uncle left. Suddenly footsteps sounded in the yard. The third uncle returned carrying a bundle of firecrackers. My nephew bought a luxury car. We must celebrate. Let's set off firecrackers. Jiang Xiaojun immediately took over. I'll set them off. He pulled the firecrackers to a spot far from the car. He lit them. The sound of firecrackers went off. Bang bang, crackling in the peaceful rural night sky. Neighbors heard the noise and all gathered around. The third uncle stood in the middle of the yard loudly proclaiming, this is the best new car of the Jiang family. It deserves a celebration. The villagers then realized the black Mercedes GLS that had been in and out today truly belonged to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen has struck it rich. That car is a Mercedes GLS. It must be over $1 million, right? Some villagers specifically ran to the eldest uncle's house. Brother Manjin, Jiang Chen bought a new car. It's that black Mercedes GLS from today. Jiang Manjin's family didn't believe it. What nonsense. How much money can his family have? We know very well. We even know how many mice they have. Can they afford a car? A Mercedes? Later a few more people arrived. The firecrackers have already been set off. It was Jiang Xinxiang and Jiang Xiaojun who did it. Only then did Jiang Manjin say, is Jiang Xinxiang's family back? He didn't believe it. But he still came. The yard was filled with people. Jiang Manjin walked in, glancing at Jiang Shoshan, then at Jiang Xinxiang. Jiang Xinqiang's family hadn't said much. Jiang Manjin spoke up. Old third, you didn't even greet us when you returned. You look like you've wasted another year out there. Jiang Xiaojun wanted to get angry, but was pulled back by Zhang Chuiying. Jiang Hao stood by looking at the Mercedes. Jiang Chen, even if you rent a car, you shouldn't rent one this good. As long as it's usable for the new year, it's fine. There's no need to pretend to be wealthy. Just rent a regular car to make a show of it. Don't overestimate yourself. If it bursts, the dowry won't even be enough. You probably haven't gathered enough dowry money yet, right? The villagers listened. Oh, so it's rented. Jiang Xiaojun couldn't hold back. This car was bought by Brother Chen himself. Jiang Hao laughed. His family could buy such an expensive car. Who would believe that? Ask anyone in the village who would believe it. The villagers all shook their heads. But after shaking their heads, they felt something was off. Jiang Xiaojun remembered something. Just now, when he was sitting in the car and opened the glove compartment, he saw the registration certificate. He turned around and ran. He opened the car door, pulled out the registration certificate from the glove compartment. Opening it, he held it up in front of everyone. Owner Jiang Chun. Brand and model Mercedes-Benz GLS 450. Registration date, January 2025. The whole place fell silent for 3 seconds. Then, it's actually bought. Oh my god, a Mercedes GLS. This must be the best car in our village. Zhang Hao's face turned pale. His BMW 3 Series was like a younger brother in front of the Mercedes GLS. It wasn't even a younger brother. Jiang Manjin's mouth was agape, unable to close. Jiang Chun stood at the back of the crowd. He said nothing. He glanced at the third uncle. The third uncle was laughing loudly. The firecrackers were still crackling on the ground. Red paper scraps were scattered everywhere. Jiang Chun stood at the back of the crowd. He said nothing. He glanced at the third uncle. The third uncle was laughing loudly. The firecrackers were still crackling on the ground. Red paper scraps were scattered everywhere like this ancient city that had been silent for 1,000 years finally experiencing a bit of liveliness. His phone vibrated. It was a message from Su Qing. Mr. Zhang, the investment company's materials in the provincial capital have been submitted. The business license will take 37 days. Jiang Chun replied, no hurry. The one in Qingchuan County has already been obtained. Name Qingchen Investment Development Co. Ltd. Su Qing replied immediately, so fast. Is this one in the provincial capital still going to be registered? Register. Just follow the normal schedule. This office in Qingchuan County is the headquarters, and the one in the provincial city is a subsidiary called Xinqing Qingchen Investment Development Co. Ltd. Su Qing replied with a single word, understood. Jiang Yu was also busy, having already started a conversation with Yu Bing. Upon learning that Jiang Chun had purchased a building today, Yu Bing sent a long string of exclamation marks. Then she said, congratulations to you both siblings. Jiang Yu replied with a smile, preparing to return to her room to sleep. The winter in the rural areas of Xi'an province. The room was as cold as an ice cellar. The bedding took a long time to warm up. Jiang Chun curled up under the covers. Jiang Yu shivered beside him. Brother, when are we getting air conditioning installed at home? We'll buy it tomorrow. We'll also buy a fully furnished house, one that's movie-in ready. Sounds good. At this moment, on the other side of Qingchuan County, Zhao Kai returned to his home. He had been staying at Liu Hong's place since he returned from the Magic City. He was originally planning to get engaged. But then he lost money in the stock market. The two of them began to blame each other, and then they got into a fight. Liu Hong swung a fire tong at him. It struck him right on the forehead, blood flowing down his face. Zhao Kai kicked Liu Hong in the stomach, causing her to fall. Liu Hong's parents rushed in to help her beat Zhao Kai. 3 against 1. They beat him badly. When Zhao Kai returned home, his head was wrapped in bandages. Upon seeing him, his mother burst into tears. My son, who did this? Zhao Kai remained silent. His father also felt pained, as he had never wanted to hit his son. Now his head was broken by his girlfriend. This humiliation was hard to swallow. But after venting his anger, Zhao Kai's parents learned everything. They needed to borrow money. Leverage. Stock trading. He had lost everything and still owed 500,000. Among that 100,000 was borrowed from his uncle Sun Chong. Zhao Kai's mother remained silent for a long time. Then she said, tomorrow we will go to your uncle. We'll plead with him. This money will not be repaid for now. Zhao Kai was taken aback. Mom, that's 100,000. Your uncle cares about you. He made a good profit from projects a few years ago. That 100,000 was originally for you to play with. If you lose it, you lose it. But you have to at least say something to him. Otherwise, borrowing money will become difficult in the future. She paused. Our family doesn't have much money. Some things can only rely on your contractor uncle. Zhao Kai nodded. He would go tomorrow. What Zhao Kai didn't know was that the blow he received yesterday was actually due to Jiang Chun, who had taken the hit for him for 5 years. However, this time it was a different person taking the hit, and it had left a mark. The next morning, just as dawn broke, Jiang Chun opened his eyes. The phone screen was lit up. Today's limit 100,000 yuan. Received. Upgrade progress. Total consumption 499946283500 yuan. Jiang Chun took a glance. He turned it off and got out of bed. While having breakfast, his phone vibrated again. A WeChat friend request. Wan Hong. Verification message. President Jiang. It's Wan Hong. I didn't disturb you last night. Just wanted to greet you early in the morning. Please accept. From now on, we are brothers. Jiang Chun glanced at it. He did not accept or reject it. He let it hang. After the siblings finished breakfast, they prepared to leave. Jiang Xiaojun arrived. Brother Chin, where are you going? I'm going too. Jiang Chun looked at him. Let's go. The 3 siblings headed straight for the office building. Before the car even arrived, Jiang Chun saw it. The original billboard had already been replaced. Qingchen Building. Qingchen Investment Development Co. Ltd. Workers from the advertising company were busy on the scaffolding. Bai Shutong stood below holding a walkie-talkie, managing everything in an orderly fashion. A girl was already at the front desk, around 22 or 23 years old, about the same age as Jiang Yu. Upon seeing the Mercedes coming, Bai Shutong immediately went up to greet them. President Jiang, good morning. The office area has been completely cleared, the fire inspection passed, and the water and electricity are functioning normally. The front desk staff Xiao Zhou is starting her first day on the job. Jiang Chen nodded. Thank you for your hard work. Bai Shutong led the siblings upstairs to the 8th floor. Jiang Chen pushed open the office door. It was clean and tidy. The large desk was set up and the tea table, sofa, and bookshelf were all in place. In the lounge, beds and a bathroom were fully equipped. Yesterday, it was still an empty building, but today it became the headquarters. Jiang Chen stood by the floor-to-ceiling window looking at the panoramic view of the new and old cities. He was satisfied. Next door in Jiang Yu's office, she was already on the phone. Lawyer Yu, regarding the Wyndham Hotel contract, Shen Yin reviewed it again last night and confirmed it can be signed. Can the due diligence and evaluation report produce preliminary results this afternoon? All right. If the public information from Yu Jiangwo matches the evaluation closely, we will sign the formal contract this afternoon. After hanging up, she made another call. Sister Qing, the registered name for the provincial city subsidiary has been decided. Xinqing Qingxin Investment Development Co. Ltd. Have you prepared the materials on your end? Yes. Once the business license is issued, we will immediately open an account using President Jiang's personal account for operation stocks. Jiang Chen stood at the door and took a glance. He did not interrupt. He turned and went downstairs. Just as he reached the first floor, someone approached. A chubby man in his 40s, smiling with a face full of wrinkles. The front desk didn't even manage to stop him. President Jiang. President Jiang. Are you going out? He called out from a distance. Jiang Chen stopped in his tracks and looked at him twice. He didn't recognize him. He confirmed that he had never seen him before, and he didn't seem to be around his age. No matter how he looked at it, he seemed more than 10 years older than him. From the phone call yesterday, he mentioned a classmate from one high school and played ball together. What kind of ball was he talking about? Jiang Chen couldn't connect the dots in his mind and didn't bother to. Liu Hong had already approached. President Jiang. Are you going out? I can be your driver. I just happen to have a few projects to recommend to you, definitely better than what County Chief Shin recommended yesterday. Jiang Chen glanced at him for 2 seconds. I'm not looking at projects right now. I'm going out to handle some matters. We can talk about it later. After saying that, he walked away. Liu Hong wanted to follow, but Bai Shutong had already noticed. She walked to the front desk and whispered, "Don't let this kind of person in again." The front desk nodded. Bai Shutong thought for a moment. We need to install 2 access control doors. Notify the renovation company to change the plan. Before Jiang Chen got into the car, he asked Bai Shudong, "Where can I find furnished houses in Qingchuan County?" Bai Shutong thought for a moment. Most houses in the county are bare. There are very few that are fully furnished, and the quality is generally average. Just then Jiang Yu came downstairs. Brother Yu Bing also mentioned that there are a few furnished model homes in Yu Jiangwo's development that can be viewed. They were just renovated and can be bought directly for immediate move-in. Jiang Chen nodded. Just as he started the car, Liu Hong appeared again. He seemed to have popped up from nowhere and directly opened the passenger door to get in. President Jiang. I'm going with you. I'll be your driver. Jiang Chen looked at him. I said I'm not looking at projects. It's not a project. I just want to learn more from you. President Jiang, you're so young and accomplished. I admire you. Jiang Chen ignored him, pressed the gas pedal, and the Mercedes sped off. Liu Hong nearly got thrown off the car, running a few steps behind. He didn't catch up. Jiang Chen thought to himself. He had seen too many people like this. He was just there to sit in and earn a little commission. He didn't want to get too close. The car drove for more than 10 minutes. Arrived. Yushan International. The best property in Qingchuan County. Developed by a big boss from the provincial capital. Once Qingchuan's richest man, Yu Jiangwo. Although the real estate market has declined and lost its former glory, his strength remains. The entrance is quite grand. European-style gates. Flanked by gardens. Inside there are villas, high-rises, and townhouses. There is also a clubhouse. The garden is also beautiful. It's winter, but the evergreens are still green. Jiang Chen got out of the car. The sales director was already waiting at the door. A woman, 35 or 36 years old, capable, in a suit, high heels. Lin Wanqing. Yu Jiangwo had called ahead. Mr. Jiang, welcome. President Yu instructed me to take you directly to see the top property. This way, please. Jiang Chen nodded. Let's go. Lin Wanqing led Jiang Chen for a tour. He looked at the villas, the high-rises, the townhouses. Jiang Chen was not impressed. Until, Mr. Jiang, this way, please. This is our top property. 2 semi-detached villas. The wall in between has been removed. It has turned into a standalone villa. The building area exceeds 800 square meters. The garden is 900 square meters. The basement adds over 300 square meters. The total building area is 1,100 square meters. It is finely decorated. The garden is part of the model house and is also very beautiful. Jiang Chun walked around. The living room, the bedroom, the study, the kitchen, the basement, the garden. He was satisfied with every part. Lin Wanqing said beside him, the house costs 5.86 million. The garden is 1.2 million. The total price is 7.06 million. The soft furnishings are all ready-made. President Yu instructed that if you want to change anything, we will cover all the replacements. Jiang Chun walked around again, changed the bedding and bathroom fixtures. Lin Wanqing immediately took out her phone. I will arrange it right away. I will have the goods sent from the provincial capital as quickly as possible and have them replaced. Jiang Chun nodded. Let's sign the contract. Lin Wanqing turned to prepare the contract. Jiang Chun waited in the lobby. Just then, a voice came through. Oh, isn't this the waste Jiang Chun who got dumped by Liu Hong? Jiang Chun turned around. He saw someone with a mocking expression, a bandage on his head. Zhao Kai. The salespeople next to him couldn't help but chuckle at the bandage on Zhao Kai's head. Jiang Chun knew at a glance. Liu Hong's handiwork. He had often been on the receiving end of Liu Hong's actions. But at that time, he had compromised more with Liu Hong. Liu Hong didn't have the chance to hit him that hard. But this method, this angle, it was definitely Liu Hong's handiwork. Zhao Kai had come to find his uncle early that morning. He said he lost money in stocks. Uncle Sun Chong doted on this nephew. His aunt was no exception. They thought losing was losing. At worst, they could come back next time. Not only did they not reprimand him, they also said, we'll give you a set of rooms as a wedding gift. A high-rise. Pick any that is within 120 square meters. So here he was at the best property in Qingchuan County, Yushan International. Zhao Kai saw Jiang Chun. He smiled. What? Did you quit your job in Magic City and come to Qingchuan to look for work? He looked Jiang Chun up and down. Just you. You can't even afford a house here, right? Jiang Chun looked at the bandage on Zhao Kai's head. He laughed. Are you helping me take over the position? Zhao Kai heard this. The frustration from being beaten yesterday instantly surged. Yesterday, Liu Hong and her family had all taken action. He originally intended to mock Jiang Chun upon seeing him. But unexpectedly Jiang Chun said he was taking over the position. He laughed. He laughed loudly. You say I'm taking over. Do you even deserve to say that? You're dirt poor. What are you doing here? Just to enjoy the air conditioning. He leaned in a little. Beg me. I can have my uncle put in a good word for you. Help you get a job. Maybe the project manager at Yushan International will consider my uncle Sun Chong's face and let you work as a security guard here. At this moment, the salesperson responsible for Sun Chong and Zhao Kai approached. Mr. Sun, the 120 square meter house you were interested in has had the price calculated. It's 510000. How will you pay the down payment? Zhao Kai's uncle and aunt were also nearby, holding the promotional pamphlet, showing off to Jiang Chun. 510000. Can you afford that, you poor wretch? If you can't afford it, hurry up and leave. Don't be an eyesore. Zhao Kai laughed along. Did you hear? 510000. You won't earn that much in your lifetime. He turned to the salesperson. The down payment is 30. Just then Lin Wanqing walked out with the contract. She saw Jiang Chun. Immediately jogged over. Slightly bent over. Her tone respectful. Mr. Jiang, thank you for your patience. She deliberately opened the contract so that those around could see. The total price of the contract is 7.06 million. Take a look. If there's no problem, just sign. The whole place went silent. Zhao Kai's smile froze on his face. Sun Chong's smile also froze. How much? Zhao Kai thought he had misheard. Lin Wanqing didn't even look at him. She said to Jiang Chun, Mr. Jiang, 7.06 million. The house is 5.86 million. The garden is 1.2 million. Is that a full payment? Jiang Chun's tone was very calm. Full payment. Zhao Kai didn't believe it. Impossible. There aren't even houses that expensive in this community. Sun Chong also didn't believe it. He had been in the construction business for many years. He had some reputation in Qingchuan. He didn't believe a poor boy dumped by Liu Hong could buy a 7.06 million house. Sun Chong pointed at Lin Wanqing. Did you make a mistake? The most expensive house in this community is only over 3 million. Are you deliberately helping him deceive us? Lin Wanqing finally looked at him. Her gaze turned cold. Mr. Sun, please mind your wording. Sun Chong became even more intense. He felt he had face in Qingchuan. He was working on Yu Jiangwo's project. He had a say in this property. We are friends. Don't collude with a poor wretch to deceive me. I will tell the project manager. Lin Wanqing smiled coldly. Who is your friend? She looked Sun Chong up and down. You don't even look in the mirror. Sun Chong had never been insulted like this in Qingchuan. He immediately jumped up. Pointing at Lin Wanqing, he cursed. You filthy woman. Do you know who I am? I am Sun Chong. I do all of Yu Jiangwo's projects. Don't offend me for a poor wretch. You can't afford to offend me. If you don't believe me, I'll make a phone call. You won't be able to keep your job. Lin Wanqing looked at him. She said 2 words. Fool. Sun Chong was furious. He immediately took out his phone. I'll call right now. Just wait. He dialed a number. The project manager of Yushan International. The call connected. Sun Chong deliberately put it on speaker. Old Zhang, is that Lin Wanqing from your sales office looking to quit? She's colluding with a poor wretch to deceive me. Are you going to take care of this? There was silence on the other end for 2 seconds. Then came a response. Sun Chong, you're digging your own grave. Don't drag me down with you. Beep, hung up. Sun Chong was stunned. Lin Wanqing was also stunned. Not because Sun Chong was hung up, but because of the tone of the project manager. Sun Chong didn't believe it. He pointed at Lin Wanqing, then pointed at Jiang Chun. You're both finished. Jiang Chun ignored him. He took out his bank card, handing it to Lin Wanqing. Swipe it. Lin Wanqing took the card, operated it, entered the amount. 706000000. Press confirm. Ding. The transfer was successful. The whole place fell silent. Sun Chong's mouth hung open. Zhao Kai's eyes widened, unable to blink. 7,060,000 paid in full, not even a blink of an eye. Although Sun Chong and his wife were wealthy, but they had only a few million at most earned over many years. Asking them to take out over 7 million to buy a house. That would be asking for half their lives. Buying a house would make even eating a problem. Zhao Kai was even more shocked. In his eyes, Jiang Chun was quite poor, having given all his salary to Liu Hong's family before. Liu Hong could only save up 30,000. Now she had lost money in the stock market and was arguing about the losses. She had come to find her uncle and aunt this morning. They wanted him to change his girlfriend, even offering to gift him a new house as a wedding gift. The frustration from being beaten yesterday was swept away, and he planned to seek reconciliation with Liu Hong again. Unexpectedly, he encountered Jiang Chun here. He thought Jiang Chun had come looking for a job, but to his surprise, he was there to buy a house. A villa costing 7,060,000. With a garden fully furnished. After signing, Jiang Chun picked up the contract and prepared to leave. Sun Chong continued to shout, "You're finished. Even living in this community, the property management will make things difficult for you." At that moment, a person walked in from outside dressed in a suit, middle-aged, exuding a strong aura. Sun Chong's eyes lit up upon seeing him. This was Zhang Ziyuan, the project general manager of Yushan International. He immediately stepped forward, extremely respectful, extending both hands. "General Manager Zhang, you're just in time. This poor fool colluded with your sales office to deceive me. Please judge for yourself." Zhang Ziyuan glanced at him, ignored him, didn't even extend his hand, and directly walked past him. Sun Chong's hand hung in midair. Stunned, Zhang Ziyuan quickly walked up to Jiang Chun, slightly bowing, and took Jiang Chun's hand. "Mr. Jiang, I apologize for the disturbance." The entire scene fell silent again. Sun Chong's hand remained suspended in the air. Zhao Kai's mouth agape. The couple that had just risen to wealth. No, there were no wealthy couples here now. But the people viewing the house nearby were all dumbfounded. Zhang Ziyuan turned to Jiang Chun, his tone sincere. "Mr. Jiang, this matter is due to our mismanagement. On behalf of Yushan International, I apologize. For your villa, all property fees for 10 years will be waived." Then he turned his gaze to Sun Chong. His expression changed, turned cold. Sun Chong jolted. "General Manager Zhang, next year you won't need to work on projects for Yushan International anymore." Sun Chong's face changed. "General Manager, we've cooperated for so many years. Prepare to litigate for the work you have in hand." Sun Chong's legs went weak. What does this mean?" Zhang Ziyuan's tone was very flat. "The evidence of your shoddy work, the preliminary settlement costs, have already been organized." Sun Chong did not understand how he had offended the project general so suddenly. Just a moment ago, he had been joking like brothers on the phone while buying the villa. How had everything changed in the blink of an eye? He knew that the settlement mentioned by the project general was impossible. Settlements would bury you. Moreover, he still had leverage against them. In this day and age in construction, who doesn't cut corners? It wouldn't withstand scrutiny. No, wait. Sun Chong was smart enough. He immediately reacted. This young man in front of him, the former sales director, had treated him with utmost respect. He had even called himself a fool. Now the project general didn't even look at him, but instead treated the young man with utmost respect. He had also bought the Villa King from Yushan International. The Villa King, 7,060,000 paid in full, not even a blink of an eye. Sun Chong's back began to sweat. Jiang Chun didn't care about that. Holding the contract, he turned to leave. Sun Chong approached the project general again, forcing a smile. General Manager, please listen to me." Zhang Ziyuan immediately shook him off, as if he had seen a plague. "Don't come near me," he said fiercely. "Your good days are over." Indeed, without Yushan International, he would truly have no work. Other places had no money to pay. Government projects were also very scarce now. Even if there were some sporadic projects, there would be no money to be made. Government officials even struggled to get their salaries. Sun Chong gave his wife a knowing look. Sun Chong's wife immediately approached the project general. General manager. General manager, considering our years of cooperation. Only then did Zhang Ziyuan stop. He glanced at her and quietly said, "You offended someone you shouldn't have. I can't help you now. You should go plead with him yourself." Sun Chong's wife whispered, "You won't mention our relationship." Zhang Ziyuan had no choice, also whispering, "Don't blame me. I also don't know who he is. The provincial city big shot has spoken. You are on your own. I still want to secure my position and work for a few more years." After saying this, he left. Sun Chong stood still, the sweat on his face still not dry. His wife also stood still, and they exchanged a glance. They both saw the fear in each other's eyes. Meanwhile, Zhao Kai stood beside them, unable to say a word. He stared at Jiang Chen's back. Looking at the black Mercedes GLS at Lin Wanqing holding that contract worth 7,060,000. Just yesterday he had laughed at Jiang Chen for being poor, making Jiang Chen beg him, making Jiang Chen work as a security guard. Today Jiang Chen had paid in full for the Villa King that even his uncle couldn't afford. And his uncle had just been announced by the project general, no more work. Zhao Kai suddenly felt that the bandage on his head wasn't hurting anymore, but instead his heart hurt. In the countryside, good news doesn't leave the house, but bad news travels 1,000 miles. However, if it's someone else's bad news, it spreads even faster. Yesterday evening, Liu Hong's family had a fight. It wasn't 3 against 1, it was 3 against 1. Liu Hong's family chased Zhao Kai and beat him up. Many people in the village saw it. Zhao Kai left with blood all over his face, having bled a lot. When Jiang Chen was around, they fought too, but that was just for fun. The hits weren't so hard. Yesterday was different. Yesterday was for real. The news spread like wings. Within an hour, the whole village knew. Even the neighboring village knew. Did you hear? Liu Hong chased Zhao Kai away. What? Isn't Zhao Kai rich? Isn't his uncle a foreman? Rich? Bullshit. Lost money in stocks. Lost all the principal. Still owes 500,000. Deserved it. Let him show off. But in this world, there has never been a shortage of people who like to rub salt in wounds. Aunt Wang next door to Liu Hong's family said, "Oh, let me tell you something. I don't know if it's true or not." "What is it?" "Jiang Chen's family bought a Mercedes yesterday. A black GLS. Over $1 million. Really? My cousin's husband has a sister who married into their village and saw it with her own eyes. That car was parked in Jiang Chen's yard, and the third uncle's family even set off firecrackers to celebrate." The news reached Liu Hong's family. In less than 10 minutes after hearing it, Liu Hong's mother changed her expression and immediately ran to tell Liu Hong. Moreover, she did it on purpose. "Hong, do you know what Jiang Chen's family bought?" Liu Hong was applying a facial mask. "What? A Mercedes GLS. Over $1 million. Paid in full." The mask in Liu Hong's hand dropped. Her mother, still not satisfied, added, "You should go reconcile with Jiang Chen and break up with Zhao Kai." Liu Hong said nothing. She picked up her phone, opened Jiang Chen's Moments, and the first post was about the provincial city. 2 properties paid in full. The accompanying picture was the property certificate. One was Jiang Chen's, the other was Jiang Yu's on the same floor. Liu Hong's hands started to tremble. "Oh, Jiang Chen, you hid money from me when we were good, didn't you? You liar." She wanted to confront Jiang Chen, but at that time she was in the Demon City. It was she who suggested the breakup. She even brought Zhao Kai along to humiliate him in person. Now what identity does she have to speak about others? Now what is Zhao Kai? A rich heir with no real... Even the money he has belongs to his uncle. He has a good aunt. His uncle gives him money without his aunt saying a word. Zhao Kai's salary at the company is still lower than Jiang Chen's. All his money comes from his uncle. But now, having broken up with Zhao Kai, Liu Hong thought she should talk to Jiang Chen to see if they could reconcile. They used to often break up. Each time Jiang Chen would come begging for reconciliation, Liu Hong would just give him a little sweetness and Jiang Chen would follow. This time would be no different. As long as she opened her mouth, he would definitely come back. Liu Hong stood up and glanced at the mirror. Her figure was still good. Her face was also decent. 100 times better than that Liu Yume. She heard that Jiang Chen had taken a liking to Liu Yume, who was a single mother raising a child. What kind of person is that? A divorced woman with a child, asking for a betrothal gift of 8,000. Liu Hong sneered. "I don't want a betrothal gift. Jiang Chen and I are in a free love." She rode her electric bike a few miles to the neighboring village. Liu Hong arrived. Meanwhile, at Liu Yumai's home, things were not calm. The news of Jiang Chen's family having a car also reached Liu Yumai's house. Upon hearing this, Liu Yumai's parents advised her as soon as she got home, "Mimi, hurry up. Don't let someone else snatch him away. He has a Mercedes, worth over $1 million. But Liu Yumei was not in a hurry. She leaned back in her chair. Leisurely, she said, "What's the rush? That day Jiang Chen already took a liking to me. I must maintain my stance right." She remembered it clearly. That day was agreed upon. Jiang Chen was raising money for their wedding. He gave a meeting gift of 3,000. The matchmaker's fee was 600. This indicated the man's agreement. She hadn't kept any for meals, but she accepted the money, indicating she hadn't agreed, but was open to further development. As long as they provided the 200 betrothal gift and 100 for her mother, that would be enough. The money for her brother's car could be delayed. Liu Hong thought. No rush. Let him come find me. But what she didn't know was that someone was even more anxious than her and had already set off. Liu Hong rode her electric bike. Arriving at Jiang Chen's doorstep, she took a deep breath and pushed open the yard gate. Uncle, Auntie. She called them uncle and auntie with familiarity. She called them more affectionately than a biological daughter would. Li Xiaofan was in the yard hanging blankets. Seeing Liu Hong, her hands froze and her expression turned cold. Jiang Shoshan was chopping firewood nearby. Upon seeing Liu Hong, he plunged the axe into the ground. What are you doing here? Liu Hong smiled sweetly. Uncle, I came to see you. It's been a long time since I visited. Li Xiaofan didn't let her in. Just stay in the yard. Liu Hong was not annoyed. She set down her electric bike, picked up a broom, and started sweeping. She began with the yard, then the living room, sweeping the first floor, and then the second floor. Li Xiaofan and Jiang Shoshan exchanged glances. They said nothing, but didn't stop her. Liu Hong swept to the storeroom on the second floor. The door was open. She peeked inside and was stunned. New Year goods. A lot of New Year goods. Flying Matai whole boxes. 6 boxes. Wolyangya 4 boxes. Yunnan ham, Jinhua ham, all over 5 years old. Bird's nest, several boxes. Various imported fruits. She began helping to clean the kitchen. Washing vegetables, cutting vegetables. Li Xiaofan couldn't bear to watch any longer. She began helping to clean the kitchen. Washing vegetables, cutting vegetables. Li Xiaofan couldn't bear to watch any longer. That's enough. You can rest now. Liu Hong had been waiting for this sentence. Now she could speak. She immediately said, Annie, are those New Year goods upstairs ready? Are you preparing for a good New Year this year? Li Xiaofan glanced at her tone indifferent. That has nothing to do with you anymore. Liu Hong was thick-skinned and continued to ask, Auntie, is that car really bought by Jiang Chun? The house in the provincial city too? Li Xiaofan originally didn't want to say, but Liu Hong asked too naturally, just like before. She used to come every year for New Year, visiting daily during the first month, familiar with the neighbors. She was also familiar with the families of her uncles and third uncles. Li Xiaofan's tone softened a bit. There are 2 houses in the provincial city. One belongs to Jiang Chun, and one is a gift to his sister Jiang Yu. They are on the same floor so the siblings can look out for each other in the future. Liu Hong's eyes lit up upon hearing this. But she said, Jiang Yu will be married off anyway, there's no need to give her a house. As long as she has a place to stay when she returns to her family, it's only right for her in-laws to buy a house. She acted as if she had returned to the time when she was dating Jiang Chun. Li Xiaofan slowly softened as well. After all, Jiang Chun's siblings hadn't told her that Jiang Chun had a new girlfriend. After all, Jiang Chun and Liu Hong had been together for several years. Liu Hong seized the right moment and said something that struck a chord with Li Xiaofan. Auntie, Jiang Chun and I are in a free love. No betrothal gift is needed. We can just have a banquet and get a certificate. Li Xiaofan's hand stopped. She looked at Liu Hong. No betrothal gift. Free love. Just have a banquet and get a certificate. Isn't that what she wanted? Liu Hong was asking for an 800 betrothal gift and also wanted 100 for her mother. Liu Hong didn't want that. Li Xiaofan's expression gradually changed from cold to neutral to somewhat warm. But Jiang Shoshan was different. He had been frowning. They had heard about the fight at Liu Hong's home that morning. 3 against 1. Zhao Kai was covered in blood. You broke up with Jiang Chun and found a wealthy Zhao Kai. Now that you know Jiang Chun is rich, you come back. Jiang Shoshan felt uncomfortable. Very uncomfortable. But Li Xiaofan shot him a glance. Jiang Shoshan understood. Liu Hong saw that the atmosphere had softened and began to inquire. Auntie, where are Jiang Chun and Jiang Yu? Why aren't they here? Li Xiaofan replied. They went to the county town to buy a house. They said they were buying a house in Qingchuan County for me and your uncle. They were going to take us to the provincial city, and the house is already purchased. But your uncle and I have never been to the provincial city, we wouldn't be used to it. So the 2 siblings insisted on buying a house in Qingchuan. They went to buy a house. Liu Hong's heart skipped a beat. They bought a house in the provincial city and now in the county town. What did she? She wanted to ask where Jiang Chun was buying a house, but she held back and didn't ask. She thought to herself, I must win Jiang Chun back. I wonder where Jiang Chun is making his fortune now. How did he become so rich all of a sudden? By noon, Liu Hong took the initiative to cook, washing, and cutting vegetables, while Li Xiaofan stood by watching. Her heart was filled with mixed emotions. In the past, when Liu Hong came, she would just sit and use her phone without doing anything. Now, she was taking the initiative to wash and cut vegetables. This showed her regret. She realized Jiang Chen's worth. Li Xiaofan thought to herself, if she could turn back time, that would be good. Better than Liu Hong, who was divorced with a child and asking for so much. Now Liu Hong came back, and even said she didn't need a betrothal gift. After all, they had been together for 5 years. The feelings were still there. Li Xiaofan and Liu Hong slowly returned to their previous relationship. But Jiang Shoshan still kept a stern face. He sat in the yard, smoking silently. At that moment a neighbor Aunt Wang walked by. Seeing Liu Hong busy in the kitchen, she was surprised. "Oh, Liu Hong is here. Have you two reconciled?" Liu Hong poked her head out of the kitchen, smiling sweetly. "Auntie, I came to see Uncle and Auntie." Aunt Wang glanced at Jiang Shoshan. Jiang Shoshan remained silent, but did not dismiss her. Aunt Ma understood the situation well. There was hope. She walked outside the courtyard. She spoke to a few nearby women. "Liu Hong is here. She's cooking at Jiang Chen's house. Guess what? They said no betrothal gifts. It's a free love. Just hold a banquet and get a certificate." "Really?" "Yes. I saw it with my own eyes." Li Zufan's face lit up with joy. The news spread again. It reached Liu Yumai's family. When Liu Yumai's parents heard it, they panicked. "Mimi, why are you still holding it? Liu Hong has come to the door. She said no betrothal gifts." Liu Yumei straightened up. "Did she say no betrothal gifts?" "Yes. She said it's free love. Just hold a banquet and get the certificate." Liu Yumei clenched her hands. She was holding it, but others were not. At the sales office of Yushan International, the hall was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Sun Chong and his wife stood there like two wooden stakes, their expressions shifting from arrogance to shock, then to fear. 7,060,000. Full payment. Not a single blink. Project head Zhang's Yuan had already left, and before departing he dropped a line. "Next year you won't need to work on the Yushan International project anymore." Those words felt like a knife stabbing into Sun Chong's chest, impossible to pull out. Jiang Chun didn't glance at them again, holding onto the contract. He turned around and walked towards the parking lot. His phone vibrated. It was a message from Shen Yao. "Mr. Jiang, please confirm. Do you still want that piece of land you mentioned? If yes, we will push it to the land transaction center. But if you say yes now and then change your mind later, that would be problematic. That indicates insufficient control by the county committee and government. Accountability will follow." As Jiang Chun walked, he replied, "Yes. I guarantee participation. I will also raise a placard. If you don't believe it, you can pay a deposit." Shen Yao replied instantly, "No deposit is needed. The government cannot accept deposits for land auctions. Just confirming participation is enough." After a brief pause, another message followed. "Additionally, to be safe, we will find a state-owned platform company to participate in the bidding. Just in case of failure to sell. No objections, right?" Jiang Chen glanced and continued, replying, "None." Shen Yao asked, "Do you have other companies that can participate in the bidding?" "Not good." Shen Yao said, "Understood. Then we will prepare. The process is quick. Will the funds be ready in time?" "No problem. It would leave a hidden Not good." Shen Yao said, "Understood. Then we will prepare. The process is quick. Will the funds be ready in time?" "No problem." "Good. We will announce it as soon as possible. Please pay attention to the government announcements then." "All right." Jiang Chun put away his phone and was close to his car. From a distance a voice called out, "Mr. Jiang." Jiang Chun stopped and turned around. Wan Hong walked out from the side, smiling broadly. He looked just like a close brother. "Mr. Jiang, congratulations. You bought a mansion. It's noon. I'll treat you. Let's have a meal to celebrate, brother." Jiang Chun looked up at the sky and then at the time. It was just past 10. Breakfast was too late. They had been busy all morning. Lunch was too early. It was still far from noon. What meal to eat? Jiang Chun ignored him and continued walking. Wan Hong did not give up and quickly caught up. He leaned in a little closer, lowered his voice, and mysteriously said, "You don't know the secret about Sun Chong and his wife, do you?" Jiang Chen glanced at him with an expression that said it was none of his business. Wan Hong ignored his expression and said proactively, "Sun Chong's wife has a thing with that Zhang from the Yushan International project." Jiang Chen paused briefly. Wan Hong continued, "Sun Chong has always been able to secure projects because of that Zhang. It's not because he does good work. It's because of his wife." Jiang Chen then remembered. Sun Chong's wife. A slightly older woman, nearly 40, but well-maintained. Today she wore a pink sweatshirt, tied her hair in a ponytail, trying to appear younger. Yet, she didn't look out of place. She was a beauty in her youth. Now she was also a mature woman. But Jiang Chen showed no reaction, maintaining an exterior calm. However, he became interested in Wan Hong. This person seemed to know everything. Various news. Just yesterday, he had separated from Shen Yao, and he knew immediately. He had just bought a house. He knew what house and how much it cost. This person was intriguing. Wan Hong noticed he hadn't achieved the desired effect. Jiang Chen's face showed no signs of change. He shifted directions. "Mr. Jiang, I have resources you need for your investment." Jiang Chen finally looked at him properly. "Oh, what materials do you have? Show me." Wan Hong smiled. "No rush. Let me take you to see them first." Jiang Chen thought about it. Since he had nothing to do anyway. "All right, let's go." Wan Hong drove his second-hand Volkswagen, while Jiang Chen drove a Mercedes GLS. Two cars. One in front and one behind, circling around Qingchuan County. The first stop was the old renovation site in the southern part of the city. A cluster of old houses with the word demolish written on the wall. Weeds grew wildly around. Yuan Hong said, the government wants to acquire this land, but there has been no movement. If you have connections and can secure it, building commercial housing would definitely be profitable. Jiang Chen took a glance. Not interested. The second stop was a commercial plot in the western part of the city. It was vacant with roads not even built around it. Yuan Hong said, this land is cheap, but the location is poor. If you... Jiang Chen glanced at it. The third stop was an unfinished building 6 stories high, with the framework not even topped off. The rebar was exposed and rusty. Yuan Hong said the owner ran away. He owes a huge debt. If you can take over and complete the construction, you would definitely profit. Jiang Chen glanced. The unfinished building is too deep in water. I won't touch it. The fourth stop was the industrial land that Shun Yao had shown him yesterday. Jiang Chen looked at it a bit more. The location was good, close to the urban area. But, again, it was industrial land. The traffic was too congested. Yuan Hong said, this land is good, but the procedures are troublesome. If you have patience, you can wait. Jiang Chen remained silent. The fifth stop was in the north of the city. The sixth stop was a piece of farmland in the east. The seventh stop, a community. It was not selling well. The eighth stop was the urban village. Nearly 2 hours had passed. They had circled around Qingchuan County several times. Not a single project piqued Jiang Chen's interest. Yuan Hong's smile had also stiffened. He initially thought that just by casually presenting a few projects, Jiang Chen would surely find something he liked. The result, none caught his eye. Yuan Hong himself gave up. He parked the car by the roadside. Turning to look at Jiang Chen, he asked, Mr. Jiang, what kind of project do you really want? Jiang Chen thought for a moment and stated 5 conditions. It must allow for commercial development. It should drive surrounding growth. It must have character. The scale cannot be too small. Ideally, it should be able to start quickly. Yuan Hong was taken aback. These 5 conditions sounded simple at first, but to meet them all simultaneously was difficult. Yuan Hong slapped the steering wheel. Give me some time to think. There must be some, but I can't recall them all at once. He glanced at the time. It was 12:30. Let's go. It's time for lunch. I'll treat you. It's mealtime. Jiang Chen looked at him. Didn't you say you would treat me to a meal this morning? At around 10. Yuan Hong was completely unembarrassed. That was because we didn't get to eat. Now let's eat. After eating, I'll take you to a place. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Jiang Chen remained silent, yet he did not refuse. Seeing that he did not object, Yuan Hong immediately started the car. Let's go. The best restaurant in the county. It's on me. Jiang Chen followed behind, watching Yuan Hong's old Volkswagen bounce along the road ahead. Suddenly he felt something. This person, although annoying, was indeed somewhat useful. He seemed to know everything and could gather information on anything, including matters about Sun Chang's wife and the project manager. He knew about Jiang Chen's house purchase. He knew about Jiang Chen's conversation with Shen Yao. He was also aware that Yuan Hong's old Volkswagen was leading the way. Turning left then right, and another left, Jiang Chen drove his Mercedes GLS behind. The road became increasingly narrow. On both sides were old houses with peeling walls and tangled electric wires. If Jiang Chen weren't bold enough, he would have suspected this was an underground party meeting place from before liberation. Finally, Yuan Hong's car stopped. Jiang Chen also halted. In front was a small 2-story building, gray and without a sign. There was no entrance, not even a proper sign. Yuan Hong got out of the car and waved to Jiang Chen. Come on, this is the place. Jiang Chen got out, looking left and right. Is this the main entrance to the restaurant? It certainly didn't seem like one. It was merely a hidden small doorway. If it weren't for Yuan Hong leading the way, he would not have noticed even after 100 visits. However, once he entered the second floor, Jiang Chen was stunned. It was spacious, very spacious. It resembled a grand dining hall, yet it felt peculiar. It was mealtime, yet not a single customer was present. Jiang Chen's first reaction was, are they serving food? But even a food serving would require at least 2 tables. None were available. The place was empty. The owner personally came out to greet them, appearing to be in his 40s. He wore an apron, his hands greasy, clearly just having emerged from the kitchen. Yuan Ge, you're here. The usual spot. Yuan Hong was quite familiar with the owner. He patted the owner's shoulder. Lao Lu, today, I brought a distinguished guest. Show off your best skills. Lao Lu glanced at Jiang Chen. Nodding, he said, don't worry. They sat down in the dining hall, which lacked air conditioning and was quite cold, the damp chill of Qingchuan's winter penetrating to the bones. Jiang Chen rubbed his hands together. Lao Lu came over to apologize. Sorry, the air conditioning is broken and hasn't been repaired yet. Please bear with it. Jiang Chen shot a glance at Yuan Hong. Yuan Hong shrank his neck. This was unexpected. It's just an accident. Well then, forget it. The dishes were served quickly: a bowl of spicy steamed chicken, a bowl of steamed fish, a bowl of stir-fried pork, and a bowl of bok choy. 4 dishes for 2 people, nothing fancy, just home-cooked meals. Yuan Hong commented, this dish is quite good. Jiang Chen picked up a piece of steamed chicken. Upon tasting it, his eyes lit up with the aroma of chili and the tenderness of the chicken. There was also an indescribable freshness. Ordinary restaurants lacked this flavor. He took another piece of steamed fish. It was fresh, truly fresh. Stir-fried pork. The fatty meat was not greasy and the lean meat was not tough. The cooking was just right. The bok choy was sweet and crisp as if just picked from the ground. The two did not drink alcohol and finished all the dishes completely clean. Jiang Chun put down his chopsticks. It had been a long time since he had tasted such delicious home-cooked food. During those years in the Magic City, he had only eaten takeout. Liu Hong never cooked. However, he noticed one problem: the business of this restaurant was quite poor. In broad daylight, not a single customer was present. Wan Hong noticed his thoughts and said, "This place is run by a buddy of mine. The culinary skills are unquestionable. It's just that the location is off, so the business suffers. Such a pity." Jiang Chun was unsure of whether what he said was true or not, and said nothing, only noting the location of this restaurant. After finishing the meal and resting for 10 minutes, the two set off again. This time Wan Hong brought Jiang Chun to a different location. The car stopped. Jiang Chun stepped out of the car and looked up. A charming street had been completed, but had not yet opened for business. The final paving of the ground had only just begun. The landscaping had not been done. They only needed to pave the ground with bricks, lay asphalt on the road, and plant greenery to open for business. But the problem was, this street looked quite unappealing. Originally intended to have a Chinese style, it was poorly executed. The thematic architecture was too simple. It leaned toward modern design with hints of simple European and Spanish styles, resulting in a mishmash that was neither distinctly Chinese nor Western, a hodgepodge. This was also a reason for the poor sales. Wan Hong stood beside him talking rapidly. This place has been abandoned for 5 or 6 years. The planning and acceptance have been completed. The fire safety inspection has also been done. The investment attraction was unsuccessful. They sold less than a tenth. Later they could not open for business, and the sold properties were refunded. The remaining owner held on to it, attempting to attract investment once. Only one supermarket was attracted and opened. Later the supermarket also went bankrupt, and its owner ran away. The developer's owner took over and is still operating. Jiang Chun remained quiet, carefully observing. The building materials used were not inferior, they were genuine and of good quality. The developer had put in effort. Wan Hong continued, "The developer has probably lost over 100 million here. Coincidentally, they ran into the current downturn in real estate. They need to ensure the completion of the buildings. The funding chain has broken. Currently out of 10 pots, 9 are covered, and he has only 2 or 3 that are covered. They can't hold on anymore. If you can buy this street, it would save his life. Then he could hand over part of the residential buildings next door." Jiang Chun interrupted him. "This project is worth considering. Do you have their contact information? Where is the sales office?" Wan Hong was taken aback, as if he had heard something monumental. The sales office has long been gone. The real estate situation has been poor in recent years, and buildings cannot be sold. They currently have no money to continue construction, so they can only hide away. To buy this, you need to find their boss. Others do not have the authority to speak. The boss is currently hiding and does not want to meet anyone. He pulled out his phone. "I know the number, but this number is unreachable." The two made a phone call on the spot. It connected but was not answered. They tried again, but it was directly hung up. Wan Hong said he should have another phone number. "If you want to buy this project, I can help you find someone in the government to get the number. Only the top few people can reach him now." He was still chattering away. Jiang Chun interjected, "I'm interested. Help me get in touch. Notify me once you have contacted him." Upon hearing this, Wan Hong stood at attention. "Understood. I will ensure the task is completed. I will definitely get you the number by the end of tomorrow." The two got back in the car and left. Jiang Chun drove, contemplating on the road. Some matters might be resolved more effectively with a straightforward approach. Waiting for Wan Hong to contact someone for the number before the end of tomorrow was too slow. A direct confrontation might be the best way to resolve the issue. Jiang Chun turned the steering wheel, made a loop, and stopped in front of the dilapidated supermarket. The supermarket was still in operation, though the sign had faded. However, the lights were still on. Jiang Chun got out, walked inside, and approached the service counter. "Is the person in charge here?" The person at the counter looked bewildered. But they still led Jiang Chun to a very shabby room. There was no air conditioning, just 2 office desks, and dressed in a provincial uniform, he was scrolling through his phone. Jiang Chun explained his purpose. The man sized Jiang Chun up, clearly skeptical of this young man in his 20s. Could he really buy the entire commercial street? "I don't have a phone number. I don't have the boss number either." He stubbornly refused to divulge any information, but added, "The boss is my brother-in-law." Jiang Chun understood. He kept quiet and simply said, "You can tell your boss. As long as we can reach an agreement, I will pay the full amount at once." He paused for a moment. "It might save your brother-in-law's life." The man fell silent. The atmosphere on site seemed to stand still. After a long while, the man picked up his phone and dialed a number, stepping aside to take the call. "Walk along the security booth of the community. Someone there will tell you how to get there. Jiang Chen nodded, exited, walk along the security booth of the community. Someone there will tell you how to get there. Jiang Chen nodded, exited the supermarket, and drove for a minute. He arrived at the security booth of the adjacent community. The guard saw the Mercedes GLS and immediately approached, leading Jiang Chen to a staircase. They went up to the second floor, twisting and turning down the hallway. Jiang Chen kept track of the route in his mind, but he knew it would be difficult to find the way out later. There were too many corridors inside, like a maze. Finally, in a suddenly bright place, they entered an office where a 60-year-old man was brewing tea. He looked like a retired elder. The guard brought Jiang Chen in and said, "Boss, the person has arrived." The guard then left. Jiang Chen sat down across from the old man, who leisurely brewed tea, and set it down. "Drink some tea," he said, and Jiang Chen picked it up. After taking a sip, he found it to be good tea. "What is your surname?" "My surname is Jiang. Jiang Chen. Jiang of the river, Chun of the stars and the sea." "What about you, boss?" "He. People can be he." The old man glanced at him. "Are you interested in the commercial street?" "Yes." "What do you want to do?" "Commerce." The old man shook his head. "It's very difficult to do now. Things can't be sold and businesses can't be attracted. People are tightening their wallets these days. Investors dare not invest. They won't even recover their principal. Would you dare to invest?" Jiang Chen replied, "Qingchuan doesn't have good commercial opportunities. I want to give it a try." The old man laughed. "A young calf is not afraid of tigers. How much are you offering?" Jiang Chen looked at him, his tone very flat. "Including the supermarket, 46 million. Bang! The old man's teacup nearly dropped from his hand. He couldn't sit still and almost jumped up. All his previous calmness vanished. "Do you know how much I spent on this street?" 2600 square meters. I spent over 100 million. You think you can take it away with just 46 million, eh? You should leave. Young man, don't make such. Jiang Chen did not leave. He remained still. "Mister, look, even though you spent nearly 100 million, you've built it for 5 or 6 years now. Have you ever recouped even a little bit of your investment? You still need to arrange for someone to guard it. Just one person a day. It doesn't cost much, but you'll continue dragging it out. The weeds will grow thicker. In a few years you won't even be able to sell it for 46 million. The old man fell silent. Jiang Chen continued, "Even if I accept it, it still needs to be reconstructed. Not to mention the decoration. Your original main design is unreasonable. It's neither fish nor fowl. It's neither European nor not European. It doesn't even resemble a Spanish style. It would cost over 10 million to redo it. The decoration would cost over 20 million. Maintaining the equipment also costs money. I still want to buy new ones. As long as I buy it, I can start operating it officially. We can open soon." He looked at the old man. "You won't last a few months with this. If you can agree to 46 million, I will pay immediately. The full amount." After saying this, he fell silent. The office grew quiet. Only the steam from the tea was rising. The old man stared at Jiang Chen for a long time. Then he took a business card from the drawer and handed it over. "Jiang." Jiang Chen took the business card, realizing that the deal was about to be struck. The fact that Jiang handed him the card indicated he had conceded. The old man spoke, 55 million. Jiang Chen shook his head. 46 million. That's the highest price. Full payment today. You guarantee that planning, acceptance, and fire safety are in order?" Jiang said, "These have already been completed. All the procedures are done. It's a ready building. No pre-sale certificate is needed. Just transfer it directly." Jiang no longer insisted and prepared to sign the contract. Jiang Chen took out his phone and made a call. "Shen Yan, come over for a bit." 20 minutes later, Shen Yan arrived dressed in a suit with a briefcase, looking professional. Upon entering, she didn't discuss the price first. She first reviewed the documents. Approval reports for the 5 inspections. Fire safety acceptance. Lightning protection acceptance. Civil defense acceptance. Planning acceptance. She examined each report one by one. Then she said the property management, water, electricity, and gas must all be separated from the community's municipal network. The property management must manage itself without contact with the community on that side. Jiang readily agreed. "No problem. That can be arranged." Jiang looked at Shen Yan, unable to hide his shock. This young man had blocked all the loose ends as soon as he arrived. Jiang turned to Jiang Chen, thinking to himself, "You found the right person in Shen Yan." He saw that as soon as Shen Yan arrived, he knew Jiang Chen had found the right person. No one dared to leave loose ends for Jiang Chen. Soon the contract was signed. 46 million. The payment was made. Full payment. An invoice was issued. Shen Yan accompanied him for the online signing and transfer. Jiang Yu contacted Shen Yao. They still went through the green channel. Once everything was completed, Jiang pulled Jiang Chen aside. "Sit down and have a cup of tea with me." The two sat down. The tea had already cooled down. Jiang brewed a new pot. He looked at Jiang Chen and suddenly said, "You found the right person in Shen Yan." Jiang Chen remained silent. Jiang continued, Shun Yin graduated from a double first-class university, and her family is from a judicial lineage. Jiang Chen glanced at him. What do you want to say, mister? He Changjiang smiled. Are you married? He Changjiang patted the table. Then you should seize the opportunity. Even though Shun Yin is a few years older than you, she is capable and beautiful. Her family background is also excellent. You won't find anyone like her even if you look with a lantern. Jiang Chun held the teacup without responding. He Changjiang didn't say anything more, leaving it at that. But he changed the subject, his expression serious. Jiang Chun, I will speak frankly with you. Qingchuan may seem like just a county, but the waters run deep here. Jiang Chen set down his teacup. What do you mean? He Changjiang sighed. I have worked in Qingchuan for 20 years. Do you know what my biggest feeling is? Any department's clerk can sometimes stop you dead in your tracks. The interest from the bank can kill you. Don't be fooled by the low interest rates. The burden is actually heavy. Over the years, it can eat away the profits. He looked at Jiang Chun. You have money. But in Qingchuan, having money doesn't always mean it works. Jiang Chun remained silent, thinking to himself, I don't need to borrow money. My concern is how to spend $1 billion every day. If I can't spend it all, how do I convert it to keep it for future use? As for the depth of the waters, we'll just have to wait and see. The boat will naturally pass through when it reaches the bridge. Jiang Chun lifted the teacup. After taking a sip, he said, Mister, whether the waters are deep or not, we won't know until we wade through them. He Changjiang looked at him and smiled. Good. You have spirit. After the matter was settled, Jiang Chun stood up. Mister, I will take my leave now. He Changjiang also stood up. I will see you off. Jiang Chun was taken aback. He Changjiang was already walking ahead. The two of them made their way through the corridor, turning left and right, exiting the unfinished building and arriving at the security booth. Arriving by the car, He Changjiang personally opened the car door. Take it easy on the road. Jiang Chun nodded, got in, and started the engine. He Changjiang knocked on the car window. Jiang Chun rolled it down. Give me your phone number. Add me on WeChat too. Jiang Chun recited his number. The two added each other on WeChat. The security guard stood nearby, his eyes wide. Mister. He hadn't sent anyone out in years. This was unprecedented. Today he sent out a young man in his 20s. The security guard watched as the black Mercedes GLS drove away, muttering to himself, who is this young man? Inside the car, Jiang Chun picked up a pen and wrote 4 characters on the paper: Qingchen Huiji. Liu Hong went to Jiang Chen's house. This news spread through the village faster than the wind. Liu Wei was still holding on. Her mother had been urging her all day, but she remained calm. She knew that Jiang Chun had taken a liking to her. The meeting gift was 3,000 and the matchmaker's fee was 600. All the money had been received, which meant the boy had agreed. She wasn't in a hurry, but Liu Hong was. Not only did she go, but she also swept the floor, cooked and washed vegetables at Jiang Chen's house. The chatterboxes in the village made it a point to run to Liu Yumei's door to say, Yumei, why aren't you going? Liu Hong has already moved in. Exactly, they say they don't want a bride price, it's all free. Why do you still want to? If you don't go soon, you'll miss out on the soup. Liu Yumei couldn't sit still. She thought all night. The next morning she found a matchmaker. Tell Jiang Chen's family that I don't want 800 for the bride price anymore. 2000 is enough. The matchmaker was taken aback. Wasn't it agreed upon that it would be 800? Liu Wei said that was before. Now that Liu Hong has already come to the door and says she doesn't want a bride price, if I still ask for 800, who would they choose? 208,000. She calculated it clearly. Liu Hong was a university student, while she was a vocational school graduate. Liu Hong used to look down on Jiang Chun because he was poor, but now she's turned back. The bride price would definitely still be required. She only needed 208,000. It was lower than Liu Hong's. Jiang Chen's family had no reason not to choose her. The matchmaker quickly passed the message to Li Xiaofan. But at this moment, Li Xiaofan already had her choice in mind. Liu Hong. Why? Because Liu Hong said she didn't want a bride price. The more Li Xiaofan thought about it today, the more she felt it was right. 5 years of feelings. They fought at the head of the bed and made up at the foot. It was normal for young lovers to quarrel. Now that Liu Hong realized she was wrong and came back, plus she didn't want a bride price. Wasn't this a windfall? She almost settled for Liu Yumei, who had a divorce and a 5-year-old child. An 800 bride price, and an additional 1000 for her mother. In the countryside, would that reputation spread well? It was all because she was too hasty. Now it was good. Liu Hong had come back herself and didn't want a bride price. So what was there to hesitate about? Just as she thought to urge Jiang Chen to come back and meet Liu Hong to reconcile and settle the matter, the matchmaker's phone call came. Xiaofan, Liu Wei has relented. She no longer wants 800, just 208,000. What do you think? Li Xiaofan didn't even think about it. There's no money at home. 80 or 90,000 can't be scraped together at all. The matchmaker replied, it's not 80 or 90,000, it's 208,000. Li Xiaofan said 208,000 is also not acceptable. There was a 2-second silence on the other end of the phone. Then it hung up. Just then Liu Hong came in from outside and heard everything clearly. Li Xiufan rejected Liu Yuanmei. Not even 20000 was acceptable. Liu Hong felt an immense relief in her heart. She had long figured out Jiang Chen's family. Jiang Shoshan was honest. Li Xiufan was soft-hearted. Jiang Chen didn't need to say. After 5 years she made him go east, he didn't dare go west. Family was Jiang Chen's Achilles heel. Once she dealt with the in-laws, capturing Jiang Chen would be a piece of cake. She wanted to keep watch here waiting for Jiang Chen to come back and show him how virtuous she was at home. The Jiang Manjin family was having a tough day. The village was buzzing with talk. Jiang Laoer's family has outdone Jiang Laodas. Their car is worth several million. Jiang Hao's broken BMW worth 2 or 300,000 was 10 times less. Jiang Hao didn't go out today. Jiang Manjin also stayed home to keep warm. Only Ma Zhaodi went out to visit. But wherever she went, people asked, "Zhaodi, how much did Jiang Chen's car cost?" Ma Zhaodi left with a long face. Jiang Hao sat by the fire pit thinking of a plan. "Dad, let's swap Jiang Chen's car." Jiang Manjin glanced at him. "Swap for what?" Jiang Hao replied, "Just say I need to discuss something, borrow his car for a few days. They'll let him drive my BMW. He could use it." Driving a BMW is also impressive. The business he wanted to discuss was playing cards. The new year had come, and all his friends had returned. Jiang Manjin said, "Jiang Chen hasn't come back, how can we ask?" Jiang Hao said, "You talk to second uncle. Jiang Chen will definitely listen to his dad. Second uncle will definitely listen to you. You are the eldest brother is like a father. He wouldn't dare refuse." Jiang Manjin, upon hearing this, seemed to have opened up a hidden channel. That's right. He is the eldest in the Jiang family. Jiang Shoshan must listen to him. Jiang Chen is Jiang Shaoshan's son. He must listen to his father. Then Jiang Chen's car would be driven by Jiang Hao. It was only natural. Just then Jiang Shoshan was visiting neighbors and passed by Jiang Manjin's house. Jiang Manjin stopped him. "Laoer, your car is worth 1.5 to 1. 6 million, really impressive. My car is only worth over 30000. Let's swap for a bit. We're all family, no need to be calculative." Cousin Chen is also working, it would help him save face. Jiang Shoshan looked at him, his tone very calm, but firm. "No swapping." Jiang Manjin's face darkened. Jiang Shoshan continued, "The price difference is over 1 million. This car was earned through hard work by the child. It's also used for business discussions. If there are any accidents or violations, it would be hard to explain if we swap cars. It could easily lead to conflicts." He looked at Jiang Manjin. "You all shouldn't covet what Jiang Chen worked hard to earn. If you want a good car, earn your own money to buy it." After saying this, he walked away. Jiang Manjin cursed from behind, "Eldest brother is like a father. You don't listen to your brother. You're outrageous." Jiang Shoshan didn't even look back. Liu Hong happened to come out of the courtyard and heard this. She also said, "If you want a good car, save your money slowly to buy it. Don't covet the car that we worked hard to get." Jiang Manjin's face was darker than the charcoal in the fire pit. The Jiang Manjin family was still sulking, while Liu Yuanmei couldn't wait any longer. Her mother urged her more urgently. "If you don't go soon, Liu Hong will really steal him away." Liu Yuanmei gritted her teeth. "Let's go." To Jiang Chen's house. The mother and daughter took advantage of Liu Hong arguing with Jiang Manjin outside to find Li Xiufan. Liu Yuanmei's mother got straight to the point. "Xiufan, both children have set their eyes on each other. Forget about the bride price. Since they have both agreed, they can't back out. We need to settle this quickly. Let's go get the marriage certificate tomorrow." Li Xiufan was about to speak when Liu Hong returned. As soon as she entered, she saw Liu Yuanmei and her mother sitting in her living room. Her face changed. "What are you two doing here?" Liu Yuanmei stood up. "I'm here to discuss my relationship with Jiang Chen with his mother." "What does it have to do with you?" Liu Hong sneered. "Your relationship with Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen is my boyfriend. We've been together for 5 years. What are you even?" Liu Yuanmei would not back down. "You ran away with Xiao Kai. You look down on him for being poor. Now that you know he has money, you come back. Don't you have any shame? You are the one without shame. You want to marry Jiang Chen after being divorced and having a child. You're the one who's divorced with a child. Your whole family is divorced with children." Amid the shouting, they began to fight. Liu Yuanmei's mother made the first move. She grabbed Liu Hong's hair. Liu Hong retaliated. Clothes were torn. Liu Yuanmei rushed in, as well scratching faces. Liu Hong scratched back. The three women became a tangled mess, with Liu Hong outnumbered. But Liu Hong fought recklessly. She pulled Liu Yuanmei's hair in retaliation, tearing clothes and scratching faces. All three women ended up with bruises. Women fighting. Men couldn't intervene. Jiang Shoshan stood by watching helplessly. Li Xiufan couldn't stop it and ran to her uncle's house to ask Zhang Chuiying for help. Zhang Chuiying arrived. After much effort, she managed to pull them apart. The three of them were in a terrible state, all with bruised faces. "Aren't you here for matchmaking?" With ruined faces, Liu Hong thought about how she would face others. She glanced at the mirror. Her face was swollen. She couldn't stay, even Jiang Chen wouldn't recognize her. Liu Wei and her mother had no choice but to return home under everyone's persuasion. Back in the village, Liu Hong's mother went to Liu Yumai's house to start another argument. People from both villages were saying, "It's been years since it was this lively." Li Xiufan stood in the yard looking at the mess around her. She sighed, "What is this?" They used to avoid each other out of disdain. Now they are fighting and wanting to marry in. And they don't even want a bride price anymore. At 4 in the afternoon, Jiang Chun returned to Qingshan building. The receptionist straightened up when she saw him enter. "Hello, President Jiang." Jiang Xiaojun was outside busy helping Bai Shutong find people. One moment he was putting up advertisements, the next cleaning, then carrying things. It was as if he was working at home. Jiang Chen glanced at him, but said nothing. This kid has good instincts. Jiang Chen asked Bai Shutong and Jiang Yu to come to the office. In the meeting, the three sat down. Jiang Chen spoke. "I bought a commercial street for 46 million. Bai Shutong and Jiang Yu exchanged glances. They were no longer so shocked. He had already purchased the Wyndham Hotel in the provincial capital for over 3 billion. This 46 million was nothing. Jiang Chun continued, "This street is called Qingshan Huiji. It comes with a supermarket which we will also take over. The supermarket is named Qingshan Hui." He looked at the two of them. "Next, a few things. First, Qingshan Huiji will be benchmarked against Pang Donglai and Yonghui." Bai Shutong said, "I happen to have a few people in hand. They worked at Pang Donglai in Hunan and Yonghui in Shanghai. Some have returned home for the new year, some are still on the job. Some have resigned and come back to develop here." Jiang Chun said, "No matter which type, contact them first. Offer 20 more than their current salary to recruit them. Those who have returned to Qingshuan for the new year, arrange meetings immediately. Salary will be equivalent. Next, recruit grassroots employees. All those from the original supermarket who are willing to stay can stay. They will be paid according to the new salary standard, but must accept training. Second, the commercial street will be redesigned and rebuilt. We aim to start construction as soon as possible and get it operational quickly. Talent is key." At this moment, Jiang Yu spoke up. "Brother, let Yu Bing come over. She is in charge of contract pre-settlement at Yu Jiangwo's company. Those design firms and construction units have ready-made contacts." Jiang Chen frowned. "Yu Bing won't come, right?" Jiang Yu smiled. "I have my ways." His phone vibrated. It was a message from Wan Hong. "Brother, I'm sorry. I asked a brother from the Housing and Urban Rural Development Bureau to help me contact Hechan Jiang. He said he just sold it today. He won't disclose who the buyer is." "Sorry." Jiang Chen glanced at it and replied with 2 words, "It's fine. Thank you for your effort." A minute later, Wan Hong sent another message. "I'll help you find out who bought it. I have a brother at the Land and Resources Bureau." Jiang Chen replied, "No need." 15 minutes later, in the lobby of Qingshan building, Wan Hong arrived beaming and walked straight in. The receptionist Lin Xiaoyan immediately stood up. "Sir, who are you looking for? Do you have an appointment?" Wan Hong patted his chest. "Yes, just made an appointment 15 minutes ago." Lin Xiaoyan picked up the phone, preparing to verify on the 8th floor. Wan Hong's eyes scanned the area, noticing the elevator doors were open. He slipped inside. He had already entered. Lin Xiaoyan turned around, but he was gone. "Hey!" The elevator had already ascended. Lin Xiaoyan hurriedly made a call. "President Jiang," someone claiming to have an appointment. Slipped in. On the 8th floor in Jiang Chen's office, the door, Wan Hong poked his head in, grinning. "President Jiang. Congratulations." Jiang Chen sat behind his. He glanced at him, but said nothing. Wan Hong pulled a chair and sat down. "You bought an entire street." President Jiang, this kind of investment hasn't been seen in Qingshuan for many years. Jiang Chen knew that he was aware of it, but did not ask. Wan Hong chuckled. "You didn't ask how I knew. So I'll tell you, I guessed." Jiang Chen picked up his teacup and took a sip. "Guessed?" Wan Hong nodded. "Hechan Jiang sold a street today. The buyer wouldn't disclose it. But in the entire Qingshuan, the only person who could come up with cash to buy a dilapidated commercial street is." He looked at Jiang Chen. "I guess it's only you." Jiang Chen said nothing. He wasn't concerned about this. The news would eventually spread. Once Xinyan completed the formalities, certain circles would definitely know. Ordinary citizens. They could wait. Wan Hong sighed. "President Jiang, I truly admire you." Jiang Chen glanced at him. Wan Hong said, "Hechan Jiang. How many people want to see him, but can't? He's been hiding for 5 or 6 years. Only the police can find him. You're different. You directly met him and closed the deal in less than an hour for 46 million all in cash. Others, you easily met him and got it done. This method, I Wan Hong am in awe." Jiang Chen remained silent. Wan Hong continued, "With this money, Hechan Jiang can survive for a while longer." Jiang Chen did not ask, but Wan Hong continued, "He owes a lot of money outside. To what extent? He can't even calculate it himself. That's why he's been hiding. No one knows where he is." Wan Hong lowered his voice. "But he's definitely in Qingshuan. The police have already notified him. He can't leave Qingshuan and needs to use the money to ensure the building is completed. With your 46 million, he can pay for part of the buildings. Those homeowners in the adjacent residential area have been waiting for years. This money is a lifeline for him. Jiang Chun remained silent. Wan Hong added, but he doesn't dare to come out. Jiang Chun finally lifted his eyelids. Wan Hong said if he comes out, those homeowners could kill him. The ordinary citizens bought his buildings, but can't get them. It's their lifetime savings. With no house, they have lost their money. He shook his head, his tone suddenly changing. It was no longer the usual playful tone. It's all a sin. Jiang Chun was taken aback. He did not expect Wan Hong to say these 3 words. This person usually was smooth-tongued, always trying to gain favor and prying into every bit of information. He tried to connect with everyone. But at this moment he spoke a truth. Jiang Chun glanced at him without offering any comment. Just then his phone rang. It was Jiang Shoshan calling. Jiang Chun answered. Chainer, the air conditioning installation crew has arrived at home. Did you arrange this? Jiang Chun replied yes. Let them install it. 2 units in the living room. 2 units in the bedroom as well. And put 1 in your room. Jiang Shoshan said this will cost quite a bit, won't it? Jiang Chun responded, not much. Don't worry about it. Jiang Shoshan continued. Chainer, is that store really going to close tomorrow? Jiang Chun replied, yes, it will close. You don't have to worry about it anymore. Jiang Shoshan fell silent for a moment. My dry goods store has been running for over 10 years. To just close it like that. There was a hint of reluctance in his tone. Jiang Chun said, Dad, you and Mom just enjoy your life. Don't think about the store anymore. Jiang Shoshan fell silent again. All right, he'll hang up then. The call ended. Jiang Chun put down his phone, and a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. The dry goods store. New Year goods. At the end of the year. His eyes lit up. He had an idea. Jiang Chun raised his head and looked at Wan Hong. Wan Hong was caught off guard by his gaze. Jiang Zong. Why are you looking at me like that? Jiang Chun said, you have your ears to the ground. Let me ask you, every year at the end of the year, how many stores on the New Year goods street in Qingchuan County do you know? Wan Hong's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Jiang Zong. You wouldn't believe it. I'm very familiar with that. He began counting on his fingers. In Qingchuan, there are 3 local stores. One is called Laozhou, Zhoufulai. It's been around for over 10 years. Every year from the 15th of the 12th lunar month to the 30th, they set up in an open space in the east of the city. There's another one from out of town, a Mr. Chun. He sets up in the west of the city. And another one even further away from Jiangxi, Mr. Liu. He started coming 2 years ago and has been doing well. Jiang Chun listened without interrupting. Wan Hong continued, but this year one of them has encountered problems. Jiang Chun asked which one. Wan Hong said Laozhou, Zhoufulai. His usual spot has been snatched away this year. That plot of land was taken by the government for some municipal project. He has been searching for days, but he hasn't found a suitable place yet. Others have already started setting up while he is still looking around. Jiang Chun asked how large of a space does he need. Wan Hong replied, he said at least 10,000 square meters, but actually he doesn't need that much. He told me that 5,000 square meters would be enough. He only needs half of that. But it's difficult to find a space of 10,000 square meters in Qingchuan County at the end of the year. Jiang Chun said, you should contact him now. Wan Hong was taken aback. Now, Jiang Chun replied, yes now. Without a second thought, Wan Hong took out his phone and scrolled through it. He dialed out. Hello, Laozhou. This is Wan Hong. Aren't you looking for a venue? I found a place for you. Qingchen Huiji. Do you know it? It's that commercial street with a unique style. 26,000 square meters. How much do you need? Just tell me. It's located in the east of the city. Perfect timing for the end of the year. The person on the other end of the line said something. Wan Hong handed the phone to Jiang Chun. Boss Zhou wants to speak with you. Jiang Chun took it. Boss Zhou, this is Jiang Chun. Qingchen Huiji belongs to me. The street square is 36,000 square meters. You can use as much as you want. We can set up a New Year goods street at the end of the year. They'll provide the venue and you can manage it. We can discuss the specifics of our cooperation in person. On the other end of the line, Zhou Fulai's voice was a bit excited. Jiang Zong. I heard from Wan Hong. I know that location. Great. That's fantastic. The space is large enough. I only need half of it. 13,000 square meters will be enough. You can use the rest. He'll come over right away. He'll come today. Jiang Chun said, all right. He'll wait for you. He hung up the phone. Wan Hong watched from the side, mouth agape. Jiang Zong. What are you doing? Jiang Chun leaned back in his chair looking out the window. Qingchen Huiji. The commercial street with a unique style. It's comparable to Pangdong Lai and Yonghui. But there's still some time until the end of the year. It must not remain vacant during this time. He glanced at Wan Hong. A New Year goods street. With a flow of tens of thousands of people. Perfect for warming up Qingchen Huiji. Once the new year is over, we can officially open for business. Wan Hong was stunned for quite a while before he gave a thumbs up. Jiang Zong, I just realized now that you are not buying. You are playing a game of chess. Jiang Chun remained silent, picking up a pen and writing a few characters on the paper. Qingchen Huiji. A New Year goods street. 10 minutes later, on the 8th floor of Qingchen building, the door to Jiang Chen's office was pushed open. A man in his 40s entered panting, drenched in sweat, with his down jacket unzipped. It was Zhou Fulai, an old hand of the New Year goods street in Qingchuan County. He had been in the business for over 10 years. Every year from the 15th of the 12th lunar month to the 30th half of the New Year goods in all of Qingchuan County passed through his hands. As soon as he entered, he first glanced at Jiang Chun, then at Wan Hong before rubbing his hands together. Jiang Zong, I Lao Zhou have arrived. I got stuck in traffic. Sorry. Wan Hong looked at Jiang Chun and whispered, Jiang Zong, should I step out for a moment? After all, it might involve business secrets. Jiang Chun glanced at him. No need. Just sit down. Wan Hong was taken aback, but sat down. Jiang Chun casually asked, what do you do for a living? Wan Hong scratched his head. I do some municipal small projects. I can't handle large ones due to insufficient funds. Just doing some road repairs and landscaping for the government to make a living. Jiang Chun said, then sit down and listen. Wan Hong obediently sat down. Jiang Chun turned to Zhou Fulai. The venue is yours. How do you plan to proceed? Zhou Fulai took a deep breath. He had made preparations. He had been searching for a venue these days and already had a plan in mind. My plan is as follows. He counted on his fingers. First, a fresh meat section. Pork, beef, lamb. Essential for the new year. Second, a dry goods section. Peanuts, sunflower seeds, walnuts, red dates. Necessary for visiting relatives. Third, a couplet section. Handwritten spring festival couplets. Red paper with golden characters. It has a festive feel. Fourth, a fried snack section. Fried meatballs, fried crispy meat, fried rice cakes. Kids love them. Fifth. He spoke faster and faster. Having finished, he looked at Jiang Chun. We'll handle the paperwork ourselves. We know the government procedures. We've been doing this for many years. The documents are ready. We have established connections. Jiang Chun nodded upon hearing this. All right. He looked at Zhou Fulai. What requirements do you have for the venue? Zhou Fulai said, as long as the hygiene is good. I know the venue well. I actually considered that place too. But Zhang didn't agree. He was blocking access to that street. I've approached him several times, but he wouldn't budge. He sighed. I didn't expect you to buy it. Jiang Chun leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers on the table. No, it won't work. Zhou Fulai was taken. Jiang Chun said, if we are going to do this, we can't do it the way you used to. He stood up and walked to the window, gazing outside. What you used to do was what? Street stalls. Chaotic. He turned around and looked at Zhou Fulai. What I want is something different from the chaos of street stalls and the coldness of supermarkets. He raised a finger. The focus is on 6 words. Authenticity, cleanliness, convenience, support for farmers, a sense of ceremony, a sense of face. Zhou Fulai listened silently. Jiang Chun continued. It cannot be dirty, chaotic, or disorderly. It cannot be a one-time sale. No short waits or measures, no substandard goods, no refurbished old products. Once purchased, you can't find the seller again. It cannot lack guarantees or oversight. Fake alcoholic beverages, unregulated snacks, and expired cured meats are rampant. It cannot lack the festive atmosphere of the new year, merely being a stall with noisy hawking. There should be a celebratory ambience for the new year, purely low priced to attract traffic. He paused. I want a street dedicated to New Year goods. It should be like this. Local specialty products. Free-range chickens and ducks, local pork, homemade cured meats, and pickled vegetables from the mountains. Items from Qingchuan. Not available outside. Fresh New Year goods. Seafood, frozen products, fresh fruits, and vegetables. Gift boxes of high-end alcoholic beverages, nut gift boxes, and branded New Year goods. Items for visiting relatives. Folk customs and intangible cultural heritage. Handwritten spring festival couplets, paper cutting, sugar, painting, New Year paintings, and lanterns. Cultural and festive. Cooked snacks. Local New Year specialty snacks, freshly fried meatballs and pastries. Daily use New Year decorations. Food characters, window flowers, red envelopes, and New Year flowers. He picked up a pen, drew several boxes on the blank paper. There also needs to be a public welfare service area. Free rest, drinking water, heating, and storage. Live streaming to assist farmers. Online sales and sync. Covering towns and villages. He looked at Zhou Fulai. A unified, standardized street. The entire street. Uniformly set up with red festive frames, lantern corridors, New Year light strips, and traditional Chinese-style entrances. The whole street should be neat and vibrant. Compared to what? The outside stalls are messy. Supermarkets are bare and piled with goods. What I want is to crush them. Zhou Fulai swallowed hard. Jiang Chun continued. Strictly 8 major zones. Completely crush the chaotic stalls. He set down his pen. A hardcore environmental advantage. To dominate all opponents. The entire street must be solidified and cleaned. Dedicated personnel for real-time cleaning. No standing water or garbage. Set up plenty of resting seats, awnings, and warm air machines. A winter absolute kill. An enormous free parking lot and a temporary electric vehicle parking area. Solve the biggest pain point of parking during the new year in the county. Zhou Fulai listened intently. His mouth agape. He couldn't close it. He had been in this business for over a decade. No one had ever told him these things. Jiang Qin finished speaking. He turned to Wan Hong. I have a task for you. Wan Hong immediately sat up straight. Finish it tonight. According to the original design drawings. Pave the asphalt surface all night. And mark the lines. Can you do it? Wan Hong thought for a moment. Yes, we can do it. But for temporary work, cash payment is required. Working all night means payment by tomorrow morning. Jiang Qin said. Money is not a problem. Payment will be made in cash tomorrow morning. He looked at Wan Hong. As long as it's done beautifully, quality guaranteed. The payment will be doubled. Wan Hong's eyes lit up. Jiang Qin continued. It's New Year. All wages will be doubled. Paid immediately. Doubled wages will go directly to the workers, without passing through anyone else. Wan Hong slapped his thigh. President Jiang, are you serious? Jiang Qin said, what I said is true. When have I ever gone back on my word? Wan Hong stood up. Then I will call people right now. Jiang Qin called out to him. Wait. Some areas need to be paved with bricks. Should that be completed tonight as well? Wan Hong glanced at the drawings. He looked at Zhou Fulai. Jiang Qin and Zhou Fulai settled on a range on the spot. Try to control the scope. Mark out the surrounding areas that need paving with bricks. Circle them. Wan Hong carefully reviewed it. He nodded. These areas can be completed. One night is enough. Jiang Qin picked up the phone. Shutong, come up here. 2 minutes later. Bai Shutong pushed the door and entered. Jiang Qin said, can the advertising company work overtime tonight? Bai Shutong replied yes. I just need to make a call. Jiang Qin said, all the glass doors of the buildings should be covered with high-end advertising decals. The unused areas and the used areas should all be enclosed with colored steel and advertising cloth. Ensure that the entire area of the New Year Goods Street is enclosed with high-end advertising barriers. The ground must be newly done. Work overnight, and the markings should be completed. He looked at Bai Shutong. Establish a property management team for site sanitation. Maintain at 247. Just consider it training for future operations. Bai Shutong nodded. Understood. I will arrange it right now. She left. Zhou Fulai sat there completely dumbfounded. He had been in the New Year Goods Street business for over a decade. He had never seen such an approach. Asphalt surfaces, advertising barriers, glass decals, 24-hour property management, warm air machines, free parking lots. What is this if not a shopping mall? He murmured. President Jiang, this is too upscale. If it can be completed. I've never had such a good venue. Jiang Qin glanced at him. Your team is ready, right? Zhou Fulai replied yes. We've been waiting to sell things. The goods are all prepared. Just waiting for the venue. Jiang Qin said. That's good. But it must be adjusted according to my standards. He looked at Zhou Fulai. His tone was calm, but very firm. Previously low and dirty, chaotic, and poor quality will not be allowed this time. Adjust to clean and sanitary. More of such vendors are welcome. Supplement with high-end seafood, etc. Ensure the source of goods. Supplement with items not available in the regular market. He paused. Qingchuan is on the ancient Tea-Horse Road. 1,000-year-old habit. The surrounding counties and towns come here to buy goods. If you can only do business in Qingchuan County, then you've wasted your effort. Zhou Fulai listened attentively. His eyes brightened. He stood up. President Jiang, you say how to do it, and I will do it that way. Jiang Qin said. A dual-source supply system. He raised a finger. Direct sourcing from the production area. Alcoholic beverages, nuts, and gift boxes. All supplied directly from manufacturers. Cheaper than supermarkets. Authentic and genuine. He raised another finger. Second-hand direct supply from local farmers. Free recruitment of local farmers and artisans. No stall fees. No management fees. He looked at Zhou Fulai. Individual vendors must pay. They need to make a profit. I will let the farmers sell directly. Fresh. Authentic. Cheap. No middlemen. Zhou Fulai nodded heavily. Jiang Qin finally said. Regarding site fees. I won't charge you a penny. Zhou Fulai was taken aback. Jiang Qin said. But high-quality service is required. Paving, asphalt barriers, advertising prints, and surrounding environmental construction. All provided by Qingxin Investment Development Co., Ltd. He looked at Zhou Fulai. You just need to prepare the goods. Bring the people in. And provide good service. Zhou Fulai's eyes turned a bit red. He had been in this business for over a decade. Every year he had to pay for the venue. Every year he had to watch others' faces. Every year he had to hide from the city management. Now, someone tells him, no site fees. Just focus on doing your job. Wan Hong was already making phone calls. Hello, old Liu. Bring people over. Qingxin gathering. Paving asphalt tonight. Wages double. Payment in cash. Yes, doubled. Cash. Payment will be made upon completion tomorrow. Hello, old Zhang. Bring over your roller. Yes, we need it tonight. Money is not a problem. One call followed another. Zhou Fulai was also making calls. Hello, old Li. Bring all the goods over. Arrive tonight. Yes, all of it. Seafood too. High-end alcoholic beverages too. Yes. We open for sale at 9 tomorrow. Bai Shutong was also making arrangements for the advertising company. Everyone was working overtime tonight to complete the glass stickers, barriers, and advertising prints. Jiang Chun stood by the window gazing outside at the sky of Qingchuan City, which was already darkening. Yet he knew that after tonight this small city would be different. He turned around to look at the three people. Wan Hong was making a phone call to summon someone, while Zhou Fulai was also making arrangements. The three of them were working on 3 different lines simultaneously. Jiang Chun picked up a pen. He wrote a line on the paper: days until Spring Festival 9. 6 days later than others. 15 days after the New Year. He glanced at the time. 1718. Tomorrow morning at 6 the setup begins. At 9 the business opens. Qingshan Gathering. The New Year's Good Street. Just then, his phone vibrated. Jiang Chun looked down to see a WeChat message from He Changjiang, General Manager Jiang. Someone is watching you. Jiang Chun frowned slightly. Before he could reply, the phone rang. It was the voice of Lin Xiaoyan at the front desk. General Manager Jiang, someone downstairs claims to be from Maoyuan Industrial Co. Ltd. The boss is named Wang Maolin. He wants to see you. What do you think? Jiang Chun glanced at He Changjiang's message and then looked at the time. 1719. He said 2 words, let him come up. 2 minutes later the office door was pushed open without a man in his 50s entered wrapped in a thick black coat. His hair was neatly combed and he wore a smile on. With a gentle smile, Wang Maolin, the owner of Maoyuan Industrial Co. Ltd. was followed by a driver carrying 2 boxes. Inside the boxes were Feitian Mitai, and the driver also carried 4 packs of cigarettes. Without saying a word, he placed the items in the corner. Then he stepped back. Wang Maolin glanced around the room, noticing Wan Hong and Zhou Fulai, and their expressions changed instantly. Wan Hong's smile froze on his face, while Zhou Fulai's hand trembled slightly as he held the teacup, both like mice seeing a cat. Their demeanor shifted. Wang Maolin chuckled casually. Oh, Wan Hong is here too. Old Zhou is here as well. What a coincidence. Wan Hong laughed awkwardly. Mr. Wang, hello. Zhou Fulai nodded as well. Hello, Mr. Wang. The two exchanged glances, knowing full well that this was about to be a private business discussion, which made their presence inappropriate. Wan Hong stood up. General Manager Jiang, you discuss business. Well, step out to avoid interrupting. Zhou Fulai also stood up. Yes. Well, step out. You two chat. They tiptoed and gently closed the door behind them. At the moment the door closed, Wan Hong leaned against the wall and he let out a sigh. Zhou Fulai did the same. The two exchanged glances, remaining silent, yet both knew what the other was thinking. Inside the room, only 2 people remained. Wang Maolin comfortably sat down, poured himself a cup of tea, took a sip, and said, Brother Jiang. He spoke warmly. It's almost New Year. A little token of goodwill, not to be taken as a formal gift. He pointed to the items in the corner, smiling amiably. Jiang Qin glanced at the items, but did not move or say thank you. Wang Maolin was unconcerned, chatting casually about the weather and the state of the year. Business is tough these days. Anyway, let's get to the point. Brother Jiang, I've heard that you have your eyes on that piece of industrial land in the east of the city. Jiang Chun remained silent. Wang Maolin continued, what a coincidence. I've been working on that land for a while now. All the connections are ready, just waiting for the new year to list it. He looked at Jiang Chun, smiling. But now Brother Jiang also wants it, which is quite coincidental. He paused. If both of us bid, it could easily drive up the price, which wouldn't be good for either of us. He leaned slightly forward. I've been operating in Qingchuan for so many years. I have strong connections and solid relationships. I propose we join forces, bid together, control the price, and share the profits equally. You provide the funds, and I provide the efforts. What do you think? Or perhaps we can involve 3 parties, the government platform company plus you and me. He'll register, you raise the paddle, and get it for the base price with a little fee for me as compensation for my previous efforts. What do you think? Jiang Chun put down his teacup. How much? Wang Maolin's eyes lit up. A straightforward deal. 10 million. Jiang Chun inquired, but previously it was 10 million. What will this money be used for? How will it be spent? Please provide me with a breakdown. Wang Maolin's smile stiffened slightly, then he recovered, saying, Brother Jiang, well, you know how operations work. There are many personal favors involved that can't be invoiced or itemized. All the money goes into managing relationships. Every penny spent. Jiang Chun asked, what about the funding for the later project after we join forces? How much will you contribute? Wang Maolin smiled again, but this time it was a bit forced. Brother Jiang, you know that I've already spent 10 million on this land. From now on I won't be contributing money, but I will continue to provide connections, resources, and relationships. 50-50. What do you think? He looked at Jiang Chun. His tone was earnest, his expression sincere, and his smile was gentle. But Jiang Chun understood the translation. I want 10 million. No itemization, no money, just words. If there's profit, it's 50-50. If there's a loss, you bear it. Jiang Chun looked at him, his heart as clear as a mirror. This person appeared cultured and polite, smiling with gifts in hand, addressing him as Brother Jiang. Yet the intention behind the act was, I want money. You must give it. Today I brought gifts to pay my respects. You are a newcomer in Qingchuan and haven't paid respects to anyone yet. You must accept. Jiang Chen smiled. As the saying goes, one doesn't hit a smiling face. Since someone has come bearing gifts, you can't just send them away. However, regarding that piece of land, Jiang Chen leaned back on the sofa speaking calmly. Mr. Wang, I appreciate your kindness, but I plan to develop that land independently. Wang Meilin's smile paused for a second. Jiang Chen continued, I'm not short of funds, and besides what I want to do is commercial, not industrial. Working with you on an industrial project wouldn't resonate with my goals, making collaboration unsuitable. He picked up his teacup, took a sip, and said, I accepted the cigarettes and alcohol. Thank you for your kind gesture, Mr. Wang, but let's forego the collaboration. The tea room fell silent for 3 seconds. Wang Meilin looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen looked back at him. They both smiled, but their meanings were completely different. Wang Meilin stood up. All right. Brother Jiang has his thoughts. Then I won't press further. He patted his coat, still speaking politely. Let's collaborate again if there's an opportunity in the future. He walked to the door. He opened the door. Liu Hong and Zhou Fulai were still standing in the corridor. Upon seeing him exit, they immediately straightened up. Wang Meilin smiled and nodded Liu Hong. Old Zhou, see you later. Liu Hong quickly said, Mr. Wang, take care. Zhou Fulai also said, Mr. Wang, take care. Wang Meilin laughed and entered the elevator. When he reached the first floor, passing the front desk, Lin Xiaoyan stood up and said, hello, Mr. Wang. Wang Meilin waved his hand cheerfully, little girl, Happy New Year. Then he left all the way with a smiling face, never showing a frown. Jiang Chen picked up his phone. He still saw He Changjiang's message, General Manager Jiang, someone is watching you. He glanced at the time. Wang Meilin entered and left within 10 minutes. During this time, he even took the initiative to drink tens of thousands in gifts. 10 million as a starting point. A smiling face. A phrase, let's collaborate again in the future. And then he left smiling as he walked away. After Wang Meilin left, the tea room fell silent for a long time. Liu Hong and Zhou Fulai sat opposite each other, both wearing grim expressions. Liu Hong spoke about Wang Meilin's background. He is involved in both legitimate and underground businesses. In the past, someone tried to steal business from him and their factory was shut down overnight due to fire safety and environmental issues. Coming in with a smile and leaving with one, the most dangerous time is when one is smiling. Jiang Chen leaned back on the sofa silent as he stared at the 2 boxes of mitai in the corner. For routes to prosperity. Items worth tens of thousands. In exchange for a 10 million deal. Wang Meilin calculated this very precisely. But Jiang Chen did not accept. It is not that he dares not accept. It is simply not worth it. The piece of land he wants is the industrial land in the eastern part of the city, intended for a commercial complex, not a factory. The way of playing the game with Wang Meilin is not on the same wavelength. Moreover, Jiang Chen glanced at his phone. He still had messages from He Changjiang. Mr. Jiang, someone is keeping an eye on you. He is being watched. Is it Wang Meilin? Or someone even more dangerous than Wang Meilin? However, one cannot completely offend someone like Wang Meilin. One does not strike a smiling person. But the gift from the smiling person must be returned, and it must be returned beautifully. Jiang Chen picked up his phone and navigated to Bai Shutong's chat window. He typed the line, Shutong, tomorrow morning, when you come to work, help me with something. 3 seconds later, a reply came, what do you need? Jiang Chen typed, go buy 2 boxes of Feitian mitai. For routes to prosperity. Tomorrow morning, deliver them to Maoyuan Industrial Co. Ltd. Just leave them at the front desk and say they are from Qingchen Investment Company. Bai Shutong replied immediately, Wang Meilin. Yes. Bai Shutong fell silent for 5 seconds. Then she sent, did the negotiation not go well? Yes. 2 boxes of mitai were sent, 4 routes to prosperity. Wanting 10 million. No details. No money. Just words. 50-50. Bai Shutong was silent for another 3 seconds and sent one word, rejected. Rejected. Bai Shutong asked, then why send a gift? Jiang Chen replied, gifts must be returned. But not because I fear him. It's because, when someone comes with a smile, you must send them off with one too. He did not turn hostile today, indicating he still wishes to negotiate. By returning him a gift, I also show that I have not turned hostile. Everyone has a way to back down. Bai Shutong replied, but he might not accept it tomorrow. Jiang Chen smiled slightly. He doesn't need to accept it. Just leave it at the front desk and say it's from Qingchen Investment Company. Whether he accepts it or not is his business. Whether I send it or not is my business. Bai Shutong stared at this line for 10 seconds. She understood. This is not showing weakness. This is strategic positioning. Wang Meilin came in smiling today, asking for 10 million. Jiang Chen smiled and refused. But then immediately sent back 2 boxes of mitai and 4 routes to prosperity. The intention is very clear. Your gift, I won't take it for free. But your conditions I will not agree to. We are even. But I will give you face. If you are smart, you will accept this gift and realize that Jiang Chen is not a soft persimmon, but neither is he an enemy. From now on, we can coexist peacefully. If you are not smart, then Then that's your problem. Bai Shutong replied with one word, understood. Jiang Chen added, by the best Matai. And the best 4 routes to prosperity. It must be exactly the same as what he sent. Not a single box less. Bai Shutong replied, rest assured. Jiang Chen set down his phone. Liu Hong and Zhou Fulai were still sitting opposite him. Liu Hong looked at Jiang Chen, hesitating to speak. Mr. Jiang, are you really not worried about Wang Maolin causing trouble? Jiang Chen glanced at him. What is there to fear? Liu Hong opened his mouth. Zhou Fulai interjected, Mr. Jiang, may I say something I shouldn't? Wang Maolin, if you reject him today, he will say it's fine on the surface, but he will definitely remember it in his heart. He has been operating in Qingchuan for so many years, and his network is very deep. About that piece of land. Jiang Chen interrupted him. Old Zhou. Zhou Fulai immediately fell silent. Jiang Chen's tone was calm. That piece of land I am not competing with him for. It is something I originally intended to take. If he says he is working on it, that is his business. If I say I want to develop it independently, that is my business. 2 matters, no conflict. He paused for a moment. But if he causes trouble because of this matter, Jiang Chen glanced at the 2 boxes of Matai in the corner. Then that will be his problem, not mine. Liu Hong and Zhou Fulai exchanged glances. They did not speak again, for they saw something in Jiang Chen's eyes. It was not fear. It was not tension. It was certainty. This young man is confident. Very confident. Liu Hong glanced at the time. His expression changed. Damn. It's 5:30. He suddenly stood up. Mr. Jiang, I have to go. I'm pulling an all-nighter tonight. The asphalt pavement needs to be finished. The lane markings need to be drawn. I won't be sleeping tonight. He walked to the door, then turned back. Mr. Jiang, well, I'll treat you to a meal another day. I really don't have time tonight. Jiang Chen waved his hand. Go ahead. We can talk about the meal later. Liu Hong nodded and rushed out. Zhou Fulai also checked the time. Mr. Jiang, I have to leave too. The goods are still being adjusted. We open at 9 tomorrow. I need to go over all the stalls again tonight. The staff also need training. No mistakes can happen tomorrow. He stood up, hesitated for a moment. Mr. Jiang, are you really not worried about Wang Maolin? Jiang Chen looked at him. Get busy with your work. Zhou Fulai said no more. He nodded and left. After Liu Hong and Zhou Fulai left, Jiang Chen sat alone in the tea room. The tea had gone cold. He did not drink it. He was thinking about one thing. Wang Maolin came today not just for that piece of land. He came to test Jiang Chen, to see if Jiang Chen is a soft persimmon or a hard nut, to see if Jiang Chen has roots in Qingchuan. The answer is, he does not. Jiang Chen has no roots in Qingchuan. How long has he been here? Just a few months. He has not paid respects to any influential figures. He has not built any connections. He has never given gifts to any leaders. In Wang Maolin's eyes, Jiang Chen is just a sudden newcomer, rich, but without roots. Such a person is the easiest to manipulate. If you give him a smiling face, he must accept it. If you offer him a way down, he must follow. If you open your mouth, he must pay. But Jiang Chen does not accept. Not because he has roots, but because he does not need roots. His roots are in places that Wang Maolin cannot reach. But Wang Maolin does not know this. Therefore, gifts must be returned. Not out of fear of him, but to let him know Jiang Chen understands the rules. Jiang Chen is not a naive young man. Jiang Chen gives you face, but do not take it for granted. 2 boxes of Matai. 4 routes to prosperity. Exactly the same as what he sent. Not 1 box more, not 1 box less. This is called reciprocity. It also means, your goods are not valuable to me, but I will give you face. As for whether you accept or not, that is your business. Jiang Chen stood up, took his coat, walked to the door, and looked back at the 2 boxes of Matai in the corner. Tomorrow Bai Shutong will send 2 identical boxes over. What kind of expression will Wang Maolin have when he sees it? He will probably be taken aback for a moment. Then he will smile. But that smile is different from today's. Today's smile is a test. Tomorrow's smile is a measure. He will reassess Jiang Chen. Is he a soft persimmon or a hard bone? Jiang Chen turned off the light and left. Meanwhile, Bai Shutong sat at her desk, her phone screen lit up. She was looking at the message Jiang Chen sent. Buy the best Matai, and the best for the world as well. It must be exactly the same as what he sent. Not a single box less. She smiled slightly. This man. He turned down a $10 million offer. Then he immediately asked her to buy 2 boxes of Matai to send back. It's not being timid. It's about perspective. It's to let the other party know, I'm not afraid of you, but I also don't want to be your enemy. If you're a smart person, you should accept this gift, and well be even. If you're not smart, then don't blame me for being. Bai Shutong opened her notes and wrote a line. 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. 2 boxes of flying Matai. For Hentian. Maoyuan Industrial. Front desk. Then she turned off her phone. Tomorrow, she would personally deliver it. She wanted to see Wang Maolin's expression when he received this gift. What kind of expression would it be? In Jiang Chen's office, Bai Shutong pushed the door open, holding a few sheets of paper. President Jiang, these few people. I just screened them through. She placed the papers on Jiang Chen's desk. A few have already come by. Management talents who have worked at Pangdonglai and Yonghui. I met them and chatted. I think they are quite good. She pointed to the names on the paper. 3 from Qingchuan County. All have worked at Pangdonglai. The shortest for 2 years, the longest for 5 years. There are also a few from far away. In the countryside. They will arrive tomorrow morning. A few more are on their way back home for the new year. She paused. More ordinary employees will come for interviews starting tomorrow. I have already arranged it. Jiang Chen picked up the papers. He glanced through them. Photos, names, work experience, the stores they worked at, how long, and what positions. He looked for less than 10 seconds. As long as you pass, you can come to work tomorrow. Bai Shutong was taken aback. Off. She didn't react immediately. How about the salary? How is it determined? Jiang Chun put the papers down. His tone was very calm. The salary will be increased by 20. Bai Shutong opened her mouth wanting to say something. But she didn't say anything. An increase of 20. And they all want it. No picky. She had recruited people in Qingchuan County for so long. She had never seen anyone hiring like this. Others hire people by screening for education experience and age. They pick and choose. In the end, they may not even get anyone. But Jiang Chun was different. Just a glance. Passed. Come to work tomorrow. Salary increased by 20. Bai Shutong nodded. Okay. He'll notify them. Bai Shutong stood at the office door, hesitated for a while, and finally spoke up. President Jiang, about tonight's class reunion. Jiang Chen looked up at her. The New Year Goods Street will open tomorrow, so I have to keep an eye on it all night. She paused. Are you going or not? Jiang Chen instinctively replied, I'm not going. 2 words, straightforward and decisive. Bai Shutong said, oh, and didn't say anything more, turning to leave. Wait a minute. Jiang Chen called out to her. Bai Shutong turned back. Jiang Chen looked at her, his tone very calm. You are the organizer, you have to go. Just arrange the overtime work. He paused and asked again, how is your father's illness? Bai Shutong replied, since I started working I hired a full-time nurse 24 hours. There's someone watching during the day and night, and the hospital arrangements are also in place. Jiang Chen nodded. Bai Shutong asked again, so are you going or not? Jiang Chen thought for a moment. He had never attended a class reunion. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but that he was afraid. In the years when his family was poor, others compared cars, houses, and salaries at parties. He didn't even have the courage to attend. But today is different. Bai Shutong is the initiator and one of the organizers. She alone. He'll go for a bit. Jiang Chen said, but it can't be too long. Ooh, I have a lot to do tonight. You go first, and I'll join you later. Bai Shutong's eyes brightened. Okay, I'll save a seat for you. At 5:40 work ended. A few people went downstairs together. Jiang Xiaojun walked in front, and when he reached the front desk on the first floor, his steps slowed down. Lin Xiaoyan was cleaning up, and when she saw him, she immediately smiled. Xiaojun, are you coming tomorrow? Jiang Xiaojun leaned against the front desk and chuckled, of course I will come. Then add me on WeChat, and he'll bring you breakfast tomorrow. All right. The two added each other on WeChat and chatted enthusiastically. Jiang Chen stepped out of the elevator and saw this scene, remaining silent. Bai Shutong also noticed, smiled gently, and did not interrupt. Jiang Yu followed behind, glancing at Jiang Xiaojun, then at Lin Xiaoyan, the corners of her mouth subtly curling up. When they reached the parking lot, Jiang Xiaojun suddenly took 2 quick steps and blocked Jiang Chen's path. Brother, I want to work with you. Jiang Chen glanced at him. All right, what can you do? Without hesitation, Jiang Xiaojun took out a driver's license from his inner pocket. I can drive. I work at the factory during the day and do part-time driving at night. I've driven all kinds of cars. This driver's license is already 3 years old. Jiang Chen looked at the driver's license in his hand, and then at his eyes, thinking that he had come prepared, probably having thought about this for a while last night. He smiled and tossed the car keys over. Jiang Xiaojun caught them with a trembling hand. You will take Jiang Yu home first, have dinner, and then come pick me up tonight. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he turned to Bai Shutong. I'll accompany you to the class reunion now. Jiang Xiaojun drove with Jiang Yu in the passenger seat, and they left first. Only Jiang Chun and Bai Shutong were left in the parking lot. Bai Shutong walked to the corner and pushed out an electric scooter. It was gray old, and one of the rear-view mirrors was taped up. She got on and patted the back seat. Get on. Jiang Chun looked at the electric scooter and then at her. 1 electric scooter for 2 people. It seemed the company still needed to buy a car. 1 vehicle wasn't enough. He was silent for 2 seconds, left the electric scooter behind, and took out his phone to call a taxi. He'll take a taxi. Bai Shutong looked at him, said nothing, but her ears turned red. By the time Jiang Yu arrived home, it was already completely dark. She pushed the door open, and her action of changing shoes paused for a moment. The living room lights were on. There was a cup of cold tea on the coffee table. Her mother Li Xiaofan sat on the sofa, looking rather upset. Yue, you're back. Mom, what happened? Li Xiaofan put down the ball of yarn in her hands and sighed. Something happened this morning. Jiang Yu hung her bag up and sat down. What happened? Li Xiaofan glanced at her with a complex tone. Liu Hong came. Jiang Yu's hand paused. She came early this morning. She was sweeping the yard. I told her not to, but she washed vegetables, cooked, and tidied up the house, busy all morning. Li Zufin's voice softened. She said she knew she was wrong. 5 years of relationship, it shouldn't just end like this. She doesn't want a bride price, not a single cent. She just wants to reconcile with your brother. Jiang Yu remained silent. Li Xiufan added, I noticed she's different today. In the past, she did nothing and waited for food to be served, but today she's eager to take on tasks, talking more and being sweeter with her words. I believe she truly knows her mistakes. Jiang Yu looked into her mother's eyes. Her mother genuinely believed. It wasn't pretended, it came from the bottom of her heart. In Li Zufin's world, a girl who doesn't ask for a bride price is a good girl, a woman who returns is a good woman, and someone who sweeps the floor and cooks is virtuous. But Jiang Yu didn't think so. Mom. Her voice was flat, yet each word carried an icy undertone. Liu Hong has ulterior motives. Li Xiufan was taken aback. Why do you say that? She doesn't even want a bride price. Not asking for a bride price is the scary part. Jiang Yu's gaze was cold. Mom, think about it. She used to look down on our poor family and ran off with Zhao Kai. Now she suddenly returns not asking for a bride price, yet sweeping and cooking. Do you really think she's back for good? She's just returning for the sake of her interests. Li Xiufan opened her mouth, but couldn't find the words. Jiang Yu chose not to explain further. How could she explain? Should she say her brother is a millionaire? Should she say Liu Hong isn't returning for love, but to seize the family fortune? Should she mention that today she sweeps and cooks, but tomorrow she could empty her brother's savings? She couldn't say that. Her brother urged her to keep a low profile. So she simply said, Mom, don't worry about it. My brother has someone who likes him. Li Xiufan was even more startled. Who? Jiang Yu's lips curled slightly. Someone 10,000 times better than Liu Hong. She paused for a moment and added, she's beautiful, has a good personality, and is quite capable. Li Xiufan stared at her for 3 seconds. You mean? Bai Shetong. Jiang Yu neither denied nor confirmed it. What she thought inside was, back then they were too poor to match her. Her brother has billions lying in his stock account. Bai Shetong is more than a match for him, and Yu Bing is also more than suitable. In fact, Yu Bing might be even more fitting than Bai Shetong. But she wouldn't say that. Mom, my brother's matters will be handled by him. You just wait to enjoy your life. Li Xiufan wanted to say something, but Jiang Yu had already picked up her teacup and took a sip. Is there anything else? Li Zufin's expression grew darker. Liu Yuanmei also came. Jiang Yu furrowed her brows. What did she come for? To discuss the bride price. Initially she wanted 800,000, but this morning she backed down, saying she only wanted 280,000. Jiang Yu let out a cold laugh. 800,000 turned into 280,000. As soon as Liu Hong showed up, she panicked. Li Xiufan nodded. The matchmaker conveyed the message. I didn't agree. I said we don't have the money, we can't gather 8 or 900,000. The matchmaker said it's not 8 or 900,000, it's 280,000. I said I don't want even that amount. Jiang Yu looked at her mother. It was the most resolute moment of her mother's life. And then, oi. Li Zufin's expression looked like she had swallowed a fly. Then Liu Hong got into a fight with Liu Yuanmei. Jiang Yu's hand froze. They fought. Liu Hong, Liu Yuanmei, and Liu Yumai's mother fought in our yard. Liu Hong accused Liu Yuanmei of being divorced with a child and unworthy of marrying Jiang Chun. Liu Yuanmei retorted that Liu Hong loved wealth over poverty and had no shame. Liu Yumai's mother was the first to act, grabbing Liu Hong's hair. Liu Hong retaliated, ripping her clothes. Liu Yuanmei retorted that Liu Hong loved wealth over poverty and had no shame. Liu Yumai's mother was the first to act, grabbing Liu Hong's hair. Liu Hong retaliated. Jiang Yu closed her eyes. How embarrassing. It was too shameful. 2 women, one divorced with a child, and one a college student, fought fiercely in her living room just to marry into her family. All the neighbors came. Aunt Zhang, Uncle Li, Aunt Wang all came to break up the fight. The entire village knew. And what happened in the end? It was only when Zhang Chuiying arrived that they were pulled apart. None of the 3 looked presentable anymore. Liu Hong glanced at the mirror, her face swollen, couldn't stay any longer, and ran off. Liu Yuanmei and her mother returned home. Then Liu Hong's mother ran to Liu Yumai's home to start another fight. People from both villages were saying, it's been years since it was this lively. Jiang Yu opened her eyes, her voice soft. Mom, don't worry about these things in the future. Let them fight. It has nothing to do with our family. Li Xiufan sighed. And there's more. Your uncle's family, Zhang Hao, also came today. He wanted to exchange cars with your father. He said your brother's Mercedes-Benz would be given to him, and his old BMW would go to your brother. Jiang Yu's hands tightened. A Mercedes-Benz GLS worth over 1 million exchanged for a 30,000 BMW. This isn't a car exchange. It's outright robbery. What did my dad say? Your dad said no exchange. He said the price difference is over 1 million. The car could be involved in traffic violations or accidents, and if something happens it would be hard to explain. He told them to earn their money to buy their own. Zhang Hao was cursing from behind, saying that an elder brother is like a father, and that their father wasn't listening to his brother, going against the natural order. Jiang Yu smiled coldly. An elder brother is like a father. When you were eyeing my brother's car, you thought of that. When you slaughtered the pig for the new year, why didn't you say an elder brother is like a father? She stood up and patted her clothes. Mom, I already know about all these matters. Don't worry. My brother's matters will be handled by him. She glanced at her mother. My brother has someone who likes him. Someone 10,000 times better than Liu Hong. Someone 10,000 times better than Liu Yuan. Someone 10,000 times better than everyone in the entire village. Just wait to enjoy your life. Jiang Yu returned to her room and closed the door. She no longer thought about those troublesome matters. Liu Hong, Liu Yuan, Jiang Hao, Jiang Manjin. Because tomorrow she was going to give her brother a surprise. She took out her phone, opened WeChat. The pinned chat box with a pink bunny avatar. You Bing. She typed a line. Bing Bing, what time will you arrive in Qingchuan tomorrow? 3 seconds later a reply came. Leaving at 8 in the morning. He'll be with my cousin. Jiang Yu's lips curled up slightly. The two chatted for over 10 minutes. From soft furnishings to the New Year's market, from the New Year's market to today's incident at Qingchen building. Liu Hong was still in Jiang Chen's yard looking at herself in the mirror with her swollen face. Liu Yuan was at home applying an ice pack and scolding Liu Hong for having no shame. Jiang Manjin was by the fire pit cursing Jiang Shoshan for being unfilial. Jiang Hao was still thinking about how to get that Mercedes-Benz. At the Jinxiu restaurant in a private room on the second floor. As the door to the private room pushed open, there were already 7 or 8 people inside, smoke swirling, beer bottles scattered all over. Jiang Chun stood at the door glancing around. The changes were too drastic. The once skinniest in class Li Hao now had a belly pressing against his shirt buttons, and his face had rounded out, holding his phone to record a short video. The once chubbiest Wang Lei had actually gotten tanned and slimmer, sporting a buzz cut that made him look like a different person. Several female classmates were all dressed up, their makeup exquisite, the scent of perfume detectable from 3 meters away. Wow, who is this? Li Hao was the first to recognize him, his eyes widening. Jiang Chun, damn, you disappeared from the face of the earth after graduation. It's been 7 or 8 years, right? Jiang Chun smiled. Yes, it has been 7 or 8 years. I thought I recognized you, but I didn't dare to confirm it. Wang Lei also came over, looking him up and down. You haven't changed much, still that same deadpan look. Jiang Chun made no reply, instead stepping aside to let her pass. Bai Shutong followed him 1 step into the private room. The entire space fell silent for half a second. She wore a simple white dress that day, her long hair cascading over her shoulders with minimal makeup. Yet the moment she stood there, the perfume-laden air of the room seemed to pale in comparison. Shutong. Several female classmates were the first to react, shrieking as they crowded around her. Oh my God, how do you keep getting more beautiful? The water back home must agree with you. Your aura is even more refined. Bai Shutong responded with a smile, her gaze sweeping across the room. Spotting an empty seat by the window, she naturally tugged at Jiang Chen's sleeve and murmured, let's sit there. Jiang Chen nodded and followed her over. They sat down side by side, and Bai Shutong tilted her head slightly, her lips nearly brushing his ear. When I came in, I saw Manager Liu from the City Investment Group dining in the next room. Jiang Chun let out a faint his expression unchanged. The door swung open again. A man in a sharp suit strode in, clutching 2 cartons of cigarettes. He placed them on the table and announced in a booming voice, come on, everyone's here, right? Today's on me. Eat and drink as much as you like. It was Zhao Peng, the class monitor. Back then he was the head of the class. Now he supposedly ran a building materials business in Qingchuan and was doing well. But everyone knew the real reason he was treating them today, Bai Shutong. He had pursued her for nearly a decade, never married, never dated anyone else, fixated solely on her. This reunion in essence was a chance he bought to get close to Bai Shutong. Brother Peng is here. The class monitor never changes. Always so generous. Brother Peng must be pulling in 500,000 or 600,000 a year now, right? In our county, you could count the people with that income on one hand. Flattery erupted from all sides. Zhao Peng's grin was Erdoir, but his gaze immediately sought out Bai Shutong. Then he froze. She was leaning sideways, speaking softly to Jiang Chen, the two of them sitting very close. Her hand rested on the back of Jiang Chen's chair. Zhao Peng's smile faltered for a second before he recovered, striding over. Shutong, long time no see. Come sit at the head of the table. I reserved it just for you. Bai Shutong looked up and offered a polite smile. No need, Zhao Peng. I'm fine right here. Zhao Peng's eyes fell on Jiang Chun, giving him a once-over. A hint of barely concealed superiority crept into his tone. This is Jiang Chun. I heard you're working in the big city. Must be tough. Good to have you back, good to have you back. Jiang Chun glanced at him and replied flatly, it's all right. Zhao Peng shrugged it off and turned to busy himself with the arrangements. The door opened again and another man walked in. He was poorly dressed, a gray work uniform splattered with cement dust, shoes caked in dirt, hands calloused. It was obvious he worked on a construction site. Lu Ming. As soon as he entered, his eyes darted around. Few of the other classmates paid him any attention. One glanced at him and then looked away. But Lu Ming didn't care. He was searching for someone. His eyes swept the room and then stopped. Jiang Chen, he shouted, charging over. I've been looking for you for years. All eyes turned to him. Lu Ming reached Jiang Chen and grabbed his hand. When I heard about the reunion today, I came specifically to see if you'd be here. I've come every time these past years and never found you. Where have you been? No calls. Do you know how hard I've looked? Jiang Chen looked at him. Lu Ming, his closest friend from high school, the chubby kid back then. Jiang Chen pulled him over, gesturing for Lu Ming to sit beside him. The dishes were served and the wine was. Bai Shutong had Jiang Chen sit next to her. Everyone noticed. Zhao Peng's expression flickered several times, but he quickly raised his glass with a smile. Come on, everyone, a toast. It's rare for us to gather like this. The group raised their glasses. Just then Lu Ming, sitting across from them, leaned in and whispered to Jiang Chen, Chinga, I need to tell you something. Do you remember my sister Lu Yao? 2 years behind us. She's working in the provincial capital now, doing well, and she's pretty. My mom asked me to check with you. Maybe the two of you could meet. Before Jiang Chen could respond, Bai Shutong was stunned. Just 2 days ago she had watched Jiang Chen go on a blind date with a divorced woman who had a child. And now another one. And the younger sister of a classmate. Bai Shutong lowered her head to pick up some food, her chopsticks, pausing for a moment. She said nothing. Jiang Chen glanced at her, but offered no explanation, simply telling Lu Ming, we'll talk later. Lu Ming chuckled and didn't press further. Zhao Peng approached with his glass. He had figured it out. Bai Shutong was completely focused on Jiang Chen, and it made him deeply uncomfortable. Jiang Chen, Zhao Peng said, sitting down with a tone that was warm yet barbed. Working in the big city, how much do you make in a month? 10,000. 15,000. Not easy with the high cost of living there. Saving anything is an achievement. Jiang Chen didn't reply, simply picking up a bite of food with his chopsticks. Unfazed, Zhao Peng continued. Let me tell you, everyone here is making good money. Li Hao runs a car detailing shop in the county, 100,000 a year. Wang Lei works with me, also pulling in 100,000. Even old Zhang, through a gig I set him up with, bought a house in the county. Exactly. Li Hao jumped in. Brother Peng takes care of us. Without him I wouldn't be where I am today. Brother Peng is our benefactor. Wang Lei chimed in as well. Others nodded in agreement. Zhao Peng looked around satisfied, then turned to Jiang Chen. If you're thinking of coming back to Qingchuan, I can hook you up with some business. Making 80 or 100 grand a year. Isn't that better than drifting in the big city? Come on, toast me, and he'll get it done for you. The room fell silent. Everyone watched Jiang Chen, waiting for him to raise his glass. Bai Shutong set down her chopsticks. Her voice was soft, but clear. Zhao Peng, don't do this. Jiang Chen. He's very capable. Now that he's back in his hometown, he's no less accomplished than anyone here. She didn't say much more. She knew Jiang Chen's worth. A billionaire who had just purchased an entire office building in Qingchuan and secured a themed commercial street. He had also bought the 5-star Wyndham Hotel in the provincial capital. But she had promised Jiang Chen she would keep a low profile. So she only offered that one line. To Zhao Peng, however, it sounded like she was defending him. Shutong, I'm just trying to help. Zhao Peng said with a smile, turning to the others. Look at this guy Jiang Chen. He just doesn't know how to behave. We're all classmates. I'm offering him a hand, and he can't even toast me. Exactly, Jiang Chen. Brother Peng makes 500,000 or 600,000 a year. Can you earn that working in the big city? You've got no social graces, bro. Would it kill you to toast Brother Peng? Accusations rose from all sides. Bai Shutong wanted to say something else, but Jiang Chen pressed her hand and gently shook his head. Zhao Peng saw that Jiang Chen was silent and assumed he had backed down, becoming bolder as he crossed his legs and said, let me tell you, my business is doing so well because someone is backing me up. You all know my cousin Zhao Kai, right? His girlfriend Liu Hong is Jiang Chen's ex-girlfriend. The room fell silent instantly, and all eyes focused on Jiang Chen's face. Zhao Peng smirked and continued, Liu Hong is currently doing well with my cousin Zhao Kai. Introduced his uncle Sun Chang's construction company to buy my materials. You all know Sun Chang, right? There are not many foremen in Qingchuan who can get work. I can call Zhao Kai over right now and let him drink with you all. As he spoke, he really pulled out his phone and dialed. Bai Shutong's expression darkened. She looked at Jiang Chen, whose expression remained calm, but the fingers gripping his cup tightened slightly. Zhao Peng, that's enough. Lu Ming suddenly spoke, his voice not loud, but firm. He stood up, placing a hand on Jiang Chen's shoulder, addressing the table. Jiang Chen does not need you to introduce business. My sister Lu Yao is already Jiang Chen's girlfriend. She owns a house and a car in the provincial capital, far better than what you all have mentioned. The table erupted in surprise. Zhao Peng's smile froze. Bai Shutong was momentarily taken aback. Lu Yao is Jiang Chen's girlfriend. Then she. Lu Ming glanced at Jiang Chen and quietly said, Brother Chen, let's go. This class reunion isn't interesting. Jiang Chen nodded and stood up. Bai Shutong also got up. The three were about to leave when the door to the private room was pushed open. Cousin, I heard you were treating here. I brought my uncle to support you. Zhao Kai shouted loudly as he stepped. He was followed by a middle-aged man with a square-faced dark skin wearing a polo shirt and slightly pot-bellied, Sun Chong. One of the few foremen in Qingchuan still able to take on projects. As soon as Zhao Kai entered, he scanned the room, and his gaze landed on Bai Shetong, fixated. He had never seen such a beautiful woman in his life. His mouth slightly agape, his feet rooted to the ground. He couldn't take his eyes off her. Kai Gut. Zhao Peng called out twice, and only then did Zhao Kai snap back to reality, but his eyes remained glued to Bai Shetong. Sun Chong, however, was seasoned. He entered and clasped his hands, saying, Zhao Peng, your class reunion is quite impressive. Mr. Sun, having you here is a great honor for me. Zhao Peng quickly welcomed him. Sun Chong nodded with a smile, his gaze sweeping around. Then his smile froze. Jiang Chun stood less than 3 meters away from him. Sun Chong's pupils suddenly constricted. This morning. It was this morning. At Yushan International, he had taken Zhao Kai to buy a house, and was thrown out by General Zhang on the spot. He had shown no courtesy whatsoever. It was all because of this person in front of him. He had even said that there would be no future projects. His hands started to tremble. Zhao Kai also noticed his face turning pale. The atmosphere in the room became extremely strange. Sun Chong stood at the door, caught between a rock and a hard place. The anger from this morning still stuck in his chest, but he remembered General Zhang's words clearly. This person must not be offended. He took a deep breath, and the expression on his face changed in a fraction of a second, from stiff to forced laughter faster than turning a page. Oh, isn't this General Jiang? Sun Chong quickly walked up, extending his hands, slightly bending at the waist. General Jiang. Long time no see. What happened this morning was my failure to recognize a mountain. Please forgive me. His hands reached toward Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun glanced at him. He didn't raise his hand. He pulled it back and stuffed it into his pocket. The air felt as if it had been sucked out. Zhao Peng was stunned. Who is Sun Chong? He is one of the few foremen in Qingchuan who can still get work. Jiang Chun, who works in mode, doesn't even give General Sun face. Jiang Chun. Zhao Peng finally erupted, pointing at Jiang Chun's nose. What do you mean? General Sun reaches out to shake your hand, and you don't give him face. Do you even know what status General Sun has in Qingchuan? Zhao Kai desperately pulled Zhao Peng's sleeve from behind, but he couldn't stop him. Zhao Peng shrugged him off and continued to scold. Ingrate. What do you think you are? Let me tell you, Zhao Kai, this person is Liu Hong's ex-boyfriend. Liu Hong, your girlfriend. The one who dumped her. He did it on purpose. He deliberately humiliated Jiang Chun. But what he didn't know was, Zhao Kai was struck like an electric shock upon hearing this. Today he almost lost the Yushan International business because of Jiang Chun. If Sun Chong lost his work, what would Zhao Kai eat? Now with Zhao Peng's shout, Sun Chong also heard it. So all this time, my nephew has been hiding this. Sun Chong's face turned pale instantly. Cold sweat broke out on his back. In the private room, everyone was stunned. Zhao Peng was still scolding, but his voice grew quieter. Because he realized that Sun Chong was trembling, Zhao Kai was trembling, and Jiang Chun remained utterly motionless. Bai Shetong noticed it. Lu Ming noticed it. All the classmates noticed it. Something was wrong. Just then, the door to the next private room opened. Manager Lu from the city investment walked out and happened to see Sun Chong toasting here. So, he turned to the person behind him and said, Director Wang, I just saw Bai Shudong, who was with Jiang Chun that day in this private room. I want to toast her a drink. Director Wang, the deputy director of the Land and Resources Bureau, nodded. Let's go together. Qingchen Investment needs land soon. Building a good relationship with Bai Shetong equates to building a good relationship with Jiang Chun. That day I saw Jiang Chun looking at that girl with an unusual gaze. The two walked into Zhao Peng's private room one after the other. Then they saw this scene before them. Sun Chong bent over, hands suspended in midair, while Jiang Chun had his hands in his pockets, expressionless. Zhao Peng was pointing at Jiang Chun and scolding. Zhao Kai's face was ashen behind him. Director Wang's eyes flickered. He knew that Sun Chong had offended someone he shouldn't have. But he also knew that Qingchuan hadn't auctioned land in years. If Qingchen Investment could secure land, the subsequent land acquisitions. And Jiang Chun was the key. Moreover, Jiang Chun was also a favorite of County Mayor Shun. He couldn't afford to offend him, nor did he dare. General Jiang. Director Wang stepped forward, firmly shaking Jiang Chun's hand. I didn't expect to run into you here. Thanks to you for the last incident. Jiang Chun saw Director Wang, and immediately stood up, smiling as he shook hands. Director Wang, are you dining here too? Manager Lu quickly followed suit, shaking Jiang Chun's other hand. General Jiang. Long time no see. Let me toast you a drink. Sun Chong stood by, feeling as if he had been nailed to the ground. He was just about to take the opportunity of Director Wang shaking hands to break the awkwardness and say something. But Director Wang and Manager Lu had not looked at him even once from start to finish. It was as if he didn't exist. In the private room, silence reigned. The cigarette in Zhao Peng's hand fell to the ground. Come, Director Wang, Manager Lu, sit here. Zhao Peng was the first to react, hurriedly moving chairs, grabbing bowls and chopsticks, and pouring wine. His hands trembled. These two were individuals he could hardly invite on a regular basis. Qingchuan City is not large, but people from different social circles cannot sit at the same table. Today Director Wang took the initiative to sit at the table he hosted. It was quite a face-saving moment. Yet this face was brought by Jiang Chun. Director Wang and manager Liu sat beside Jiang Chun, clinking glasses, exchanging pleasantries, and toasting, showing no intention of returning to the next private room. Other classmates began to eat nervously, not daring to reach their chopsticks too far. Li Hao secretly glanced at Jiang Chun, then looked at Zhao Peng, silently swallowing back the words he had just said about Brother Peng earning 5 to 600,000 a year. In the next private room, General Zhang waited for a long time, but Sun Chang did not return, nor did Director Wang and manager Liu. It was only him and Sun Chang's wife left. At first the two found it amusing sitting together without anyone disturbing them, their hands touching under the table, chatting and laughing. But as they continued, something felt off. Why weren't they coming back? General Zhang got up to look for them, and as he pushed the door open, he saw it. Jiang Chun was sitting there with Director Wang and manager Liu on either side, serving him as if he were a revered ancestor. Sun Chang and Zhao Kai stood nearby, unable to advance or retreat, their faces paler than death. General Zhang's legs went weak for a moment. Had he offended someone again? He wanted to take the opportunity to slip away unnoticed. But he didn't dare. Tomorrow Miss Yu Bing and Miss Su Qing would be coming to Qingchuan. Someone from headquarters would be coming tomorrow. And he had just learned this afternoon. Last time Yu Jiangwo had directly fired 3 people for Jiang Chun. Though he would not be fired, the phrase ineffective performance, poor judgment was enough to make him shudder. General Zhang gritted his teeth and walked forward. General Jiang. He extended his hand, his smile brighter than Sun Chang's long time no see. Let me toast you. With a handshake and a toast, it all flowed seamlessly. Sun Chang watched this scene, knowing that today's dinner gathering was in vain. He had painstakingly invited manager Liu to mediate and had brought Director Wang to plead with General Zhang. Yushan International's business was still under his charge. However, Zhao Kai had snatched away someone else's girlfriend that they had been pursuing for 5 years, which was a grudge over a wife. Sun Chang turned back to look at Zhao Kai. All the anger, fear, and grievances exploded at that moment. You bastard. He slapped Zhao Kai on the back of the head and then kicked him. Liu Hong, you better listen to me, right now, immediately. Break up with Liu Hong. Bring Liu Hong to General Jiang and apologize. Did you hear me? Zhao Kai covered his head, not daring to dodge. Zhao Peng was dumbfounded. He finally understood. Sun Chang feared Jiang Chun. Zhao Kai feared Jiang Chun. Director Wang was trying to please Jiang Chun. Manager Liu was trying to please Jiang Chun. Even General Zhang came over to toast Jiang Chun. And he just a moment ago had asked Jiang Chun to toast him. He had even said he would introduce business opportunities to Jiang Chun, promising to earn 100 to 80,000 in a year. His face felt like it was burning, ready to crack. Bai Shutong sat quietly beside Jiang Chun, a slight smile on her lips, but she did not speak. She had known all along. When arranging the dishes, she had already seen manager Liu next door. She said nothing, simply sitting silently beside Jiang Chun. Lu Ming also smiled, raising his glass to clink with Jiang Chen's. The entire Jinxiu restaurant was filled with onlookers. Diners whispered to each other, their gazes often drifting over to this side. Who on earth is this young man? No one knew the answer. But everyone remembered one name, Jiang Chun. At the entrance of Jinxiu restaurant, the cold wind carried the sulfur smell of firecrackers. Red lanterns swayed in the wind, and the shops by the street had already begun to put up spring festival couplets. The festive atmosphere was thick and palpable. Jiang Chun, Bai Shudong, and Lu Ming walked out of the restaurant. Lu Ming's legs were still trembling, not from the cold, but from fear. He glanced back at the second-floor window of the restaurant, replaying the earlier scene in his mind. Sun Chang, bending over to extend his hand, while Jiang Chun stood with his hands in his pockets unmoved. Director Wang stepped forward to shake hands, followed closely by manager Liu. General Zhang ran over to toast. Zhao Peng stood dumbfounded at the spot, his face whiter than a corpse. Who the hell is this guy? Chengu. Lu Ming swallowed hard, his voice dry. What is your identity? Why did Director Wang toast you? Why does Sun Chang fear you? Who is that General Zhang? Aren't you working in Modu? Jiang Chun did not turn back, his hands in the pockets of his coat, walking leisurely. Just working. Then, some things you'll know in the future. Jiang Chen's voice was very calm, as if he were commenting on the nice weather today. No need to think too much for now. Lu Ming wanted to ask more, but Bai Shutong suddenly spoke up. Lu Ming, come find me tomorrow. Lu Ming was taken aback. Find you? Bai Shutong glanced at Jiang Chun, then turned back to Lu Ming, her lips curling slightly. Tomorrow morning, go to Qingshin building to find Jiang Chun. She paused for a moment, her voice not loud, but each word was clear. You are going to be lucky. Lu Ming was even. Bai Shutong did not explain further, but she knew very well. The current Jiangxun, just a little bit of his attention, would provide Lu Ming a lifetime of carefree living. Qingxun investment worth billions. Just purchased an entire office building in Qingchuan and secured a vibrant commercial street. And Lu Ming was Jiangxun's closest brother from high school. This relationship needed no further elaboration. Jiangxun would not mistreat his own people. Lu Ming looked at Bai Shudong, then at Jiangxun, opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. He only knew one thing. From this night on, everything would be different. A black Mercedes S-Class slowly stopped at the entrance of the restaurant. Jiang Xiaojun got out of the car and opened the back door. Chen Gu Jiang, you has been sent back. MHM. Jiang Chen nodded, glancing at the time. Let's go to Qingxun gathering. Bai Shutong followed, naturally opening the passenger door. Jiang Chen glanced at her. Aren't you going back to rest? Bai Shutong fastened her seatbelt, her tone calm. I'm overseeing construction overnight. We need to set up the exhibition booth tomorrow morning. If I'm not there, who will keep an eye on it? Jiang Chen said nothing further. Lu Ming stood by the roadside watching the Mercedes disappear into the night, a chill running through him. He suddenly felt much warmer. The black Mercedes stopped at the entrance of Qingxun gathering. The moment Jiang Chen got out of the car, he was taken aback. Not because it was desolate, but because it was too lively. The entire street had been enclosed, but inside the enclosure, it was brightly lit, as bright as day. Liu Hong stood in the center of the street with more than 20 workers behind him, all seasoned hands in municipal, dressed in black work uniforms, wearing yellow safety helmets, their faces displaying the excitement of the last job before the new year. That excitement was not feigned, it was real. Because the wages doubled. Paid in full. Equipment lined up, asphalt paver, roller, line marking machine. A complete set of equipment, not a single piece missing. Seeing Jiang Chen and Bai Shutong get out of the car, Liu Hong immediately approached, rubbing his hands, his tone eager. Chen Ge. What brings you here? No need to guard. We guarantee to complete the task. Absolutely finished before 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. He'll personally draw the last line. You go back and rest. His eyes shone brightly as he spoke. Jiang Chen glanced at him, said nothing more, and nodded slightly. Just as Liu Hong finished speaking, a middle-aged man jogged over. The owner of the advertising company, surnamed Chun, was in his 40s with ink stains all over his hands, clearly just finishing up work. He walked straight in front of Bai Shudong, patting his chest. President Bai, rest assured, we have completed the work for Qingxun building and the payment has been received. Not a penny less. Let me tell you, after so many years of work, it's the first time I've encountered a client so straightforward. Work finished, payment immediately received, no delays or debts. He paused for a moment, his voice growing louder. I guarantee that tonight's work will be completed overnight. You can count on it. Bai Shutong looked at the ink on his hands and the sweat stains on his clothes, nodding slightly. Reliable. Capable. No nonsense. She liked this kind of person. Go on, get to work. All right. Boss Chun turned and ran even faster than when he arrived. Just as Boss Chun left, 3 people in uniforms approached. The property supervisor from Wyndham Hotel in the provincial capital, 2 men and a woman, their uniforms crisp and shoes polished, clearly well-trained. The man in front was named Li Wei, the property supervisor who had worked at Wyndham for 8 years, having seen many grand occasions. However, when he approached Bai Shudong, his attitude was very polite. President Bai, we have already connected with the local property personnel you hired temporarily, and the training has begun. He took out a form and handed it over. According to General Yu's suggestion, in the future, all property management in Qingchuan County will align with the standards of Wyndham Hotel. Bai Shutong took the form and glanced at it. She looked up at Li Wei. The salary standards should align with those in the provincial capital, and the service standards must also match those in the provincial capital. In the future, Qingxun's property management will meet the standards of a super 5-star hotel. Li Wei nodded, saying nothing. He understood that in this small county of Qingchuan, offering Wyndham's salary would attract capable people. But what Jiang Chen wanted was not just to hire people, but to establish standards. This young man had a broad vision. Tomorrow morning, ensure everyone is on duty. After Li Wei finished speaking, he turned to oversee the training. At that moment, 2 people walked over. Bai Shutong was taken aback upon seeing them. You guys didn't go back. Have you eaten? 2 individuals, one named Zhang Hai, who had worked as an assistant manager at Yonghui Supermarket, and the other named Chun Liang, who had also been an assistant manager at Pangdonglai. Both had experience working in big cities. Both were from Qingchuan. Zhang Hai spoke first, his tone a bit awkward. President Bai, we've thought about it all the way here. You said Qingchuan could produce a Pangdonglai, and we didn't believe it at the time. But, he paused, lowering his voice, but we are from Qingchuan. We wish for Qingchuan to have a Pangdonglai. Chun Liang chimed in. After working outside for over a decade, I know which way the supermarket doors should open. But every time I return for the new year, seeing the supermarkets in Qingchuan, the service, the environment. He didn't need to continue. There was no need to say more. Everyone understood. Jiang Chen looked at the 2 of them and said nothing. He remembered the words Bai Shutong had said on the way back from the provincial capital. Also, he himself had spent 3 years drifting in the Magic City. He knew in his heart that everyone had feelings for Qingchuan for their hometown. Even if they had been away for a long time, everyone's heart was tied to home. Who would want to leave their elderly and children at home while they drifted outside if their hometown could thrive? Zhang Hai looked at Jiang Chun. President Jiang, we can now connect with previous resources and networks to quickly build a team. Jiang Chun asked, how long will it take to set up? Zhang Hai and Chun Liang exchanged glances. On the 25th of the 12th month. As long as you provide the venue and standards, we can set up the supermarket according to the standards of Pang Donglai and Yonghui by the 25th of the 12th month. Jiang Chun glanced at the time. Today was the 28th of the 12th month. There were only 9 days left until the Spring Festival. No 8 days. He said a sentence, his voice not loud, but everyone present heard. Those who come back to work will receive a month's salary at the end of the year. Those who return to work, as long as they complete the onboarding process, will immediately receive a month's salary as an additional year-end bonus. Other Spring Festival benefits will also be given. It became quiet. The entire street fell silent. Liu Hong nearly dropped the walkie-talkie in his hand. Boss Chen stopped in his tracks. Li Wei turned around. Not working. A month's salary upon onboarding. Spring Festival benefits too. There were only 8 days left until the Spring Festival. Zhang Hai's hands trembled. Chen Liang's eyes turned red. They had worked outside for over a decade. They did receive a year-end bonus, but that was only after a full year of work. Jiang Chun was saying, return on board and receive it now. President Jiang. Zhang Hai's voice was a bit hoarse. We want to open on the 25th of the 12th month. Starting now, the old supermarket will close for 4 days. After 4 days, we will reopen, running day and night, operating 24 hours. 4 days means 8 days of preparation time. Is that enough? Jiang Chen asked. Enough. Chun Liang gritted his teeth and said, we will start reordering immediately. Jiang Chen nodded. Go on. The two turned and ran, pulling out their phones to make calls as they ran. Just as they left, a convoy of vehicles arrived at the street corner. More than a dozen trucks, their headlights on, illuminating the entire street. Zhou Fulai jumped down from the first vehicle, his face red from the cold, but his eyes bright. President Jiang, the goods have arrived. He waved his hand, and the vehicles behind him lit up one by one. As he spoke, he leaned towards Jiang Chen's ear, his voice very low. President Jiang, I need to tell you something. Someone tried to sabotage me before. I couldn't secure the venue because of them. This time you gave me the best venue, and I must get revenge. There was fire in his eyes. But I must remind you, by helping me, you have indirectly offended that group of people. Jiang Chen glanced at him. He smiled. It doesn't matter. Liu Hong stood nearby, hearing Jiang Chen's conditions for the supermarket team, his eyes nearly popping out. A month's salary upon onboarding. Spring Festival benefits too. He had lived so many years and had never encountered such a boss. Brother Chun. Liu Hong rubbed his hands, a bit embarrassed. I also want to onboard. Jiang Chen looked at him. Just make sure to do the work well. Liu Hong patted his chest. You can count on me. I'll be there at 6 tomorrow morning. If there's even one thread missing, I'll come to see you. At this moment, the entire city of Qingchuan County was buzzing. The news about the Jinxiu restaurant had spread. It was not just one person spreading it. It was everyone sharing it. The embarrassing incident with Xiao Peng at the restaurant, Sun Chong bowing to Jiang Chun, director Wang proactively toasting, and General Zhang coming over with a smile. Everyone in the city knew about it. Have you heard? That Jiang Chun. What trash. He bought Qingshan building. Director Wang said it. Not only that, the 5-star Wyndham Hotel in the provincial capital is also his. The news spread like wings, flying from the restaurant to the streets, from the streets to the circles of friends, landing on every Qingchuan person's phone. However, few knew about the Fengqin commercial street. So when they saw Qingshan working overnight with tight barriers and bright lights inside, and the asphalt paver roaring, everyone was dumbfounded. What are they doing? Didn't they say it was a street for New Year goods? Why are they laying asphalt? What New Year goods? That has nothing to do with it. Is it a temporary setup? Will it be taken down tomorrow? Everything was progressing in an orderly manner. Liu Hong stared at the workers, occasionally shouting at them. Zhou Fu was watching the truck unload, checking the boxes one by one. The spray printer of the advertising company was still running. The property management team was still in training. Zhang Hai and Chun Liang's phones rang one after another, contacting suppliers and coordinating manpower. Jiang Chun observed all this and turned to Bai Shudong, saying, you should go back. Your dad is still at home, you need to take care of him. Bai Shutong glanced at him. You should also go back and rest. Liu Hong shouted from the side, Brother Chun. You go back. I'll handle things here. I guarantee everything will be completed perfectly. Zhou Fu also shouted, Mr. Jiang, don't worry. He'll guard this street with my life. Jiang Chun stood at the street corner, looking at the street. He turned around and got into Jiang Zaijian's car. Let's go. Home. When Jiang Chen opened the door to his home, it was already close to 10 o'clock. The living room lights were on. 3 sets of chopsticks and bowls were on the table, and the dishes had already cooled. His father Jiang Shoshan sat by the fire pit, holding an unlit cigarette. His mother Li Xiofan sat on the sofa, a ball of yarn on her lap, not knitting. Jiang Yu leaned against the sofa armrest, scrolling through her phone. When she saw Jiang Chen come in, her eyes lit up for a moment, but she said nothing. They were all waiting for him. "You're back." Li Xiofan stood up. "The food is warming in the pot. They'll go heat it up for you." "No need, I've already eaten." Jiang Chen hung up his coat and sat down. Li Xiofan didn't go to heat the food, but sat back on the sofa looking at Jiang Chen. That gaze Jiang Chen was too familiar with. She had something to say. "Chainer this morning. Something happened." Jiang Chen looked at his mother. Liu Hong came. Jiang Chen's expression did not change. "She came early this morning, swept the floor, cooked, washed vegetables, and was busy all morning. She said she knew she was wrong and wants to reconcile with you. No bride price, not a penny." Jiang Chen still said nothing. Li Xiofan continued, "I saw her today, and she seems different from before. I feel she truly knows." "Mom." Jiang Chen's voice was not loud, but it was firm. "Don't pay attention to her. From now on, the Jiang family has nothing to do with her." Li Xiofan was taken aback. "Chainer, listen to what Mom says, Liu Hong. It doesn't matter anymore." Jiang Chen repeated with no room for negotiation. "Whether it's Liu Hong or Liu Yuan, don't mention them again. No matter who comes, I won't see them." Li Xiofan opened her mouth, wanting to say something. Jiang Yu suddenly spoke up. "Mom, don't worry." Her voice was light, even carrying a smile. "My brother is in high demand right now." Zhao Kai was stunned. "What?" "I said we are breaking up. Officially. From now on, we have nothing to do with each other." "Liu Hong, you, don't call me by my name. Don't contact me again from now on." She hung up the phone. Liu Hong sat in the courtyard of Jiang Chen's house. The night wind was cold. Her face was still swollen, left from fighting Liu Yuan today. But she felt no pain. All that occupied her mind were the numbers Zhao Kai had just mentioned. 706 million. The entire building. Wyndham Hotel. Stylish commercial street. She closed her eyes. 5 years. She had been with Jiang Chen for 5 years. In those 5 years, she made him go east. He dared not go west. She said to break up, he pleaded her not to leave. She wanted a car, he promised to buy one later. She wanted a house, he said he would earn it later. But she couldn't wait any longer. She left. Now he had everything. And she had nothing. No. She still had a chance. She opened her eyes and thought about what happened during the day. Li Xiofan accepted her. No bride price, doing the cleaning and cooking. Li Xiofan saw it all. She stated she would come again tomorrow. No, not tomorrow. Today. Today is the 21st of the 12th month, and after midnight, it will be the 22nd. Early in the morning. She would go as soon as it got light. Jiang Chen would definitely be home tonight. She would go find him first thing in the morning. She wanted to show Jiang Chen that she had changed. She was no longer the Liu Hong, who despised the poor and loved the rich. Now she was willing to endure hardship, willing to clean, willing to cook, and willing to forego the bride price. She wanted to win Jiang Chen back. Liu Hong stood up, returned to the house, and looked at her swollen face in the mirror. She needed to arrive earlier than Liu Yuan tomorrow morning. She wanted to be the first to appear at Jiang Chen's door. She wanted Jiang Chen to see she was the most virtuous one. What she didn't know was, Jiang Chen had already said that the Jiang family had nothing to do with them anymore. What she didn't know even more was, waiting for Jiang Chen tomorrow was not just a street of New Year goods. There were also 3 women. Each one was 1,000 times stronger than her. The 22nd of the 12th month. Jiang Chen woke up at 5:30. Not from an alarm. It was because there were too many things on his mind, and he couldn't sleep. Today Qingchen's street of New Year goods was opening. He lay in bed staring at the ceiling, running through the checklist in his mind. Had the asphalt been laid? Had the road markings been done? Had the advertising company's posters been hung up? Had Zhou Fulai's goods arrived? Were Zhanghai and Chunliang's supermarkets ready? One thing after another, it was all matters. But he wasn't anxious. Because he was clear about his thoughts. Zhou Fulai's New Year goods belonged to Zhou Fulai. He only provided the venue, took no commission, and did not take a single cent. But this was not a loss. This was nurturing business. Business is like planting trees. You must first enrich the soil and stabilize the roots before it can grow into a towering tree. The vast majority of business empires start from the most primitive street stalls, markets, and New Year goods streets. Alibaba started from Lakeside Garden. JD.com started from the counters in Zhongguancun. Pinduoduo started from warehouses outside the 5th Ring Road. No one builds skyscrapers right from the start. Everyone starts by setting up stalls. Jiang Chen provided the venue for Zhou Fulai for free, which seemed like a loss of rent, but in reality, he was nurturing the business environment for himself in advance. The Qingchen gathering on this street would not only sell New Year goods in the future. Zhou Fulai was the first seed. Once the seed was planted, the subsequent matters would naturally fall into place. Therefore, carelessness was not an option. Jiang Chen rolled out of bed, washed his face, and changed his clothes. He opened the door, preparing to go downstairs. The door across the hall also opened. Jiang Yu rubbed her eyes and walked out, her hair still messy. Brother, you're up so early too. Today's the opening. I know. Jiang Yu yawned. I'll go with you. The two of them went downstairs. In the living room, the air conditioning was blowing warm air. It had just been installed last night. Li Xiaofan was reluctant to turn it on, saying it wasted electricity. But Jiang Chun insisted on keeping it on, not wanting them to freeze. The warmth enveloped the entire living room, completely contrasting with the coldness outside. Their parents had been poor all their lives. Even if they gave each of them $1 million, they still wouldn't be willing to waste electricity by turning on the air conditioning. Jiang Shoshan was already sitting by the fire pit. Not to warm up, but to wait. He was dressed neatly, his new leather shoes polished to a shine. He was waiting for his son to help him close the shop. Old Town Vegetable Market. A dry goods store. It had been open for over 10 years. Tobacco, alcohol, snacks, dry goods, and spices filled the room. He had thought it over yesterday. Today he would close the shop. His son was now doing big things. He couldn't hold him back. That little shop didn't earn much money all year and took up space. It was better to close it, get rid of the goods, and help his son with peace of mind in the future. But he was too embarrassed to go himself. He was waiting for Jiang Chun to wake up and go with him. This was a father's last stubbornness. I can quit, but I want my son to accompany me to wrap this up. Jiang Shoshan saw Jiang Chun come down, stood up, and rubbed his hands together. Chainer, after breakfast. Can you accompany me to the Old Town Vegetable Market? To close the shop. Jiang Chun glanced at his dad. All right, we'll go after breakfast. Jiang Shoshan nodded, saying no more, but there was a light in his eyes. That was the light of a person who had run a small business for a lifetime, finally able to let go. Li Xiaofan came out of the kitchen with breakfast. Each person had a bowl of rice soup. The favorite of the siblings, each bowl contained a fried egg and plenty of lean meat. Eat up, and then we'll go. Li Xiaofan handed over the chopsticks. Jiang Chun sat down and began to eat. Jiang Yu also sat down and started eating her egg. Jiang Shoshan didn't touch his chopsticks, just watching them eat. The family quietly ate breakfast. Outside the window, the sky was still not fully bright. They had just eaten a couple of bites. Footsteps could be heard outside the door. It wasn't one person. It was two. One heavy footstep, one light. Jiang Chun didn't look up. Jiang Yu glanced at the door. The door was pushed open. Liu Yumei stood at the door. Beside her stood the matchmaker. Liu Yumei's face. Jiang Yu almost spat out her porridge. Her nose was bruised and her face was swollen. Her left eye was so swollen that it was barely a slit. There were 3 blood streaks on her right cheek, scratched by nails. The corner of her mouth was cracked, and she spoke with a lisp. Liu Hong didn't hold back. She specifically targeted the face. When a woman fights, she doesn't hit the body but scratches the face. This is to make you unable to go out and see people. But Liu Yumei still came. Dragging the matchmaker early in the morning with a battered face, she stood at Jiang Chen's door. She was unwilling. The matchmaker spoke first, her voice flattering. Chainer, you may has come to terms. She no longer wants the bride price. The 80,000 we discussed before, she doesn't want it anymore. She doesn't even want the 280,000. She said she doesn't want a single cent and just wants to live with you. Liu Yumei squeezed inside, her voice hoarse. Jiang Chen, that day. You agreed. You can't deny it. Jiang Chen put down his porridge bowl. He glanced at her. You didn't agree at that time. Liu Yumei was stunned. I was considering it. You didn't agree at that time. Jiang Chen repeated it again, his tone very calm. I thought it over too, and I still feel it's not appropriate. Please take her back. Liu Yumei's face looked worse than her injury. With a pout, tears began to flow down her cheeks. Jiang Chen, how could you do this? As a divorced woman with a child, it's a blessing for you that I have my eyes on you. Now that you have money, you won't recognize anyone. Your conscience must have been eaten by a dog. She cried loudly. The matchmaker chimed in from the side. Chainer, have some pity on Yumei. Jiang Chen remained silent. Jiang Yu also said nothing. Jiang Shoshan was even quieter. Just when Liu Yumei was crying at her peak, the door was pushed open again. Liu Hong rushed in. Upon seeing Liu Yumei crying, without a word, she slapped her across the face. Smack. The sound was crisp and loud. Liu Yumei's head tilted from the blow, her tears still hanging on her face, leaving her dazed. What are you doing? Liu Hong pointed at her nose. You seduced my man. Shameless. Liu Yumei covered her face and exploded. You're the one who's shameless. You ran off with Zhao Kai. You cheated. Now that you know he has money, you're back. Have you no shame? You were the one who took him first. I took him. You didn't want him. Why should I not take what you don't want? Jiang Chun is mine. Yours. After sleeping with Zhao Kai, you still say he is yours. The two women began to fight again in Jiang Chen's living room. Liu Hong pulled hair. Liu Yumei scratched faces. The matchmaker was frightened and hid in the corner. Jiang Shoshan stood up, unsure of whom to stop. Li Xiaofan held a bowl of congee, stunned at the kitchen door. Jiang Chun was still sitting at the table. He hadn't moved. The rice noodles were still warm. He hadn't eaten a single bite. Then, Jiang Xiaojun walked in. He didn't know when he had arrived. Perhaps he had been waiting in the car outside. When he entered, the two women were entangled. He said nothing. One hand for each. His left hand grasped Liu Hong by the back of her neck. His right hand held Liu Yuan by the back of her neck. Instantly both women were immobilized, like two cats caught by the scruff of their necks. Their arms were still flailing, their legs still kicking, but they were already frozen in place. Zhang Zijian's grip was steady. It wasn't a heavy hold, but just enough to keep them from moving. This was practiced. The living room fell silent. Only the sound of the two women's heavy breathing could be heard. Sometimes a shrew fears a reckless man. With a squeeze of his hands, Liu Hong and Liu Yuan quieted down. Jiang Qin stood up. He walked up to Liu Hong. Liu Hong, held by Zhang Zijian's grip, couldn't lift her head, but her eyes were fixed on Jiang Qin. There were tears in those eyes. There was also calculation. Jiang Qin looked at her. His voice was flat. Liu Hong. Jiang Qin. Liu Hong's voice trembled. I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Please give me one chance. When you were with Zhao Kai, it was already impossible for us. Liu Hong's tears fell. You should give up on this hope. 7 words. No hesitation. No room. No maybe. It was a death sentence. Liu Hong cried even harder. Jiang Qin. I regret it. I truly regret it. You're actually very outstanding. I know everything. I have given you 5 years. I have given you 5 years of my youth. You can't treat me like this. She spoke as if she had given a lot. But she forgot. Those 5 years were Jiang Qin's sacrifice. Jiang Qin no longer looked at her. He turned his head and said to Jiang Xiaojuan, let them go. Let them leave. Jiang Xiaojuan loosened his grip. The two women collapsed on the ground, one crying, the other cursing. Jiang Qin picked up his coat and walked out. Jiang Yu followed. Jiang Shoshan followed as well. Jiang Xiaojun went out first, opened the door of the Mercedes GLS, and sat in the driver's seat. The engine rumbled deeply. Just then, Jiang Hao walked out from the alley. He didn't know how long he had been standing. His eyes were fixed on the Mercedes GLS. He was watching the action of Jiang Xiaojun getting into the driver's seat. His eyes were red. That car. A Mercedes GLS worth over $1 million. Jiang Qin sat in it. Jiang Xiaojun drove it. And he was driving a $30,000 old BMW. The gap was too big. So big that he couldn't sleep at night. He stepped out and blocked Jiang Qin's path. Qin Di. Jiang Qin glanced at him. Brother wants to discuss something with you. Jiang Hao's voice was low, tinged with a smile. Could you lend your car to brother for a few days? Brother has some business to attend to, need to maintain appearances. My BMW for you is not a loss. A $200,000 Benz exchanged for a $30,000 BMW. He made it sound fair. Jiang Qin hadn't spoken yet. Jiang Yu spoke first. Want to drive? Jiang Hao looked towards Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu's gaze was colder than the wind in late December. Buy it yourself. Jiang Hao's smile froze. Yeah, I am your brother. Cousins can't be cousins anymore. Jiang Yu pronounced each word clearly. Get lost. One word. Clean and straightforward. No unnecessary words. Jiang Hao's face turned the color of liver. He wanted to say something, but after glancing at Zhang Zijian's physique and then at Jiang Qin's gaze, he didn't dare to speak. Jiang Qin got into the car. Jiang Yu got into the car. Jiang Shoshan got in as well. Jiang Xiaojun started the engine. The Mercedes GLS slowly drove out of the alley. The interior was warm. The air conditioning was on. The seats were genuine leather. The soundproofing was excellent, and not a single sound from outside could be heard. Jiang Shoshan sat in the back seat, feeling the seat, and said nothing. This was the first time in his life he sat in such a nice car. Jiang Yu leaned against the passenger seat, looking out the window. Liu Hong and Liu Yuan were still standing at Jiang Qin's door. One was crying. The other was cursing. The matchmaker hid far away. Just then Zhang Chuiying walked over. Zhang Chuiying from the third uncle's family. One of the most respected women in the village. She walked up to Liu Hong and Liu Yuan standing firm. She glanced at Liu Hong's swollen face. Then she looked at Liu Yuan's swollen face. She sighed. Go home. Liu Hong refused to leave. I want leave. Jiang Qin hasn't forgiven me yet. Zhang Chuiying looked at her, her voice low, but every word clear. If you had known today, why bother with the past? Liu Hong was stunned. Liu Yuan was also stunned. 640. The vegetable market in the old town of Qingchuan. It was just beginning to dawn. Jiang Shoshan stood in his dried goods shop. He took one last look. The shelves were neatly arranged. Mountain goods, dried fruit, wild honey, dried bamboo shoots, dried mushrooms. All were additive-free farm products. For more than 10 years, he had personally checked every single item. Today he was going to close the shop. His son said there was no need to continue. Manager Zhao responded, there are scratches on the wall. Man-made. We need to deduct some money. Jiang Shoshan was anxious. I've been running this place for over 10 years, and the wall has never been damaged. Manager Liu waved his hand. What we say goes. Also, the sanitation fee has been underpaid for 3 months. Impossible. I pay every month. There are receipts. Manager Zhao glanced at the receipt. Fake. There's no record in the system. Fake. After working for over 10 years and paying on time every month, he said it was fake. Jiang Shaoxin's hands trembled. Then, what about the deposit? Manager Liu leaned back in his chair. The deposit requires 3 months for approval. Half will be deducted. That's the rule. Half. 4,000 deducted from the 8,000 deposit. Jiang Shaoxin opened his mouth wanting to argue. But he wouldn't argue. In his life, he only knew how to work. He wouldn't fight. He was prepared to accept it. Better to lose money than face disaster. At that moment, the door was pushed open. Jiang Qin stood at the door followed by Jiang Shaojun. He had woken up at 5:30. They had agreed that he would accompany his father to close the shop today. Arriving at the store, no one was there. He asked the neighboring stall and learned that they had gone to the management office. He came over just in time to witness this scene. His father was standing there, hands trembling. The two managers were seated, legs crossed, laughing. Jiang Qin's gaze grew cold. Dad, what happened? Jiang Shaoxin saw his son as if he had found his savior, but he also didn't want his son to stir up trouble. It's nothing. Just some complicated procedures. Jiang Qin didn't let him finish. He looked at Manager Liu. Wall damage. Manager Liu shot him a sideways glance. Who are you? Oh, then you're just like your dad. There's a problem with the wall, a problem with the sanitation fee, and half the deposit will be deducted. Approval in 3 months. Jiang Qin smiled. A light smile. All right. He took out his phone and dialed a number, putting it on speaker. Shen Yan, help me check a few things. On the other end of the line, a woman's voice was cold, steady, and quick. Speak. The management office of the old vegetable market in Qingchuan County. 2 managers surnamed Liu and Zhao claim wall damage requires a fee deduction. The sanitation fee records are inconsistent. Half of the deposit will be deducted with approval in 3 months. Help me check if there's any legal basis for this. Shen Yan was silent for 2 seconds before speaking. Each word cut like a knife. First, according to Article 17 of the Market Rental Management Measures, the management party cannot deduct the deposit for natural wear of the wall upon termination of the lease. Man-made damage requires third-party appraisal. Their failure to provide this is a violation. Second, the sanitation fee must have accounting records. Your father has receipts. If they deny the receipts, they may be suspected of falsifying records. You can report them to the Market Supervision Bureau. Third, there is no legal basis for deducting half the deposit or requiring 3 months of approval. They are adding clauses without authorization and abusing their power. Fourth, if they continue to make things difficult, I can issue a lawyer's letter on the spot. Report to both departments. Demand full refund of the deposit and compensation for lost wages and reputational damage. There was silence on the phone for a second. Shen Yan added, do you need me to send it right now, eh? In the office, there was a deathly silence. Manager Liu's legs were no longer crossed. Manager Zhao's hands had stopped trembling. The faces of both men turned pale. Jiang Qin looked at them. Do you need it? Manager Liu forced a laugh. This is all a misunderstanding. Well, verify it again. Jiang Qin ignored him. Speaking into the phone, Shen Yan. Send it. The lawyer's letter. Report to both departments. Send them all. Okay. It will be sent within 3 minutes. No. Manager Liu stood up. Manager Zhao also stood up. But it was too late. Jiang Qin added, no need to send it now. You come directly here. On the other end of the phone, Shen Yan's tone changed. It wasn't cold anymore. It was tense. He'll be there right away. In 5 minutes. He hung up. 3 minutes later, a black Passat stopped at the entrance of the vegetable market. The car door opened. Shen Yan stepped out. Standing at 1.70 meters in a black coat and high heels. Her hair was tightly pinned up. Her face was cold and her eyes were sharp. Shen Yan. In the legal circle of Qingchuan, no one does not know this name. Not because she was beautiful, but because she was ruthless. She had never lost a lawsuit. She locked people in with an evidence chain. Once locked, it was guaranteed. If you took her to court, she could dig up the financial records of your ancestors for 3 generations. And moreover, she wasn't afraid of trouble. She had someone backing her. As for who was behind her, no one knew. But everyone knew one thing. Don't provoke her. If you did, you wouldn't even. Shen Yan strode into the vegetable market. The sound of her high heels echoed on the ground. Tap, tap, tap. Each step felt like a hammer on Manager Liu and Manager Zhao's hearts. The 2 men saw Shen Yan and felt their legs go weak. Shun. Lawyer Shun. Shen Yan didn't even look at them, walking straight up to Jiang Qin. She slightly bowed her head, her tone respectful. Mr. Jiang. I'm here. Jiang Qin nodded. About the wall, the sanitation fee, and the deposit. You handle it. Understood. Shen Yan turned around, looking at Manager Liu and Manager Zhao, her gaze sharp as a knife. Gentlemen, I am Shen Yan, the legal advisor for Qingchen Investment Company. She took out her phone and opened the recording. Now, repeat what you just said. Manager Liu's mouth trembled. Manager Zhao's face went pale. We. Shen Yan interrupted him. I'll give you 30 seconds. Speak. If you don't, the lawyer's letter will be sent out in 5 minutes. At the same time, I will report to both the Market Supervision Bureau and the Commerce Bureau. You will not only need to refund the full deposit, but also pay for lost wages and reputational damage. Furthermore, she paused. I will apply for an investigation into all your charging records for the past 3 years. Every single transaction. Every single receipt. Are you sure you want me to check? 30 seconds. Manager Liu broke down first. We'll handle it immediately. Full refund. Not a penny less. Manager Zhao also panicked. Yes. It's all a misunderstanding. We'll handle it right away. But Xin Yan remained unmoved. She was waiting. 5 minutes later, the market boss Ma Dushing arrived. He was called by Manager Liu with a phone call. As he entered, his face still wore a smile. But when he saw Xin Yan standing there, his smile froze. He recognized Xin Yan. Not because he knew this, but because he feared this person. Everyone in the Qingchuan legal circle knew Xin Yan's evidence chain could lock people down. And her backer was someone he wouldn't dare provoke. Ma Disheng's face changed in an instant. From a smiling tiger to a lapdog. Oh, isn't this Brother Jiang? He hurried to Jiang Shoshan. He shook Jiang Shaoshan's hand warmly. Brother, it's all a misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding. These two fools. I'll deal with them when I get back. Jiang Shoshan was stunned. After working for over a decade, he had never seen Boss Ma be so polite to him. Ma Desheng turned to Jiang Chun. You must be Mr. Jiang, right? Young and promising. The procedures will be handled immediately. Full refund of the deposit. Not a penny less. We will also compensate for lost wages. He yelled at Manager Liu. What are you still waiting for? Handle the procedures. Manager Liu was flustered. 5 minutes. Everything was completed. The deposit was 8,000. Not a penny less. He even added 500, citing it as compensation for lost work. Ma Desheng personally escorted the father and son to the door. Brother Jiang, come often in the future. Jiang Shoshan nodded, but said nothing. He had not yet reacted. A phone call from his son. Years of frustration evaporated in 5 minutes. The car had just left the vegetable market. A person stood by the roadside. Fifth uncle. Jiang Shaoshan's brother-in-law. He had seen it in the relatives group yesterday. Jiang Chun had struck it rich. He bought a Mercedes GLS. The day before, he had also given him and Tianxia some cigarettes. He stopped the car, tapped on the window. Jiang Chun rolled it down. Fifth uncle bent down. Chainer, let me have a word with you. You speak, Jiang Chun replied. Fifth uncle lowered his voice. You've just come into some money, don't look down on everyone. Your father has been working here for over 10 years and is about to leave, at least give him some face. Jiang Chun remained silent. Fifth uncle continued, and also, your brother Jiang Hao traded cars with you yesterday because he holds you in regard. Don't be ungrateful. Jiang Chun glanced at him. Just a glance. Then he said to Jiang Xiaoju and drive. The window rolled up. Fifth uncle stood there, his face alternating between red and white. The car drove onto the main road. Fifth uncle did not leave. He stopped a motorcycle taxi. Followed them. He wanted to see how Jiang Shoshan would handle those goods. He did not believe it. In one day, Jiang Shoshan could clear out over a decade's worth of goods. Dream on. He trailed behind, muttering, Old Jiang, oh old Jiang. Your son can brag, but the goods are real. Who will buy your mountain goods? Just wait for the joke to unfold. 740. The Mercedes GLS stopped at the entrance of Fengqin Commercial Street. Jiang Shoshan got out of the car stunned. He had passed by here a few days ago. The road was bumpy. Weeds were rampant. The barriers were dilapidated. It was an abandoned project. Now, an asphalt road as smooth as a mirror. National-style display boards neatly arranged. Red lanterns lined up in rows. Palace lanterns, warm light, luxurious. The entire street was clean, beautiful, and full of the festive spirit. It looked 10 times better than the old street in the west of the city. Jiang Shoshan stood at the street corner, mouth agape, speechless. This is that abandoned project. Fengqin Commercial Street. Jiang Chun patted his shoulder. Dad, let's go. To your stall. Jiang Shaoshan's stall was in the middle of the street. The best location. Zhou Fulai had arranged everything long ago. A quality wooden stall, a clean countertop, and a national-style sign. It read, Jiang's Dried Goods. No additives. Farm fresh goods. A shop with over 10 years of history. Jiang Shoshan looked at the sign, his eyes turning red. He had worked for over a decade. He had never had his own sign before. Today his son had hung it up for him. Just then Jiang Yu came running from the other end of the street. Following behind was Jiang Xiaojun. Jiang Yu reached Jiang Shoshan and gasped for breath. Dad, you're here. Jiang Shoshan was still in a daze. Jiang Yu pointed at the entire street. Dad, this street will belong to my brother from now on. Qing Chun, gathering the entire commercial street, is his. Jiang Shoshan turned to look at Jiang Chun, his eyes wide. Chainer, this street is yours. Jiang Chun nodded. Yes, it is. Jiang Shaoshan's mouth dropped open, unable to close. The entire street belonged to his son. His son had built a whole street. He did not understand business, but he knew his son had succeeded tremendously. Fifth uncle stood at the street corner. The motorcycle taxi stopped at the roadside. He saw the entire street and heard Jiang Yu's words. The whole street belonged to Jiang Chun. His face turned pale. Just yesterday he had said in the relatives group, Jiangchen had just come into some money, don't be cocky. Today, he owned a whole street. He didn't even have a stall. His mouth trembled, but he said nothing. He followed in claiming to help Jiang Shoshan. In reality, he did not believe Jiang Shoshan could clear out the goods in a day. He waited to see the joke unfold. Jiang Chun brought his father to the stall. Dad, all your dried goods, just hand them over to Zhou Fulai. Jiang Shoshan was taken aback. Hand them to old Zhou. Yes, I'll help you clear them out. Zhou Fulai was already waiting. Seeing Jiang Shoshan, he hurried over. Brother Jiang, I've checked your goods. Great stuff. Let me sell them. I guarantee you'll clear them out. Jiang Shoshan looked at his son, then at Zhou Fulai. Will it work? Jiang Chun replied, it will work. Today is the grand opening. The whole street is having activities. Your goods will sell. Zhou Fulai patted his chest. Brother Jiang, I've eaten your mountain goods for over a decade. The quality is outstanding. Just leave them to me, and they will sell out today. Jiang Shoshan nodded. He moved the goods to the stall designated by Zhou Fulai. Box by box, bag by bag. Years of hard work. All moved over. Fifth uncle stood nearby watching Jiang Shoshan move goods. He was laughing inside. Laughing at Jiang Shaoshan's naivety. Laughing at Jiang Chen's bragging. An abandoned street. Who would buy the goods? Just wait. If they can't sell today, they won't sell tomorrow either. Let's see how you wrap this up. 600. Just as dawn broke. Qingchuan City had not fully awakened. But something had woken up first. 20 advertising vehicles. Departing from Qingshan Gathering. Along the main road through the alleys over the bridge. The whole city was buzzing. The loudspeakers on top of the cars repeated. Qingshan Gathering New Year Goods Street. Grand opening today. Each person who arrives receives 5 pounds of free eggs. Shopping vouchers. Discounts. Maximum benefits. East of the city, Qingshan Gathering. Qingshan Gathering. Waiting for you. The voice was loud. Loud enough for the entire main road to hear. Loud enough to wake those still in bed. What? 5 pounds of eggs. Free. Is that for real? That abandoned street in the east of the city. It's opening. Let's go take a look. 730. Half an hour earlier than scheduled. At the entrance of Qingshan Gathering Street. There were already people there. Not just a few. It was a crowd. Elderly men and women, young couples, families with children, those pushing strollers, riding electric bikes. They all came. Why did they arrive so early? Nothing else. 5 pounds of eggs. Free. 5 pounds. In Qingchuan. 5 pounds of eggs. Enough for a family to eat for a week. No cost. You call that early. 735. The first batch of people entered Qingshan Gathering. Then, everyone stood still. Mouths agape. Feet glued to the ground. Unable to move. What was it like here yesterday? The road was bumpy, weeds were rampant, and the barriers were dilapidated. It was a wasteland. Now, an asphalt road as smooth as a mirror. National-style display boards neatly arranged with red backgrounds and golden characters. Red lanterns. Rows upon rows hanging from start to finish. Palace lanterns, warm light, luxurious. The buildings on both sides. Chinese foundation mixed with European style. Adorned with Spanish style. Next to the flying eaves and brackets there were Roman columns. On the gray tiles there were wrought iron balconies. Incongruous. No, it was high-end. The kind that you can't quite pinpoint what's good about it, but it just looks good. Moreover, all the unsightly parts were covered up. The original shabby walls. Blocked by the national-style display boards. Construction traces. Covered by colorful lights. Architectural flaws. Hidden by greenery and flower walls. You couldn't see a trace of abandonment. All you could see was a brand new high-end metropolitan-level New Year goods street. It was a ruin yesterday. Today it was a trendy check-in spot. An elderly woman stood at the street corner. Her basket fell. Oh my goodness. A young girl raised her phone and took a picture. She posted it on her social media. The caption had only 4 words. Is this Qingchuan? Within 3 minutes it received over 100 likes. 800. The grand opening. But it didn't need to be formal anymore. Because it was already bustling. People surged in from all directions. On the main road. In the alley. On the bridge. In the parking lot. It was packed with people. Zhou Fulai stood at the street corner watching the crowd, his hands trembling. It wasn't fear. It was excitement. He had been in the business for over a decade. He had never seen such a scene. The line for eggs stretched from one end of the street to the other. They turned 3 corners. But no one complained. Because while in line they were already browsing. The stalls looked better and better. The products were more exquisite than ever. The festive atmosphere was more pronounced. 10 times better than the old street in the west. No, 100 times better. Someone finished collecting their eggs. They were about to leave. Took a few steps. Turned back. These dry goods are nice. How much? Are these sausages from a local farm? Give me 2, Jean. This couplet looks good. Give me 3 sets. After snatching up the eggs, they casually browsed the New Year's goods street. As they wandered, the money was spent quickly. Once you start, you can't stop. 830. There were too many people. So many that the roads were blocked. So many that the stalls were crowded. So many that the police arrived. The county police department urgently dispatched personnel. 20 police officers. Not enough. They dispatched another 30. Still not enough. People kept coming. The police stood at the street corner, maintaining order. But they were also human. They needed to eat. They had families. It was the new year. Who doesn't want to stay at home? Just then Jiang Chen's phone call came through. He called the on-site manager and said only one sentence. All on-duty personnel. Double pay for those working overtime tonight. Triple pay. Cash distributed on-site. 10 minutes later cash arrived. Distributed on the spot. The police were stunned. Double. Yes. Double. Triple. Cash. Distributed now. The police looked at the money in their hands, their eyes reddened. It wasn't moved. It was motivation that surged. Brothers. Let's go. The news spread. The urban management team arrived. They also distributed money. Volunteers came. They distributed money too. The entire Qingshan property management mobilized, ensuring cleanliness and maintaining order. Everyone had money to take home. Everyone was motivated. The entire Qingshan was bustling, organized and vibrant. 900. The line for eggs was still going. But if you look closely, the people in line were already carrying things. Dry goods, sausages, couplets, candies, nuts, all bought on the street. They originally came to collect eggs, but ended up buying New Year's goods as well. An elderly woman was carrying 2 bags. She said to the person next to her, I just came to collect an egg. But look, I spent over 300. The person beside her laughed. I spent 500. The dry goods are really good. Much better than the old street. Isn't that right? If I had known, I would have come here directly instead of going to that old street in the west. 930. The second batch of people arrived. This group was different. They weren't here to buy New Year's goods. They came to watch the excitement. Merchants from the old street in the west. Zhao Changwei came with a group of people. Wu Gufu was also there. They had originally agreed yesterday to come and watch the joke, to see Qingshan's grand opening flop, to see Jiang Shaoxin's goods unsold, to see Jiang Chen embarrassed. They arrived and stood at the street corner. Then, silence. A sea of people. Red lanterns. Festive atmosphere. A sense of high quality. Completely different from what they had imagined. Zhao Shengwi's cigarette fell. He didn't pick it up. Wu Gufu's mouth was agape. He didn't close it. They saw Jiang Shaoxin's stall. There was a long line. Goods were being moved out box by box. Almost sold out. Zhao Changwei turned his head and glanced at Wu Gufu. Wu Gufu looked at Zhao Changwei. Neither spoke. Because there was nothing to say. Their faces had already been 1000. People were still coming. But everyone had one more item in hand. An advertisement flyer. Colorful. Exquisite. The front read, the Fat Dong Lai of Qingchuan. Qingshan Fresh Supermarket. On the 25th day of the 12th lunar month. Grand opening. Don't miss it. At the end of the New Year's Good Street. To the west. The back featured an architectural rendering of the supermarket. High-end. Imposing. Exactly the same style as Fat Dong Lai. Someone saw this paper. Stunned. Fat Dong Lai. Qingchuan also has Fat Dong Lai. Is that true? Those working outside had all heard of Fat Dong Lai. In Xuchang Hunan. The pinnacle of China's retail industry. Good service. High quality. Fair prices. The moonlight in the hearts of all workers. But those who hadn't gone out much in Qingchuan, they knew too. Because they had seen it in short videos. Because relatives working outside had mentioned it. Fat Dong Lai. That's a divine supermarket. Qingchuan has it too. On the 25th day of the 12th lunar month. Right at Qingshan. Let's go. Let's come and see then. The news spread like wildfire. Social media, family groups, short videos. All were sharing. Qingchuan has Fat Dong Lai. Right at Qingshan. Opening on the 25th of the 12th lunar month. The New Year Good Street has exploded today. 5 gene of eggs for free. A sea of people. 1100. Qingshan was still packed. In fact, there were even more people. Because of the news about Fat Dong Lai, a new wave of people arrived. They weren't here to buy New Year's goods. They came to see Fat Dong Lai. After checking out the flyer, they casually browsed the New Year's Good Street. After browsing, they bought a bunch of New Year's goods. Zhao Changwei stood at the street corner, watching all of this. The cigarette in his hand burned down to his fingers. He felt nothing. He had said yesterday, to come and see the excitement on opening day. Today he came, to witness his own excitement. Wu Gufu stood beside him, unable to utter a word. He had advised Jiang Chun yesterday, not to be too smug. Today, the entire street belonged to others. Fat Dong Lai belonged to others. What was he worth? At the same time, 10 o'clock in the morning. In the vegetable market. In Boss Ma's office. Ma Deshing sat in his chair, his face ashen. His vegetable market was also seeing people flowing out. He saw the social media posts. He saw the short videos. He saw that flyer for Fat Dong Lai. His hands trembled. Not from fear, but from anger. He picked up his phone, created a group. Group named Qingchuan New Year's Goods Alliance. Members Ma Deshing, Old Chen, Lu Boss, Zhao Changwei. It was just after they started work in the morning. More precisely, the time was 8:33. Bai Shutong drove a black Mercedes GLS belonging to Jiang Chun, parking it downstairs at Maoyuan Industrial Company. In the passenger seat were 2 boxes of Flying Fairy Maodai, 4 packs of Hengshangxia in the back seat. Exactly the same as what Wang Maolin had delivered yesterday. 1 box, too many, 1 box too few. Bai Shutong got out of the car, wearing a beige coat, her hair neatly tied back. She didn't carry a bag. She just hugged a box of Maodai. Entered the lobby. The receptionist was wiping the table. Seeing Bai Shutong enter, she froze for a moment. "Hello, may I ask who you are looking for?" Bai Shutong placed the Maodai on the reception desk. "From Qingchen Investment Company, sent by Mr. Jiang." She pointed to the black Mercedes GLS at the door. "There's another box of Maodai and 4 packs of cigarettes in the car. Please sign for them." The receptionist was even more stunned. "Is this for Mr. Wang?" "Yes. Just leave it at the reception." Bai Shutong said no more. She turned and got back in the car. The black Mercedes started and drove away. The whole process took less. The young receptionist stood still, gazing at the box of Maodai on the desk. She glanced at the taillights of the car at the entrance. She didn't know what had happened, but she knew this matter had to be reported to Mr. Wang immediately. Wang Maolin usually arrived at the company by 9. He had a habit of coming in late. After all, he was the boss. No need to clock in. When he entered, the young receptionist was already waiting there. "Mr. Wang, someone delivered something this morning." It was said to be from Qingchen Investment Company. Wang Maolin paused for a moment. "Qingchen Investment?" "Yes. 2 boxes of Maodai, 4 bottles of Hitianxia. They are all at the front desk." Wang Maolin remained silent. He walked to the reception desk. He saw the 2 boxes of Maodai, 4 bottles of Hitianxia. They were exactly the same as the ones he had sent out yesterday. He stared at them for 5 seconds. Then he smiled. But this smile was different from yesterday's. Yesterday's smile was tentative, polite. It was a refined smile. Today's smile was cold. He reached out and picked up a bottle of Maodai, turned it over to examine it. Feitian, 53 degrees. Original box. From the same batch as the ones he sent. Wang Maolin put the liquor back. He said to the receptionist, "Received. Please register it. Qingchen Investment, Jiang Chun." "All right, Mr. Wang." Wang Maolin turned and went upstairs. He entered his office, closed the door. The smile on his face was gone. He sat in his executive chair. His fingers tapped the desk. Once, twice, 3 times. He was thinking about something. About Jiang Chun. Yesterday, he had rejected a 10 million offer from him. Today, he returned the gift intact. Not 1 box more, not 1 box less. Not 1 bottle more. Not 1 bottle less. Exactly the same. What does this mean? Wang Maolin thought for a long time. He figured it out. This was telling him, "Your gift I don't want. Your favor I do not owe you. Your face I will save for you. But your conditions I will not agree to a single word. Reciprocity. Everything is settled." Wang Maolin leaned back in his chair. The corners of his mouth twitched. It was not a smile. It was gritted teeth. He had been operating in Qingchuan for over 20 years. No one had ever dared to treat him this way. A gift he had sent was returned without change. This was not showing respect. This was a slap in the face. But he did not lose his temper. He could not lose his temper. At least not now. He had yet to figure out Jiang Chen's background. Did he have connections in the provincial capital? Was there someone behind him? Yesterday, Liu Hong and Zhou Fulai were both present. He clearly saw their expressions. They were afraid of him. But they were also afraid of Jiang Chun. Liu Hong and Zhou Fulai in front of Jiang Chun were like mice facing a cat. What does this indicate? It indicates that Jiang Chun has something they fear. Either it's money or connections, or something else. Wang Maolin did not know. Therefore, he could not lose his temper. He needed to observe. He needed to wait. He picked up his phone, scrolled to a number. He dialed out. "Old Chun, help me check someone. Qingchen Investment. Jiang Chun. I want all his background details. The more detailed, the better." He hung up the phone. Wang Maolin stood up. He walked to the window. He looked at the street below. In a couple of days, it would be the Little New Year. People on the street were already setting off firecrackers. Bright and lively. But Wang Maolin's heart was not lively at all. He muttered to himself, "Jiang Chun, oh Jiang Chun. Who do you think you are? Do you think that just because you have some money you can run wild in Qingchuan? You are a dragon. But this is Qingchuan. My territory. A strong dragon cannot suppress the local snake." He turned around. He picked up the bottle of Maodai that had been returned on the table. He twisted the cap open, poured a glass, and drank it all in 1 gulp. The liquor was good, but in his mouth after smacking his lips, it was very strong. At 10 in the morning, Jiang Chun said to his father, "Dad, let's go. I'll take you somewhere." "Where to?" "Qingchen Building." Zhang Shoshan was taken aback. "Qingchen Building?" "Yes. My company is there." Zhang Shoshan looked at his son. He said nothing. He no longer knew what to say. In the morning, a street belonged to his son. Now a building also belonged to his son. As a father, he could not keep up. The Benz GLS drove to the foot of Qingchen Building. Zhang Shoshan got out of the car. He looked up. 8 stories. Glass curtain wall. A fortress of spirit, Qingchun Building. Jiang Shoshan stood at the foot of the building. He looked up for a long time. His fifth uncle's motorcycle was still parked at Qingchun Huiji. He did not dare to follow. He sat on the motorcycle. He looked at his phone. The family group chat had already exploded. Jiangchen Street is on fire. Crowds of people. Jiang Shaoshan's goods sold out in 3 hours. Qingchun Building. An 8-story building. Jiang Chen's company. His fifth uncle's hands were shaking. He had just advised Jiang Chun, don't be too cocky. Now, he himself was the joke. On the same day at 10 in the morning. At the vegetable market. In Boss Ma's office. Ma Desheng sat in his chair. His face looked grim. He had seen it. The flow of people at Qingchun Huiji. His vegetable market. People were also flowing out. If no measures were taken. This year all the people buying New Year's goods were snatched away by Qingchun Huiji. The whole year the New Year's goods business only lasted a few days. He picked up his phone. He dialed the first number. Old Chun in the west of the city. Old Chun. About Qingchun Huiji. We need to join forces. Old Chun was silent for a moment. All right. You take the lead. I will participate. The second number. Boss Liu from Jiangxi. The one who came last year. Boss Liu. About the Qingchuan New Year's goods market. Shall we do it together? Boss Liu's voice was very crisp. Sure. How to do it? Qingchun Building. Top floor. Jiang Chun stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the entire Qingchuan county. His phone vibrated. Wan Hong sent a message. Boss Ma has created a group. The Qingchuan New Year's Goods Alliance. For people. They want to join forces to resist you. 1100. Qingchun Building. Top floor. Jiang Chun leaned on the sofa. He had just finished handling a wave of New Year's goods street matters. His phone was full of messages. From Bai Shutong. From Zhou Fulai. From Wan Hong. He read them one by one. No replies. Too many. He couldn't respond. Just then, the door was pushed open. It wasn't knocked. It was pushed. Gently. Mysteriously. Jiang Chun looked up. Jiang Yu stood at the door. She smiled sweetly, but did not speak. She stepped aside. Behind her stood 5 people. The first. Yu Jiangwo. Jiang Chun recognized him. He walked in with a smile. Mr. Jiang. Congratulations. The second. Su Qing. Jiang Chun also recognized her. She wore a cream-colored coat today. Her hair was loose. Very beautiful. She had a mature, steady, and storied beauty. Like a glass of aged red wine. The more you savor it, the more flavorful it becomes. The third. Yu Bing. She wore a light, gray down jacket today. Her hair tied in a ponytail. Her face was exquisite. Her eyes bright. The 2 sisters stood together. They were both beautiful, but completely different. Su Qing was wine. Yu Bing was spring water. One intoxicates you. The other awakens you. The fourth. The fifth. A man and a woman. Jiang Chun did not recognize them. The man was in his 30s. Wearing glasses. Dressed in a black down jacket. The woman was in her early 30s. With short hair. Capable. Both of them were carrying blueprints. A thick roll. Jiang Chun stood up. He was shocked. Not because of Yu Jiangwo. Not because of Su Qing. But because of Yu Bing. Why was she here? And she brought 2 people he didn't recognize. Jiang Yu peered out from behind her, smile growing sweeter. Brother surprised. Yu Jiangwo walked in and surveyed the office. On the 8th floor with floor-to-ceiling windows and an entire wall of bookshelves. He nodded. Jiang Zong, did you buy the Qingchun Building? Jiang Chun replied, Mem. Yu Jiangwo patted him on the shoulder saying, good. The office is purchased. The New Year's goods street will open overnight. Qingchun is gathering speed. He paused looking at Jiang Chun. You have an incredibly keen business sense. In one night a derelict street turned into a New Year's goods street. Establishing Qingchun is a challenge to the Fat Donglai model. Each aspect is a challenge. What's more, you understand how to nurture a business. Others do business to reap profits. You do business to cultivate the land. This is something many people never learn in their lifetime. Jiang Chun remained silent. Yu Jiangwo chuckled. So today isn't about me praising you. Someone is here to surprise you. He looked towards Yu Bing. Binger, you tell him. Yu Bing stepped forward, her face slightly flushed, but her voice. Jiang Chun, good, these 2 are the ones I invited from the provincial capital. She pointed to the man wearing glasses. Chun Sinian. The top architectural designer from the provincial capital specializing in commercial district renovations. She then pointed to the short-haired woman. Lin Wei of the same caliber. Landscape design. Traditional Chinese-style commercial districts. She is the best in the province. Jiang Chun looked at the 2 individuals, top designers invited from the provincial capital. In one night she was not there to just observe the excitement, but to get to work. Yu Bing unfolded the blueprint in her hands and laid it on Jiang Chun's desk. Jiang Chun Gu, I researched Qingchun for an entire night. There were issues with the previous plan. I had Chen Sinian and Lin Wei redo it. Take a look. The blueprint was spread out large, detailed, and professional. Yu Bing pointed at the blueprint and began to explain. Her voice was not loud, but every word was clear. Qingchun is 2600 square meters of a charming commercial street. What were the previous issues? It was too mixed. Chinese, European, American, and Spanish styles all jumbled together without a main thread. It looked lively, but there were no memorable points. Other commercial streets are either awkwardly ancient or monotonously European or cramped and crowded. We are different. She picked up a pen and drew a line on the blueprint. The first floor will have a Chinese-style tone. It will be lively and down-to-earth, capturing the daily life of the county and the New Year's goods benefits. The foundation, Chinese tranquil framework. Black mountain stone with slight terrain, flowing water landscape, walls mirror-like shallow water features. Chinese parasol trees, red plums, and sculpted pines will serve as the main trees in the traditional landscape. Qing stone slabs, washed stones, and ancient-style pavements. As soon as you enter, it will be filled with the flavor of the new year. It embodies the liveliness and the memories of the people of Qingchuan. She drew another line. The second and third floors will feature exotic Spanish styles. High aesthetic appeal to monopolize the county's trendy spots and young consumers. Exotic embellishments and Spanish charm will enhance the atmosphere. Curved flower pots, ceramic flower art, seasonal bougainvillea, wrought iron landscape lights, arched flower frames, and tropical flower environments. Warm beige landscape structures. Upstairs and downstairs, two worlds. Downstairs for buying New Year's goods, upstairs for taking photos. The first floor makes money. The second floor attracts foot traffic. The third floor creates momentum. Three-dimensional pressure. Chun Sinian chimed in. The tower crown, we designed a combination of Chinese and Western styles for the tower crown. Chinese-style roof with a dome and a small decorative peak. It will be the highest point of the entire street, definitely a major photo spot. Lin Wei added, up close, that will be a scene of traditional Chinese liveliness. From a distance, it will resemble an exotic European town. A visual impact that is overwhelming. Yu Bing flipped to the second blueprint. The layout is crucial. Other commercial streets have many dead ends. People turn back halfway. We are different. One main axe, two cross streets, three core popular squares, and a circular corridor. She pointed at the blueprint, the main pedestrian street, the core route for making money and taking photos. 18 meters wide, a golden standard for trendy spots. An 8-meter wide central pedestrian main passage, unobstructed for fire safety, neither cramped nor too spacious. Each side will have a 5-meter wide landscape area for shops. Milk, tea, snacks, specialties, and New Year's goods will all be placed here. Total length from 320 to 350 meters, the most comfortable length for celebrating the new year in the county. Not too long to tire people out, just right to finish browsing. The secondary pedestrian street will be 10 to 12 meters wide, interspersed between buildings connecting to the main street. The entire district will have a circular flow. There will be no dead-end shops or last-place dead ends. All shop spaces will have equal value. 3 major trendy node squares. The entrance welcome square, 100 square meters, features a Chinese landscape wall with cascading water and a landmark logo. The New Year's opening ceremony, dragon and lion dances, stage performances, all happening here. The central trendy courtyard square, 800 square meters, will host markets. New Year's stalls, intangible cultural heritage crafts, live streaming hotspots at the core area. The end will feature a leisure landscape square, 600 square meters, with water features and pergolas. Rest areas will accommodate foot traffic at the end, preventing a deadened crowd. She closed the blueprint and looked at Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun go others set up stalls for excitement. Qingchun is landscape-oriented, culture, tourism-oriented, formalized, commercialized, a place for photos, a place for celebrating the new year, and sustainable. It is a top-tier county commercial IP. In the office, there was a 3-second silence. Yu Jiangwo spoke up. This girl didn't sleep all night drawing this. Jiang Chun looked at Yu Bing. 22 years old, a senior in college, yet to graduate. In one night, she invited top designers from the provincial capital and created this set of plans. He didn't know what to say, but he knew. This person is valuable. The designers went out, and Chun Sinian and Lin Wei took the blueprints to the site. 5 people remained in the office: Jiang Chun, Yu Jiangwo, Yu Bing, Su Qing, and Zhang Yue, along with Bai Shudong, who had been quietly listening nearby. Without speaking, she had been taking notes with her pen. Jiang Chun looked at Su Qing. Su Qing, that 100 million must be spent today. Su Qing nodded. I know. I prepared everything yesterday. She opened her phone and pulled up a stock list. These few can be purchased today. Jiang Chun glanced at it. Buy them all. Buy them all. 100 million, spread across 8 stocks, 12. 5 million each. The post-holiday returns. Jiang Chun said, all right. You handle it. Yu Jiangwo listened from the side, frowning slightly. Another 100 million. Jiang Chun didn't explain. He couldn't say. The system gave him 100 million. It must be spent today. If not, it will disappear. If he said that, they would probably send him to a mental hospital. Bai Shutong also listened in from the side. Her eyes widened again. Another 100 million. Just like that, without a blink. Su Qing laughed. I originally wanted to surprise you. I intentionally didn't contact you yesterday, just to see if you would be surprised when you saw us. Jiang Chun glanced at her. Surprised. It really is a surprise. Jiang Yu chimed in from the side. Brother, look how good Yu Bing is. She brought you a designer right away. How will you? Yu Bing's face turned red. Yeah, don't say that. Jiang Yu smiled even sweeter. I'm not joking, brother. Next, Qingshun is gathering for the construction of Fengqing Commercial Street. Let's ask Sister Yu Bing for help. She understands this the best. Jiang Chun looked at Yu Bing. Yu Bing also looked at him. Her eyes were bright, but she said nothing. She was waiting. Jiang Chun spoke up. Yu Bing, do you want to come to Qingshun? Yu Bing was taken aback. Come to Qingshun? Yes. Join us. Qingshun Investment Company. Yu Bing's eyes shone brighter. But she didn't agree immediately. Brother Jiang Chun, do you know what I studied? Construction engineering. Budgeting. Contract management. What I need the most right now is someone in this area. Jiang Chun looked at her. Qingshun Investment is urgently in need of project coordination. You coming would be perfect. Yu Bing took a deep breath. Okay, I'll come. Jiang Chun stood up. He walked to the whiteboard, picked up a pen, wrote a few lines. Everyone was watching him. The first line. Su Qing. Monthly salary 100,000. Commission 1. No performance deduction for losses. Su Qing glanced at it. She said nothing, but her hands were shaking. Not from excitement, but because she felt it was worth it. Yu Jiangwo nodded. Reasonable. Financial talent. This price is not high. The second line. Jiang Yu. Yu Bing. By Shutong. Monthly salary 50,000. Year-end bonus for half a year. By Shutong dropped her pen. 50,000. She had discussed 20,000 just 2 days ago. Now it's directly 50,000. 5 times. She opened her mouth. Wanted to say something. Jiang Qin spoke first. Shutong. Do you think it's too high, eh? By Shutong shook her head. No. I had agreed on 20,000 a couple of days ago. Jiang Qin looked at her. A couple of days ago. You only managed a few of us. From today, your scope of management is the entire Qingshun investment. Salary will be based on the position. This figure, it's not high. The third line. All employees will receive an extra month's salary for the new year, including regular staff. They will receive it upon joining. Spring Festival. The festival for Chinese people. It should be given. Yu Jiangwo looked at the whiteboard. Jiangqin, you really want to keep everyone here? Jiangqin smiled. He wrote another line. Everyone could see it. The fourth line. Company car. Porsche Panamera. Standard configuration. Shutong. Contact the provincial 4S store. Let them choose their own color. In the office it was eerily quiet. Then it exploded. Bai Shudong's face turned pale. Porsche Panamera. Standard configuration. Let them choose their own color. Su Qing spoke first. Jiangqin, are you trying to support us? With one sentence, several women turned red. Su Qing blushed. Jiang Yu turned red. Bai Shutong turned red. Yu Bing turned the reddest. She was 22. Her face was flushed to the neck. Jiang Yu lowered her head, but the corners of her mouth were upturned. She was thinking, if her brother could really be with these few, that would be quite good. Yu Jiangwo sat on the sofa, holding a teacup. His hands were shaking, not from anger, but because he felt bringing Yu Bing today might be a mistake. He originally wanted her to help. Once Jiang Qin's situation stabilized, she would return to her own company. Now this treatment, this car, this salary, they were not planning to let her go. He glanced at Yu Bing. Yu Bing lowered her head, did not look at him, but also did not say she wanted to leave. Yu Jiangwo sighed. He didn't know since when. He stood up, went out. He needed to calm down. Yu Bing waited for Yu Jiangwo to leave. Then she raised her head. Her face was still red, but her voice steadied. Brother Jiang Chun, there's one more thing. You speak. The house you bought yesterday. Yushan International. The Building King. The soft furnishings have all been replaced today. You can move in this afternoon. Jiang Chun was taken aback. Today? Yes. Today. Jiang Yu immediately jumped up. New house. I want to see the new house. She ran out. Found Jiang Shoshan, who was resting next door. Dad, let's go. To see the new house. Jiang Shoshan was chatting with Yu Jiangwo. Upon hearing about the new house, he stood up. New house? Which new house? Jiang Yu pulled him. Brother bought it. Yushan International. The Building King. Let's go. Jiang Shoshan glanced at Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun nodded. Dad, let's go. Let's take a look. The group went down from Qingshun Building. 2 cars. To Yushan International Community. The most upscale residential area in Qingchuan. The car drove through the gate, along the tree-lined road for 3 minutes. Stopped in front of an independent villa. Jiang Shoshan got out of the car. His legs were weak. Not from fear of heights, but from shock. The building area was over 800 square meters. The garden was 900 square meters. The basement had an additional area of over 300 square meters. The total building area was 1,100 square meters. Fully furnished. The garden was included with the model house. Rockery, flowing water, red plums, shaped pines, traditional Chinese style main landscape trees. Everything was complete. The entrance hall was 120 square meters. The new Chinese style soft furnishings were all replaced. Solid wood furniture, genuine leather sofas, marble floors, Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, the entire garden was in view. In the distance, in the direction of Hachong Street, faintly one could see red lanterns. Jiang Shoshan stood in the middle of the living room, turned around again. Then, sat down on the sofa. Did not get up. Jiang Yu squatted in front of him. Dad, do you like it? Jiang Shoshan nodded. He said nothing. His eyes were red. Jiang Yu took him to see every room. Master bedroom, secondary bedroom, study, tea room, cloakroom, all of them. Basement, over 300 square meters. Wine cellar, audiovisual room, gym area, storage room, all complete. Jiang Shoshan finished viewing the last room. He stood in the garden, looking at the 900 square meters of yard. His mouth was agape, unable to close. Shaner, is this our home? Jiang Chen nodded. Yes, our home. Tears fell from Jiang Shoshan's eyes. He didn't wipe them away, just let them fall. In this lifetime, it was worth it. At noon, Yu Jiangwo also had a house in Yushan International, right next to Jiang Chen's building. He treated Jiang Chen, Jiang Yue, and Jiang Shoshan to a meal. The chef had already prepared a full table. Local Qingchuan dishes, cured meat, free-range chicken, fresh fish, dried bamboo shoots, all substantial dishes. Yu Jiangwo raised his wine glass. Brother Jiang, today's meal is to celebrate the opening of the New Year goods street. Second, to thank you for taking care of Binger and Qing girl. Jiang Shoshan couldn't speak, only nodded. Good, good, good. Yu Jiangwo smiled, looking at Jiang Chun. After the meal, we will sign the contract. Jiang Chen nodded. All right, after the meal. In the study, Yu Jiangwo took out a contract from the safe. Wyndham Hotel, equity transfer. The formal contract. Jiang Chen read through it. No issues. Signed. Yu Jiangwo put away the contract. Then, he didn't leave. He looked at Jiang Chen. His expression changed. No longer smiling, but serious. Jiang Chen, there's one more thing. You speak. Yu Jiangwo took a deep breath. There's still 20 of the Wyndham equity left with me. I want to pledge this 20 to you. Jiang Chen looked at him. To borrow another 60 million. Jiang Chen said nothing. Yu Jiangwo's voice lowered. I need to ensure the delivery of the buildings. The funding chain is about to break. If it weren't for reaching this point, I wouldn't have spoken up. Jiang Chen looked at him for 3 seconds. Loan. Yu Jiangwo's eyes were red. Thank you. Jiang Chen took out his phone. Jiang Yu, come in. Jiang Yu pushed the door and came in. Jiang Chen said, loan procedures. Equity pledge. You'll handle the connection. Jiang Yu nodded. Within 3 days, 60 million will be credited. Yu Jiangwo held Jiang Chen's hand for a long time before leaving the study. Jiang Shoshan couldn't wait any longer. Chainer, let's go. Home. Pick up your mother. Move house. Jiang Chen smiled. All right, let's go. Yu Jiangwo stood up. Brother Jiang, I will go with you. Let me help. Jiang Shoshan nodded. Good, good. Yu Jiangwo smiled. He claimed to help with the move, but in reality, he wanted to see this young man who could produce several billion without batting an eye within just a few days. He was very curious. Very curious. 3 cars. Jiang Chen's Mercedes GLS was in. Following behind were Yu Jiangwo's Maybach and a business car borrowed from Yushan International. Yu Bing and Su Qing were in the car. Jiang Chen's voice came through the Bluetooth. Yu Bing, what do you think about the construction company? Yu Bing picked up. Brother Jiang, I have resources. What resources? No need to register anew. Just buy directly. Buy a qualified one. Level 2 construction. Level 1 municipal. Level 2 decoration. A complete set of qualifications. Ready to use. Can be directly undertaken by our own company. No need to wait for new registration to process qualifications. That would take too long. Jiang Chen fell silent for 2 seconds. How much? Yu Bing thought for a moment, clean including the company with qualifications. About 2 million. Look at the target. Jiang Chen said buy it. You choose. Get it done within 3 days. Yu Bing replied, okay. Yu Jiangwo's car followed at the back. He remained silent. But he was thinking. Wyndham. 100 million. Qingshan building. Several tens of millions. Qingshan Huiji. Several tens of millions. New Year's Good Street. All free. At least several hundred million. Stocks. 200 million principal. Made over 100 million. Lent to himself. 60 million. At the benchmark interest rate. Added together 3 to 400 million. 3 to 400 million. What kind of family did he come from? He glanced at the car in front driven by Jiang Shoshan. An honest man. Not much to say. Nothing particularly special. But Jiang Chen, he was different. Completely different. Yu Jiangwo's curiosity was piqued. In the back seat, Yu Bing and Su Qing were also thinking. Yu Bing looked out the window. The road was getting narrower. More and more dilapidated. From asphalt road to cement road. From cement road to a bumpy dirt road. Sister Qing, do you think Brother Jiang lived in such a place when he was young? Su Qing leaned back in her seat. Looking at this road, it doesn't seem like a place where rich people live. Yu Bing, he is so wealthy. His family shouldn't be poor, right? Su Qing laughed lightly. Wealth is present. Who knows about the childhood? The two exchanged curious glances. Both were very curious. Very curious. After more than 10 minutes they arrived in the village. The Mercedes GLS stopped at the entrance of the yard. Jiang Chun got out of the car. Jiang Yu got out of the car. Yu Bing and Su Qing stepped out of the business car, one on each side, walking alongside Jiang Chun while still chatting about stocks. Talking about construction. Discussing qualifications. Two beauties. One mature like wine. One clear like spring water. Walking side by side with Jiang Chun. The scene was beautiful. But not everyone thought so. In the yard, Li Xiaofan had already finished her meal. She sat in the living room, but she was not alone. Liu Hong was there. After Jiang Chun left in the morning, she hadn't left. She had been pestering Li Xiaofan. Auntie, I've been in a relationship with Jiang Chun for 5 years. You can't just let him abandon me like this. Auntie, I know I was wrong. Please help me talk to Jiang Chun. Auntie, I will change in the future. I will treat Jiang. Li Xiaofan felt helpless with her pestering. But she didn't drive her away. After all, they shared a history. After all 5 years. Her heart softened. Just then, footsteps sounded from outside. Liu Hong immediately stood up and tidied her hair. The person she was waiting for had returned. The door opened. Jiang Chun walked in followed by 2 women. Liu Hong saw them, one on each side. 2 beauties. One in a beige coat, mature and noble. One in a light gray down jacket, young and beautiful. Both walked alongside Jiang Chun. They were both talking to Jiang Chun, discussing stocks and construction. Their relationship was very close. Liu Hong's eyes brightened. It was not jealousy. It was calculation. She saw women beside Jiang Chun. She did not retreat. She advanced. She wanted Jiang Chun to see. Old friends understand him the most. Newcomers are just decorations. She quickly walked up, leaning towards Jiang Chun. Chun. Her hand was just about to touch Jiang Chun's sleeve. A figure suddenly stepped out. Su Qing. She moved sideways, firmly blocking Jiang Chun's front. Her slender white arms stretched out. It accurately separated them. Not a degree off. Completely severing Liu Hong's approach. Her expression turned cold, her eyes devoid of warmth. Her tone was as cold as ice. Every word was clear. Who are you? Liu Hong's hand was stiff in midair, caught in a dilemma. The deliberately forced, gentle smile on her face instantly froze. I am Jiang Chen's ex-girlfriend. Jiang Yu stepped forward half a step. Standing beside Su Qing, her tone light, yet filled with certainty, directly exposing her, without giving her any chance to hide. Liu Hong's face turned pale. She hurriedly reined in her panic, forcing out a wronged and weak look. She looked up at Jiang Chun, her eyes brimming with moisture. Feigning pity. Chun, I know you're still angry with me. I've really changed. After 5 years of relationship, do you really want to erase everything? 5 years of relationship. Jiang Chun finally spoke. His voice was calm and unperturbed, yet it carried an extreme sense of distance. He thoroughly interrupted her act of pity. He looked down at the woman pretending to be weak in front of him, his eyes showing no ripple, only indifference. You were the one who weighed the pros and cons and walked away back then. You despised my ordinary background and my lack of achievements. Now that I am thriving, you turned back, pretending to be deeply attached. A single sentence tore apart all of Liu Hong's pretenses. Liu Hong trembled all over. Her face turned ashen in an instant. Her lips quivered, unable to maintain the act of being wronged any longer. Yu Bing slowly spoke. Her voice was gentle, yet it carried an undeniable authority, each word hitting the mark. Relationships require mutual effort, not a one-sided retreat, where you can come and go as you please. Jiang Chen's present and future have nothing to do with your past. Su Qing followed up, her gaze cold and sharp, her tone decisive. Persistent entanglement is not affection, it's an intrusion. Jiang Yu crossed her arms, lightly laughing. Her voice was filled with sarcasm. Sticking to someone else's new circle and forcing your way in, mistaking lack of restraint for dedication. Sister, this isn't nostalgia, it's lack of vision. My brother is no longer someone you can cling to. The three took turns speaking, their presence layering upon Liu Hong like a pressure cooker, gentle yet sharp. With every word precisely shattering Liu Hong's psychological defenses, leaving her nowhere to escape. Li Xiaofan, sitting aside, also fully awakened at this moment. She retracted her underlying compassion. Her face darkened. Liu Hong, Annie has kept you for a moment due to our past. That is kindness, not obligation. You and Jiang Chun have long ended. This is where it stops today. Don't come back to the house to pester him again. Finally, Jiang Chun delivered the final verdict. His tone was indifferent and cold. There was no room for negotiation. Leave immediately. From now on, do not disturb my family and life again. All retreat routes were completely blocked. The atmosphere in the room crushed everyone. Liu Hong's carefully disguised weakness and schemes shattered completely. She looked at the few people whose presence radiated power before her. There was no longer any confidence to entangle. She lost all face. She could only clench her fists tightly and awkwardly retract her hand that was frozen in midair. With her head down, she quickly exited the courtyard deflated. Li Xiaofan stood at the door watching the direction in which Liu Hong had disappeared. She let out a long breath. It felt like something that had been pinned up for 5 years had finally been released. She turned around, her gaze naturally falling on Yu Bing and Su Qing. The two girls stood in the courtyard. One was gentle, and the other was cool. Both were beautiful, stunningly so. Li Xiaofan, having experienced life, could tell. She looked at their eyes, not their faces. Yu Bing's eyes occasionally drifted towards Jiang Chun, then quickly returned. Pretending to look elsewhere, Su Qing's gaze was less obvious, but deeper. Her eyes never left Jiang Chun. It wasn't the quilt she was looking at, but the person holding the quilt. Li Zufan's heart skipped a beat. Then an indescribable joy surged from her heart. She recalled what Jiang Yu had said earlier, someone likes my brother. In the living room, Jiang Chun walked up to, Mom, let's go. We're moving to a new house at Yushan International. An independent villa. 1,100 square meters. A 900 square meter garden. A 300 square meter basement. It's yours. Li Xiaofan was stunned. Wah. What? Jiang Chun smiled. Let's go. You'll see when we get there. Li Xiaofan stood up, her hands trembling. It wasn't fear, but disbelief. Jiang Yu supported her. Mom, let's go. Brother bought us a big villa. However, Yu Jiangwo did not rush to get in the car. He was looking at the house. Jiang Chen's old house. 2 stories. Brick structure. The outer walls were unpainted, exposing the red bricks clearly. Next door, the neighbor's house had at least been painted white. This one wasn't even painted. The windows were ordinary aluminum alloy, not the breakbridge type, the cheapest kind. The floor was concrete. There were no tiles laid, no epoxy done, it was just a cement floor. Inside, the walls were whitewashed, but there were cracks in the corners and water stains on the ceiling. If there was anything different, it was this. Compared to the neighbor's house, it was worse. Yu Jiangwo stood in the courtyard looking at this house, calculating. How much has Jiang Chun spent these days? Wyndham, 328 million. Qing Chun building the entire building, several tens of millions. Qing Chin Huijia buying it plus renovations, another several tens of millions. New Year Good Street, free for the entire venue, 5 kilograms of eggs vouchers, benefits, at least several million. Lending to himself, 60 million. Stocks, 200 million. Principal, over 100 million. Profit. Altogether 8 to 900 million. Coming out of this house with unpainted outer walls. Yu Jiangwo glanced at Jiang Shoshan, who was moving a woven bag, 1 bag of clothes, 1 bag of quilts. Just these. Moving house, and only bringing this little. Yu Jiangwo's mouth opened slightly. He couldn't speak. He turned to look at Jiang Chun, who was helping his mother move the quilt. The quilt was old, a cotton quilt washed to a pale white. Jiang Chun held it, as if it were a treasure. Yu Jiangwo took a deep breath. He suddenly understood something. A person who came from poverty understands poverty differently. Yu Jiangwo's eyes felt a bit hot. He stepped forward. Brother Jiang, I'll help carry it. Jiang Shoshan glanced at him. Okay. The things were moved, but Yu Bing and Su Qing did not get in the car. They were looking at the house after Liu Hong left. The two began to evaluate from the courtyard to the living room, from the living room to the stairs. Yu Bing stood in the middle of the living room looking at the concrete floor. Looking at the yellowed walls. This is where Jiang Chun brother lives. Su Qing was also looking, her expression very calm. But there was something in her gaze. Jiang Yu had already gone upstairs to tidy up her room. Yu Bing and Su Qing did not follow. They looked towards Jiang Chen's room. The door was open. Inside was very simple. A bed, a makeshift wooden desk, not a proper desk, just a few planks, resting on 2 bricks. A few wooden stools. On the wall was a yellowed class schedule. That was all. Just these. But both of their gazes were fixed on that bed. Yu Bing walked over, sitting on the edge of the bed, pressing down. It was soft. Sister Su Qing, this bed is so soft. Su Qing also walked over, sitting on the other side, pressing down as well. Indeed soft. How can it be so soft? Yu Bing lifted the quilt. Underneath was a thin cotton quilt, old and washed to pale white. She lifted the thin cotton quilt again, her hand stopped. Below was straw. Layer upon layer, thick and neatly laid. On top of the straw was a layer of old cloth. Only then came the thin cotton quilt. On top of the thin cotton quilt was the quilt, now covering it. 3 layers. Straw, old cloth, thin cotton quilt, new quilt. 4 layers. Yu Bing's eyes widened. Sister Su Qing. Look. Su Qing leaned over, seeing the straw, and was also stunned. This is a bed made of straw. Yu Bing reached out to touch the straw. It was dry, soft, and smelled of sunshine. No wonder it's so soft. So much thick straw underneath. Su Qing picked up the thin cotton quilt. Flipping it over, there were patches. The 2 women sat on Jiang Chen's bed, examining his straw bed as if it were a rare treasure. They had never seen anything like it. City dwellers, where had they seen a bed made of straw? They slept on latex mattresses, memory foam. They had Sealy mattresses. Jiang Chen slept on straw, but the straw was softer than Sealy. Jiang Chun went upstairs and saw the 2 women sitting on his bed. One was touching the straw, and the other was looking at the patches. His face turned red from his neck to the roots of his ears. What are you Doing. Yu Bing looked up at him, her eyes bright. Jiang Chen, brother, did you sleep on this kind of bed since you were a child? Jiang Chen stood at the door, not knowing where to put his hands. Yeah, I slept on it since I was little. Su Qing also looked up. Made of straw? Underneath. Yeah, my mom made it. Every autumn, we go to the fields to collect straw, dry it, and lay it on the bedboards. Warm in winter, breathable in summer. Yu Bing's hand was still touching the straw. So soft. Softer than my mattress. Jiang Chen replied, that's different. Straw is alive. It can breathe. Su Qing laughed. You understand quite well. Jiang Chen said nothing. Jiang Yu came out of her room and saw this scene, the two sitting on her brother's bed studying the straw and the patches, their eyes shining. Her own room was right next door, clean and tidy. 10 times better than Jiang Chen's room. But they didn't even glance at it, completely focused on studying her brother's straw bed. Jiang Yu leaned against the doorframe. The corner of her mouth curled up. She guessed something, but she didn't say. Yu Zhangwo also came up. He was originally here to help move things. He reached the door of Jiang Chen's room and saw the scene inside. Yu Bing was touching the straw. Su Qing was inspecting the patchwork. Jiang Chen stood at the door blushing. He did not go in. He stood outside. He looked at the bed. He looked at the thin quilt with patches. He looked at the layer of straw. His eyes became wet. It wasn't because of the straw. It was because he remembered his childhood. He had also slept on such a bed. A few siblings. One bed. Straw underneath. An old quilt covering them. In winter it was cold enough to shiver. In summer it was too hot to sleep. He glanced at Yu Bing. Then looked at Su Qing. The two girls grew up in a honey jar. The young ladies of the city. The daughters of the provincial capital. They had never seen such a bed. They found it fresh. They felt curious. They thought it was incredible. But Yu Zhangwo knew. This curiosity did not come from disdain. It was, they were getting to know Jiang Chen through this bed. Getting to know the one who came out from the straw bed. Getting to know the one who now had a fortune of several hundred million, yet still clung to an old quilt. Yu Zhangwo's heart sank slightly. It wasn't sinking. It was heavy. Because he saw the gaze of his two nieces. That kind of gaze he was too familiar with. It was curiosity. It was heartache. It was wanting to get closer. The two girls were both attracted to Jiang Chen. Yu Zhangwo took a step back. Did not go in. He turned and went downstairs. His mind was racing. This matter needed to be discussed with his elder brother. It needed to be told to his sister. Downstairs, Jiang Shoshan had already finished moving the items. 2 woven bags. 1 bag of clothes. 1 bag of quilts. That's all. Li Xiaofan was holding the old quilt, unwilling to let go. I've covered this quilt for over 10 years. It's comfortable to sleep with. I'm not used to a new quilt. Yu Zhangwo walked over. He looked at the old quilt, watched for 3 seconds, then smiled. Sister-in-law, the quilts in the new house are better than this one. But this bed, you keep it. Use it if you want to. Li Xiaofan nodded. Okay. She still could only say okay. But her hands never let go of that quilt. All of this was seen by one person, Zhang Hao. He had just returned from playing cards outside. When he saw Jiang Chen's Mercedes GLS parked at the gate, he thought about changing cars. Unexpectedly, he saw Liu Hong being driven away. He also saw the 2 women next to Jiang Chen. One mature, one pure. Both were beautiful. Beautiful enough to take his breath away. Especially the pure one. Yu Bing. He recognized her. Last time at Wuyi Road Pedestrian Street, in the provincial capital. Yu Bing had linked her arm with Jiang Chen's, claiming to be Jiang Chen's girlfriend. Since then he could not forget her. Too beautiful. Beautiful enough to keep him awake at night. Beautiful enough to argue countless times with his girlfriend Zhou Li. Look at Jiang Chen's girlfriend. Now look at you. Can't you learn from her? Zhou Li cried out of anger. But he didn't care. He just wanted someone. Now Yu Bing was right in front of him. In person. Even more beautiful. Beautiful enough to make his legs weak. He didn't dare approach her. He turned and ran. Jiang Hao ran home. His mother Ma Zhaodi was there. His girlfriend Zhou Li just happened to go back to her own home today. No one stopped him. He gathered his courage. Mom, I need to tell you something. Ma Zhaodi was cracking sunflower seeds. Go ahead. I have my eyes on a girl. Ma Zhaodi stopped eating seeds. Who? Jiang Chen's girlfriend. Yu Bing. Ma Zhaodi's eyes lit up. Is it the one you mentioned last time? The one from the provincial capital? Yes. It's her. Mom, she's too beautiful. I've never seen anyone this beautiful in my life. Ma Zhaodi put down the sunflower seeds. Then go pursue her. I can't catch up. She is Jiang Chen's. Then have Jiang Chen give her to you. Jiang Hao was stunned. Give her to me. Your father is Jiang Manjin, Jiang Shaoshan's elder brother. An elder brother is like a father. Your grandfather is no longer around. Jiang Shoshan has to listen to your father. Jiang Chen has to listen to Jiang Shoshan. You just have your father talk to him. Would Jiang Chen dare not listen? Jiang Hao's eyes lit up. Right? How did I not think of that? He pulled Ma Zhaodi. Mom, you talk to Dad. Let him go find Jiang Chen. Have Jiang Chen give Yu Bing to me. Ma Zhaodi thought for a moment. Okay, I'll tell your dad. A girl as beautiful as this. If she could become our daughter-in-law, that would be a blessing we've earned over 8 generations. 10 minutes later, Jiang Manjin, Ma Zhaodi, Jiang Hao. The three of them arrived at Jiang Shaoxin's house. Jiang Manjin had his hands behind his back. His expression was very serious. It was like he was here to discuss something important. Upon entering, he saw Jiang Shaoxin. Here, I have something to discuss with you. Call Jiang Chen here too. Seeing his brother being so serious, Jiang Shaoxin thought something big had happened. Brother, what's going on? It's a big deal. Just call Jiang Chen here. Jiang Shaoxin did not dare to delay. He immediately went upstairs and called Jiang Chen. The three sat down in Jiang Chen's room. Jiang Manjin sat in the main seat. Jiang Shaoxin sat beside him. Jiang Chen leaned back on the sofa saying little. Jiang Manjin cleared. Jiang Chen, we came today to discuss something with you. Jiang Chen glanced at him. Said nothing. Jiang Manjin continued. I heard that. Jiang Chen currently has 2 women with him. One is named Su Qing. The other is Yu Bing. Jiang Chen still said nothing. Jiang Manjin took a deep breath. He said, Jiang Chen, your brother Jiang Hao is infatuated with Yu Bing. You should be able to find a girlfriend in the future as well. Just let your brother have Yu Bing. He paused. His tone became self-evident. Such a beautiful girl. You are not worthy of her. She is more suited for your brother Jiang Hao. Jiang Shaoxin's mind exploded with a bang. He looked at his own brother, unable to believe his ears. Jiang Chen was also stunned for a second. Then, he smiled. A light smile. But that smile was colder than not smiling. He looked at Jiang Manjin, then glanced at Jiang Hao. He only said one word. Get lost. Jiang Manjin's expression changed. Jiang Chen, I am your uncle. An elder brother is like a father. Your grandfather is no longer around. Your father has to listen to me. You, I said. Get lost. Jiang Chen stood up. Standing at 1.83 meters, he looked down at Jiang Manjin. His eyes were devoid of warmth. Uncle, I respect you as an elder. I call you uncle. But what you said today is the funniest joke I've ever heard in my life. You want me to give my girlfriend to Jiang Hao? Is he worthy? Jiang Manjin's face turned red. Not out of shame, but out of anger. Jiang Chen, don't go too far. I am your uncle. Jiang Chen didn't even glance at him. He said to Jiang Shaoxin, Dad, show him out. Jiang Shaoxin stood up. For the first time in his life, he said to his own brother, Brother, you should leave. Jiang Manjin's face turned iron blue. He did not expect that Jiang Shaoxin would not listen to him either. He gritted his teeth, walked out the door. Jiang Manjin's face remained iron blue. But he did not go far. He still had a backup plan. Jiang Manjin left. But Ma Zhaodi did not leave. She brought Jiang Hao. They circled to the back of the yard. Yu Bing and Su Qing were standing in the garden discussing matters related to the construction company. Ma Zhaodi walked up quickly. Her face was filled with smiles. Oh, you must be Yu Bing, right? You're so beautiful. I am Jiang Hao's mother. You know Jiang Hao, right? Jiang Chen's cousin. Handsome and talented. You young people should chat more. She pushed Jiang Hao in front of Yu Bing. Hao, hurry up and talk to the girl. Jiang Hao adjusted his collar, forcing a smile that he considered charming. Yu Bing, I am Jiang Hao. Let's add each other on WeChat. I'll treat you to dinner another day. Yu Bing looked at him, momentarily stunned. Then her expression turned cold. Get lost. Just one word, clean and decisive. Jiang Hao's smile froze. What did you say? Yu Bing looked at him, her tone calm, but lacking any politeness. I said. Get lost. Can't you understand human language? Ma Zhaodi was displeased. Hey girl, don't say that. What's wrong with my Hao? He is Jiang Chen's cousin. In the future, Jiang Chen's things will also include him. Being with him is better than being with Jiang Chen, right? Su Qing listened from the side. She smiled, but it was not a pleasant smile. It was the kind that asked, are you kidding me? She stepped forward, looking at Ma Zhaodi. Auntie, are you sick? Ma Zhaodi's face turned green. Who are you calling sick? Su Qing crossed her arms. Her tone was icy. I said your whole family is sick. Your uncle comes to ask Jiang Chen to give up his girlfriend, and your aunt comes to help her son steal someone else's partner. Do you think Jiang Chen is easy to bully? Or do you think we are easy to bully? Crazy. The last 2 words struck like a knife. It pierced Ma Zhaodi's face. Her mouth hung open, unable to utter a word. Jiang Hao stood beside her, his face alternating between red and pale. He looked at Yu Bing, but she didn't even glance at him. She was speaking to Su Qing. Sister Su Qing, let's go. Don't waste time with them. Su Qing nodded. Let's go. The two turned around and walked inside. Ma Zhaodi shouted from behind, You wait. Jiang Chen wouldn't dare disobey his uncle. Yu Bing didn't turn her head. Su Qing didn't either. Only Jiang Hao remained standing there. He watched Yu Bing's back, his eyes filled with unwillingness. At this moment, inside the room, Jiang Chen sat on the sofa while Jiang Shaoxin sat opposite him. The father and son remained silent for a long time. Jiang Shaoxin spoke first. Chena, your uncle. Jiang Chen interrupted him. Dad. No need to say more. From today on in this family, I make the decisions. It's the same for anyone who comes. Jiang Shaoxin looked at his son. He nodded slightly, saying nothing more. But his hand tightened. Not out of fear, but anger. He had been suppressed by his own brother all his life. Today his son stood up for him. Jiang Manjin had just left, and the yard was still not quiet. Someone else arrived at the door. It was the third uncle, Jiang Zhenxiang, and his wife Zhang Chuiying. Jiang Zhenxiang was in his 50s, dark and strong, not much of a talker. Zhang Chuiying was also dark and sturdy but quick-tongued. As soon as they entered the house, Zhang Chuiying called out, "Second sister-in-law, I heard from Xiao Jun that you're moving. I came to help." Li Xiofan came out to greet them. "Old third. Chuiying, what brings you here? I heard from the villagers that Chainer bought a big villa. You're moving, so we came to lend a hand." Zhang Chuiying glanced into the yard and saw a Mercedes GLS and a business van. She spotted Yu Bing and Su Qing standing in the garden, her eyes brightening. "Oh, second sister-in-law, who are these two girls? They're quite beautiful." Before Li Xiofan could respond, Jiang Yu ran out of the house. "Auntie, this is Sister Su Qing and Sister Yu Bing. They're both from my brother's company." Zhang Chuiying took Jiang Yu's hand. "Great. Chainer has become successful surrounded by such beautiful girls." She turned to Jiang Zhenxiang. "Look at Chainer. Now look at our family. All he does is mess around all day." Jiang Zhenxiang didn't respond. He noticed Jiang Shoshan standing at the door looking off. "Second brother, what's wrong? Why do you have such a grim face?" Jiang Shoshan opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything. He couldn't voice it. His own brother coming to ask his son to give up his girlfriend. How could he say that? Zhang Chuiying was a person who knew news traveled faster than the wind. Seeing Jiang Shoshan's expression and noticing the door to Jiang Chen's room was closed, she immediately sensed something was wrong. She grabbed Jiang Yue. "Yue, what happened? Did your uncle come by?" Jiang Yu glanced inside and lowered her. "Uncle just came and told my brother to give Yu Bing to Jiang Hao, claiming my brother isn't worthy, but Jiang Hao is worthy." Zhang Chuiying's eyes widened. "What? Let Chainer give up his girlfriend to Jiang Hao?" Jiang Yu nodded. "My brother said one. Get lost." Uncle left immediately, but Auntie took Jiang Hao to find Yu Bing. They were scolded away by Yu Bing and Su Qing. Zhang Chuiying's mouth dropped open. She turned to Jiang Zhenxiang. "Did you hear that?" Jiang Zhenxiang's face had already darkened. He placed the fruit box he was holding down. "Jiang Manjin, what does he think he is?" Jiang Zhenxiang stepped. Zhang Chuiying followed him. "What are you doing?" "Looking for Jiang Manjin." "What do you want with him?" "To ask, where's his face?" Zhang Chuiying grabbed him. "Wait. Let's hear what second brother has to say first." They returned to the room where Jiang Shoshan sat on the sofa. Jiang Chun leaned beside him. The father and son both fell silent. Jiang Zhenxiang stood at the door glancing at Jiang Shoshan, then at Jiang Chun. "Second brother Chainer, I've heard everything." Jiang Shoshan lifted his head. "Old third." Jiang Zhenxiang waved his hand. "Second brother, don't say anything. I know what you want to say. You want to say that family matters should not be aired in public. You want to say he is your own brother. You want to say to let it go. But I'm laying down the law today. This matter cannot be overlooked." He looked at Jiang Chun. "Chainer, you did well. Saying get lost was perfect." Jiang Chun looked at his third uncle. He nodded slightly. "Thank you, third uncle." Jiang Zhenxiang waved his hand. "No need for thanks. I'm your third uncle, not someone like Jiang Manjin." Zhang Chuiying could no longer hold back. She plopped down in a chair and started cursing. "That old thing Jiang Manjin has no shame. Asking someone to give up their girlfriend. Why doesn't he give up his own wife? Ma Zhaodi too. What kind of family? The uncle comes to snatch people, and the aunt goes to steal partners. The upper beam is not straight, and the lower beam is crooked. Jiang Hao that good for nothing. Gambling and playing cards, not learning anything. All day long just looking at other people's things. Does he deserve it?" The more she spoke, the angrier she became. "Let me tell you back when we divided the family. Jiang Manjin took 2 more acres of land. You didn't say anything, and I didn't either, but that doesn't mean we forgot. Now it's good seeing Chainer succeed. They come to take advantage again. Taking advantage is one thing, but to also snatch someone's girlfriend. Does he think the whole world should revolve around him?" Jiang Zhenxiang listened to her cursing and added, "Second brother, I'll say something unpleasant. You've tolerated Jiang Manjin your whole life. Enough. Today Chainer saying that get lost was good. From now on this family will be decided by Chainer. It won't matter who comes. If Jiang Manjin dares to come again, you tell me. I'll go speak to him. I'm not Chainer, who I won't say get lost. I'll make him know what it means to be humiliated. I will make him understand what it means to be ashamed." After finishing her scolding, half of her anger dissipated. Zhang Chuiying stood up. "All right. Let's not talk about those unpleasant things. Second sister-in-law, let's move. I came here to help with the move." She glanced at the car in the yard. "Oh dear. The Mercedes-Benz GLS. Chainer, this car is truly impressive." She then looked at Yu Bing and Su Qing. "These 2 girls are quite lovely. Chainer has good taste." She walked up to Yu Bing. "Young lady, your name is Yu Bing, right? Don't pay attention to Jiang Hao. He's just a toad, wanting to eat swan meat. Don't take it to heart." Yu Bing chuckled. "Thank you, third aunt. I didn't take it to heart." Zhang Chuiying patted her hand. "Good child. If anyone bullies you in the future, just tell third aunt. Although I may not have much ability, I can still scold them." Su Qing listened from the side. She also laughed. This third aunt is interesting. She says she'll do it, and then gets it done. Jiang Zhenxiang is in charge of moving the large items, while Zhang Chuiying handles the smaller ones. Jiang Yu helps with packing. Li Xiufan stands at the door watching the busy yard, her eyes reddening again. But this time it's not out of sadness. It's warmth. The elder brother comes to take people, and the third brother comes to help. It's obvious who the real family is. Jiang Chun stands on the second-floor balcony, watching below. Third uncle is moving boxes. Third aunt is directing. Jiang Yu is running around. Yu Bing and Su Qing are helping with packing. His phone vibrated. Bai Shutong sent a message. I've contacted the 4S dealership. For Panameras. The colors have been chosen. They will be delivered in the afternoon. Jiang Chun replied with one word, good. He then put down his phone watching his busy third uncle and third aunt in the yard. His heart was steady. If his uncle wants to take, then let him take. If he can take it away, that's his skill. But he won't be able to take it away. 1 hour later, the items were moved out. 3 vehicles. The Mercedes-Benz GLS and 2 vans. All in a grand procession. Heading towards Yushan International. To the new home of 1,100 square meters. Jiang Shoshan sat in the passenger seat of the Mercedes-Benz looking out the window. He hadn't said a word, but his hand was clenched. Not out of fear. But for the first time in his life, he felt his back straightening. At that moment in the Jiang Manjin household, Jiang Manjin sat in the main room. His face was ashen. Ma Zhaodi scolded from the side. That Jiang Chun has gotten too bold. He doesn't even put you as uncle in his eyes. Jiang Hao sat in the corner. He remained silent, but his eyes kept watching the doorway following Yu Bing's departure. Yushan International. The building king. The 3 vehicles stopped in front of the villa. The Mercedes-Benz GLS and the vans. Jiang Shoshan and Li Xiufan got out. They didn't bring much. 2 woven bags. 1 bag of clothes. 1 bag of quilts. That's all. Li Xiufan hugged her quilt tightly, refusing to let go. I've been using this quilt for over 10 years. It's comfortable to sleep with. I can't get used to a new one. Jiang Shoshan carried the bag of clothes. Not much in it, just a few pieces, all from the village. Zhang Chuiying watched from the side, muttering, second sister-in-law, is this all you're bringing? This big house has nothing. How can you live? Li Xiufan smiled, it's enough. Chainer said as long as we come, that's fine. The door opened. Jiang Chun entered the password. Fingerprint lock. Smart home. As the door opened, Jiang Shoshan stood at the entrance, unmoving. It's not that he didn't want to go in. It's that he didn't dare to enter. It's too beautiful. The new Chinese-style decoration. Solid wood furniture. Genuine leather sofa. Marble floor. Every room is spotless. Everything is here. Jiang Yu pulled Li Xiufan towards the master bedroom. Mom, look. The bed is already made up. Li Xiufan walked over. She reached out to touch the sheets. Her hand paused. These aren't ordinary sheets. They are 120 thread long staple cotton. Silky and soft. Fitting snugly. She touched the comforter again. Goose down quilt. Fluffy, lightweight, warm. It's incomparably better than the cotton quilt she had used for over 10 years. Li Xiufan was stunned. Chainer, this quilt. Jiang Chun smiled. Mom, keep your old quilt as a keepsake. Try this one. Li Xiufan sat on the edge of the bed, touching it again and again, her eyes reddening. It's not sadness. It's the feeling that her son has thought of everything. She truly doesn't need to bring anything. Just bringing herself is enough. Jiang Shoshan also noticed. In the wardrobe, clothes were hung neatly. All new, bought in his size. Leather shoes. Casual shoes. Sports shoes. 3 pairs. All in his size. He picked up a pair of leather shoes, turned them over to have a look. Genuine leather. Hand-stitched. He had never worn such good shoes in his life. Jiang Shaoshan's hands trembled. Chainer, how much did these cost? Jiang Chun replied, Dad, not much. Zhang Chuiying and Jiang Zhenxiang toured the villa. First floor, second floor, third floor. Basement. Garden. They looked at everything. Zhang Chuiying stood in the garden gazing at the 900 square meter yard. Rockery. Flowing water. Red plum. Shaped pine. Her mouth gaped open, unable to close. Head of the family. This is a house. This is a palace, right? Jiang Zhenxiang remained silent. He stood in the living room looking at the crystal chandelier above, the paintings on the walls and the marble floor. He had never been to such a place. He turned to Jiang Shoshan. Second brother, your life has been worth it. Jiang Shoshan stood by the floor-to-ceiling window. Looking at the garden outside, he nodded. Worth it. Zhang Chuiying held Li Xiufan's hand. Second sister-in-law. Let me tell you, if I could also live in such a house in this life, it would be worth it, even if I died. Li Xiufan smiled. Chuiying, it will happen. Jiang Chun stood on the second-floor balcony, watching below. Third uncle was wandering in the garden. Third aunt was feeling the sofa in the living room. His gaze changed. It was no longer the gaze of a guest, but that of a family member. Third uncle had raised Jiang Chun like a son since he was young. Later, when Xiao Jun was born, whatever Xiao Jun had, he had too. When Xiao Jun wore new clothes, he wore new clothes. When Xiao Jun had pocket money, he had pocket money. They never let themselves feel like outsiders. This included his younger sister Jiang Yu. Moreover, during the year he went to university when the family could not produce the tuition, Jiang Shoshan borrowed from all over the village. He couldn't borrow enough. It was third uncle who sold the pigs the family raised and put the money in Jiang Shaoshan's hands. Jiang Chun and Jiang Yu were both studying. The family really couldn't spare any money. Third uncle and third aunt took turns sending money to the siblings. 300 one month, 500 the next. He walked downstairs. Approaching Jiang Zhenxiang and Zhang Chuiying, he stood firm. Third uncle, third aunt. Jiang Zhenxiang turned around. Chainer, what's wrong? Jiang Chen looked at them silent for 3 seconds, then spoke. If it weren't for you, I don't know how hard my college life would have been. Perhaps Jiang Yu and I would have dropped out long ago. Jiang Xinqiang's hands trembled. Chainer, don't say that. It was all out of obligation. Jiang Chen shook his head. It's not obligation. It's because you cared for my sister and me. I have remembered this kindness for 10 years. He took a deep breath. Today? About this house, which one do you like? Just choose. Consider it a gift from us siblings to you. Consider it a return for all the care you've given us over the years. Jiang Zhenxiang and Zhang Chuiying shook their heads simultaneously. No, no. Jiang Zhenxiang said, Chainer, you have succeeded. Third uncle is happy for you. But this house we cannot accept. You have achieved success. Third uncle is happy for you. But this house we cannot take. Zhang Chuiying, exactly. You are not our biological child. How can we accept your house? If this gets out, what will others say about us? Jiang Chun was about to speak when Jiang Yu ran over holding a property brochure. Uncle San, Aunt San, please don't decline. My brother said he would give it to you. Choose whatever you want. This one. She opened the brochure and pointed at the floor plan. Look. This one. 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. 120 square meters. Suitable for you. Zhang Chuiying waved her hand. No, no. It's too big. We can't live in such a large place. Jiang Yu flipped the page. Then how about this one? 2 bedrooms and 1 living room. 90 square meters. It's smaller, but it's also in Yushan International. The environment is nice. Jiang Zhenxiang still shook his head. Yeah, don't trouble yourself. We really can't accept it. Your brother's income isn't easy to come by. We can't take advantage of him. Jiang Yu glanced at Jiang Chun. He said nothing, but his gaze was resolute. It must be given. Jiang Yu, she held the brochure, pulling Zhang Chuiying through the villa area. Aunt San, take a look at this one. It's a duplex. The upper unit has a terrace. You can see the garden from there. Zhang Chuiying took a glance, shook her head, and walked forward, stopping in front of a duplex villa. She paused, not moving. She stood there looking at the floor plan for a long time. 2 units connected with a garden. With her hand touching the edge of the brochure, she didn't put it down. Jiang Yu noticed. She said nothing and walked over to Jiang Chun. She gave him a glance. Jiang Chun looked over and saw Aunt San's expression, wanting it, but not daring. He was too familiar with this look. His mother used to have the same expression when looking at things. Jiang Chun walked over. Aunt San, do you like this one? Zhang Chuiying quickly put down the brochure. No. I was just looking. Jiang Chun picked up the brochure. This one. It's a duplex. 2 connected units. Upper unit for you and Uncle San. Lower unit for Xiao Jun. I've bought both units. Tears streamed down Zhang Chuiying's face. Chainer. This isn't appropriate. Jiang Chun said, Aunt San. Xiao Jun is working with me now. He will also live here. You all should live here together. It's a family looking at. This is how a family should be. Jiang Yu chimed in. Aunt San, please don't decline. Xiao Jun has been getting close to our company receptionist Lin Xiaoyan these days. I think good things are coming soon. Zhang Chuiying's tears had not dried, yet her eyes lit up. Really? Xiao Jun has a girlfriend. He hasn't even told us. Jiang Zhenxiang said beside her, not speaking, but his lips were curling upwards, unable to contain his joy. Jiang Chun had made up his mind. Both duplex units were to be purchased. Yu Bing walked over. Brother Jiang Chun, let me check the price for this duplex. She took out her phone and dialed a number. Yu Jiangwo. The call connected. Yu Bing got straight to the point. The duplex at Yushan International. 2 connected units. With standard decoration. What price can you? Yu Jiangwo laughed on the other end of the line. Binger, you spoke first. How could your second uncle not accommodate you? Upper unit 150, lower unit 180. This is the bottom line. Any lower, and he'll be at a loss. Yu Bing glanced at Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun nodded. Okay, that's the price. Let's sign the contract. He hung up. Jiang Yu had already called the salesperson over. 3 minutes. The contract was placed on the table. Jiang Zhenxiang and Zhang Chuiying sat on the sofa, their hands trembling. Not out of fear, but disbelief. 2 properties. It was set. The upper unit for them, the lower unit for Xiao Jun. Full payment, no loan. Zhang Chuiying held the pen, but couldn't write. Jiang Chun took the pen, placed it in her hand. Aunt San, write. This is your home with Uncle San. Zhang Chuiying's tears fell again. But this time she wrote. The contract was signed. Jiang Chun sat on the sofa looking at his uncle and aunt. Uncle San, Aunt San. There's one more thing. What is it? Xiao Jun is already working with me. After the new year, you and Aunt San don't need to work outside anymore. Jiang Zhenxiang was taken aback. Not work. Then what will we do? You can work with me. Property management or logistics, whatever works. Living in Yushan International, you can also be with my parents. A family together. Jiang Xinqiang's lip, unable to speak. Zhang Chuiying had already turned into a person crying tears. Chainer. What? What should I say? Jiang Qin smiled. You don't need to say anything. Living here is the best. Just then his phone vibrated. Bai Shutong sent a message. President Jiang, the car, 4 Porsche Panameras. The colors have been selected. And 1 Mercedes-Benz S680 Starry Sky Edition, just for you. Jiang Chen took a glance and smiled. Let's go take a look. Jiang Yu was the first to jump up. Brother. The cars are here. My Panamera is here. Yage. Yu Bing stood up too. Is mine here too? Su Qing put down her phone. Let's go check out the cars. It was 3:38 in the afternoon. The sunlight was just right. The winter in Qingchuan City rarely had such good sun. A black Mercedes-Benz GLS drove from the direction of Yushan International, along the main road over the bridge, and turned the corner. Qingchen Building. Arrived. As the car turned into the parking lot in front of the building, Jiang Chen spotted it. 5 cars neatly parked in front of the building. In the middle, a black Maybach S680. The paint gleamed in the sunlight. It was so black and shiny like a mirror. To the left, 2 Porsche Panameras, 1 black and 1 matte gray. 2 Porsche Panameras, 1 midnight blue and 1 white. 5 cars lined up like 5 gemstones embedded at the entrance of Qingchen Building. Beside the parking lot stood 2 people. Bai Shutong and Jiang Xiaojun. Bai Shutong wore a black coat, holding a stack of documents. Jiang Xiaojun wore a jacket holding a phone. Both were staring at those 5 cars dumbfounded. The Mercedes-Benz GLS came to a stop. Jiang Chun got out of the car, and the 3 doors opened simultaneously. Jiang Yu, Su Qing, and Yu Bing. The 3 women got out of the car at the same time, all spotting the 5 cars. They all stopped quiet for 3 seconds then. Jiang Yu was the first to shout. Brother, my car. She pointed at the midnight blue Panamera. Her eyes were shining not from the reflection, but genuinely glowing. Yu Bing also saw it, the black Panamera. It stood there quietly as if waiting for her. She didn't call out, but the corners of her mouth lifted. Su Qing noticed the matte gray Panamera. She didn't call out either, just walked over, reached out, touched the car body, then nodded. Not bad. Bai Shutong. She hurried over. President Jiang, the cars have arrived. The 4S shop delivered them at 3:15. Xiao Jun and I have been waiting for you here. She glanced at the white Panamera, which was also hers. Her hands trembled, but her face was smiling. Jiang Xiaojun did not follow them. He circled around the car, examining one after another, starting with the Maybach S680. He took another round, his mouth agape. Brother Chun. Is this the Maybach S680? The Intelligent Driving Starry Sky Edition? Jiang Chun walked over. Yes. Jiang Ziajin's hand reached out, wanting to touch it, but then withdrew. Can I touch it? Jiang Chun tossed him the key. Go ahead. Jiang Xiaojun rushed up, touching the engine hood, the car door, and the wheel hub, then squatted down to look at the chassis. Brother Chen, this car must be over 3 million, right? Jiang Chun did not answer, for Jiang Yu had already dashed in front of her midnight blue Panamera. Jiang Yu opened the car door, sat inside, closed the door, then opened it again. Brother. Real leather seats. Heated and ventilated. Panoramic sunroof. She touched the steering wheel, reluctant to get down. Yu Bing walked to the black Panamera, did not pull the door, but circled around first before finally opening it. She sat inside, adjusted the seat and the rearview mirror, sat quietly for 10 seconds, then got out and nodded. Thank you, Brother Jiang. Just 3 words, but her eyes were bright. Su Qing was the most straightforward, walking to the gray Panamera. She pulled the door, got in, closed it, started the engine, revved the accelerator, then turned it off, and got out. Not bad power. Just 4 words. That's enough. Bai Shutong stood in front of the white Panamera, did not dare to touch it. She glanced at Jiang Chun. President Jiang, do I really have one? Jiang Chun replied, it's yours. The license plate has been taken care of, it's in the glove compartment. Bai Shutong opened the glove compartment and found the vehicle registration and certificate. The maintenance manual was all there, and the name was hers. Bai Shutong's hands trembled, tears welling up in her eyes, but she did not let them fall. She took a deep breath, sat in the driver's seat, while Jiang Xiaojun still lingered in the showroom, unwilling to leave. The paint of the Maybach S680 shimmered under the spotlight, flowing with a liquid metallic sheen, while 4 Panameras were neatly arranged on either side, like 4 silent bodyguards. Jiang Xiaojun held his phone, circling the Maybach 3 times, then squatted down to take a photo of the wheel hub, stood up again to capture the car emblem, muttering, this car. I could photograph it for a whole year. Jiang Chun ignored him, taking the 4 women into the car and heading straight back to the office building. In the western part of the city, Chen Defa's New Year Goods Street. Chen Defa was sitting behind the stall, smoking one cigarette after another. 30 people had come today, just 30 in total. He counted on his fingers, stall fees, utilities, labor, adding up to a loss of 12,000 per day. At this rate, before the new year even began, he wouldn't be able to continue. His New Year Goods Street had been rented 3 months in advance. At that time, he and Liu Diqiu had agreed to push Zhou Fulai out of business. As long as they could rent his space ahead of time, leaving him with nowhere to set up the New Year goods business would naturally fail. The plan was perfect. They spent a lot of money to secure several plots of land in the western city and the old city's New Year goods street ahead of time. The rent wasn't cheap, but they didn't care, because as long as they could push Zhou Fulai out, the New Year business in this area would be theirs. But they hadn't counted on one person, Jiang Chun, the unexpected powerhouse who emerged halfway. Not only did he prevent Zhou Fulai from leaving, but overnight, he built a New Year goods street in the eastern city that they had never dreamed of. In the old city, Liu Diqiu's New Year goods street was even worse. 20 people. Liu Diqiu squatted at the street corner, watching the line of people in the direction of the eastern city, his eyes turning red. That street belonged to Jiang Chun. Qingchen Hui gathered. A New Year goods street. The entire venue was free, not charging a penny. It was a sea of people. 5 pounds of egg whites were given away. Liu Diqiu had been in the New Year goods business for 15 years and had never seen such a tactic. This wasn't business, this was burning money. What made him even more despairing was, they could afford to burn money. He looked down at his street. An empty lot. A few rows of iron shacks. There were oil stains on the ground. Garbage nearby. Not even a place to shield from the wind. And what about the eastern city? Uniform awnings. Heating equipment. Hot water stations. Rest areas. Property management on duty 24 hours. Trash cans every 20 meters. Comprehensive surveillance. Liu Diqiu had not been willing to spend this money in 15 years. Jiang Chun had set it all up in one night. One night, Liu Diqiu extinguished the cigarette in his hand vigorously. In the western city, a small restaurant at noon, the two finally sat down together. Chen Defa and Liu Diqiu. 2 people. For dishes. 2 bottles of wine. This time it wasn't about drinking. It was about plotting. Chen Defa spoke first. Old Liu, we can't wait any longer. There are only a few days until the new year. If we wait any longer, we'll have to close down. Liu Diqiu nodded, his face pale. I know. But how do we do it? They're free. We have to pay rent. Chen Defa's eyes darkened. We don't compete on the basis of free. What do we compete on? We compete on tactics. Chen Defa slammed his cup down on the table. I refuse to believe that Zhou Fulai and that Jiang Chen kid can turn the tables. A hint of fierce determination flashed in Liu Diqiu's eyes. Let's do it. The two clinked glasses. They didn't know. This toast was to their own coffins. That afternoon, Chen Defa and Liu Diqiu simultaneously lowered their prices. Candy prices were slashed. Dried goods prices were slashed. Meat prices were slashed. Spring couplets prices were slashed. Some items were even sold at a loss just to bring people back. They also spread the word, things in the eastern city are expensive, flashy and pretty but not practical. The eastern city is just doing superficial projects. Good looking but useless. We are the real ones doing real business. The effect. There was a bit. Some bargain-hunting old folks came, bought some candy, bought some dried goods. Then, after buying, they left. No lingering. No browsing. No spending. Why? Because Chen Defa's street had oil stains on the ground. There was garbage nearby. Cold wind howled in. Not even a place to sit. The old folks stood in the wind with plastic bags, looking at the things in their hands, then glancing in the direction of the eastern city. In their hearts, there was only one thought: next time, let's go to Qingchen Hui instead. Chen Defa looked at the account book, his hands trembling. Liu Diqiu was in an even worse situation. This year's New Year goods street not only had no profit, but would also suffer significant losses. In the eastern city, the New Year goods street of Qingchen Hui had an increasing flow of people. Chen Defa and Liu Diqiu were unwilling to accept this. They privately teamed up to visit each merchant who hadn't moved yet. Old Zhang, don't go to the eastern city. Stay here with me. Half off the stall rent. For the next few days, I won't charge management fees. I'll even give you an extra awning. Old Zhang laughed. Old Chen, you're offering half rent, but President Zhang's side is free. You're giving me an awning, but they have uniform awnings and heating. You say they'll raise prices later, but they're free right now? The New Year goods business is only these few days. Who can wait? Chen Defa's face stiffened. Old Li, the eastern city is a scam. They're free now, but they'll definitely raise prices later. You know what kind of person Jiang Chen is. Get people in first, then harvest. If you go now, you're just being their chive. Old Li was more direct. Old Chen, are you saying that Jiang is deceiving people? He gave away free eggs for 3 days. Have you calculated how much 5 kilos of eggs is worth? If you can give away 5 kilos of eggs for free, they'll come back immediately. Chen Defa opened his mouth, but couldn't find the words. Sister Wang, you've been with me for 5 years. We have an old friendship. If you can give away 5 kilos of eggs for free, they'll come back immediately. Chen Defa opened his mouth, but couldn't find the words. Sister Wang glanced at him, her tone as calm as if she were commenting on the nice weather. Old Chen, I've been with you for 5 years, and you've raised my rent 3 times. Zhang said on the east side that not only is it free, but they also help us with unified promotion. You say regular customers recognize me. The regulars have all moved to the east side now. You want me to come back, but who will I sell to? Chen Defa and Lu Duxiu ran around all day. Not a single merchant was brought back. Instead, 3 merchants who were still hesitating after their visit moved to the east side the same day. The reason was simple. Old Chun is this anxious it indicates they truly have no options left. What future can there be with someone who has no options? Chen Defa and Lu Duxiu began to spread rumors outside. That place in the east is very remote. It's far from residential areas. The winter wind is so strong it can freeze someone to death. The old market in the old city and west side has been here for decades. Everyone is used to it. There's no need to go all the way to the east. Qingqin gathering in the east is just an empty lot. They've set up a few tents. What kind of New Year good? Su Qing walked in with her phone. People outside are saying we're remote, saying we're cold, saying we're just an empty lot with tents. Jiang Chun didn't even look up, and then Su Qing handed him her phone. Look at the comments section. Jiang Chun glanced at it. The comments section was filled with laughter. Remote. There are 300 parking spaces. It takes 5 minutes by car to get here, and you tell me it's remote. Cold. We have hot water, a rest area, property management on duty 24 hours, and warming tents. You tell me it's cold. I stood for 10 minutes over at Old Chin's and my hands and feet went numb. Just an empty lot with tents. Come take a look before you say that. That's a commercial landmark. What you have is a vegetable market. It's laughable. Old Chin's own street has garbage no one cleans up, and he still has the face to criticize others. When Chen Defa saw the comment section, he dropped his cigarette on the ground. The public opinion he created turned into the opponent's advertisement. The most insidious move came. Chen Defa spent 500 yuan. Lu Duxiu spent 500 yuan. They hired a group of idle people. During the afternoon peak hours, groups of them wandered at the street entrance of the east side, slowly occupying the path. They wouldn't leave, intentionally blocking the entrances and exits, creating a false appearance of congestion, occasionally pretending to argue. You stepped on my foot. Why are you pushing me? What a terrible place. So many people. It's a complete mess. The effect was immediate. A few passers-by began to hesitate, their footsteps slowing down. Chen Defa watched from a distance, and a faint smile finally appeared on his lips. However, that smile lasted only 20 minutes. Because Jiang Chen's property management wasn't to be trifled with. More importantly, the subsidies Jiang Chen provided were not free. 8 police officers ran over with great effort. Why put in so much effort? Each received a 600 yuan overtime subsidy for the day, plus a 38 yuan boxed meal, with meat, vegetables, soup, and fruit. Police officers are also human. They want to eat hot meals too. They want to earn subsidies. While on duty, why not go to a place with subsidies and boxed meals? 20 minutes. All idle personnel were cleared away. Chen Defa watched from a distance. The cigarette in his hand burned down to his fingers without him feeling it. 500 yuan was wasted. Not even a sound was heard. Chen Defa was thoroughly enraged. He contacted nearby water and electricity connection personnel privately. On the east side, cut off their electricity for me. Just for 10 minutes. Let them know the consequences. Lu Duxiu found a few thugs. They piled up debris on the small roads around the market, intentionally narrowing the passageway, preventing people from entering or exiting. The two acted simultaneously. The electricity was cut off. The roads were blocked. Chen Defa and Lu Duxiu exchanged glances, both seeing the pleasure of revenge in each other's eyes. However, the pleasure lasted less than half a minute. The electricity is cut off. Jiang Chen's property management is on duty 24 hours. There are dual power sources as backup. If one line is cut, the other immediately takes over. There was not a second of electricity stopped on the scene. The lights didn't go out. The heating didn't stop. The music didn't stop. Blocked roads. The urban management came. They resolutely cleared it. In 5 minutes the roads were clear. Spotless. Chen Defa and Lu Duxiu stood in place like 2 stripped clowns. They spent money. They manipulated things. Used underhanded tactics. The result? Not even a second of impact on Jiang Chun. If this continues this year's New Year Good Street, both of them will lose nearly 200,000. Jiang Chun was completely unaware of Chen Defa and Lu Duxiu's 5 rounds of attacks, because he was busy with more important matters. At the headquarters of Qingchun gathering 8th floor, Su Qing sat on the sofa, her legs crossed, looking at Jiang Chun. The funding plan you wanted. Jiang Chun put down his cup, his tone very calm. I made an investment previously. There's an agreement with someone that a certain amount of funds must be gradually invested in the market within 6 months. This money cannot be invested all at once. It must be invested in parts every day. At the same time, some must also come out of the market every day. Su Qing's brow twitched. How much comes in? How much goes out? The incoming portion, apart from daily expenses, will all go into the stock market. The outgoing portion will return to the account for future funding plans. Su Qing understood, but she was even more confused. What you mean is, Every day there is a fixed amount of money that must go into the stock market, then be taken back from the stock market. Exactly. Su Qing took a deep breath. Jiang Chun, tell me the truth. That investment, whose agreement is it really with? Jiang Chun smiled. I can't say. But don't worry, the money is clean. Su Qing stared at him for 5 seconds. Then she nodded. All right. I won't ask anymore. She really didn't ask again. This is Su Qing. If you don't say, she won't chase. If you say you can't say, she believes you can't say. But she had already started calculating in her heart. If what Jiang Chun said is true, 50 billion in 6 months, 1 billion entering the stock market every day. Then her previous estimates were all wrong. She had thought that Jiang Chun only had 3 to 4 billion, at most 10 billion. She had even prepared herself mentally to help him manage 10 billion. 50 billion. Su Qing's fingers started to feel cold again. This time it was not doubt. It was excitement. The door was knocked 3 times. Come in. Zhou Fu pushed the door open, followed by Wan Hong. Wan Hong's eyes were dark and his hair was as messy as a bird's nest, but he was full of spirit, straightening his back as soon as he entered. Mr. Jiang, all the work from last night is done. Look, is it beautiful? Jiang Chun closed the computer. Well done. Wan Hong pulled out a chair and sat down. His expression was very serious. Brother Chin, there's something I think you need to know. Jiang Chun looked up at him. Speak. I went to the city construction site today. I found an old buddy who used to work in the land bureau. After drinking 2 bottles of beer, he told me some things. Jiang Chen's hand paused. About Wang Maolin. Yes. Wan Hong pulled up a chair and sat down. His expression was serious. Brother Chen, do you know why Wang Maolin wanted to cooperate with you on that piece of land? Jiang Chen looked at him. Wan Hong cleared his throat. The industrial land in the east of the city. 100 mu. The government is going to convert it for commercial use and auction it off. Right. Jiang Chen nodded. Wan Hong continued. But do you know who was working on that land before? Who? Wang Maolin. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Wan Hong said, Wang Maolin was the earthwork contractor for that land. The government's primary land consolidation. The earthwork for that land and a few adjacent plots cost about 10 million. He paused. But there's something shady about it. Jiang Chun remained silent. He waited for him to continue. Wan Hong said, Wang Maolin often boasts outside, saying he spent 10 million on that land. He says it when treating people to dinner, when playing cards, when discussing business with people. But that's not the truth. The earthwork cost for that land was 10 million, but the government has already paid him 7 million. Jiang Chen's hand stopped. 7 million. Already paid 7 million. Wan Hong continued, they still owe him 3 million. The government owes him. He's been asking for that 3 million, but the government says, the land hasn't been auctioned yet, wait until it's sold. Jiang Chun leaned back in his chair. What else? Wan Hong's expression changed. It grew more serious. Brother Chen, this is the key point. He lowered his voice. Wang Maolin had someone deliberately leave a defect on that land. Jiang Chun looked at him. What do you mean? Wan Hong said, whoever buys the land. Whoever it is, if they want that land, they have to wait for Wang Maolin to hand it over. Then the buyer needs to privately. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold. He has the final say on these things. He paused. Everyone who bought the land has paid him. He has the final say on these things. He paused. Everyone who bought the land has paid him. Jiang Chun was silent for 5 seconds. Does he take it all himself? Wan Hong shook his head. No. After he takes the money, there are others to split it with. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed further. The room was silent for 10 seconds. Jiang Chen looked at Wan Hong. This information stops here. Then he said, for the upcoming projects at Qingshan Huiji, see which ones you can handle, and they'll give you a share to do. Wan Hong's eyes lit up. Thank you, President Jiang. Go to the 5th floor, and find Yu Bing, mention my name. Understood. Wan Hong hurried off in a flurry. Zhou Fulai didn't leave, his expression was grim. Speak. President Jiang, there's trouble at the New Year Goods Street. Chen Defa and Lu Daguay are stirring things up, lowering prices, poaching vendors, creating negative rumors, with Ma Dushing and Zhao Chongwei backing them. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. Is that all? That's all for now, but the momentum is building. Jiang Chun waved his hand. Let them make a fuss. Let them lower prices, let them poach vendors. We'll just do what we need to do. Zhou Fulai was taken aback. Jiang Chun stood up, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. Zhang Hai and Chun Liang, the Qingshan Hui supermarket opens on the 25th of the 12th lunar month. Once that supermarket opens, these so-called local farmers markets, vegetable markets, and New Year goods streets won't even have a chance to compete. Zhou Fulai was stunned for a few seconds, then slowly smiled. What about Chen Defa and the others? Let them prance around for now. Once the supermarket opens, they'll know what a dimensionality reduction strike means. Zhou Fulai nodded emphatically. Understood, President Jiang. At Qingshan Huiji, a man was standing at the street corner. Fang Ziyuan. In his early 50s. 1.75 meters. Black suit. No tie. Traveling light. Only a secretary and a driver beside him. No entourage. No road closures or security sweeps. He looked like an ordinary citizen out shopping. But his eyes, they were sharp. Observing the crowd. Observing the stalls. Observing the flow. Observing the fire exits. Observing the trash can distribution. Observing the surveillance points. All committed to memory. He had seen the news that morning. Qingchuan New Year Goods Street transformed overnight from a failed project to a commercial landmark. Crowds of people, a free gift of 5 gene of eggs, everything free, not a single penny charged for space. Fang Ziyuan couldn't sit still. He called his secretary, who did this. The secretary handed him a file. Fang Ziyuan flipped through 2 pages, his gaze stopping on one name, Jiang Chun. He closed the file, raised his head, and looked at the bustling New Year Goods Street before him. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Interesting. He turned to his secretary and said, I want to meet this person. Then he picked up the phone. Xinyao, come here. 3 minutes later, Xinyao pushed the door open and entered. County Magistrate Fang. Fang Ziyuan pushed the report toward her. Did you attract this Qingchen Huiji? Xinyao glanced at it and nodded yes. Jiang Chun, a native of Qingchuan, bought the Wyndham Hotel in the provincial capital. I contacted him during my last trip to the provincial capital and signed a letter of intent a few days ago. Fang Ziyuan leaned back in his chair. I read his profile. From nothing to this scale. The New Year Goods Street was built overnight. Everything is free, full property management support. This person, he paused, is not simple. Xinyao nodded. Indeed not simple. His capital is much larger than we estimated. I initially thought it was a tens of millions project, but now it seems it could be hundreds of millions. Fang Ziyuan's eyes lit up. Hundreds of millions. A conservative estimate, Xinyao said. And he's also planning a supermarket modeled on Yonghui and Pangdonglai. If successful, it would be a game-changer for Qingchuan's commercial landscape. Fang Ziyuan stood up, walked to the window. Xinyao, go to the Qingchen Huiji site now. Have Jiangchen come too. I want to see for myself. Xinyao was startled now. When the phone rang, Jiangchen was on the 8th floor reviewing Su Qing's stock market trading plan. Caller ID Xinyao. Jiangchen answered. Jiangchen, where are you now? At the company. Come to Qingchen Huiji. County Magistrate Fang wants to inspect the site. Jiangchen's hand paused. Fang Ziyuan. The county magistrate of Qingchuan County. All right, I'll be right there. He hung up and stood. Jiangchen's car parked in the lot. As he got out, he saw 2 people. Xinyao stood at the street corner. Beside her stood a man. In his early 50s. 1.75 meters. Black suit. No tie. Traveling light. Only a secretary and a driver beside him. No entourage. No road closures or security sweeps. He looked like an ordinary citizen out shopping. Fang Ziyuan. The county magistrate of Qingchuan County. Jiang Chun walked over. County Magistrate Fang. Fang Ziyuan turned around and looked at him, sized him up for 2 seconds, then extended his hand. So you're Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun shook it. His grip was steady. Greetings, County Magistrate Fang. County Magistrate Shun. Xinyao nodded. County Magistrate Fang read your report and wanted to see the site. So I brought him directly. Fang Ziyuan wasted no words. Come, let's walk and talk. Fang Ziyuan walked ahead with Jiang Chun and Xinyao flanking him. The main street was bustling with people, yet not overcrowded. The flow was clear, stalls were neatly arranged, and the ground was spotless. Fang Ziyuan remained silent, observing. After 5 minutes, he spoke up. Jiangchen, how much did you spend on? Jiangchen pondered for a moment. The renovation, property management, and supporting facilities cost about 600,000 for the first phase. Fang Ziyuan paused his steps. 600,000. Yes. Fang Ziyuan turned to look at him. 600,000 to build this street. All free for everyone. Is there 24-hour property management? Backup power supplies? Heated shelters? Hot water stations? Jiangchen nodded. Fang Ziyuan fell silent for 3 seconds. Tell me honestly, what's your motive? Jiangchen looked at him without hesitation. To nurture businesses. Fang Ziyuan raised an eyebrow. Jiangchen pointed at the crowd on the main street. Director Fang, look at these people. They are not here to shop. They are here to attend the market. The New Year goods are about atmosphere and excitement. But take a look at the 2 streets in the west of the city and the old town. He gestured to the distance. An empty lot. A few rows of metal shelters. Oil stains on the ground. Trash nearby. Not even a place to shield from the wind. Fang Ziyuan followed his finger. He remained silent. Jiangchen continued. What does Qingchuan City lack? Not goods. It lacks a place that people are willing to come stroll and spend money in. Fang Ziyuan looked at him. So you spent hundreds of thousands overnight just to nurture businesses on this street? Yes, Jiangchen replied. Hundreds of thousands is not much. But it can truly serve the common people. Buying New Year goods in a clean and comfortable place. Local agricultural products directly connecting to the local market. Vendors have stalls, and the public has a place to go. It can also promote employment. He looked at Fang Ziyuan. This investment is worth it. Fang Ziyuan remained silent, but the light in his eyes brightened. The 3 of them reached the rest area in the middle of the main street. Fang Ziyuan sat down. Shen Yao stood beside him. Jiang Chun leaned against the railing. Jiang Chun, tell me, what do you think about Qingchuan's economy? Jiang Chun thought for 2 seconds. Director Fang, Qingchuan is not poor. The people of Qingchuan have purchasing power. Look at the foot traffic on this street today. It's all local people from Qingchuan. They are not short of money to spend. They lack places to spend it. Fang Ziyuan nodded. The nearby towns close to Qingchuan are still accustomed to coming to Qingchuan for purchases. Why? Because Qingchuan was once a major transportation hub on the T-Horse Road. That foundation still exists. But now, Jiang Chun pointed at the empty main street of the county. Qingchuan's commerce is still stuck 30 years ago. He looked at Fang Ziyuan. Qingchuan needs an not just fixing a road or building a building. It's an upgrade in commercial philosophy. Fang Ziyuan leaned back in his chair. What ideas do you have? Jiang Chun pointed at the supermarket at the end of the New Year goods street. Here, I want to completely revamp the supermarket. Shen Yao was taken aback. Supermarket? Yes. Qingchunhui. Jiang Chun spoke those 4 words in a calm tone, but his gaze was serious. Following the model of Yonghui and Peng Donglai. Self-operated plus joint venture. Fresh produce sourced and sold directly. Service at its best. Employee benefits benchmarked against Peng Donglai. Fang Ziyuan leaned slightly forward. You want to do Peng Donglai in Qingchuan? Not to replicate Peng Donglai, Jiang Chun corrected him. It's to create Qingchuan's own version of Peng Donglai. Fang Ziyuan looked at him. Jiang Chun continued. What is the core of Peng Donglai? It's not low prices. It's service. It's treating employees as people. It's making customers feel, this store is worth it. He turned around looking at the crowd on the main street. The concept I want for Qingchunhui supermarket embodies this idea. Employees should feel that the company is their home. The salary standards must retain talent, not the kind of temporary workers who leave after 2 months, but full-time employees who can work for 3 years, 5 years, or even longer. The public should feel assured when buying from Qingchunhui. They shouldn't worry about shortchanging or substandard goods. They shouldn't worry about after-sales service going unattended. He looked at Fang Ziyuan. I want the people of Qingchuan to know, there's no need to go to Liangzhou or the provincial capital. The best is right at their doorstep. Fang Ziyuan was silent for 5 seconds. Then he smiled. Young man, you have ideas. You have drive. He stood up and patted Jiang Chun on the shoulder. Jiang Chun, let me ask you one more thing. Please go ahead. Fang Ziyuan pointed towards the eastern part of the city. The industrial land to the east. 103 acres. You've heard about it, right? Jiang Chun nodded. He certainly knew about that piece of land. It was originally industrial land which the government hadn't managed to sell. This time they proposed to convert it for commercial use and prepare it for auction. Fang Ziyuan looked at him. I've heard you have great ideas. What do you think of that land? Jiang Chun did not respond immediately. He knew Fang Ziyuan was testing him. If the county had supported him, he would face much less resistance in subsequent land purchases and constructions. Jiang Chun thought for 3 seconds. Then he spoke. Director Fang, Qingchuan still lacks a decent urban complex. Fang Ziyuan remained silent. Jiang Chun continued. If there is one, Qingchunhui could do it. Not just a supermarket. It's about creating a commercial center. A blend of supermarket fresh produce dining and community services. Benchmarking against Peng Donglai, but even more suited for Qingchuan. He paused. If we can acquire this land, Qingchunhui supermarket plus commercial facilities will drive the economic development of the county. It will promote employment. At the same time, it will radiate to surrounding towns and even nearby counties. Fang Ziyuan's eyes brightened. Radiate to nearby counties. Yes, Jiang Chun said. After all, Qingchuan was once a major transportation hub on the T-Horse Road. It can not only cover Qingchuan's towns, but also influence the surrounding counties. As you just mentioned, towns near Qingchuan still habitually come here for purchases. He looked at Fang Ziyuan. This consumption habit still exists, but the consumption scene is gone. What I want to do is to rebuild this scene. Fang Ziyuan stared at him for a long time. Then he turned to Shen Yao. Shen Yao, did you hear that? Shen Yao nodded. I heard it. Fang Ziyuan turned back to Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun, let me say one last thing. Please go ahead. Qingchuan needs young people like you. Do more. Don't just think of yourself. The affairs of your hometown are your own affairs. Jiang Chun looked at him and nodded seriously. Director Fang, you can rest assured. Qingchunhui will not disappoint Qingchuan. Fang Ziyuan patted his shoulder. Shen Yao, keep in close communication with Jiang Chun in the future. We need to provide good service for the businesses returning to Qingchuan. Ensure the policies are in place. Give the green lights fully. Shen Yao nodded, understood. Fang Ziyuan glanced at Jiang Chun again. Regarding that piece of land, have Shen Yao connect with me. If you truly have ideas, the county will support you. Jiang Chun smiled. Thank you, Director Fang. Fang Ziyuan waved his hand and turned to leave. There was no entourage, no road closures or crowd dispersals. Just like when he arrived. An ordinary citizen. But as he left, his steps were a bit quicker than when he came. Fang Ziyuan has left. Shen Yao has not. She stands in the lounge area watching Jiang Chun, who is focused on his phone. The sunset filters through the gaps of the awning on the main street, casting light on his profile. Suddenly Shen Yao feels that this person seems different from the one she saw at the investment promotion conference. At the conference, Jiang Chun was still wearing a 9-yuan t-shirt. At that time she thought he was just a nouveau riche or a wealthy second generation. But now it appears that he is the Jiang Chun before her stands on the street he single-handedly built, chatting cheerfully with the county head, discussing nurturing business paying don't lie, and having the best right at the doorstep. His tone is calm, and his gaze steady, as if everything is within his plan. Shen Yao gazes at his profile, suddenly lost in thought for a moment. Her gaze lingers on Jiang Chun's face for an extra 2 seconds. Then, she abruptly snaps back to reality. Shen Yao, what are you doing? She is the deputy county head, in charge of investment promotion, not yet 30. She has seen too many entrepreneurs, those with money, talent, and ambition. What kind of man hasn't she encountered? So why was she dazed for 2 seconds? Shen Yao takes a deep breath and shifts her gaze away. Her heart races for half a beat. Just half a beat. She quickly adjusts her expression, regaining the composure of a capable deputy county head. Jiang Chun. My. Jiang Chun looks up. You heard what County Head Fong said. I will follow up on that land matter. If you have any needs, just let me know directly. All right. Shen Yao nods, turns, and walks away. Her steps are steady, her expression calm. But the tips of her ears turn slightly red. She doesn't notice. Less than 2 hours after Fong's Yuan left, the county government's official media released a news article. Titled County Head Fong Ziyuan and Deputy County Head Shen Yao visit Kingshan's New Year Goods Street, praising young entrepreneurs for returning to start businesses, with images of Fong Ziyuan and Jiang Chun walking and chatting on the main street. Shen Yao records beside them. The news is brief but packed with information. County Head Fong personally visited Kingshan's New Year Goods Street and highly praised the project. County Head Fong stated that Qingchuan needs more young people like Jiang Chun who are full of ideas and drive to return and contribute to the local economy. County Head Fong also mentioned that he would actively support the subsequent projects like Qingshan Supermarket to ensure good service and support for returning enterprises. Half an hour after the news was released, the readership surpassed 10,000. Shen Defa squats behind a stall, the glow from his phone screen illuminating his face. He reads the news 3 times. Then he throws his phone to the ground. Damn it. Liu Dachio sits. He grips his phone tightly. In the news, Fong Ziyuan is patting Jiang Chen's shoulder, smiling happily. Liu Dachio stares for a long time. Then he crushes the cigarette, but hard. It's over. The two of them almost simultaneously pick up their phones and dial the same number. Hello? Is it old Chen? Old Liu. Did you see the news? I saw it. What to do? How the hell should I know what to do? The county head has already gone. What the hell can we do? Silence. A long silence. Then Liu Dachio says one sentence. Old Chen, did we choose the wrong opponent from the start? Chen Defa remains silent. Because he knows the answer. They chose wrong from the beginning. They thought the opponent was Zhou Fulai. But unexpectedly Jiang Chun emerged halfway through. They initially thought Jiang Chun was just a wealthy hothead. Yet he built a street overnight, spending hundreds of thousands, and even invited the county head. They had 5 rounds of fierce competition, and each round collapsed. He built the street in one night, advancing step by step. Sun Chong sits in his office having smoked half a pack. The phone on the table lights up. It's a message from Old Lee at the construction site. Manager Sun, the project at Yushan International has officially stopped. Manager Zhang said he won't give us any more projects in the future. Sun Chong's hand pauses momentarily. Manager Zhang's response is blunt. Old Sun. It's not that I don't want to help you. I want to stay at Yushan International for a few more years. Today Yu Jiangwo personally returned to Qingchuan from the provincial capital. He didn't come for an inspection. He didn't come for a meeting. He came to find Jiang Chun. When Sun Chong heard this news this morning, he was completely stunned. Yu Jiangwo came back to Qingchuan, but he wasn't looking for the county head, nor Shen Yao, nor any local big shot. He was looking for Jiang Chun. What does this signify? It signifies that Jiang Chen's relationship with Yu Jiangwo is exceptionally good. Sun Chong leans back in his chair, closing his eyes. His mind is filled with the images from last night's Jinxiu restaurant. Zhao Kai, that bastard. Why pursue any girl but have to go after Jiang Chen's girlfriend? Now it's all ruined. Yu Jiangwo personally returns to find Jiang Chun, and manager Zhang dares not give him any projects. This relationship has become utterly unresolvable. Sun Chong opens his eyes, staring at the ceiling. He is calculating a sum. The project at Yushan International is halted. He hasn't had work in Changjiang Circle for a long time. The government also doesn't have any major projects recently. He has 70 or 80 people under him. Just the salaries alone cost several tens of thousands every day. Material costs, equipment rentals, fuel expenses. After a month it amounts to at least 600 to 700,000. Without projects it's just burning money. 1 month of burning can still be managed. 2 months starts to hurt. The company would have to shut down. Sun Chong extinguishes the cigarette. Then he hears another piece of news. This morning Jiang Chun returned Wang Maolin's gift. He didn't give any face at all. Who is Wang Maolin? The local tyrant of Qingchuan County who operates both legal and illegal businesses. Jiang Chun even dares to refuse Wang Maolin. Then what is Sun Chong worth? Not worth a damn. Sun Chong sits in the office for 10 minutes. Then he picks up the phone and dials Wang Maolin. Brother Lin. It's me, Sun Chong. On the other end Wang Maolin's voice is calm. Old son. Brother Lin I'd like to visit your company. Is that convenient? Wang Maolin is silent for 2 seconds. Come on over. Sun Chong's car stops outside Wang Maolin's company. When he gets out of the car he sees 2 vehicles. One is a black Mercedes and the other is a white Toyota. He recognizes the white Toyota. It's Ma Disheng's car. Sun Chong is taken aback. Ma Disheng. What is he doing at Wang Maolin's place? Sun Chong doesn't think much and heads upstairs. When Sun Chong pushes the door open, he sees 3 people. Wang Maolin is sitting behind the desk. Ma Disheng is on the left side of the sofa. Sun Chong glanced at Ma Disheng. Ma Disheng looked at Zhao Chongwei. Zhao Chongwei turned to Sun Chong. The 3 men's gazes collided in the air. Then, they nodded in unison. Wang Maolin leaned back against the chair. Go ahead. Who will speak first? Sun Chong took a deep breath. Brother Lin, I offended Jiang Chun at the Jinxiu restaurant last night. Wang Maolin raised an eyebrow. How did you offend him? Sun Chong gritted his teeth. My nephew Zhao Kai. He snatched Jiang Chen's girlfriend and confronted him publicly. Wang Maolin glanced at him. So you came to me to plead for you? Sun Chong shook his head. No, I know it's useless to plead in such matters. He paused. I came to ask Brother Lin. What do you plan to do? Wang Maolin looked at him, remaining silent. Ma Disheng picked up his teacup and took a sip. Boss Wang will be straightforward. Wang Maolin looked at him. My supermarket has been open for 8 years. The largest supermarket in the east of Qingchuan City. But as soon as Jiang Chen's Qingxing market opened, my business dropped by 30%. He set down his cup. And he plans to open another supermarket, Qingchengui Supermarket, to rival Pang Donglai. Wang Maolin's eyes narrowed. Pang Donglai. Yes, Ma Disheng replied. He mentioned it to the county chief. He wants to create Qingchuan's own Pang Donglai. Wang Maolin turned to Zhao Chongwei. Old Zhao, what about you? Zhao Shenghui's expression was not good. My vegetable market has been running for 12 years. People from 5 surrounding townships come here to buy vegetables. Once Jiang Chen's New Year goods street opened, my customer traffic dropped by 40%. Wang Maolin set down his teacup, the bottom clattering against the table. He looked at the 3 men before him. So, you all want to deal with him? Sun Chong nodded. Ma Disheng nodded. Zhao Chongwei nodded. 3 men. 3 directions. 3 kinds of hatred. But the target was only one, Jiang Chun. Wang Maolin stood up and walked to the window. In the eastern direction, the outline of Qingchengui was clear in the sunlight. The crowd was bustling and the stalls were neatly arranged while the property management was busy. He gazed for 5 seconds. Then he turned around. Then let's do it. The 3 men looked at him simultaneously. Wang Maolin's tone was calm, but his gaze was fierce. You provide the funds, and I'll use my connections. The 100 acres of industrial land in the east of the city must be secured before Jiang Chun gets it. He paused. If he acquires the land, he will establish himself in Qingchuan. By then, you all will be at his mercy. Ma Disheng's fingers tapped twice on his knee. How much do we need? Wang Maolin turned around looking at him, then at Sun Chong and Zhao Chongwei. At least 100 million. The room fell silent for 3 seconds. 100 million. Not a small amount. Ma Disheng gritted his teeth. His supermarket had already lost 30% of its customers. If it continued to drop, it would close in 6 months. He'll contribute 10 million. Zhao Chongwei also gritted his teeth. His vegetable market was empty. If this continued, he would have to transfer it in 3 months. He'll contribute 15 million. Sun Chong remained silent for 5 seconds. He was supporting over 40 employees. Every day, just the salaries alone amounted to over 20,000. The project at Yushan International had stalled, and there were no jobs available with Heichanjiang. He had no options left. He'll contribute 25 million. The 3 men's gazes turned to Wang Maolin simultaneously. Wang Maolin picked up his teacup and took a sip. Then he stated a figure. He'll contribute 35 million. And then borrow 50 million from the provincial capital. He set down his cup. In total, 135 million. The room fell silent for 5 seconds. 135 million. This was all the wealth of the 4 men along with high-interest loans. Wang Maolin looked at the 3 of them. No matter how rich Jiang Chun is, he can't possibly compete with us if he exceeds 130 million. A glimmer flashed in Ma Disheng's eyes. Let's do it. Zhao Chongwei nodded. Sun Chong nodded. Wang Maolin's lips curled slightly. Then let's do it. He did not know that his 50 million was a high-interest loan with an annual rate of 18%. He did not know Jiang Chun received 100 million every day. He was even more unaware that the land he had exhausted his savings to secure was turning into his own gallows. Chen Defa's 5 rounds of strangulation were crushed by Jiang Chun. Ma Disheng's supermarket saw a 70% drop in customer traffic. Zhao Shenghui's vegetable market was deserted. County Chief Fang Ziyuan personally visited the New Year goods street and publicly praised Jiang Chun. Once the news broke, the reading count exceeded 10,000 within half an hour. The entire city was buzzing with one name, Jiang Chun. In the vegetable market, old Li selling fish chatted with old Zhang selling vegetables. Have you heard? That Jiang Chun, the county chief, even went to see his New Year goods street personally. Not just to see the county chief, also praised him in the news. He said he's a model for young entrepreneurs returning to start businesses. His supermarket opens on the 25th of the 12th lunar month. It will surely be even busier. Chen Defa has already lost 200,000 and Liu Diqiu is worse off having invested all his retirement money. What do you think Jiang Chen's background is? How did he suddenly emerge overnight? Who knows? Anyway, for us ordinary folks, it's best not to provoke him. No one knew the answer. Everyone remembered one name, Jiang Chun. Liu Hong sat on her bed, clutching her phone. The screen displayed the WeChat chat window with Jiang Chun. The last message she sent read, Jiang Chun, we've been together for 5 years. Is this how you treat me? Jiang Chun's response was just 4 words, goodbye on good terms. 5 years of feelings. Not even an old quilt was left for her. Liu Hong's fingers turned white. She was unwilling. Jiang Chun was worth several billion. She had followed him for 5 years and gained nothing. Now he returned to Qingchuan and built a New Year goods street overnight with the county chief supporting him. And what about her? She had nothing. Liu Hong stared at her phone screen for 10 minutes. Then she flipped to another name, Zhao Kai. Her finger hovered over the dial key. It paused for 3 seconds. She pressed it. Kai Z. On the other end, Zhao Kai's voice was low. What is it? Liu Hong took a deep breath. Let's get back together. Silence. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. Then Zhao Kai finally spoke. Did you not say we were breaking up? I regret it. Liu Hong's voice was soft, but her tone, very firm. I also want to deal with Jiang Chun. Your uncle wants to snatch the land, and I want to contribute. It's not for money. It's to let him know that Jiang Chun can't just abandon anyone at will. On the other end, there was silence for another 3 seconds. Then Zhao Kai laughed. All right, come to me tomorrow. Jiang Chun received a message from He Changjiang while reviewing Su Qing's trading plan on the 8th floor. Xiao Jiang, come out for some tea. Same place. Jiang Chun glanced and replied with one word, okay. He Changjiang was sitting on a piece of concrete with a tea set placed in front of him. 2 cups and a pot of tea. When Jiang Chun arrived, He Changjiang was pouring tea. Have a seat. Jiang Chun sat down. He Changjiang pushed the teacup towards him. Xiao Jiang, I called you today to discuss business. Jiang Chun picked up his cup. What business? He Changjiang looked at him. He did not speak directly. He sipped his tea first. Then he said something that surprised Jiang Chun. I did not expect you to create the commercial atmosphere gathered by Qingchen overnight. Jiang Chun looked at him. He Changjiang continued. What is the most difficult part of doing business? It is not money. It is not land. It is creating momentum. He pointed towards the east direction of the city. That street for New Year's goods you have, the entire venue is free. The property management is on duty 24 hours. Warm wind shelters. Hot water stations. Unified sunshades. How much did you spend? Hundreds of thousands. Jiang Chun said nothing. He Changjiang answered himself, hundreds of thousands. But the momentum you created is worth millions. He looked at Jiang Chun. At least for now, your first round of creating momentum is successful. The whole Qingchuan is spreading your name. The county chief personally went to visit. News broke 10,000 views in half an hour. This is not something money can buy. Jiang Chun held his teacup. He did not respond. He Changjiang added, you understand the importance of nurturing business. In this regard, I am not as good as you. You built the street overnight not to sell those few kilograms of eggs. You are nurturing the commercial atmosphere gathered by Qingchen. Nurturing the popularity. Nurturing consumer habits. He paused. So, I believe you must have a backup plan. Jiang Chen's hand paused for a moment. He Changjiang looked at his expression and smiled. Qingchen Hui Supermarket. Opening on the 25th of the 12th month. Benchmarking against Pang Donglai. This is your backup plan. You should have other backup plans which I cannot guess. Jiang Chen looked at him. Mister. You are not here to praise. He Changjiang put down his teacup. His expression changed. It is not to praise you. It is to discuss a business deal with you. He took a deep breath. I want to sell you all the assets I have on hand, all packaged together. Jiang Chen's hand froze in midair. The teacup was not put down. He looked at He Changjiang. All. Packaged. All. What does it include? He Changjiang listed one by one established properties. Incomplete projects. Previously purchased land. Equipment. Materials. Everything that can be sold will be sold. Jiang Chun put down the teacup. Mister. Do you know what you were saying? He Changjiang nodded. I know. Jiang Chun stared at him for 5 seconds. Why do you want to sell? He Changjiang was silent for 3 seconds. Then he said something very bitter. Xiaojiang, the real estate market has declined in recent years. All the money I earned before has been used to ensure the delivery of buildings. His voice lowered. Now I have nothing of value left on my hands. He raised his head, looking at Jiang. But if you are willing, I am willing to sell everything to you at 30% of the market price. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed. 30%. 30% of the market price. This is not selling. This is giving away. He Changjiang continued, the money from the sale I guarantee will be used entirely for ensuring the delivery of buildings. Not a cent left. Jiang Chen said nothing. He calculated in his heart. The assets in He Changjiang's hands. Established properties are worth about 150 million. The land is worth about 130 million. Equipment and materials are worth about 30 million. In total, over 300 million. 30%, around 100 million. 100 million to ensure delivery. In the end, He Changjiang would not keep a single cent. Decades of hard work wasted. Jiang Chen looked at him. Mister, have you calculated? After you sell all of these and ensure delivery, you yourself won't have a single cent left. He Changjiang smiled. The smile was very bitter. I have calculated. Then why are you still selling? He Changjiang was silent for 5 seconds. Then he said something. This statement left Jiang Chen speechless for a long time. Xiaojiang, do you know why I am looking for you? He looked at Jiang Chen. My projects are stuck there. The common people bought houses but cannot get the keys. Some have waited 3 years. Some have waited 5 years. His voice choked. I guard these assets, unable to sleep at night. It is not because of losing money. It is because my conscience cannot bear it. He paused. If it weren't for the cash flow breaking down and the buildings I originally built being unsellable, I wouldn't be in this situation. He took another sip of tea. Now no one can take out so much money to buy so many properties. Just go look at the market. How many people in Xinchuan are buying houses? The desire of the common people to buy houses is very low. He looked at Jiang Chen. If these properties are not sold, they will indeed become a burden on me. Incomplete projects will not magically become good buildings. I only have this little real estate and land left that is still worth something. The rest, if put on the market, hardly anyone would buy. He put down the teacup. So I thought about it. Only you can take over. Jiang Chen said nothing. He was thinking. He Changjiang was right. He has nearly 200 acres of undeveloped land, plus hundreds of incomplete residential units. If he can ensure delivery and push them to the market, even though the prices are not as high as during the peak of real estate, they are still valuable. Moreover, it's at 30%. Taking over at 30%, the risk is very low. But Jiang Chen is not a philanthropist. He looked at He Changjiang. Mister, I believe what you said, but I have a few questions. Speak. First, do you have any hidden debts? He Changjiang shook his head. No, I have listed all debts. You can check. Second, why did you come? We are not very familiar. He Changjiang looked at him. Because others cannot take it. Also because you are the only one I feel will complete these buildings. Jiang Chen was silent. He Changjiang added, Xiaojiang, I know you do not want to be a fool. You have that right. He stood up. He walked to the window, looking towards the west of the city. The outlines of those incomplete buildings looked awful in the sunset. You can choose not to buy. I understand. He turned around. But if you do not buy, these buildings will really rot here. Those common people will really not get their houses. Jiang Chen held his teacup, looking at He Changjiang. He stared for a long time. He was calculating. Over 200 acres of land. Hundreds of incomplete residential units. 30%. 100 million. If he takes over, ensuring delivery will require time. It will require funds. It will require energy. There aren't many buyers in Xinchuan now. If pushed to the market, prices will not rise. In the short term, this is a losing deal. The Benz GLS stopped steadily at the entrance of Yushan International Villa. Jiang Chen had not turned off the engine when he saw shadows moving in the glass window. Today is the housewarming banquet. Celebrating the move. He opened the door and got out. The aromas of braised pork and sweet and sour ribs hit him. On the 22nd of the 12th month, Xinchuan was bone-chillingly cold, but the red plum tree in the yard bloomed vividly with petals falling on the bluestone slab like a carpet of rouge. As soon as the door opened, the liveliness in the living room was even more overwhelming than the fragrance. Jiang Shoshan sat on the main sofa drinking tea with Yu Jiangwo and his third uncle Jiang Zhenxiang. Zhang Chuiying was helping Li Xiufan in the kitchen. Jiang Yu was wearing an apron, fluttering about like a butterfly, serving dishes and bowls. But what truly made Jiang Chen pause was the 3 women on the other side of the living room. 3 different auras. Yu Bing leaned against the window holding a cup of tea, her gaze fixed on the entrance. Today she wore a creamy white cashmere sweater, her long hair loosely pinned up with a wooden hairpin, resembling a watercolor painting that had yet to dry, warm and restrained. Upon hearing the sound of the door, she was the first to lift her head. The movement was subtle, but her gaze tightened suddenly. Su Qing sat at the outer edge of the sofa, her legs crossed, a folding screen phone sprawled beside her, its screen still displaying a colorful Klein chart. She wore a black turtleneck sweater, a platinum earring dangling from her earlobe, exuding a sharpness akin to a freshly unsheathed blade. Hearing the door, she did not look up, but her fingers paused on the screen. The phone dimmed, leaving only the calm curve of her profile. Bai Shutong stood beside the coffee table holding a stack of documents. The opening process sheet for Qing Shenhui. She wore a light gray down jacket, her hair styled in a low ponytail, her face bare, yet glowing with cleanliness. Upon hearing the door, she jolted slightly, almost dropping the documents, and quickly steadied them. The three of them, three pairs of eyes, all fixed on the same direction, the entrance. The moment Jiang Chen pushed the door open, Yu Bing was the first to move. She set down her teacup and stood up, her voice not loud, but clear. Chingu, you're back. She hurriedly approached, and naturally took the car keys from Jiang Chen's hand, saying, it's cold outside, right? I'll get you a cup of hot water. Without waiting for a reply, she turned and walked toward the water dispenser. Su Qing finally raised her head. Her gaze had not left Jiang Chen since he entered. You're back. You've worked hard today. Her tone was calm, but her fingers lightly tapped on the armrest of the sofa twice. Bai Shutong set down the documents, picked them up again, and then set them down once more. Finally, unable to help herself, she rushed over from the sofa. Jiang Chen. Are you tired? You've been busy all day, right? She reached out to pat the non-existent dust on his shoulder. After a couple of taps, she realized what she was doing, and her hand retracted, her face turning as red as charcoal. At the kitchen door, Li Xiaofan stood holding a plate of sweet and sour ribs, stunned. She saw Yu Bing looking over at Jiang Chen as she poured water, Su Qing's fingers tightening as she tapped the sofa's armrest, and Bai Shutong's flushed earlobes as she withdrew her hand. Li Zufen's head buzzed. What she once worried about the most was her son not being able to find a girlfriend. Children his age in the village had already run off, while he was still a corporate worker in the magical city. She had spent months worrying and unable to sleep. Now, unexpectedly, 3 girls arrived, and all were so good-looking. One dignified, another spirited, and the last one adorable. Which one to choose? She couldn't bear to decide. Jiang Yu emerged from the kitchen, noticing her mother standing at the door with the plate, and followed her gaze, smiling. She leaned towards Li Zufen's ear. Mom, you don't have to worry about my brother having no one who likes him now, right? Li Xiaofan nudged her with her elbow. Lower your voice. Jiang Yu was unafraid. Mom, what are you worried about? Which one to choose? I'm not worried. Then why is your face red? Your brother will decide his own matters. Jiang Yu covered her mouth and laughed. Mom, if you really can't choose, you can take all 3. Li Zufen's face changed from pink to red, then to purple. Shut up. A hand rested on Li Zufen's shoulder. Turning around, she saw Zhang Chuiying, her third aunt, smiling with crescent-shaped eyes. Sister-in-law, she spoke in a low voice, but the commotion in the living room covered it perfectly. What did you just say? Taking all 3 is fine. Li Xiaofan wished she could find a hole to hide in. Zhang Chuiying laughed even more, glancing at the 3 girls surrounding Jiang Chen in the living room, then turning back to pat Li Zufen's shoulder. Sister-in-law, are you still worried about him not being able to find a wife? The corners of Li Zufen's mouth couldn't suppress a smile. Zhang Chuiying lowered her voice, but her expression became more serious. I've been watching those 3 girls for an afternoon. All 3 are good. As Li Xiaofan entered the kitchen with the sweet and sour ribs, her steps were lighter than when she never knew. A scene where 3 women liked one man could make her as a mother feel even more beautiful than being liked herself. Yu Jiangwo sat on the sofa seemingly drinking tea, but in reality he was thoroughly observing the unfolding drama. His 2 nieces, Yu Bing and Su Qing, were both present. Yu Bing was his biological niece, while Su Qing was his niece by marriage. One was warm and gentle, the other sharp and fierce. And then there was Bai Shutong, who came from an administrative background, highly organized in her work, yet her feelings for Jiang Chen were almost written on her face. Yu Jiangwo took a sip from his teacup. It was a bit cold, but his heart felt even colder. He recalled one thing: the Panamera. Jiang Chen bought one for Yu Bing, one for Su Qing, and one for Bai Shutong as well. The total for the 3 cars was nearly 4 million. Yu Jiangwo set down his teacup and walked up to Jiang Chen. Xiao Jiang, congratulations on your new home. Thank you, Mr. Yu. Yu Jiangwo patted his shoulder, lowering his voice, but his gaze swept over the 3 girls. Over there, you kid. 3 Panameras for 3 girls. You're quite generous. Jiang Chen smiled, but did not reply. Yu Jiangwo did not press further. He turned and walked toward the dining table. Dinner was served. 12 dishes: braised pork, steamed base oil, braised shrimp, sweet and sour ribs, sauerkraut, fish, stir-fried beef, with green peppers, garlic, broccoli. The table was filled with bowls and chopsticks. Even the corners were crowded with plates. Jiang Shoshan was the first to lift his cup, standing up, wanting to say something, but unsure how to express it. Jiang Xinxiang glanced at his second brother, and then said, cheers. Let's raise a glass to Jiang Chen. Our family has produced someone successful. Everyone raised their cups. Jiang Chen stood up. Third uncle, third aunt Xiaojun were all family, no need for formalities. Jiang Xiaojun leaned in. Brother, I toast to you. You're the best in our family now. If you work hard, you can be great too in the future. Jiang Chun patted his head. Jiang Shoshan lowered his head to peel a shrimp, doing it very slowly, the shell coming off intact, the shrimp meat placed cleanly on the plate, and pushed to Li Xiufen. Li Xiufen glanced at him, said nothing, and picked it up to eat. This small scene did not escape Yu Bing's notice. Her gaze paused for a moment between Jiang Shoshan and Li Xiufen. Then she picked up a piece of fish, removed the bones, and placed it in Jiang Shaoshan's bowl. Uncle, have some fish. This one has fewer bones. Jiang Shoshan was stunned. Ah, good. Good. He accepted it, and lowered his head to eat, his ears turning red again. Su Qing followed suit. She did not pick up food, but poured a cup of hot tea for Jiang Shoshan. Uncle, drinking alcohol is harmful. Have some of this to warm your stomach. Jiang Shoshan was stunned again. Okay, thank you. His hand trembled slightly as he received the cup. Bai Shutong was the most direct. She picked up a piece of braised pork and directly placed it in Jiang Shaoshan's bowl. Uncle, this one is delicious. Braised pork should be fatty to taste good. Try it. Jiang Shoshan looked down at the piece of meat in his bowl. His lips moved a few times. Okay, thank you. He took a bite, chewing slowly, but his eyes turned slightly moist. Only Li Xiufen noticed. She held his hand under the table. His hand was rough and calloused like tree bark. Jiang Shoshan did not pull away, instead he gripped tighter. The dining table fell silent for 2 seconds. Then Zhang Chuiying was the first to laugh. Oh dear. My nephew is so lucky. Tsk. Jiang Zhenxiang also smiled. Xiufen, your son is quite something. Jiang Yu added softly from the side. Mom, what did I say? Li Xiufen tapped her with chopsticks. Eat your meal. Yet the corners of her mouth were almost reaching her ears. After several rounds of drinks, the guests had dispersed. Yu Jiangwo and the Jiang Zhenxiang family of 3 left. The villa still had its lights on. The 3 girls had not left. Yu Bing was clearing the dishes, Su Qing was wiping the table, and Bai Shutong was serving the food. Li Xiufen leaned against the kitchen doorframe, watching the 3 girls bustling about. Yu Bing was gentle, Su Qing was efficient, and Bai Shutong was diligent. She whispered to Jiang Shoshan beside her, Old man, did you see? Our son is being cared for. Jiang Shoshan said nothing but nodded. Jiang Chen stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room, suddenly recalling the first time he met Yu Bing dressed in professional attire at the provincial city sales office, remembering how Su Qing's eyes sparkled while chatting about Klein charts at the tea house, and recalling Bai Shutong sitting 2 rows in front of him in high school turning around to borrow an eraser. The 3 images overlapped like 3 distinct seals stamped upon his heart. Jiang Zhenqiang's family of 3 did not stay in the new house tonight. When they returned to the old house, the sky had turned completely dark. Jiang Xiaojun was driving Jiang Chen's Mercedes GLS, and before turning off the engine, the headlights illuminated. A crowd gathered at the door. Eldest brother Jiang Manjin stood at the front, hands clasped behind his back, his face ashen. Beside him was Ma Zhaodi holding a handful of melon seeds, cracking them with a loud noise, her eyes fixated on the headlights like hooks. 4th Aunt Jiang Xiulan and 4th uncle stood on the left, while 5th Aunt Jiang Xiuying and 5th uncle stood on the right. 5th uncle was still holding a phone in his hand. The screen lit up, showing a live broadcast of Kingchen's New Year's Good Street. 6 people, like 6 door gods, blocking the entrance to Jiang Zhenqiang's home. Jiang Xiaojun turned off the engine and glanced back at his father. Dad, what to do? Jiang Zhenxiang gripped the car door handle, his knuckles turning white. He said nothing, but Zhang Chuiying exploded first. What to do? Get out. This is our doorstep. Can we let them block it? Zhang Chuiying was the first to push open the car door, deliberately stomping her foot as she stepped out. Her heel struck the cement ground with a thud. Jiang Zhenxiang and Jiang Xiaojun followed suit, but their steps were noticeably slower. Jiang Manjin moved. He stepped forward, his voice low yet firm. 3rd brother, you're back. Eldest brother. Jiang Zhenxiang nodded. Have you eaten? Yes. Where did you eat? Jiang Zhenxiang fell silent for a second. Yushan International. Jiang Chen's new house. This sentence was like a key poking open a hornet's nest. 5th uncle was the first to rush forward, nearly thrusting his phone screen into Jiang Zhenqiang's face. 3rd brother. Look at this street. Jiang Chen's New Year Good Street, with daily revenues in the tens of thousands. He spent 600,000 in one night on renovations. 600,000. Our family doesn't even earn 600,000 in a year. His voice grew higher and his hands shook. I followed him from the market all the way to Qingchen. I saw it with my own eyes. That Jiang Chun, he's made it. Struck it rich. 4th Aunt Jiang Xiulan pressed forward. 3rd brother, give me the lowdown. How much did Jiang Chen's house cost? I heard that the most expensive standalone villa at Yushan International was bought by someone. Is it him? Jiang Zhenxiang did not answer. His lips moved slightly, but his throat felt dry. Zhang Chuiying wanted to step forward to block, but Ma Zhaodi had already leaned in front of her, spitting the melon seed shell onto the ground. Shuiying, you ate at Yushan International today, right? How was Jiang Chen's house? How big? How many floors? How much was spent on renovations? Zhang Shuiying gritted her teeth, squeezing out 3 words, I don't know. Don't know. Ma Zhaodi laughed, spitting another seed shell. You ate in his house and stayed for so long. How could you not know? Fifth uncle's voice was even lower now, but each word carried a hook. Third brother, you help me talk to Jiang Chun about our Shao gang's matter, okay? It's just an administrative position, he doesn't need much. That girl by Shutong is making 50,000 a month and drives a Porsche. Shao gang doesn't ask for much, 3 to 20,000 will do. He doesn't even need a picky house, just give him 100 or 80 square meters. He swallowed. You're close with Jiang Chun, your words will carry more weight than mine. Jiang Manjin finally spoke. His voice was heavy as if scraped from the depths of his throat. Third brother, I won't beat around the bush with you. Jiang Chun moved today and didn't invite me. He bought a house at Yushan International without telling me. He started a company and arranged for his third uncle's family to move in without discussing it with me. He paused, took a step forward, and locked eyes with Jiang Zhenxiang. I am his uncle. An elder brother is like a father. With his grandfather gone, I have the final say in Jiang family matters. You tell Jiang Chun, tomorrow I will go find him. About the house and the job, I need him to give me an explanation. The palm is flesh and the back of the hand is flesh too. We are all relatives, why should you get a house and not us? The air felt frozen. Jiang Zhenxiang stood at the door of his own home, facing his biological brother, sister, and younger sister. 6 pairs of eyes stared at him, each one carrying the same thing. Neither concern nor familial affection, but a sense of hunger. Like a pack of wolves smelling meat. Zhang Chuiying could no longer hold back. She stepped forward, blocking Jiang Zhenxiang, eldest brother, fourth sister, fifth sister. I will speak frankly today. Zhang Chuiying's voice was not loud, but each word was firm. What you said today about the palm is flesh and the back of the hand is flesh, and we are all relatives and cannot be biased. Do you believe it yourselves? Ma Zhaoda's hand-cracking seed stopped. Zhang Chuiying turned to fifth uncle. Old 5, you followed from the market all the way to Qingshan. What did you see? You saw Jiang Chun buy up a street, buy a supermarket, buy land. You saw him prospering. But did you see how his own family was doing? The year Jiang Chun started college, the family couldn't scrape together tuition. His dad borrowed 200 from you. You said no and turned around to buy yourself a new phone. The year Jiang you graduated from high school, the family was in dire straits. Your fourth sister's family lived in the next village, and you didn't even ask once. Eldest brother, Zhang Chuiying, turned to Jiang Manjin. Every year during the New Year's pig slaughter, you invited the village chief, the accountant, and the owner of the shop in town. 2 tables of people all filled up. But you didn't invite Jiang Shoshan and Jiang Zhenxiang, your own. That day when he went to borrow money from you, you said you didn't have any. Your wife said in front of the whole village that Jiang Shoshan is poor and still comes to borrow money. You didn't even leave him a bite to eat. Jiang Manjin's face changed from ashen to a deep shade of liver color. Zhang Chuiying spoke faster. Now that Jiang Chun has money, you all came, calling each other family, and saying the palm is flesh and the back of the hand is flesh. Jiang Shaojun stood behind his father, his chest heaving. He recalled what his father had told him. When Jiang Chun went to university, their family sold the pig and handed the money from the sale to Jiang Shoshan. The year Jiang Yu fell ill, Zhang Chuiying rode her motorcycle overnight to the county to buy medicine, returning drenched in the rain with the medicine wrapped in her raincoat. That is what it means to be a family. Jiang Zhenxiang finally spoke up. His voice was not loud, but firm. Elder brother, fourth sister, fifth sister, you should go back now. I can't manage Jiang Chen's affairs. I don't even know Jiang Chen's address. Uncle Wu was anxious. How could you possibly not know? You just came back from there. Jiang Zhenxiang looked at him. I know, but I won't say anything. Why not? Because Jiang Chun helped me, and it was because I helped him back then. You haven't helped him. What right do you have to ask him for help? This statement was like a knife piercing the hearts of the 6 people. Jiang Manjin's face turned from liver color to ashen gray. After Jiang Zhenxiang finished speaking, he turned and pushed open the door. Zhang Chuiying followed behind, and Jiang Shaojun was the last to enter. When he closed the door, he looked back. 6 people still stood at the door like 6 nails hammered into the ground. The door closed. It cut off the cold wind outside, and also blocked the 6 hungry wolf-like faces. Jiang Shaojun leaned against the door, listening to the sounds outside. First there was silence, then Ma Zhaoda's voice. Let's go. Standing here is useless. Tomorrow we'll block at the entrance of Yushan International. I refuse to believe we can't find him. Then came the sound of footsteps growing fainter. Zhang Chuiying sat down on a chair, picked up a cup of water, drank a big gulp, and when she set it down, her hands were still trembling. Head of the household, you were quite tough just now. Jiang Zhenxiang said nothing, but nodded slightly. His fist was still clenched. It hadn't loosened since he got out of the car. Jiang Shaojun took out his phone and sent a message to Jiang Chun. Brother, uncle, and the others have come. They're blocking at the door, asking for you for the house for work. I didn't give them the address. 10 seconds later, Jiang Chun replied with one word, okay. 5 seconds later, another message came, thanks for your hard work. Jiang Xiaojun held his phone tightly. He remembered what Jiang Chun had said at the housewarming banquet today. Xiaojun, work hard and you too can achieve great things in the future. He held his phone, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Then he replied, brother, don't worry. If they block you at Yushan International tomorrow, I'll be the first to stand in front. The next day at 6 in the morning. Winter mornings in Qingchuan dawn late, the outside still shrouded in gray, but Jiang Chun was already awake. This was a habit he had developed over many years of working. No matter how late he slept, he would wake up at 6 o'clock sharp. He reached for the phone on the bedside table, and as the screen lit up, the system interface popped up. Today's limit 100 yuan, already credited. Upgrade progress, total expenditure 6999362333 yuan. Jiang Chun stared at the string of numbers for 3 seconds, his brow slightly furrowing. Having spent nearly 700 million, but still needing 43 billion to reach the 50 billion goal. He needed to spend 100 million daily. Any unspent money was just a number. No, it was waste paper. He rolled out of bed and took a shower. The aroma of chicken soup wafted from the kitchen downstairs, where Li Xiaofan stood by the stove in an apron with 2 poached eggs cooking in the pot. Chainer, today is the 23rd of the 12th month, the little new year. She brought the bowl to the table. Come back early tonight. Got it, Mom. Jiang Chun sat down and began to eat the rice noodles. Just as he swallowed the last bite, a car horn sounded outside the courtyard gate. 2 short honks. When he walked out, a black Mercedes GLS was already parked at the door, its body reflecting a dim sheen in the morning light. The driver's window rolled down, and Jiang Xiaojun poked half his head out. Brother, let's go. As Jiang Chun got in the car and fastened his seatbelt, Jiang Xiaojun stepped on the accelerator. Brother Zhang Hai and the others worked through the entire night at Qingchenhui. The cold chain in the fresh produce section has been debugged, and all the equipment in the cooked food section is in place. At this rate, we should wrap it up by tomorrow afternoon. MHM. On the 8th floor of Qingchen building. As the elevator doors opened, the corridor was already filled with the sound of rapid keyboard typing. The door to Bai Shutong's office was open, and she was simultaneously working on her computer and a landline, holding the phone to her left ear, typing with her right hand, her eyes glued to an Excel sheet filled with data. Hello, advertising company. You must set it up before 6 in the morning tomorrow. Half of the final payment will be deducted. Yes, half. She hung up the phone and turned to see Jiang Chun, her eyes lighting up. President Jiang. The opening process has been rearranged last night with the order of the ribbon cutting, the positioning of the leaders, and the media interview time, all precise to the minute. Would you like to take a look? Jiang Chun took the folder, flipped through 2 pages, and said, it's fine. You decide. Great. Bai Shutong turned around and grabbed another landline. Yu Bing's office was at the end of the corridor, the door half ajar. When Jiang Chun pushed the door open, she was bent over a massive design drawing that covered the entire desk. Her white sweater sleeves were rolled up to her elbows, her slender arms strong, and she drew a line on the paper with a red pen. Brother Chun. She straightened up, her voice not loud, but clear. The land planning and design draft for the 103-acre comprehensive commercial project is out, first version. Jiang Chun walked over and stood in front of the drawing. Brother Chun. Yu Bing straightened up. This is not just a commercial project. This is a small urban complex. Once completed, the commercial center of Qingchuan will shift eastward as a whole. Jiang Chun leaned down to examine the drawing carefully, pausing for 2 seconds on each number marked on the sections. Do it according to the provincial city standards, don't settle for the county level. The facade of the commercial complex, the flow design, the reserved fire escape passages, all should be benchmarked against the top 3 commercial complexes in the provincial city. Yu Bing nodded. I've already made arrangements with the Design Institute. They will quickly produce a draft, and I will keep a close eye on it. Jiang Chun glanced at her and nodded. Proceed in this direction. Okay. Su Qing's office was at the very back, or rather she had occupied a corner of the meeting room as a temporary operations room. 3 curved screens were lined up on the table with red and green candlestick charts rolling on the screens. She leaned back in her chair, her legs crossed, holding a cup of Americano, but her eyes never left the screen. Today the market opened low, but there is unusual activity in the new energy sector. Without turning her head, she said, I've divided your funds into 3 parts. You decide, Jiang Chun replied. Su Qing finally turned her head and looked at him. The supermarket opens the day after tomorrow. Do you still have time to manage stocks? Just take care of your business. Someone is handling the supermarket side. Su Qing's mouth twitched slightly, but she said nothing, turning back to continue watching the market. When Jiang Chun returned to his office and just sat down, Bai Shutong brought in a cup of hot tea and placed it on the table. He picked up the teacup and took a sip. It was just the right temperature, neither too hot nor too cold. His phone rang. It was the landline. An unfamiliar number. Jiang Chun answered. Hello, who is this? Is this President Jiang? I am from the county government office. Deputy County Head Zhou wants to meet you at 10 o'clock this morning. Are you free? Zhou Jiaming, the executive deputy county head. Jiang Chen's fingers paused momentarily. I'm free. He'll be there at 10. After hanging up the phone, he leaned back in his chair, his mind racing. Zhou Jiaming's contact was undoubtedly not just for a casual chat over tea. The connection with Wang Maolin was finally about to surface. At 5 minutes to 10, Jiang Chun arrived at the county government. The corridor of the Su-style office building was quiet, the sound of his leather shoes echoing against the polished stone floor. Zhou Jiaming's office was furnished with a mahogany desk, a genuine leather sofa, and a bookshelf filled with pristine hardcover books, clearly untouched. Zhou Jiaming in his 50s had a round face and wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, smiling like a Mithra Buddha. But his eyes were sharp and discerning. Mr. Jiang, you've arrived. Please have a seat. He stood up, walked around his desk to shake hands with Jiang Chun, gripping firmly. I've been wanting to meet you for a while, but never had the chance. The reason I invited you today is to discuss the land in the eastern part of the city. Jiang Chun took a seat. Zhou Jiaming didn't rush into the main topic. Instead, he made tea slowly, as if testing Jiang Chen's patience. Mr. Jiang, I've heard that you've had contact with General Manager Wang from Maoyuan Industries. I met him once. He came to see me. Oh, what did you discuss? He wants 10 million. Zhou Jiaming's hand paused as he was pouring tea, but he quickly resumed his natural demeanor. He wants 10 million. For what purpose? He claims it's for the preliminary costs of operating that land. Zhou Jiaming pushed the brewed tea towards Jiang Chun, then took a sip himself before leisurely adding, Mr. Jiang, I won't hide it from you. Wang Maolin has been in Qingchuan for many years and has dealt with the government quite a bit. He has indeed put in some effort regarding the land in the eastern part of the city that you want. He has spent some money and built connections. 10 million isn't exactly an outrageous request. Jiang Chun remained silent. He already knew the details from Liu Hong and Changjiang. Wang Maolin's so-called spent some money was merely the preliminary operational costs from a past government earthwork project which had already been settled. Bringing it up now is purely a case of taking advantage of the situation. Seeing Jiang Chen's silence, Zhou Jiaming added, I think, given your shallow roots in Qingchuan, Wang Maolin has deep connections here. If your two families join forces with him providing connections, and you supplying the funds, it would be better to secure that piece of land together. As for the profit distribution, you two can sit down and discuss it, ensuring everyone benefits. He smiled at Jiang Chun, beaming like a Mithra Buddha. Jiang Chun set down his teacup, his voice steady, but every word clear. County Chief, Zhou, my plan for the land in the eastern part of the city is to develop a commercial complex. The total investment is projected to be at least 1 billion or more. The office fell silent. Zhou Jiaming's smile froze on his face. 1 billion at least. He had initially thought Jiang Chun was merely looking to build a building on the land, at most a project worth 2 or 3 billion. 1 billion. Now that was the scale that could make it onto the provincial key project list. 1 billion. Zhou Jiaming's throat tightened. Indeed. Jiang Chun leaned back in his chair. The supermarket is just the first step. Following that will be the commercial complex, office buildings, and supporting residential areas. If all goes smoothly, everything will be completed within 3 years. Zhou Jiaming's fingers tapped twice on his knee. His heart was racing. If he could get a foot in on a 1 billion project, even a small percentage of equity would translate to tens of millions in profit. But the issue was, a 1 billion project was too high level with a long approval chain, and many departments involved in it could easily go awry. Yet he couldn't bear to give up. 1 billion. At least tens of millions of profit. Would Jiang Chun eat all the meat while he couldn't even drink the soup? Zhou Jiaming raised his teacup for another sip, but when he set it down, his tone had changed. No longer the amicable Mithra Buddha, but someone ready to draw blood. Mr. Jiang, a 1 billion project is a major matter in Qingchuan. Such a significant undertaking cannot just be pushed through with money. Planning approvals, land permits, construction permits, fire inspections. Every step requires someone to push it along. He smiled at Jiang Chun. I've been in Qingchuan for over 20 years and am familiar with these processes. General Manager Wang has been here for 2 decades too, and he knows the ropes. It's great that you young people have ambition, but for some matters, someone needs to help you coordinate. Jiang Chun looked at him, not responding. Zhou Jiaming continued, what I mean is, if you provide the money and Wang Maolin provides the connections, you should join forces. You give him some shares and on my side. He paused. Everyone benefits and things become easier. Jiang Chun stood up. The gesture was subtle, but the meaning was clear. County Chief Zhou, the projects of Qingxin Investment will adhere strictly to the proper procedures. They will be compliant, transparent, and open. All bidding will be conducted as required, and all approvals will be obtained. He looked at Zhou Jiaming, his tone flat. As for funding, I have already prepared it. 1 billion. This project will not halt due to a lack of money. Zhou Jiaming's smile vanished completely. He stared at Jiang Chun for 3 seconds, then slowly leaned back in his chair, taking off his gold-rimmed glasses to wipe them before putting them back on. The motion was slow, as if he were suppressing something. Mr. Jiang, you are a person of integrity. I admire you. He smiled again. But this smile was different from before. It was cold. All right then. You follow the proper processes. As the deputy county chief in charge, I will also legally, and according to regulations, ensure everything is in order. If there are any issues, we will handle them according to the procedure. Jiang Chen nodded. Thank you, County Chief Zhou. He turned to leave, and at the moment he pushed the door open, he caught a glimpse of Zhou Jiaming already picking up the desk's landline. In the corridor, the sound of Jiang Chen's leather shoes remained crisp, but his expression had darkened. The negotiation had collapsed. From Zhou Jiaming's last remark about legally, and according to regulations ensuring order, he sensed a blade. Once in the car, Jiang Chen immediately called, Shen Yan, I've fallen through with Zhou Jiaming. He will block me at the approval stage. Planning, land use, construction, fire safety, all aspects. Keep an eye on it for me, and if there are any unusual movements, activate the emergency plan immediately. Shen Yan's voice came through the Bluetooth headset, calm, as if reciting a standard procedure. Understood. I have already prepared a compliance review checklist listing all the approval nodes, deadlines, departments, and responsible persons. If they delay the timeline, we will pursue administrative reconsideration. Okay. After hanging up, Jiang Chun dialed another number. Shen Yao answered quickly, as if she had been waiting for the call. Finished with the discussion. It fell through. Zhou Jiaming wanted me to give him some equity, but I refused. He said he would legally and according to regulations ensure order. Silence followed on the other end for 2 seconds. Then Shen Yao's voice turned cold. He is making a bold move. Just wait, I will go find County Chief Fong right away. Shen Yao. Jiang Chen called out to her, are you not afraid of being implicated if you stand with me? Shen Yao's voice paused for a moment. Then she said, Jiang Chun, Qingshan Investment is the largest investment project in Qingchuan in recent years. Protecting you means protecting the investment, which means safeguarding tax revenue. Just focus on executing the project well, it'll handle the rest. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Chun leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes for a moment. Then he dialed Yu Bing's number. Yu Bing, expedite the design plan for the 103 acres of land. Follow the provincial city standards. It should not only serve Qingchuan County, but also radiate to 3 to 5 surrounding counties. Cover all sectors: dining, retail, children's, entertainment, cinema, and fitness. Yu Bing didn't ask further and simply replied, got it, it'll connect right away. Jiang Chen thought for a moment and added, have Chen Xian and Lin Wei participate as well. Their understanding of commercial districts is deeper than that of an ordinary design institute. Money is not an issue, speed and quality are. Understood. After hanging up, Jiang Chun parked by the roadside and fell into a 3-minute daze. He replayed the entire conversation in his mind. Zhou Jiaming's threat, Shen Yan's calmness, Shen Yao's decisiveness, and Yu Bing's execution capabilities. With support from all sides, this battle could be fought. Meanwhile, in a villa at Yushan International, another drama was unfolding. Li Xiaofan was wiping the coffee table in the living room, thinking the doorbell was Jiang Chen returning. She hurried to open the door, and the smile on her face froze halfway, for people were standing at the entrance. Jiang Chen's eldest uncle Li Difu and second uncle Li Delu, Aunt Lu Guiying, and second aunt Zhou Qiaoyan. All 4 were carrying items. Li Difu held a bunch of celery and a few green onions, while Li Delu had a bag of radishes and a handful of garlic sprouts, freshly pulled from the ground, still covered in dirt. The 4 were dressed in their best clothes. Aunt Lu had specifically changed into a new dark red cotton jacket, and Aunt Zhou had wrapped a new scarf around her neck. Yet standing at the door of the villa in Yushan International, the 4 appeared restrained like country folk newly arrived in the city. Until Li Xiaofan opened the door. Sister. Li Difu shouted, his voice booming like someone calling in the fields. We came to see you. We heard you moved, so we brought some vegetables, fresh from our own garden. Li Xiaofan stepped aside. Come in and talk. As soon as the 4 entered, their footsteps halted simultaneously. The living room was too large, so big that even all 4 of them couldn't fill it. The crystal chandelier hung down, scattering light onto the genuine leather sofa, and the warmth from the underfloor heating surged up from beneath their feet. Even the air felt warm. The marble floor reflected their shadows, and the paintings on the walls, though they didn't recognize the artists, were clearly valuable. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows was a garden complete with artificial hills, flowing water, and red plums isolating the winter's bleakness beyond the glass. The 4 stood at the entrance, hesitant to step inside. Lu Guiying was the first to react, grabbing Li Xiaofan's hand with a suddenly trembling voice. Sister, you really have made it. Her eyes turned red. Whether from genuine emotion or acting was unclear, but a tear slipped down. We've seen how much you've suffered over the years. Now it's good Chainer has become successful, and you're living in such a nice house now. Zhou Qiaoyan chimed in. Yes, sister, you used to live in that red brick house in the village, freezing in the winter. Now look at this place, it's like a palace from the TV shows. Our family in Qingchuan now has some face. My nephew is a billionaire, and I can hold my head high when I go out. Li Difu and Li Delu had already pulled Jiang Shoshan onto the sofa. Li Difu patted the armrest of the sofa. Brother-in-law, you're really enjoying life. Back when you opened that small shop, I told your sister that you'd be successful sooner or later, and look, didn't I call it? Li Delu continued, second brother, do you remember? When I was little, I came to your house and Chainer was this small. He gestured a height. I carried him to town to buy candy, and he wanted to ride on my shoulders. Back then I said this kid would make something of himself, and look, didn't I call it? Jiang Shoshan sat on the sofa, holding a teacup, a slight, awkward smile on his face. He didn't say much, just nodded occasionally. But his hand never left the teacup. The four of them chatted away, reminiscing about those trivial matters from the past. Remember when I carried Chainer as a child? I bought him candy when he was little. He once peed all over me. It was as if they were discussing monumental favors. Li Xiaofan sat across from them holding Lu Guiying's hand, and as she listened her face heated up. She was soft-hearted, she had always been soft-hearted. As noon approached, Lu Guiying leaned her head toward the kitchen. Sister, is Chainer coming back for lunch? Just as Li Xiaofan was about to speak, Jiang Shoshan spoke first. He's eating at the company. He said they're testing dishes in the cafeteria today and won't be back. A flash of disappointment crossed Lu Guiying's face. Zhou Qiaoyan noticed too. She tugged at Li Delu's sleeve, and then the four exchanged glances. Li Difu cleared his throat, set down the teacup, and straightened up. Sister, brother-in-law, we came today not only to see you, but also to discuss something with you. Li Zufan's hand tightened slightly. She didn't know what they were going to say, but she was all too familiar with that tone of, there's something to discuss. Li Difu continued, you know Dad is getting old. He's 83 this year, and still living in that old house, which leaks in winter and summer. I didn't have the means before, but now that Chainer is successful, I was wondering if we could borrow some money to renovate Dad's house. Just $1 million is enough. Li Xiaofan opened her mouth. $1 million. Her own savings were the 1 million Jiang Chun had just given her, and it wasn't even warm yet. Li Delu nodded along. Yes, sister, our Li family's elder shouldn't still be living in such a dilapidated. You all live in such a nice house now, a dad shouldn't be too shabby either. Lu Guiying added, sister, we know you just moved, so you must have some money on hand. Chainer is such a big boss, he surely gives you more than just a bit. We won't borrow for free, once the house is renovated, we'll pay you back slowly. Zhou Qiaoyan supplemented, sister, Dad hasn't enjoyed much in his life. Now that his grandson is successful, he should enjoy life. Jiang Shoshan sat quietly beside them drinking tea without saying a word, but his fingers holding the teacup tightened. He could tell, the 1 million, though labeled as a loan, was not intended to be paid back. Li Xiaofan clenched her hand on her knee. She was soft-hearted, but she also knew, if she gave $1 million, she would have nothing left. She was still hesitating whether to say, I have $1 million, but I can only lend you 500,000, when a sound of footsteps came from outside. The sound of high heels clicked against the stone floor, fast and urgent. The door swung open, and Zhang Yu stood at the entrance wearing a down jacket over her work clothes, still clutching a thermos she hadn't had time to put down. Her face was flushed from the cold wind, but her eyes were as cold as ice. Mom, she called out, her voice not loud, but it echoed throughout the living room. Zhang Yu changed her shoes as she entered, saying, I heard my uncle and aunt have arrived, so I hurried. She walked into the living room, glanced at the four people, and then smiled. Not a genuine smile, but a cold smirk. Uncle second, uncle, auntie second, aunt long time no see. The four of them chuckled awkwardly and nodded. Zhang Yu did not sit down. She stood beside the coffee table, arms crossed. I just heard at the door. You want to borrow money to fix grandfather's house. 1 million. Li Delu chuckled dryly. Yeah, you heard wrong. It's a loan, not a demand. A loan. Zhang Yu looked at him. Second uncle, 2 years ago when my dad needed to turn over inventory for his dry goods store, he borrowed 2,000 from you. You said there's no money at home, then turned around and bought my cousin a new phone for over 3,000. Li Delu's face turned pale. Zhang Yu turned to Li Difu. Uncle, when my brother was going on blind dates, my mom brought 2 bottles of Flying Mount How to find you. You accepted the liquor and said he'll ask when my daughter returns. And then, nothing happened after that. The liquor ran out, and not a dime was seen. Li Difu's face also turned pale. Zhang Yu then turned toward her grandfather's direction. Though the old man was not present, her words were meant for everyone. Grandfather always says I can't hear clearly. When my dad couldn't afford the rent, he couldn't hear. When my mom fell ill from exhaustion, he couldn't hear. Now that he hears my brother has money, has his hearing improved? The living room was so quiet that even breathing could be heard. Zhang Yu took a deep breath. Uncles, aunts, my brother's money did not come from the wind. Whoever helped my family, my brother remembers. Third uncle and aunt sold pigs to help my brother with tuition, and my brother bought them a house. You, none of you have ever given a dime. Now you come to borrow money to fix grandfather's house. The house he has lived in for 83 years, where were you all this time? Lu Guiying's face turned red. Yeah, what you were saying. We are your uncles. We are family. Jiang Yu looked at her. Any family. Would family not lend a dime when my parents were in their most difficult times? Would family openly say in front of the entire village that my dad is poorer than a pig? She paused. My brother's matters are decided by my brother. But let me make this clear today. She turned to Li Xiofan. Mom, if you dare lend them money, don't expect to get another dime from me or my brother in the future. Li Xiofan trembled all over. She looked into Jiang Yu's eyes and suddenly understood. Jiang Yu was not just saying it casually. If she softened her heart and lent the money today, Jiang Chun would truly never give again. She covered her chest, her bank card in her pocket, 1 million given by Jiang Chun still warm. She pressed her hand against her pocket as if protecting a heart. No loan. Li Zufan's voice was soft, but unwavering. Defu Delu, you should go back. This money cannot be lent out. The faces of the four turned completely dejected. Li Defu stood up wanting to say something, but his lips moved and nothing came out. Li Delu tugged at him. Brother, let's go. Across from the county government compound, deep in an alley of the old city, there was a private restaurant without a sign. Zhou Jiaming sat in a private room on the second floor by the window with steam rising from the purple clay teapot in front of him. The camphor tree outside blocked most of the light, making the room feel dim even with the lights on. He glanced at his watch. 7 minutes past 12. Wang Maolin was late. The door was gently pushed open and Wang Maolin hurried in still in his overcoat from outside and quickly bowed smiling. County Chief, Zhou, I was caught in traffic, sorry. Zhou Jiaming did not look up, picked up his teacup and took a sip. Wang Maolin sat down opposite him. The dishes on the table were already served. Braised turtle, steamed mandarin fish, a pot of old duck soup, and 2 side dishes, all hearty dishes. Zhou Jiaming moved his chopsticks once and didn't pick them up again. Wang Maolin had no appetite either. I met Jiang Chen this morning. Zhou Jiaming put down his chopsticks, neatly folded the napkin he had wiped his mouth with, and placed it beside the dish. He is as tough as you predicted. Wang Maolin narrowed his eyes. What did he say? He said he wants to build a commercial complex. 1 billion. Wang Maolin's hand holding the teacup hung in the air, pausing for 2 seconds before putting it down. 1 billion. His mind raced. He had gathered 13,500,000 on his side, of which 50 million was still high-interest debt. For a 1 billion deal, he couldn't even cover a fraction of it. Does he really have that much money? Wang Maolin's voice was a bit tight. Zhou Jiaming glanced at him. I don't know if he has that much money, but he is genuinely acquiring the Wyndham Hotel. Yu Zhengwo's project isn't something just anybody can take over. Wang Maolin put down his teacup, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the table twice. If he can raise 1 billion himself, then why does he want to cooperate with us? That's why he won't budge. Zhou Jiaming leaned back in his chair, his tone carrying a hint of coldness. He doesn't want our people, doesn't want our connections, wants nothing at all. He wants to do it himself. Wang Maolin was silent for a few seconds. The only thought racing through his mind was, if Jiang Chen really independently secured this piece of land and successfully built a commercial complex, then Wang Maolin would be completely out of the picture in Qingchuan. Local tyrant. Without any land, what could he use to be a tyrant? County Chief Zhou. Wang Maolin leaned in closer, lowering his voice a bit. What do you think of this matter? Zhou Jiaming did not rush to answer. He picked up his teacup again and took a sip, his gaze falling on the camphor tree outside, as if he were pondering something. This piece of land was industrial land 10 years ago. You wanted to build a factory, but couldn't get it off the ground. Later you wanted to do storage, but also failed to do so. The county reclaimed it, and it has been left untouched, though no one dared to touch it. He turned his gaze back to Wang Maolin. Now Jiang Chen wants to use it for business. Do you know what this means, eh? Wang Maolin shook his head. The old city is so small, commercial land of 20 to 30 acres is the ceiling. What he has his eye on is the land east of the city, 103 acres, convenient traffic, a new urban landscape covering 3 to 4 surrounding counties. Zhou Jiaming tapped on the table twice with his fingers. His vision is sharp. Wang Maolin's heart sank. He knew that place was good, but he had never dared to think about it commercially. He had hesitated for so many years just to build a factory. Now a 26-year-old young man casually wants to build a 10 billion commercial complex. I had someone check Jiang Chen's background. Zhou Jiaming's voice suddenly dropped an octave. He is a local from Qingchuan with parents who have been farmers for generations. In Modu he was just a laborer with a monthly salary just over 10,000. He paused, then he suddenly returned. He bought the Wyndham Hotel for 300 million, bought office buildings and commercial streets for tens of millions without batting an eye. Wang Maolin listened, a chill running down his back. Are you suggesting someone is guiding him from behind? Yu Zhengwo is now in a precarious state. The province's housing projects are nearly dragging him down. Zhou Jiaming shook his head, but the 2 women by his side, Yu Bing and Su Qing, one is his niece, the other is his niece. Both of them are working for Jiang Chen. Wang Maolin's eyes brightened. Is Yu Zhengwo backing him? Zhou Jiaming did not respond, but his silence was more thought-provoking than an answer. Wang Maolin calculated in his mind. Although Yu Jiangwo was having a hard time now, a dead camel is bigger than a horse. If Yu Jiangwo is indeed backing him, then Jiang Qin's funding chain has a source. I checked the stock structure of Wyndham. Zhou Jiaming suddenly spoke, his voice very soft. Jiang Qin holds 80%, while Yu Jiangwo retains 20%. Yu Jiangwo's 20% was pledged to Jiang Qin for 600 million. Wang Maolin was stunned. Pledged? Yes. Yu Jiangwo used Wyndham's shares as collateral to borrow 600 million from Jiang Qin. Zhou Jiaming raised his teacup, looking at Wang Maolin through the rising steam. So do you understand now? Yu Jiangwo is not Jiang Qin's backer. Jiang Qin is Yu Jiangwo's backer. The room fell silent for 3 seconds. Wang Maolin's back was soaked with a fine sweat. He originally thought Jiang Qin was just a lucky nouveau riche backed by someone. Now it seems he himself is the one providing the support. Then, Wang Maolin's throat was dry and hoarse. Are we still going to proceed? Proceed. Zhou Jiaming slammed the teacup on the table, his voice not loud, but very firm. Precisely because he is a dragon crossing the river, we must suppress him before he gets his footing. He glanced at Wang Maolin. You have been managing Qingchuan for 20 years. Your network spans every department. No matter how capable Jiang Qin is, he still needs signatures for approvals, right? Fire safety inspections require stamps, right? Construction permits need approvals, right? In these processes, he can't bypass you. Wang Maolin's breathing gradually stabilized. Zhou Jiaming was right. No matter how big the project, it is built up piece by piece with approvals. And each approval has to go through his hands. Do you have enough money on your side? Zhou Jiaming suddenly changed the topic. Wang Maolin's expression stiffened for a moment. I have 85 million on hand. Another 50 million needs to be borrowed from the provincial city at an annualized rate of 18. 85 million includes 10 million from Ma Deshing, 15 million from Zhao Chongwei, and 25 million from Sun Chong. I only have 35 million of my own. He spoke quickly as if trying to encourage himself. Zhou Jiaming frowned. 80 million is not enough. I know, but to start the commercial complex, the initial investment must be at least 300 million. If Jiang Qin is determined to do it independently, he must prepare 300 to 500 million in startup funds. Wang Maolin clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms. If we force him to cooperate, he provides the funds and we provide the land and connections. We won't need to invest so much capital. Zhou Jiaming remained silent. He looked out the window as if thinking about something else. After a long while, he finally spoke, his voice so low it was almost inaudible. The provincial highway project's approval has been granted. The Qingchuan section will soon start the bidding process. Wang Maolin's ears perked up immediately. The high-speed rail is also in the process. Qingchuan, Anping County, and the neighboring Rongjiang County and Qinxi County are all competing for the station. Zhou Jiaming turned back to look at him. If the high-speed rail station lands in Qingchuan, the land in the east of the city will be a golden opportunity. Wang Maolin's eyes lit up. He leaned forward suddenly. County Chief Zhou, for the highway and high-speed rail projects, can I be allowed to contract part of the work? Not the whole contract, even if it's just subsidiary works. You wish. Zhou Jiaming interrupted him, his tone filled with frustration. Those projects are directly managed by the province. The city can't interfere at all. You, a contractor from a county, think you can cut in? Wang Maolin shrank his neck. But he was not discouraged. He understood Zhou Jiaming's style too well. He might say no verbally, but his hands may not stay idle. He was calculating the scraps from the highway project in his mind when Zhou Jiaming suddenly said, the most important thing right now is the commercial complex. The highway and high-speed rail are still years away. This piece of land is something we can grasp now. Wang Maolin's heartbeat steadied again. He nodded. I will go back and raise more funds. Zhou Jiaming stood up and patted the wrinkles on his coat. I have a meeting this afternoon. I'll take my leave. You hurry up with your time. Wang Maolin quickly got up to see him to the stairs. As Zhou Jiaming went downstairs, he stood in the second-floor corridor, watching the figure disappear around the corner. Then he turned back to the room and drank a bowl of the now cold duck soup on the table. The soup was cold, but his mind was hot. He took out his phone and dialed Ma Disheng's number. Old Ma, let's meet at the usual place in half an hour. Bring along old Zhao and old Sun. On the other end, Ma Disheng asked what it was about. Wang Maolin only said 4 words, the boss has spoken. Then he hung up. Half an hour later, in a tea house in the west of the city, the private room was filled with smoke. Ma Disheng, Zhao Chongwei, and Sun Chong sat around the tea table. Wang Maolin sat opposite them with a pot of freshly brewed tea guanyin in front of him. He got straight to the point. The boss spoke today. We must do something about the land in the east of the city. No matter what, we must proceed. Zhao Chongwei put down his teacup. Who exactly is the boss? You keep saying boss, but we haven't even met the person. Wang Maolin glanced at him, his expression turning cold for a moment. Don't ask what you shouldn't. You just need to know. The boss can ensure our safety in Qingchuan. Zhao Chongwei opened his mouth, but the rest of his words were swallowed back. Ma Dishing stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray. What about the money? I've already exhausted my 10 million. The supermarket's current cash flow can't even pay employee salaries. Sun Chong spoke up as well. I've also moved all the funds from my 25 million. If I put in more money, my workers won't even be able to celebrate the new year. Wang Maolin looked at the three faces, fear, anxiety, indecision. He suddenly remembered what Zhou Jianming had said at noon. You wanted to build a factory, hesitated for 10 years, and the land has been lying idle. Now that others want to do it, you're afraid again. I won't tell you who the boss is right now. Wang Maolin's voice became serious, but I will tell you one thing. The provincial highway has been approved, and the Qingchuan section will start construction next year. The high-speed rail is also competing, and if it lands in Qingchuan, the land in the east of the city will be a goal. The three of them fell silent at the same time. Then Ma Dishing was the first to speak, his voice trembling. Really? The boss said it himself. Wang Maolin leaned back in his chair. You all weigh it yourself. The current investment could multiply tenfold in the future. If you let go now, you'll just watch others feast on the benefits later. He stood up. Go back and raise money. Whether you sell your house or borrow at high interest, I want to see more money in 3 days. Qingchuan County City appeared to be ablaze with something. The first to explode was the vegetable market. Old Zhang, who sold tofu, was slicing tofu while chatting with the stall owner next door. Have you heard? The King Chenhui in the east of the city is really opening the day after tomorrow. They say it's our own version of Pang Dong Lai. Pang Dong Lai. Liu, the pork seller next door, slammed his knife onto the cutting board. Pang Dong Lai is from Hunan. What does it have to do with us? That's what the boss said. The service is comparable to Pang Dong Lai, and if you're not satisfied, you can return it within 7 days without reason. Liu snorted. Who can't brag? In all these years in Qingchuan, which supermarket hasn't had a grand opening for 3 days only to return to how it was? A nearby ant picking vegetables chimed in. Hey, I went to that New Year Good Street the day before yesterday, and the environment there is indeed nice. It's clean and warm, and they even have free hot water. That's the New Year Good Street, not a supermarket. Liu snorted again. Can a supermarket be the same as the New Year Good Street? But his words were obviously not as firm as before, because he had also been to the New Year Good Street. Though he wouldn't admit it, he knew in his heart that that street was different from all the previous New Year Good Streets in Qingchuan. News spread faster than the wind. In a tea house on the old street in the west of the city, several retired old men were gathered around a pot of tea chatting. An old man in a Zhongshan suit set down his teacup and said, My nephew has worked in the provincial city. He said the supermarkets there are not as big as King Chenhui. Do you know how big that supermarket is? Just the fresh food section is bigger than the entire Meiqing supermarket. The old man in the felt hat didn't believe it. When Meiqing opened his supermarket, Jiang Chun was still wearing split-crotch pants. The old man in the Zhongshan suit leisurely took a sip of tea. Meiqing's daily revenue is less than 2,000 now. King Chinui's daily revenue. He held up 4 fingers. This number. 20,000. 200,000. The tea house fell silent for 3 seconds. Then the old man in the felt hat slammed his teacup down on the table, bragging. You should go see for yourself in the east of the city. Look at how long the queue is at their entrance. At the bus stop in the old city, 2 young people waiting for the bus were scrolling through their phones. Look at this. A photo of King Chenhui. My God, there are so many people. The other one leaned over to take a look. It must be edited right. Can Qingchuan have such a place? It's a video. It's a video that someone posted. Look at these shelves, this service. When has Qingchuan ever had this? The two became more and more excited, even missing their bus. Meanwhile, at the front desk of Qingchen Building, Lin Xiaoyan's phone was ringing off the hook. Hello, is your supermarket opening tomorrow? Today she had already received over 40 such calls. Each time she had to repeat. Hello, King Chenhui Supermarket will officially open at 9 a.m. on the 25th day of the 12th lunar month. Welcome. After hanging up, she rubbed her sore wrist. A colleague next to her whispered, Sister Xiaoyan, today's calls are double the number from yesterday. Lin Xiaoyan glanced at the call statistics on the display. 24th day of the 12th lunar month, 2 p.m., a total of 137 calls received. She picked up her cup and took a sip. Tomorrow will be even more. Meanwhile, another line of communication was also in sync. On the 8th floor of Qingchen Building in by Shutong's office. 3 stacks of red invitation letters were placed before her, each embossed with the golden lettering of King Chenhui Supermarket opening ceremony. She was checking the guest list one by one. County Party Secretary, Zhou Minyuan. County Mayor Fang Ziyuan. Executive Vice Mayor Zhou Jianming. Deputy Mayor Shen Yao. Director of the County Party Office Lin Guodong. Director of the County Bureau of Commerce. Director of the County Market Supervision Bureau. Bai Shutong picked up an invitation letter and flipped through it. She was very clear in her heart. Half of these people were here to show support, half were here to watch the excitement, and 1 or 2 were here to see the jokes. But she still sent them all out. She put the invitation letters into envelopes and called the courier, deliver them to each office of the county committee and county government, and hand them directly to the recipients. The courier left. Bai Shutong leaned back in her chair staring at the last two invitation letters left on the table. One was for Zhou Jianming, and the other was for Liu Chang'e. She hesitated for a moment, but sealed them anyway. They had to save face. As for whether they would come, that was their business. At 3 p.m. the various offices of the county committee and county government received the invitation letters one after another. Secretary Xiao Lu of the county government office walked in with a stack of red envelopes, distributing them one by one. Xin Yao was reading a document. She took the invitation letter and glanced at it, the corners of her mouth slightly curling up. Then she closed it and placed it in the most conspicuous position on her desk to the right. Xiao Lu delivered the last one to Zhou Jianming's office. Zhou Jianming was on the phone signaling to put it down. Xiao Lu placed the invitation letter on the desk and stepped back. Zhou Jianming hung up the phone and picked up the invitation letter to flip through it. The golden letters, finely crafted, clearly showed that it had been made with care. He looked at it for 2 seconds before tossing it into the drawer. Meanwhile, in the county mayor's office, Fang Ziyuan was examining the invitation letter. He called his secretary. Tomorrow at 9 a.m. King Chenhui supermarket opens. Clear your schedule. The secretary nodded. Deputy Mayor Shun said she would attend as well. Fang Ziyuan placed the invitation letter on his desk, his gaze lingering on the golden characters of King Chenhui. He recalled that day on the New Year Good Street when Jiang Chen stood in front of him, saying, "Qing Chuan needs an upgrade." This young man, Fang Ziyuan muttered to himself, is bold and capable. In the county party secretary's office, Zhou Mingyuan also received an invitation letter. He read it once, said nothing, and simply told his secretary, "Tomorrow at 9 a.m. have the car ready." The secretary quickly noted it down. Zhou Mingyuan put the invitation letter into his drawer. When he closed the drawer, his finger lingered for a moment on its edge. Having been secretary for 5 years, this was the first time he was cutting the ribbon for the opening of a supermarket. But he decided to go, because he wanted to see what this young man who dared to invest 10 billion in Qingchuan could. At 4:30 p.m. on a remote dirt road in the southern outskirts of Qingchuan County, Liu Hong had just come out from a place called Qingshui Manor. He had been there before. Though it was called a farmstead, it was actually a place where some prominent people in the county secretly discussed matters. He was there today to ask a contractor about something. The business talk was done, and he was preparing to leave. Just as he started the car, he caught a glimpse of a white Toyota heading toward the manor. He initially didn't pay it much attention, but the car stopped at the entrance, and the backseat window rolled down halfway, revealing a familiar face. Liu Hong's foot slammed on the brake. He recognized that face. It was Zhao Kai, Sun Chang's nephew, the one who had stolen Jiang Chen's girlfriend. "What is this kid doing here?" Liu Hong murmured. He didn't leave, instead maneuvering his car into the shadows of a nearby tree, turning off the engine. After Zhao Kai got out of the car, another person stepped out from the back seat. Liu Hong's eyes widened in shock. It was a woman in her 40s with permed hair, wearing a dark red down jacket, looking somewhat familiar. He thought for a moment and remembered. It was Sun Chang's wife, Zhao Kai's aunt. A man and a woman, one after the other, walked into the manor. Zhao Kai followed behind, casually draping his hand on the woman's waist. Liu Hong's mouth fell open. He pulled out his phone, hunched over as he circled around via a side path, and crept up to the back row of storage sheds beside the manor. There was a window there, the curtains not fully drawn, leaving a gap. He leaned in and saw something he shouldn't have. The room was dim, but clear enough. Zhao Kai and his aunt-in-law were embracing. Liu Hong's hand moved faster than his mind. He already had his phone raised. He started recording, held it steady for 3 seconds, then pulled back. The screen showed a clear image. 2 people pressed together in a suggestive pose, the nature of their relationship unmistakable at a glance. Liu Hong turned off his phone and tiptoed away. Back in the car, his hands still trembled on the steering wheel. Not from fear, but from excitement. Sun Chang's wife was fooling around with his nephew. If this got out, where would Sun Chang's face be? "I have to help Brother Chen with this," Liu Hong muttered to himself as he stepped on the gas, the car turning onto his mind was already racing with how to use this video. Zhao Kai had stolen Jiang Chen's girlfriend, and now his aunt-in-law was tangled up with Zhao Kai. What was this called? Karma. He pulled out his phone to check the time. It was 5:30 in the afternoon. He didn't go straight to Jiang Chen. Instead, he saved the video into an encrypted folder first. Liu Hong tucked his phone into his pocket and drove off, humming a tune. He was in high spirits. Zhao Kai, you never saw this coming when you stole Jiang Chen's girlfriend, did you? And your aunt-in-law, she never expected someone outside the window, did she? At the same time, the lights were still on in the 8th floor conference room of Qingshan Tower. Jiang Chen and Su Qing sat facing each other. 2 laptops were spread across the table. Su Qing's screen displayed a U.S. stock trading interface, while Jiang Chen's showed a complex global financial market timeline. During the Spring Festival holiday, the share market will be closed for 8 days, Su Qing said, taking a sip of the coffee beside her. Jiang Chen nodded. He leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers on the table twice. "So U.S. stocks, Hong Kong stocks, futures, Forex, where we can enter, and where we can exit you help me plan it. Su Qing glanced at him. For U.S. stocks, she turned back to the screen, you have two options. One is day trading quick in and out suitable for your capital scale. The other is long-term holding of high-dividend blue-chip stocks with stable annual dividends good for capital accumulation. What's the approximate annual dividend for long-term holding? Jiang Chen asked. Depends on the target. Some U.S. utility stocks and leading consumer stocks have dividend yields between 3 and 5%. If you invest $100 million, the annual dividend would be $3 to $4 million. Jiang Chen calculated in his mind. $3 to $4 million in annual dividends, not huge, but steady. The system's funds reset daily, but U.S. stocks settle on a T0 basis, allowing the funds to bypass the daily reset restriction. If he used system funds to buy U.S. stocks, even if sold the same day, the money would stay in the account. This effectively converted the system's 100 million limit into actual U.S. dollar assets. Screen a batch of long-term holding targets for me, he said. As for the day trading portion, you handle the operations. I won't interfere with specific trades. Su Qing nodded. All right. But there's one issue, the time difference. U.S. stocks open at 10:30 p.m. Beijing time and close at 5:00 a.m. If you want to trade U.S. stocks long-term, you'll need to adjust your schedule. Jiang Chen leaned back thinking. Then he said something in a casual tone as if discussing what to have for dinner. Over the 7 days of Spring Festival, set up the trading framework first. He paused. They'll keep you company at night. Su Qing's fingers froze above the keyboard. Watching the market. 2 words. The pause between them was less than a second. But Su Qing clearly felt that brief hesitation. Not a stammer, not uncertainty, but deliberate. Deliberately dragging out that you character, making you think something else was coming, then casually dropping, watching the market as if nothing had happened. Su Qing's heart skipped a beat. Just once. Like an elevator suddenly dropping half a floor before steadying. She stared at the screen, her fingers landing back on the keyboard, typing a couple of times, only to find she'd entered a jumble of gibberish. She deleted it and retyped, eyes fixed on the screen, but not taking in a single word. One thought dominated her mind. He did that on purpose. But her peripheral vision caught him. Jiang Chen leaned back in his chair, his expression flat, no trace of teasing on his face, as if earnestly discussing work arrangements. No flaw to be found. Su Qing's ears grew warm. She picked up her Americano and took a sip, only to find it had gone cold. She didn't set the cup down, pretending to drink, using the gesture to suppress that half-beat of racing pulse. What are you thinking? She told herself. I'm 3 years older than him. Su Qing swallowed the cold coffee, put down the cup, and turned back to the screen. For U.S. stocks, I suggest starting with ETFs. They have relatively lower volatility and are good for you to get familiar with the rhythm. For individual stocks, I've selected a few high-dividend targets. The materials are in your email. Her voice was steady, exactly as usual. But as she typed, her thumb lingered on the space bar for an extra moment. A tiny gesture she didn't even notice herself. Jiang Chen hummed in acknowledgement and stood up. Then he pushed the door and left. After the door closed, Su Qing stared at it for 3 seconds. Then she buried her face in her palms and let out a muffled sigh. He did it on purpose. She was sure now. But when he said, keep you company watching the market, his expression was too natural, too effortless for her to confirm whether it was just a casual addition to the work plan or intentionally meant to make her overthink. Su Qing looked up and rubbed her temples. She stared at the screen full of red and green candlestick charts, took a deep breath, and forced her focus back. But her fingers paused on the keyboard, typing 3 words, then deleting them, typing 2 more, then deleting those. Finally, she typed a line: U.S. high-dividend stock screening results. Then she saved the file and sent it to Jiang Chen's email. After sending, she stared at the sent successfully prompt for 2 seconds. Then she picked up her phone, opened Jiang Chen's WeChat chat. Silent, only work messages. She stared at his profile picture for 3 seconds and turned off the screen. Su Qing, she told herself, you're 3 years older than him. She stood up and packed her computer. Before turning off the monitor, she glanced at the candlestick chart, green dropping. She turned off the screen. Night fell early in Qingchuan, or just past 6. The streetlights were already on. Red lanterns hung along the roadside, their tassels swaying in the wind. When Jiang Chen pushed open the door to his home, the house was already lively. Li Xiaofan was busy in the kitchen, the spatula clanging against the iron wok. The aroma of braised pork seeped through the kitchen door crack, filling the entire house. In the living room, Jiang Shoshan was sitting on the sofa peeling garlic. Jiang Yu had taken off her coat and was wearing an apron while serving dishes. On the coffee table lay a plate of sweet and sour ribs, still steaming. Jiang Chen entered the house after changing his shoes. Mom, I'm back. Li Xiaofan poked her head out from the kitchen. Sit down quickly. Dinner is about to be served. Her gaze passed over Jiang Chen's shoulder, looking outside. Where are those 2 girls? Jiang Chen turned his head. Yu Bing and Su Qing were just walking in from the entrance. One was wearing a beige sweater and the other a black turtleneck. Both were carrying items. Yu Bing had a box of cherries while Su Qing held a packet of tea leaves. Auntie, sorry to intrude. Yu Bing placed the cherries on the table, her voice gentle and soft. Su Qing added, we're here to mooch off dinner. Please don't mind Auntie. Li Xiaofan smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped, and quickly wiped her hands as she came out to greet them. Of course not. Come and sit down. She grabbed Su Qing's hand, then turned to pull Yu Bing's hand, looking left and right. I'm so happy you both could come. Jiang Yu poked her head out from the kitchen, waving at Yu Bing and Su Qing. Sister Yu Bing, Sister Su Qing, come in and sit down. We're almost done with the last 2 dishes. Jiang Chun stood by watching as the 3 women were led into the living room by Li Xiaofan. Bai Shutong didn't come today. She had to go back to take care of her father and specially sent a message before leaving. President Jiang, I've checked the opening procedures 3 times, so don't worry. They'll be there early tomorrow. It's fine if you come a bit later. Jiang Chen glanced at the message and locked his screen. Chena, what are you daydreaming about? Li Xiaofan called out to him. Go wipe the table. Jiang Chen responded and went to the kitchen to get a cloth. While wiping the table, he glanced over at the sofa. Yu Bing was helping Li Xiaofan set the tableware, and Su Qing was sitting on the sofa armrest, holding a cup of hot tea, her gaze fixed in the direction of the kitchen. Jiang Chun lowered his head to wipe the table, a slight movement at the corner of his mouth. The dishes were already a table full: braised pork, sweet and sour ribs, steamed base oil, braised shrimp, chicken soup, stir-fried garlic sprouts with cured meat, and stir-fried seasonal vegetables. Li Xiaofan had been busy all afternoon bringing out all the best dishes. Jiang Shoshan sat at the table, glanced at the spread, then looked at the 3 girls, and finally at Jiang Chun. He lifted his teacup and took a sip, saying nothing, but the lines at the corners of his mouth were deeper than usual. Jiang Yu served a piece of rib to Yu Bing. Sister Yu Bing, you must try my mom's sweet and sour ribs. They're amazing. Yu Bing took a bite, her eyes lighting up. Auntie, this is so delicious. Li Xiaofan beamed, saying, if you like it, eat more. She then turned to Su Qing, serving her a piece of fish. Little Su, try this steamed base, it's very fresh. Su Qing lowered her head and took a bite. Very fresh. Li Xiaofan didn't say anything, but was already bubbling with happiness inside. She looked around, pleased with everything, then turned to look at Jiang Shoshan, who was focused on his meal, but had his ears perked up listening to every word. Halfway through the meal, Su Qing put down her chopsticks and glanced at Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun, the U.S. stock market opens tonight. You could try to invest a bit. T0, a same-day entry and exit, perfect for practice. Jiang Chun paused while picking up food. Can we enter tonight? Yes. I've already set up the framework during the day. Let's try a trade tonight to get familiar with the process. Jiang used chopsticks frozen midair upon hearing U.S. stock market. Brother, are you trading U.S. stocks tonight? Can I watch? Su Qing replied, of course. But the U.S. stock market opens at 10:30. It's fine. I only need to go to the company in the morning tomorrow. Staying up a bit late won't kill me. Jiang Yu was excited and turned to Yu Bing. Sister Yu Bing, you should come too. Yu Bing, who was drinking soup, looked up after being mentioned me. She glanced at Jiang Chun, then at Su Qing. But I don't understand stocks. That's exactly why you should learn. Jiang Yu pulled on her arm. Anyway, you live at Yushan International, just 2 buildings away from my house. It's just a short walk. Yu Bing fell silent for a moment. Her work during the day was actually fully scheduled, but Jiang Chun would be there too. She looked at Jiang Chun, finished the last sip of her soup, and then softly said, well, I could go and take a look too. Li Xiaofan sat across from them watching this scene unfold. She lowered her head to eat, but the corners of her mouth were turned up high. After dinner, Yu Bing helped Li Xiaofan clear the table, while Su Qing sat on the living room sofa, replying to a few work messages. Jiang Yu ran upstairs to change into a thicker coat, and when she came down, she was holding a pack of snacks. Let's go. To the company. U.S. stocks. Jiang Chun walked out of the kitchen with water droplets still on his hands. Going to the company. What else? Trade at home. Jiang Yu was already walking towards the door. Come on, I can't wait any longer. Jiang Chen glanced at the time. It was 8:30. There was still over an hour until the market opened. He didn't say much, grabbed his coat. Let's go. The 4 of them walked towards the door. Li Xiaofan shouted from the kitchen doorway. It's cold at night. Wear more. Got it, Mom. Yushan International to Qingshan Building took a 5-minute drive. 3 cars. Yu Bing's Panamera, Su Qing's Panamera, and Jiang Xiaojun driving Jiang Chen's Benz GLS following behind. The 3 cars parked one after the other at the foot of Qingshan Building. Security guard Old Zhang quickly came out to open the door upon seeing the headlights. President Jiang, still working late tonight. Just a bit of business. You carry on with your work. Up to the 8th floor in the elevator. Jiang Chun pushed open the conference room door, where Su Qing had already walked over to the computer to boot it up. The 3 curved screens lit up and sequence red and green lines spread across the display. Jiang Yu threw the snacks onto the table and pulled up a chair to sit next to Su Qing. Sister Su Qing, teach me. Yu Bing stood at the door for a couple of seconds before choosing a seat by the window. She didn't speak, but her gaze fell on Jiang Chun. Su Qing turned to Jiang Chun. How much are we testing tonight? Jiang Chun pulled out a chair and sat down thinking for a moment. 10 million. Let's get a feel for the process first. Su Qing nodded, her fingers already falling on the keyboard. All right. U.S. Stocks T0 buying and selling on the same day. You mentioned during the day about funding issues. I drafted a plan. She brought up a window. Let's do quick entries and exits tonight to get familiar with the rhythm. Afterwards, we can consider larger amounts. Jiang Chen glanced at her. You've thought this through well. Su Qing didn't respond, but paused, her fingers on the keyboard. 10:30. The U.S. stock market opened. Su Qing stared at the screen, her fingertips, typing a few commands. First trade tech stocks, 3 million, entering now. A screen lit up in front of Jiang Chun as he watched Su Qing's actions from the side. Jiang Yu leaned over from behind, Su Qing, her eyes shining. Yu Bing sat by the window holding a cup of hot tea that had come from Bai Shutan's office. She didn't even know when she had gone to pour it. 40 minutes later, Su Qing looked at the data. We've exited. We made about $3,000. Jiang Yue, more than $3,000. That's over 20,000 RMB. About that. Jiang Yu gasped. Bro, making money seems too easy for you. Jiang Chun leaned back against the chair. Easy? You'll know once you try it yourself. For the second transaction, Su Qing switched to a consumer stock, investing 5 million, and after 40 minutes, she sold it, earning over $4,000. For the third transaction, Jiang Chun operated himself, following Su Qing's lead with an investment of 2 million. Although he didn't make as much as Su Qing, he also didn't incur any losses. After 3 transactions, the profit on the account was just under $10,000. However, Jiang Chen's mind wasn't on how much he made. He was focused on one thing. The U.S. stock market operates on a T0 basis, buying and selling on the same day. He was using 10 million. Before dawn, the 10 million was moved in and out twice, and it was recovered. In the system, this was counted as consumption. Jiang Chen stared at the screen, feeling reassured. After dawn, Su Qing turned to him. Will the big money come in next? Jiang Chen sat up straight. Yes. 100 million. Quick in and out, don't linger on the battlefield. Su Qing's fingers hovered over the keyboard, pausing for a moment. All in. All in. Su Qing didn't ask further and began typing. 100 million was divided into 3 batches, each entering 3 highly liquid stocks. 15 minutes later, the first batch sold. 20 minutes later, the second batch sold. Half an hour later, the third batch sold. Su Qing glanced at the data and reported the figures. Overall profit is about 0.7. Jiang Chun calculated 70,000. Half an hour. Earned 70,000. He took a sip of the now cold tea and then stood up. All right. Wrap it up. Time to go sleep. Jiang Yu yawned, so sleepy. She stood up, rubbing her eyes as she walked out. At the door, she turned back and asked, Bro, what time will you arrive tomorrow? I'll be there at 7:30. You can sleep a bit more, just come before 9. Jiang Yu nodded and left. Yu Bing stood up from the window. Her tea had long cooled, and she hadn't drunk much. She reached the door and glanced back at Jiang Chun. I'll head back too. Jiang Chun replied, together. I'll drive you all. The 3 cars drove back to Yushan International along the same route. Jiang Yu's midnight blue Panamera first turned into her garage. Yu Bing's black Panamera stopped at the neighboring villa's entrance, and Su Qing's matte gray one parked in front of another building. Jiang Chun parked the car and didn't turn off the engine immediately. He glanced outside. The lights of Yu Bing's villa were on. Su Qing's villa lights were also lit. 2 villas separated by a row of wintergreen trees with warm lights spilling from the windows, creating a cozy ambience in the night. He suddenly thought of something. Both Yu Bing and Su Qing owned houses in Yushan International, and they were both villas. Although not expensive for the county, it still cost several million compared to ordinary people. Jiang Chun turned off the engine and got out of the car. The night wind rushed into his collar, making him shrink his neck. The lights in the living room were still on. Li Xiaofan was knitting on the sofa and quickly asked when she saw Jiang Chun come in, Are you hungry? The soup is still warm in the pot. Not hungry. Jiang Chun changed his shoes. Mom, you should go to bed. You need to wake up early tomorrow. He turned off the light and went upstairs. In the bedroom, the phone screen lit up. Su Qing sent a message. Tonight's earnings will be credited tomorrow. The U.S. stock market path is viable. Jiang Chun replied with a single word, good. On the 24th of the 12th lunar month, the Southern New Year approached. At 7 in the morning, the winter fog in Qingchuan was thick, and the New Year Good Street was already bustling with people. Red lanterns hung from one end of the street to the other, with uniform red arches adorned with tassels swaying above the crowd. The warm wind canopy was filled with steam, the sweet aroma of candied chestnuts mixed with the oil scent of fried meatballs saturating the street corner. This was no mere New Year Good Street. It was clearly a temple fair. The crowd began to surge in at 8 o'clock, and by 9 o'clock it was so packed that one couldn't move. Young couples pushing strollers, elderly men with canes, children in new cotton jackets. There was a crowd at every stall. There were over 10 people lined up at the dry goods stall, and even more blocking the area in front of the cured meat stall. In front of Zhang Chuiying's stall, people were piled up asking for prices, and her voice was nearly hoarse from shouting. How much is this cured meat? 58 a pound. Raised on our own farm, absolutely no additives. Give me 3 pounds. All right. Meanwhile, in the adjacent construction area, half of the barriers had been removed. The main structure of Qingxin Hui was gradually revealing its true form day by day. Advertising boards that had originally hidden the scaffolding and dust nets were being dismantled. The first floor had a traditional style with the blue bricks and gray tiles already visible. The second and third floors featured rounded arch windows and wrought iron flower racks, exhibiting a clear Spanish flair. The collision of two styles surprisingly felt harmonious. Rather, it had a peculiar sense of layering. From the street corner, those buildings looked as if they had grown out of a painting. Lanterns and floral walls adorned the scene, although still unfinished, it was already evident that it would be the most striking landmark in Qingchuan. Every passerby couldn't help but take a second glance. Those buildings over there look really nice. I heard they're going to have a temple fair there on the first day of the Lunar New Year, and everything will be open. Really? Then we'll have to bring the whole family to take a look then. Look at that exterior wall, it will definitely make for great photos. Everyone was looking forward to it. Liu Hong stood at the edge of the construction site, holding a stack of construction progress reports, shouting to the workers, the south side of the exterior wall must be completed by noon today. Finish the north side by tomorrow. Everything must be revealed before New Year's Eve. If you don't finish, don't even think about celebrating the new year. Lu Ming, wearing a safety helmet, climbed out from below the scaffolding, his work pants covered in dust, holding a pneumatic nail gun. He wiped the sweat from his face and shouted to Liu Hong, "Brother Wan, the southern exterior wall can be finished by noon today, don't worry." Liu Hong glanced at him. "You're pretty quick with your hands and feet." Lu Ming grinned. "I can't be slow with what director you asked me to do." He paused. "Besides, Brother Chen's matters are my matters too." Liu Hong looked at him for 3 seconds and said nothing more. Lu Ming turned and dove back under the scaffolding, continuing to work. While nailing the boards, he was calculating in his mind. Once this busy period was over, he needed to find an opportunity to discuss that matter with Brother Chun. His sister Lu Yao called again, urging him, "Bro, have you found that Jiang Chun or not? You said last time you saw him at the class reunion, but then there was no follow-up." On the 8th floor of Qingxin building, Jiang Chun had just sat down when Bai Shutong entered holding 3 documents, looking uneasy. "President Jiang, we just received 3 notifications at the same time. The first notice, County Natural Resources Bureau, requesting Qingxin Hui Supermarket to supplement the fire escape with review report. The second notice, County Market Supervision Bureau, requesting the provision of full chain traceability records for fresh produce cold chain. The third notice, County Housing and Urban Rural Development Bureau, raising objections to the temporary building permit for Qingxin Hui Commercial Street." Jiang Chun flipped through the documents, reading each page. He leaned back in his chair, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly, not a smile but cold. Some people are getting restless. He took photos of 3 documents and sent them to Shen Yin, then made a call and switched to speaker mode. Shen Yin answered quickly, her voice coming from the speaker as calm as a bucket of ice water. "I saw it." Jiang Chun remained silent, waiting for her to continue. "Regarding the fire safety, according to the current national standards, the design of Qingxin Hui is completely compliant. I have the blueprints and review reports from the Design Institute, and I can prepare a response by tomorrow. The cold chain traceability is even simpler. Qingxin Hui Supermarket's backend system already has full chain traceability, recording everything from procurement to warehousing to shelving. If they want it, we can take screenshots of the system pages, print them out, and bind them into a booklet to send over. The issue with the Housing and Urban Rural Development Bureau is the most laughable. He Changjiang's temporary building permit is still valid. It was issued under the name of Fengqing Street, which Qingxin Hui is part of. Now they are raising objections. They are just looking for trouble." Shen Yin paused. These 3 notices were handed out by the same hand. "Jiang Chun, I know. I can complete all 3 responses before the end of the workday." "Good." Jiang Chun put down his phone, stood up, and walked to the window. In the direction of Qingxin Hui, scaffolding was being taken down layer by layer, and the Spanish-style arched windows glimmered with warm hues under the winter sun. "The supermarket opens tomorrow." Zhou Jiaming chose to act today, intending to create trouble for him before the opening. But Shen Yin said everything would be completed before the end of the workday. Then there was nothing to worry about. He sat back at his desk, opened the 103-acre comprehensive plan that Yu Bing had sent him yesterday, and prepared to study it in detail. There was a knock on the door 3 times. "Come in." The door opened and Lin Xiaoyan from the front desk peered in her face, showing a hint of embarrassment. "President Jiang, there's a lady looking for you." She said her name is Lu Yao, and she is Lu Ming's sister. Jiang Chun looked up. Behind Lin Xiaoyan, someone walked in. He was taken aback. The person who entered was wearing a camel-colored long coat, tailored sharply, the belt loosely tied, outlining a smooth waistline. Underneath was a black turtleneck, the lower half composed of dark gray wide-leg pants, and she wore a pair of white pointed ankle boots with thin stable heels. Her hair was neatly styled to shoulder length, the ends slightly inward accentuating her long neck. Her makeup was exquisite but not heavy, earth-toned eyeshadow, and a dusty rose lipstick making her appear as if she had just stepped out of a magazine. As she stood there, the originally simple and businesslike tones of the office suddenly seemed a bit monotonous. Jiang Chen stared at her for 3 seconds, a scene flashing through his mind. High school. At the school gate, a thin little girl with a ponytail, wearing a faded school uniform, standing next to Lu Ming, a bit of snot hanging from her nose, clutching a candied hawthorn, looking at him timidly. Lu Ming had said back then, "Chun Gu, this is my sister." That was 10 years ago. Jiang Chen blinked. This person before him did not match the shadow in his memory at all. Indeed, the saying girls change a lot after 18 is not just casual talk. Lu Yao, he spoke, his voice a bit dry. Lu Yao smiled slightly. There was a certainty in that smile. Not nervousness, not awkwardness, but a kind of composure that said, "I'm here, and you know who I am." Jiang Chen, long time no see. Jiang Chen stood up. "How did you find your way here?" Lu Yao walked into the office, her pace calm, her gaze sweeping across the room. Bookshelf, tea table, floor-to-ceiling windows, and the blueprints on the desk. She looked around, then turned to Jiang Chen. "My brother told me you were at Qingshan building, so I came by myself." The young lady at the front desk was quite responsible. "I told her I was Lu Ming's sister and was here to talk to President Jiang about work, and she let me up." Jiang Chen glanced at the door. Lin Xiaoyan was already gone. He didn't say much, pulled out the chair opposite his desk. "Have a seat." Lu Yao sat down. She retied the belt of her coat, the movement as natural as if she were in her own living room. Jiang Chen looked at her. The kind of calm she had was not feigned, but a certainty developed after years of immersion in the workplace. "You came to see me. Is there something you need?" Lu Yao did not beat around the bush. She looked into Jiang Chen's eyes, her tone flat, as if stating a matter that had already been decided. "Jiang Chenggu, I visited the New Year goods street at Qingshan. I arrived in Qingchuan yesterday, and specifically went for a walk this morning." Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. "The entrance guidance system is not clear enough. The distinction between the main street and the secondary street is weak. First-time visitors are likely to go back the way they came. The warm wind shelter is a highlight, but it lacks a unified visual symbol. If the logo array of Qingshan could be added to the top of the shelter, the effect of photo sharing would be significantly stronger." Lu Yao spoke fluently. "Also, the temporary stage at the end of the New Year goods street has a poor sound position. Standing in the middle of the street, what you hear is an echo, not direct sound. During events, the audience's experience will be compromised." Jiang Chen looked at her, remaining silent. Lu Yao took out her phone from her coat pocket, swiped twice, and turned it to show him. The screen displayed a photo of the main street of Qingshan, where she had marked 3 locations with red arrows, entrance, middle of the street, stage. These 3 points represent the gaps in visual and experiential coherence. She put down her phone and looked at Jiang Chen. "Jiang Chenggu, I studied advertising at Communication University of China, and after graduation, I worked for 3 years as a planner at a 4A advertising company in the provincial capital, leading the overall promotion of 3 commercial complexes. I was promoted to planning director last year, managing 8 people." She paused. "My brother told me you were working on a commercial project here, so I flew back. It's not a family visit. I'm back to see if you have a suitable position for me." The office fell silent for 3 seconds. Jiang Chen leaned back in his chair, looking at the girl before him. The little girl who had a runny nose 10 years ago was now sitting here, clearly articulating the operational shortcomings of his New Year goods street. No flattery, no small talk, diving straight into work. "Do you want to come to Qingshan?" Jiang Chen asked. Lu Yao replied decisively. "You are developing Qingshan, aiming to create Qingshuan's own Pangdonglai, while also working on the commercial complex. I've looked at the plan and the idea is right, but something is missing in the execution." "What is that?" "A unified visual language." Lu Yao put her phone away. "You are currently working on 3 things. New Year goods street, supermarket, and complex. 3 things, 3 different tones. If they can be integrated, the brand premium of Qingshan will at least double. If each is done separately, they will just be 3 independent projects failing to form a momentum." She looked at Jiang Chen. "I came back to help you turn these 3 things into one." Jiang Chen was silent for 2 seconds. Then he asked a question. "Why did you come back? Isn't the platform in the provincial capital larger?" Lu Yao thought for a moment and spoke a truth. "The platform in the provincial city is large, but it belongs to others. Qingshan Huijia is something you built from scratch, and now it's on the rise. My return at this moment to help you establish the brand is far more interesting than me bringing another project from the provincial city." She paused. "And my brother is here. My dad is also here. You are here. This is home." Jiang Chen looked into her eyes. When she spoke these words, her gaze was steady, lacking any evasion. That is the confidence of someone who has seen the world. The supermarket opens tomorrow. You should go and take a look, Jiang Chun said. Afterward, if you still wish to come find me. Liu Yao stood up, adjusting the hem of her coat. All right. I will be there at 8 tomorrow. She turned and walked to the door, then looked back and added, by the way, your logo for the New Year Goods Street is hung too low. From the main street entrance, a third of it is blocked by the first row of warm wind shelters. If you rehang it, the visual impact can be increased by 30%. She pushed the door open and walked out. The sound of her high heels echoed on the corridor floor, neither hurried nor slow. Jiang Chun sat at his desk watching the direction she disappeared, then glanced down at the photo on his phone. An entrance, a street, a stage marked with 3 red arrows, clean and neat. The little girl who had a runny nose 10 years ago had now transformed into someone who stepped out of a magazine. He picked up his phone and sent a message to Lu Ming. Your sister came today. Lu Ming replied quickly, bro. I really didn't know she went on her own. But she's not amazing. She graduated from Communication University of China. She's a director at an advertising company in the provincial city. Jiang Chun looked at the message and replied with a single word. Before Liu Yao's high heel sounds had completely faded at the end of the corridor, Jiang Yu peeked her head into the doorway. Bro. She crept in, casually shutting the door behind her, then plopped down into the chair opposite Jiang Chun's desk, her hands resting on the table's edge, her eyes shining like 2 searchlights. Is that Lu Ming's sister? Liu Yao? The little girl who used to have a runny nose. Jiang Chun leaned back against the chair. You're quite well informed. What do you mean informed? Jiang Yu pulled out her phone and shook it. The receptionist posted it in the group, saying a beautiful sister in a camel coat came looking for you, and that she is Lu Ming's sister. Everyone in the group went wild. What group? The Qingshan work group. Didn't you join? Jiang Yu blinked. It was established by Shudong, and you're not in it. Jiang Chun twitched the corner of his mouth. Before he could say anything, the door was knocked on again. This time it was by Shutong. When she entered, she held a document in her hand, but her gaze first swept around the office, as if searching for someone. Not seeing anyone, her shoulders relaxed slightly. President Zhang, the receptionist, just said. She paused, glancing at Jiang Yu, then at Jiang Chun. Someone is looking for you, claiming to be Lu Ming's sister, and said. Said what? Said. She is your girlfriend. Bai Shutong's voice lowered, her fingers unconsciously rubbing the edge of the document. I came to check the situation. Before Jiang Chun could respond, footsteps echoed down the corridor. Su Qing leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, her gaze casually sweeping over the office's setup. Jiang Chun was seated in the main position. Jiang Yu sat opposite, and Bai Shutong stood by the side of the desk. This arrangement made her mouth twitch slightly, but she said nothing. I was passing by, she said, and heard it was quite lively here. The way she said passing by was too natural, so natural that Jiang Yu almost believed it. Yet, Jiang Yu knew Su Qing's office was at the other end of the corridor. To pass by here, she would have to cross the entire 8th floor. Jiang Yu made a mental note of this, but didn't expose it. The last to arrive was Yu Bing. She didn't walk fast, and when she reached the door, she didn't hurry to come in, instead standing by the door frame glancing inside. Jiang Chun, Jiang Yu, Bai Shudong, and Su Qing formed a small fan shape in the office. Yu Bing's gaze paused at the center of the fan for a moment, then she said, I came to deliver the design drawings. I heard someone talking here. She did indeed hold a folder, but she had been holding that folder for the whole morning. Jiang Chun looked at the 4 women before him, and suddenly felt that his office was a bit small. He rubbed his temples. Liu Yao is Lu Ming's sister. She came for an interview. That's all. Jiang Yu was the first to laugh. An interview? Bro, when have you ever interviewed someone? Didn't everyone just walk in with a nod? Liu Yao is so beautiful, and you let her go without even asking what she does. She is a brand planner. Graduated from Communication University, director at an A-level company, Jiang Chun replied. The office fell silent for a second. Jiang Yu blinked. A director? Yes. Bai Shutong's fingers stilled. She had come in with a hint of apprehension. Having a stranger woman enter Jiang Chun's office claiming to be his girlfriend had left her flustered. But now hearing that Liu Yao was a brand planning director, the tension in her heart eased. Su Qing raised an eyebrow. Is it for advertising at Communication University? Which company in the provincial city? She said it was called McCann or something like that. Su Qing nodded, not probing further. But she knew McCann. It was one of the top 3 A-level companies in the provincial city, and reaching the director level there wasn't merely about looks. Yu Bing stood at the door listening to the entire conversation. She couldn't quite articulate her feelings. Liu Yao came to see Jiang Chun claiming to be his girlfriend, which made her pause her steps when she heard it. But now that Jiang Chun said she was there for an interview, she felt that her reaction was a bit excessive. She lowered her head and flipped through the folder she held, pretending to look at the design drawings. Jiang Yu looked at this, then that. Bai Shutong seemed relieved. Su Qing pondered about that company while Yu Bing kept flipping through the folder. Yet the page she was on had already been unturned for 30 seconds. Jiang Yu sighed inwardly. She thought of Yu Bing. She was the first person she tried to match up with. Jiang Chun, starting from the provincial city. Yu Bing had a good personality, gentle and capable, and got along well with Jiang Chun. Jiang Yu always felt that if only one sister-in-law could be chosen, it would definitely be Yu Bing. But what if all of them were to be chosen? Jiang Yu secretly glanced at her brother's profile. Tall, handsome, wealthy, young, and his career was on the rise. It seemed. It wouldn't be impossible. She suppressed this thought, but the corners of her mouth had already curled up. The door was pushed open again. This time it was Shun Yin who entered. She held 3 documents, replies that had been prepared for Jiang Chun to review. As soon as she stepped in, she paused her steps. There were 4 women standing in the office plus Jiang Chun, making 5 people. Shun Yin's gaze swept across each person's face, forming a judgment in her mind. A meeting? Unlikely. A quarrel? Unlikely. Then there was only one possibility left.